4 days after my C-section, my husband walked in with his secretary and divorce papers. Take $4.5 million. I want the twins. I signed, and vanished. 4 days after my C-section, my husband strolled into my hospital room, wrapped his arm around his secretary, and placed divorce papers on the tray next to my untouched food. Take $4.5 million and sign it. He stated, I only want the kids. At that exact moment, Andrew Callahan ended his own life, but he didn't realize it yet. In all honesty, neither did I. The room smelled of antiseptic and warm plastic. Hospitals often have a peculiar mix of clean and stale, as if they've been wiped down too many times but are never exactly fresh. My incision burned every time I moved even slightly. I had barely slept since the procedure. 2 bassinets sat next to the window. Chloe and Lily, my children, are 4 days old. The afternoon sun seeped through the slats, creating faint golden lines on their covers. One of them moved and made a small squeaking noise. The kind of music that makes your heart race before your brain can catch up. Andrew did not even look at them. He stood at the foot of my hospital bed, as if we were negotiating a roofing estimate. Rebecca, he whispered, sighing lightly. Let us not drag this out. Vanessa Cole stood behind him. 34 years old, blonde, with perfect posture, the executive assistant had worked at Callahan Construction for 3 years. She appeared uncomfortable, but not guilty. Just awkward, like someone waiting for a conference to conclude. Andrew slipped the envelope across the tray table. I had a lawyer draw everything up, he explained. It is fair. My fingers felt numb as I picked up the papers. Divorce petition, asset partition, and custody arrangement. Andrew Callahan has full custody. I stared at the page for a long time. Then I gently inquired, do you want the babies? Yes, he replied without hesitation. They'll have stability with me and a suitable home. I nearly laughed. Andrew had not changed a diaper in his life. He gestured again at the envelope. There is a cashier's check. $4.5 million. $4.5 million. He stated it in the same way you could say 300. Consider it a clean split, he urged. I looked up to him. At Vanessa, the wedding band remained on his finger. Are you serious? I said. Andrew scratched his jaw, as if he was tired of explaining the obvious. You just underwent significant surgery. Your emotions are all over the map. I'm trying to make things easier. Then he dropped his voice slightly. You are not now in a position to raise newborn twins. Vanessa, behind him, shifted her weight. I spotted her hand resting lightly against his back. It seemed comforting, as if they had practiced the situation. Something chilly settled into my chest. No fury, no sadness, just clarity. I switched my attention to the bassinet. Lily had awoken. Her tiny fists extended over her head, and her lips opened in a quiet, silent yawn. Chloe slept with her cheek pushed against the blanket. Andrew followed my eyes. They'll have a fantastic life, he promised. I can supply things that you cannot. I took another look at the papers. 12 years. 12 years of marriage. 12 years assisting him in growing Callahan Construction from a 3-truck outfit to one of the largest contractors in eastern Nebraska. Payroll spreadsheets at midnight. Tax forms were sprawled across our kitchen table, and Andrew called subcontractors when he forgot, keeping the accounts in order while he played golf with clients. But, there in that hospital room, Andrew acted as if I were merely a temporary employee. My incision throbbed again. A nurse went by in the hallway outside. The gentle squeak of rubber soles resonated through the door. Sign it, Andrew requested. My hand moved before I could completely decide. I picked up the pen. The paper crinkled quietly beneath my wrist. The room went utterly silent for a second, except for the distant hum of hospital equipment. I then scribbled my name. Rebecca Callahan. Andrew sighed as if happy that a difficulty had finally been resolved. Thank you, he responded. He gathered the papers, slid the envelope to me, and arose. We will manage the rest through lawyers. Vanessa offered a tight, tiny smile. Take care of yourself, she advised. They walked out together. The door closed behind them with a quiet click, and my marriage was done. I sat there for a while. The hospital clock ticked slowly against the wall. Lily started fussing. A faint, unsure wail. I gently swung my legs off the bed. The movement caused a searing pain in my abdomen, which I disregarded. Mothers learn to disregard pain swiftly. I lifted her gently. She weighed practically nothing. Her tiny fingers curled around the edge of my hospital robe. Chloe stirred in the other bassinet. I also picked her up. I now held both of them. My daughters. Andrew assumed I would walk away from them. The concept was nearly funny. I leaned down and kissed Chloe's forehead. Then, Lily's. I muttered, your dad doesn't know me very well. The room was silent save for their gentle breathing. I slowly slipped back into the bed and groped for my cell phone. I only trusted one person right now. Monica Reyes is a retired nurse and my best friend since college. She answered the third ring. Rebecca, is everything okay? No, I replied gently. A pause. Monica's voice intensified immediately. What happened? I looked toward the door. Andrew visited the hospital today. Another pause. With Vanessa, I added. Monica swore under her breath. What did he do? He offered me $4.5 million to give him the babies. Silence. Then slowly tell me you hurled something at him. No, I replied. I signed the paperwork. Monica became quite still. Rebecca, I need your help. The words felt heavy in my throat. I am leaving tonight. A deep gasp came through the phone. Are the babies going with you? Yes. Her response came immediately. I will be there in 90 minutes. Night fell early that evening. Hospitals usually feel different after dark. Quieter, the lights dimmed, the hallways are echoing more. Monica arrived wearing scrubs and a denim jacket. She entered the room and froze when she saw the twins. Oh my God, she whispered. Her gaze softened immediately. They're beautiful. She leaned over the bassinets and returned my gaze. You ready? Not really. That's okay, she said. Most big decisions start that way. She moved quickly. That's the nurse in her. Within 25 minutes, we had the babies wrapped in hospital blankets and strapped in newborn car seats. Monica carried one. I carried the other. My incision was cruelly pulled at with each step down the corridor. But adrenaline is a potent substance. Nobody stopped us. Hospitals are busy places. 2 mothers leaving with newborns raised no alarms. Outside, the Nebraska night air felt cold on my face. Monica's pickup truck sat beneath a flickering parking lot light. She opened the back door and gently buckled both car seats. I got into the passenger seat. For a minute, neither of us spoke. Monica then started the engine. Where are we going? She asked. Lincoln. She nodded. Good. The truck pulled out of the hospital parking and onto the quiet street. Omaha glided by us, with dark stores and street lights. Chloe made a quiet squeaking sound from the back seat. Lily gave a sleepy sigh. I turned around to look at them. Monica cast a fleeting glance at me. Are you okay? No, I answered honestly. Then, after a time, but I will be. Andrew Callahan awoke at 7:15 the next morning in his downtown Omaha condo. He poured some coffee, checked his phone, and took a call from the hospital. By the time he hung up, the coffee had gone cold because both his newborn girls and I had left. We arrived in Lincoln little after 1:40 inches the morning. Monica resided in a peaceful brick house on the south side of town, close to Holmes Lake. It sat on a street dotted with maple trees and mailboxes that all tilted slightly one way or another. People in this area still brought in each other's garbage cans if they realized one had been left out for too long. Her porch light was on when we arrived. The house appeared to be warm and safe. That almost made me cry right then. Monica parked in the driveway and shut off the motor. Everything remained motionless for a single second. There were no hospital machinery, corridor trolleys rumbling by, or Andrew, only the calm ticking of the engine cooling and the slight rustle of the twins in the back seat. Monica looked across at me. You want 1 minute to fall apart? Take it now, she added gently. Then we go inside. I laughed nervously. I don't think 1 minute will cover it. Then take 60, Monica said. She always knew how much gentleness to apply before pushing me ahead. She carried Lily. I carried Chloe. Every step up her front walkway stung. My abdomen felt tight and heated beneath the waistband of those enormous hospital mesh panties and borrowed sweatpants. I smelled vaguely of hospital soap, milk, and anxiety. Inside, Monica had already set up her extra bedroom. A bassinet was borrowed from her daughter. A pile of diapers on a folding table. She had definitely purchased 2 small pink blankets in a hurry on her way over. In the corner, there is a dimly lit lamp. That room ruined me more than the divorce papers did. I stood there with Chloe in my arms, looking at the bassinet, changing pad, and small bottles arranged on the dresser. And suddenly, I couldn't keep myself together. I sat down on the side of the bed too quickly and took in a breath because of the agony. Monica snatched Chloe from me without saying a thing. Then I cried, covering my face with both hands. Not the polite kind either. I'm referring to the nasty, tired crying that begins in your chest and causes your entire body to shake. The kind you do when there is no one else to impress. Monica let me cry for almost 2 minutes. Then she said, all right, enough, you can break down, but you're not staying down. I lowered my hands and stared at her. Mascara from 3 days earlier had probably smeared halfway up my ears. My hair was oily, my face was swollen from surgery, crying, and not sleeping. I must have looked like hell. And that helped since I didn't have the energy to fake. I don't know what I'm doing, I said quietly. Yes, you do, Monica replied. You're protecting your girls. The comments hit hard, because it was true. No vengeance, no drama, and no pride. Protection. I nodded once. Then I got back up. Okay, I said. Tell me what to do next. The following few days were a jumble of feeding schedules, pain medicine, legal worry, and barely any sleep. That first morning in Lincoln, I sat in my robe at Monica's kitchen table while she brewed coffee potent enough to wake the dead. The twins had finally fallen asleep after what felt like an all-night protest against being born. Sunlight shone on the yellow formica tabletop. Monica slid a mug in front of me and whispered, "Drink that before you turn into a ghost." I curled both hands around the mug. Her kitchen smelled of coffee, toast, and infant formula. A typical odor, one associated with the home. I didn't understand how much I needed that. Monica sat across from me, holding a legal pad. "Start at the beginning," she continued, "and don't leave out the parts you're embarrassed about." I let out a tired little giggle. That could take a while. I canceled my dentist appointment. So I told her, not only about the hospital room, but the entire situation. Andrew had transformed gradually, rather than abruptly. That is something that many people do not grasp. Men like him rarely enter with a sign that reads, "I'm going to break your heart and rewrite the story so it looks like your fault." They ease into it, one minor infraction at a time. We used to sit at our tiny kitchen table and dream aloud 12 years ago, when we still lived in Fremont and Andrew had only 2 trucks and a worker named Travis. He'd say things like, "Once the business stabilizes, we'll breathe easier," or, "2 more good years, and we'll finally take that trip to Colorado." I believed him. Back then, I worked the books after supper while he drove around bidding on jobs. I was in charge of bills, payroll, permit fees, workers' compensation, paperwork, tax deadlines, and all the other tedious stuff that no one appreciates. Andrew had charm. I had discipline. Together, we created something tangible. At least I thought we did. As Callahan Construction flourished, Andrew became its face. He received fancier outfits, better watches, and a membership to the Omaha Country Club. He began saying things like, "You don't need to worry your head about this part," whenever I asked questions. At first, I assumed he was attempting to protect me from stress. Later, I understood he was pushing me away. The strange thing is that I let him because I was almost 42 and still hoping to have a baby if I just waited a little longer, and I was tired. Tired moms make sacrifices they would never urge their daughters to do. Monica listened without interfering. At one point, she simply stated, "He didn't get smarter. He got more arrogant." "Same difference," I murmured. "No," she replied. "Smart men hide it better." This made me smile. Then my phone vibrated on the table. Unknown number. My stomach sank. I responded anyhow. "Rebecca Callahan," a man inquired. "This is she. My name is Stephen Mercer, and I represent Andrew Callahan." "Of course he does." I pressed my free hand to my forehead. "What do you want?" "Mr. Callahan is deeply concerned for the welfare of his children. He would prefer to resolve this privately." I couldn't help but respect his strength. "Privately?" I asked. He served me divorce papers in a hospital room while his mistress was present. The lawyer ignored this. "If you return the children right away, Mr. Callahan is willing to be generous." I let a quick giggle. He already tried generous. There was a pause. Then his voice softened. "If you do not cooperate, this could turn into a custodial abduction case." That line hit me like a ton of ice. Custodial abduction. My daughters were only 4 days old, and a man in a tie was already reducing them to legal strategy. "I am their mother," I explained. "Yes," he said calmly. "But you left the hospital in a highly emotional state shortly after major surgery. That won't play well, Mrs. Callahan." I grasped the edge of the table so hard that my knuckles hurt. Monica was observing me. She could see from my expression that this was not good. The attorney continued going, "Mr. Callahan is willing to overlook the current disruption if you bring the twins back today. Tell Mr. Callahan," I responded, my voice cracking, "that if he wants to talk about disruption, he should start by bringing his secretary to my hospital room." I then hung up. My hands trembled. Monica reached over and grabbed the phone from me. "Good," she replied. "Now cry later. Right now, we make a plan." That afternoon, Andrew appeared on local TV. Monica watched the news in the living room while folding baby clothes. I sat in the recliner, attempting to get Lily to latch properly as Chloe napped on my chest. The anchor's voice became solemn. Our next story involves Omaha businessman Andrew Callahan, who says his newborn twin daughters were taken from the hospital by his estranged wife. I looked up so quickly that Lily slipped off and began crying. Then Andrew appeared on screen. Gray sport coat, anxious expression, and calm speech. I recognized the look. He used it with inspectors, bank officers, and anyone else he wanted to persuade into agreeing. "This is a private family matter," he informed the reporter. "But I'm worried. Rebecca has been under a lot of emotional strain, and all I want is for my daughters to be safe." I gazed at the screen. He even appeared fatigued in a pleasing way, as if he were bearing a noble weight. I felt heat rising up my neck. He continued talking. "My only concern is those little girls. They need stability. They need medical follow-up. If Rebecca sees this, I'm asking her to do the right thing." Monica turned off the TV. The room became quite quiet, save for Lily's crying and my own rapid breathing. "Look at me," Monica asked. I didn't because I was frightened I'd throw the remote at her television. "Rebecca." I glanced over. "He's creating a story," she explained. I swallowed hard. "I know, He's making you sound unstable. I know. And if you sit here and do nothing, that story becomes the truth. I returned my attention to the blank TV screen. My mirror looked back at me, pallid, exhausted, and angry. Something in me shifted then. Not into wrath, but into decision. Because I now realized what Andrew was banking on. Not that I'd flee, but that I'd be too ashamed, too hurt, and too physically drained to fight back in a meaningful way. He believed that if he appeared polished and spoke quietly enough, no one would notice what he had done. He forgot I knew where all the documentation was. Not physically anymore, but in my mind. And at other locations. I handed Lily to Monica, got up too quickly, and winced. "Where are you going?" she inquired. "To wash my face," I replied. Then I paused in the doorway and turned around. Monica nodded once. "And tomorrow, I'm hiring a lawyer." "Good." I took another stride and then stopped again. "There's more," I replied. "What do you mean?" I leaned against the doorframe. "When Andrew started pushing me out of the business last year, I copied some records." Monica's forehead furrowed. "How many?" Enough to make him nervous. She offered me a genuine smile. "That's my girl." The next morning, Monica drove me to Becker Shaw and Lell, a family law firm near downtown Lincoln, a brick building, fake greenery in the lobby. A receptionist with pleasant eyes and reading glasses on a chain. Diane Bennett served as my attorney, early 1960s, silver bob, blue suit, no nonsense. She shook my hand, looked at the twins in their carriers, and then back at me. "You left the hospital because you believed your children were at risk of being taken from you," she explained. "Yes. Did you intend to disappear forever?" "No." "Good," responded the lady. "Because judges understand frightened mothers. They do not enjoy disappearing acts." I appreciated how she did not sugarcoat things. I gave her the entire story. She didn't interrupt much, instead taking notes with a fountain pen and asking direct, pointed questions. After I finished, she leaned back and said, "Your husband made a mistake. That's putting it nicely. He weaponized timing. He assumed you'd be too physically vulnerable to respond effectively. That sounds like Andrew." She folded her hands. "Do you want a clean custody fight, or do you want the full truth examined?" I hesitated because, to be honest, I hadn't truly admitted what I desired up to that point. Not money, not even vengeance. Exactly. I wanted him to stop narrating. I wanted the record fixed. "I want the truth on paper," I stated. Diane nodded. "Then you'll need a forensic accountant," I said with a deep breath. "I know someone," I explained. So I did. A man named Michael Dawson lives in Grand Island. A quiet, methodical former IRS auditor. I'd met him years ago during a compliance snafu involving a subcontractor. Andrew despised him because he observed things, therefore I instantly trusted him. Diane gave me a long glance. "You came in more prepared than most." I nearly answered that I had spent 12 years married to a man who trained me to assume the worst. Instead, I just stated that I had learned from experience. When Monica and I returned to the house, the sky had become flat and dreary. One of those Nebraska afternoons when everything appears exhausted. Chloe began crying before we even got inside. Then Lily joined in. I stood in Monica's kitchen, a diaper bag slipping off my shoulder, my incision aching, court documents tucked under one arm, and two crying newborns in front of me. And for one awful minute, I nearly lost my nerve. I almost phoned Andrew. Not because I wanted him back, but because I was exhausted. That kind of tiredness makes terrible ideas seem logical. I could hear a voice in my head. Maybe just figure something out. Maybe give him weekends. Perhaps we should quit before this becomes much bigger. I then remembered his hand on Vanessa's back. His voice says, "I only want the kids." The TV interview, the lawyer's threat, and the weakness vanishes. Not entirely. Nothing disappears so neatly. But enough. I picked up Chloe first, then Lily, and said to no one but myself and those two tiny girls that we were not going back. That night, after Monica went to bed, I sat at her dining room table, under the yellow light fixture, with Michael Dawson's phone number printed on a receipt beside me. The twins were finally asleep in their bassinet. My body hurts. My eyes felt filled with sand. But, for the first time since the hospital, I was not simply responding. I was prepared. I took up the phone and placed the call. Michael Dawson traveled down from Grand Island 3 days later, in a silver Ford Taurus that appeared to have never exceeded the speed limit. It was Michael all over. He was in his mid-60s, built like a fence pillar, with thinning gray hair and a visage that people trusted by accident. He had a brown sport coat, sensible shoes, and was carrying a black accordion file that appeared to be older than at least one of my twins. When Monica opened the door, he politely nodded, came inside, and announced, "I brought my own calculator." Monica blinked. "Well, that's comforting." He smiled faintly. I immediately liked him. We sat at Monica's dining table as the twins napped in the bassinet next to the living room window. Every now and then, one of them made a small snuffling noise, and I'd glance over without thinking. Michael observed but did not comment. He simply opened the file and said, "Show me what you kept." I had more than Andrew would have expected. Not everything. I am not a magician. But, over the previous year, when Andrew began moving me away from the business finances and informing me that Vanessa was reducing processes, I copied what I could: payment summaries, tax filings, vendor spreadsheets, internal transfer records, and a few emails I had printed since they made my gut knot at the time, but I couldn't explain why. I now placed those papers on Monica's table. Between a sugar dish and a jar of wooden spoons, Michael adjusted his spectacles and started sorting. He scarcely talked for the first 40 minutes, instead making neat small piles and scribbling notes in tiny block letters. He once inquired, "Did Callahan Construction always use Prairie West Logistics?" "No," I responded. "That vendor showed up about 20 months ago." He nodded and jotted something down. After a few minutes, he tapped one of the sheets with the eraser end of his pencil. I leaned in. "This subcontractor ID number is incomplete." "What does that mean?" "It means either someone got careless, or someone assumed no one would look closely." Monica placed a plate of sandwiches on the table. "I'm rooting for careless and criminals," she told me. Michael looked up. "In my field, those frequently travel together." That elicited the first genuine laugh from me in days. It seemed weird to chuckle with surgical tape still pulling at my skin and worry resting squarely in my chest. But perhaps it is how humans survive. Not by feeling one thing at a time, but by holding multiple emotions at once and still moving forward. By late afternoon, Michael had sorted half the table into piles. Finally, he leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. "Well," he replied. That word had a significant impact. Monica folded her arms. "That bad?" Michael asked, looking at me first. "Do you want the cautious version or the plain one?" "The plain one?" he said with a smile. "Your husband has been moving company money through shell vendors." He was staring at me. "How much?" he asked, sliding one of the sheets toward me. "This is just the portion I can reasonably trace from what you've saved. Around 2.3 million over 16 months. The figure made the room feel abruptly smaller. I looked down at the paperwork and then back at him. "For what?" "That," he replied, "is where it gets interesting." He took out a second stack and pointed to many line items. Luxury furniture delivery, interior design fees, mortgage payments, and utility hookups were all assigned via vendor reimbursements with no connection to construction. "Does this address mean anything to you?" the man inquired. I looked at the page, West Maple Road in Omaha. Number. Then I looked again, and it clicked. I had spotted that zip code on a forwarded mail slip in Andrew's glove box several months before. Not a business address. A home. I sat down slowly. He bought her a house. Michael's delayed response was sufficient. Monica said something in Spanish under her breath that I couldn't understand, but it wasn't church language. For a few seconds, I sat there, listening to the refrigerator hum and one of the babies moan in her slumber. A house. I was performing fertility injections in our bathroom for 3 years, hoping that this would be the round that succeeded. Andrew was buying a house for his secretary. I should tell you something that is unflattering. I did not cry. I did not fall apart. I became humiliated. Not because of him, but because of me. Because realizing how long you've been misled to brings a certain type of humiliation. You begin repeating earlier discussions, understanding that the truth was sitting right there in the room with you, smiling as you poured your coffee. Michael must have noticed something on my face, since his words softened slightly. I glanced at him and said, "This is not on you." He shrugged once. Men like Andrew rely on confidence, not brilliance. Confidence. They count on other people doubting themselves first. That helped more than he thought. I rose up slowly, strolled to the bassinet, and checked on the twins, even though they were okay. Chloe's hand had slid out from under the blanket. I tucked it back in. Monica was watching me when I turned around, and she asked, "Are you all right?" "No," I replied. Then I took a breath. "But I'm listening." Michael continued going. The shell corporations were fragile. At least 3 seemed to exist primarily on paper. Prairie West Logistics did not have a proper operating history. Another subcontractor, Midwest Earth Solutions, used the same mailing address as a UPS store. The bogus invoices were also not attractive. They were simply common and dispersed enough that a lazy reviewer may skip over them. Andrew had become sloppy. Or perhaps greedy. Michael taps the stack again. "He's making a big move," he remarked. "That's usually when people get careless." "What kind of big move?" He was staring at me. "Callahan Construction is up for the Nebraska Highway resurfacing contract, right?" I replied, "Yes." It was the one Andrew had been fixated on for months. $55 million for state-level exposure. The type of contract that shifted a local company into a completely other category. Michael folded his hands. If he lands it, he'll use the win to bury questions. People love success, it makes them less curious. Monica took a seat. "So, what are we talking about here? Tax fraud? Embezzlement?" Michael replied with one of his careful, non-committal shrugs. "I'm talking about enough misconduct to trigger a closer look. Maybe several. I lowered myself back into my chair. The babies were still sleeping. Monica's clock ticked on the walls. Outside, someone's dog barked twice before stopping. Normal sounds. A pretty unusual conversation. My phone vibrated on the table. This time, it was Diane Bennett. I responded right away. "Rebecca, how are the girls?" she inquired. "Asleep for once." "Good. I just got off the phone with opposing counsel." I closed my eyes briefly. "Let me guess. Andrew is concerned. He's petitioning for emergency temporary custody." I felt a rush of heat that made my ears ring. "On what grounds?" "He's claiming you're medically fragile, emotionally compromised, and in hiding with the twins." Monica could tell something was wrong just by looking at me. Michael began gently organizing one set of documents into a separate folder. "What does he want?" I inquired. Diane's voice remained calm, which made the situation worse. "He wants the children produced before the court within 96 hours. I pushed my hand against my wound, not because it hurt more at the time, but because I needed something substantial to hold on to. "And if I do that, he'll present himself as a stable parent with resources." I laughed briefly and without humor. "Resources. That's one word for stolen money." The line went silent. Diane then asked, "Do you have something?" I stared at Michael. He offered the slightest nod. "Yes," I answered. "Maybe." "Good," she said, "because if what you have is what I think it is, we stop playing defense." Monica stated as I hung up, "I hate that man so much." Michael corrected her calmly. "You dislike his timing as a person, he could also be unpleasant." Monica laughed. "I did not. Not yet." Because Diane's comments were still in the air, we stopped playing defense. That night, I hardly slept. The twins were awake every 2 hours. My sutures ache and burn. My milk came in harder, resulting in engorgement, wailing kids, damp nursing pads, and one moment about 3:30 a.m. when I sat on the edge of Monica's bed in the dark, wondering if I was strong enough for any of this. That is the truth. People enjoy scenarios in which a lady is betrayed and suddenly transforms into a sharp-eyed avenging angel wearing flawless lipstick. That wasn't me. At 3:30 a.m., I was wearing an oversized t-shirt with one breast leaking through it, trying not to cry every time I got up and praying that both infants would not start screaming at the same time. And for 1 week, horrible moment, I considered giving Andrew exactly what he wanted. Not because he deserved it, but because I was exhausted enough to imagine submission as comfort. Then, Lily cried. Just one crisp tiny wail from the bassinet behind the dresser. I stood up, lifted her up, and placed her against my shoulder. Her little body relaxed almost immediately, soft and trusting of mine. I looked over at Chloe, who was sleeping next to her sister, and felt something tighten inside of me again. Not into cruelty, but into steadfastness. Andrew wanted me to feel overwhelmed, guilty, and cornered, but exhausted women can still count. Diane paid Monica a personal visit the next afternoon. She arrived with a leather briefcase and the expression of someone who hadn't been wowed by a man in a suit in over 20 years. Michael laid out what he had discovered. She listened, asked specific questions, and read each article one by one. She never rushed or dramatized. I liked that about her. Finally, she placed the final paper down. "This is serious," she explained. Monica murmured from the kitchen doorway. "That's lawyer for jackpot." Diane nearly grinned. She then turned to me. "There's a hearing next month before the Nebraska Department of Transportation Review Board. Callahan Construction is expecting preliminary approval on the highway contract. I know they'll present financial viability, compliance, and executive reliability." Michael went on. "Which becomes more interesting if executive reliability is fictional." Diane gave a chuckle. "If we file too early, Andrew's lawyers will frame this as a vindictive marital dispute. He'll bury us in motions, delay, spin, charm, all the usual tricks." I was aware of that precedent. Andrew enjoyed looking sensible while setting fire to the room. "So, what are you saying?" I inquired. She folded her hands on top of the file. "I'm saying the best place to expose this may not be family court." Monica entered the room completely. "Then where?" Diane asked me. "At the contract hearing." The words sat there for a moment. The hearing was held publicly. A week before, just hearing that notion would have made me shut down, but now I could see it. Andrew stood up front in one of his fitted jackets, discussing integrity and family values as the board debated awarding him $55 million. He'd appear slick, confident, and impenetrable until he wasn't. Still, my gut twisted. "If I do that," I replied slowly, "and this becomes an investigation, the company could fall apart." "Yes," Diane agreed. "My girls could lose whatever financial future they'd have through him." She didn't dispute, because that was true. I looked over to the bassinet. Chloe was awake now, blinking at the ceiling, as if she already had questions about the entire universe. I swallowed hard. "I don't want my daughters growing up with a father in prison." "No one is asking you to want that," says Diane. "I'm asking whether you want a man with hidden money, fraudulent vendors, and a fabricated public image to use a state contract to fund a custody war against you." That one hit because the decision became clearer than it had been 5 seconds before. This wasn't to penalize Andrew for cheating. This was about removing the machine that he intended to use against me. Monica spoke gently. He's not going to stop on his own, Becky. I knew. I knew at the moment he walked into the hospital room and treated my daughters like commodities. I still had one more issue. If I do this, I replied, I want the girls to be protected. No media names, no photos, no circus. Diane nodded quickly. Michael closed his file and said, that can be arranged. Then I'll keep building the record. I sat there for a long time. My body still hurts. My marriage was ashes. My spouse was attempting to portray me as unstable while moving money through shady suppliers. And somewhere in the midst of it all, my girls began making the cutest tiny noises in their sleep. Life is unusual in that regard. One half of the room was filled with heartbreak, while the other was filled with hope. I let out a breath. Then I said, I'll do it. Monica straightened. Diane gave one solid nod, as if a bargain had just been reached. Michael simply wrote something down. I looked at the bassinet again and said quietly, I'm done running. That evening, after everyone had departed, I sat alone in Monica's living room, both children asleep on my lap, one in each arm, and the lamp turned low beside me. Except for the occasional sound of the old furnace, the home was quiet. I stared down at Chloe's little mouth, Lily's curled fingers, and the smooth dark hair. Then I imagined Andrew standing in front of a room full of officials, smiling, that silky smile, anticipating another easy victory. For the first time since the hospital, I imagined the moment his expression changed. I wanted truth rather than show. And I was finally ready to bring it to light. The hearing was held on a dreary Tuesday morning in Lincoln. The Nebraska Department of Transportation headquarters were housed in a large concrete facility just east of downtown. Not fancy. Government buildings are rarely empty. Long halls, fluorescent lights, a subtle odor of copier toner, and worn carpet. Monica drove us there in her pickup. I sat in the passenger seat, with the twins' car seats behind me. Chloe slept the entire drive. Lily made gentle hiccup sounds every several minutes. My gut wrenched as we got closer. Not precisely terror, but more the sensation you experience before entering extremely cold water. Monica noticed that my hands were holding my coat. You're shaking, she explained. I know. You can still walk away. I turned to face her. No, I replied gently. I can't, because if I did, Andrew would keep telling the story his way and eventually everyone would believe him. We parked at a nearby intersection. Michael approached us on the sidewalk, carrying the identical accordion file. Diane arrived 5 minutes later, wearing a dark blue coat and short heels that clicked forcefully on the pavement. She focused on the babies initially. Those two are about to attend their first government meeting, she told me. Monica snorted. Welcome to Nebraska. Inside, the hearing room looked precisely as you'd expect. A long table for the board, rows of folding chairs, a podium near the front, state flags in the corner, around 20 people distributed around, contractors' staff, and a few reporters who had come mainly out of habit. Highway contracts were standard practice here. Callahan Construction was listed as the second item on the agenda. We chose seats at the back. The twins remained silent, which seemed like a miracle. When I shifted, my incision still ached, but I barely noticed it. Adrenaline reacts strangely to pain. 5 board members arrived promptly at 9 o'clock. Serious expressions, coffee mugs, and stacks of papers. The chairman cleared his throat. Let's get started. The first contractor offered a bridge repair plan. I heard about half of it. My attention kept going to the door. Then it opened. Andrew walked in. Gray suit, blue tie, and great hair. Vanessa trailed following him, holding a leather portfolio. They did not notice me at first. Andrew shook hands with 2 board members, smiling and confident as he often was before large agreements. I had an odd feeling while watching him. Not love, but familiarity. The recollection of the man I once believed in. Vanessa leaned in to whisper something in his ear. And the memory gone. They chose seats near the front. The chairman shifted the papers. Next item. Callahan Construction Highway Resurfacing Proposal, District 4. Andrew stood, buttoned his jacket, and approached the podium. He looked just like the man who had featured on television the previous week. Calm, responsible, concerned father and respected businessman. I appreciate the board's time today, the chairman said. His voice filled the room, confident and polished. He discussed worker reliability, cost efficiency, and years of successful projects in eastern Nebraska. Then he said something that made my stomach tighten. At Callahan Construction, we believe integrity is the foundation of every road we build. Monica leaned down and murmured, well, that's bold. Andrew went on. He discussed employment creation, community collaborations, safety, and compliance. Every sentence seemed tidy and respectable. This is exactly the story he wanted told. Then Diane touched my arm. Now, she spoke gently. My heart pounded fiercely in my chest. I stood. Every movement seemed louder than it probably was. My coat rustled. One of the vehicle seat's handles clicked. People turned. Andrew looked over casually and froze. For a moment, he didn't appear to comprehend what he was seeing. I'm standing in the back of the hearing room, holding Lily, while Chloe sleeps in the carrier behind Monica. His mouth opened slightly. Rebecca. The room became quiet. The chairman scowled. Ma'am, do you have any business with this proceeding? Diane said, stepping forward beside me. Yes, she replied quietly. We do. Andrew looked as if someone had dropped a snake on the floor. What's this? He asked harshly. I gently walked down the aisle. Every stride resonated through the still room. Lily twitched in my arms, but she did not cry. I paused near the front table. Andrew's face had turned pallid beneath the fluorescent lighting. Rebecca, he said, his voice tight. Now, this isn't the place for what? I questioned gently. For a family dispute? Diane interjected before he could finish. My client has information that is directly relevant to the board's evaluation of Callahan Construction. The chairman leaned forward. What kind of information? Michael approached us and set his accordion file on the table. Financial documentation, he said. Andrew's gaze flickered to the file, then returned to me. His expression changed. Not anger. Calculation. Rebecca, he continued softly, whatever this is, we can discuss it privately. I looked at him. Really? Looked. This was the man who believed $4.5 million would make me disappear. I shook my head once. No. Michael slipped a little USB disk across the table, towards the board. This contains internal accounting records, subcontractor payment histories, and vendor documentation associated with Callahan Construction. One of the board members took it. What exactly are you alleging? Michael said quietly. Potential financial misconduct. The room became quite quiet. Andrew laughed once, but it seemed forced. This is ridiculous, he stated. Diane said, my estranged wife is upset about our divorce. The documentation includes false vendor invoices, shell companies, and off-book transfers totaling approximately $2.3 million. The reporters in the rear began paying attention. Pens moved. Phones appeared. Andrew's confidence crumbled. That's nonsense, he retorted. Michael did not react. One of the board members handed over the USB to a staff technician. Let's go over it. The technician plugged it into a laptop attached to the projection screen. The first document appeared. Payment logs, vendors' names, transfer totals. Michael pointed. Prairie West Logistics, Midwest Earth Solutions. Andrew's jaw tightened. Neither entity maintains legitimate construction operations. Michael flipped another page. These are legitimate subcontractors. Both mailing addresses are for commercial mailboxes, the chairman said, looking at Andrew. Mr. Callahan. Andrew adjusted his position. I'll need to review whatever these people claim to have. Then, another document showed on the screen. An email from Vanessa Cole. Subject line, vendor transfer. The room read silently, as the message appeared. Vanessa's face turned white as she said, don't worry, I moved the funds through Prairie West again. The same method worked last quarter. Andrew turned towards her. What is this? She asked, astonished. I didn't. Another email arrived. This one refers to a property purchase. Mortgage payment confirmation is included. The address flashed on screen. West Maple Road. The board members shared glances. One of them leaned towards the microphone. Mr. Callahan, is this property connected to your business operations? Andrew's voice had lost its smoothness. No, Michael said gently. Company funds paid the mortgage. This is when Andrew burst. This is harassment, he exclaimed. A bitter divorce stunt. Lily moved in my arms. I gently bounced her without glancing away from him. No, I replied. My voice remained steady. I spent 12 years keeping your books straight. Andrew pointed at me and said, you're trying to destroy everything. I shook my head. No, I replied softly. You did that when you started lying. The silence crept around the room. The chairman cleared his throat. Given the seriousness of these allegations, this board is suspending Callahan Construction's contract consideration pending a full investigation. A reporter murmured something eagerly behind us. Andrew gazed about, as if the room had suddenly tilted. You can't do this, he replied. But the decision was already made. The chairman assembled his documents. This meeting has been adjourned. The chairs scratched the floor. People stood, telephones rang. Andrew turned back to face me. Eyes blazed. You ruined my company, I said, adjusting Lily against my shoulder. No, I replied again. I just stopped protecting it. I turned and left the room. Monica came next, followed by Chloe. Michael closed the file. Diane gave Andrew a polite nod before leaving. Outside, the cool Nebraska air felt different somehow. Lighter. Monica looked at me and said, well, Lily yawned against my shoulder. That was something. Chloe stretched in her seat. I gazed down at both of them. For the first time since the hospital, my chest felt like it could breathe again. The investigation began faster than I anticipated. Within a week after the hearing, 2 state auditors arrived at Callahan Construction's office in Omaha. By the end of that week, Andrew's firm accounts had been suspended for review. The news appeared in the Omaha World Herald and 2 local television stations, although it did not make front-page headlines. Nebraska is not a place that values spectacle, but the facts were there. Subcontractor questions, contract review, suspension, and financial issues. Andrew called me 3 times on the first day. I didn't respond. Diane called the 4th time. He'd like to speak with you through counsel. She stated in response. That sounds healthier for everyone, I said. By then, the twins had been almost 6 weeks old. At Monica's house, life had settled into an unusual, calm rhythm. Feedings occur every few hours. Laundry that never seems to stop. Stacks of diapers. Newborn care involves modest, repeated rituals. For a while, the rhythm felt like the only constant in my existence. Outside Monica's kitchen window, October was quietly creeping into Nebraska. The leaves around Holmes Lake started to turn copper and red. Mornings smelled of cold air and wet grass. Within the house, the twins got stronger. Chloe enjoyed stretching her arms straight out like a baby weightlifter. Lily had a habit of scrunching her face before each yawn. Those minor details rooted me more than any legal strategy ever could. Monica sat across from me at the kitchen table, and I gently bounced Lily on my knee. You look different, she commented. More like someone who isn't expecting the sky to fall. I considered that. Perhaps because it already has. She nodded slowly. Fair point. The legal process proceeded in the usual cautious, thorough manner. Andrew's lawyers attempted to argue that the financial records were misunderstood, but Michael's documentation stood up. The shell suppliers were legitimate enough on paper to mislead rapid audits, but when put under real-world inspection, they unraveled quickly. Mailbox addresses, missing equipment records, and payments processed through personal accounts. Andrew had assumed that no one would ever investigate thoroughly. This was his error. 3 months following the hearing, the state formally removed Callahan Construction's contract eligibility pending the outcome of a larger inquiry. That following week, the custody hearing was held. This time, the courtroom was far smaller than the last hearing room. Only a judge, a clerk, Diane, Andrew's attorney, and the 2 of us sat across from each other. Andrew appeared older. Not substantially, but the polish had diminished. The assurance he used to wear like armor suddenly appeared thinner. He scarcely saw the twins in their carriers. The judge carefully assessed the situation, evidence of financial malfeasance, a pending inquiry, and Andrew's public assertions regarding my mental soundness, which were no longer credible given the circumstances. After a little more than 90 minutes of questions and arguments, the judge folded his hands and stated, for the time being, primary custody will remain with the mother. Just like that. Not spectacular or triumphant, but solid. Andrew closed his eyes briefly. The hearing concluded a few minutes later. Outside the courthouse, he stopped me along the sidewalk. Rebecca, I turned. For the first time since the hospital, we stood face to face, with no lawyers or reporters present. You didn't have to do this, he explained. His voice was not furious, just exhausted. I thought about it for a bit. You're right, I replied. That appeared to astonish him. You didn't. No, I responded quietly. You did. He stroked the back of his neck, and looked out the window at the street. I never thought you'd fight like that. I adjusted Lily in my arms. Neither did I. For a moment, we both stood silently. Then he softly said, what happens now? I replied honestly. You figure out what kind of father you want to be. Because despite everything, that part is still your choice. He gave a single wink. Then he walked away. I didn't watch him leave. 8 months later, my life looked vastly different from the one Andrew had attempted to arrange in that hospital room. The twins were prospering. Chloe laughed readily. Lily observed everything as if she were already plotting something. Monica still came over 3 times a week, usually with groceries and comments on my cooking. You're a good bookkeeper, she informed me one evening. But we need to talk about your chili. That's rude, I told you. It's honest. Diane assisted me in completing the paperwork necessary to establish my own small accounting firm. Nothing spectacular, just assisting local contractors in keeping their records tidy and avoiding the same type of disaster Andrew had caused. When I registered the business name, the clerk behind the counter said, company name? I hesitated for a second. Then I said, Rebecca Hayes Accounting. Hayes is my maiden name. It felt good to say it again, like walking out into the sunlight after being inside for too long. Andrew had given me $4.5 million, which was sitting undisturbed in a savings account. I didn't spend it because I was proud, but because it would eventually belong to Chloe and Lily, as a reminder of where their narrative began and did not end. Sometimes, when the twins were sleeping, I'd sit on the back porch of my modest Lincoln townhouse and enjoy the silence. Nebraska nights have a certain calm about them. Wind through the trees, with the occasional distant train. Peace, in other terms. And sometimes I would think about that hospital room, the antiseptic odor, the envelope sliding over the tray table. Andrew said, "Take $4.5 million and sign it." At the time, he believed he was. My mom called asking me to help pay for my brother's lawyer. I asked why. She said he was suing me for $180,000, and they couldn't afford the case. Caleb is my name. I'm 36, and I would have laughed in your face if you had told me a year ago that my own brother would attempt to sue me while also requesting payment for the attorney. I would have inquired how you were feeling, gave you a glass of water, and then laughed once more to make sure you realized how ridiculous that sounded. But here we are. Life has a hilarious way of making you the subject of jokes that you were unaware were being written. This one requires context, so allow me to tell you the whole picture. A little village outside of Knoxville, Tennessee, is where I was raised. Marilyn and Raymond, my parents, were the type of individuals who valued family above all else. And by everything, I mean that they think family is a justification for never setting limits, never saying no, and never holding anyone responsible for anything as long as they have your last name. Dean, my older brother, is 3 years my senior. Dean was the golden child when he was growing up. He was the quarterback, the king of homecoming, the person who could make every adult in a 40-foot radius smile as if they had won the jackpot. I was the one who kept quiet. The child who kept his head down, enjoyed reading, created things in the garage, and received good marks without anyone knowing or caring. I'm not going to sit here and act like I had a terrible upbringing. I didn't. I was adored by my parents. They provided me with enough food, clothing, and attention to avoid being considered neglectful. However, there was always an unwritten understanding in our home that I was the opening act that no one actually came to watch, and Dean was the main attraction. The entire family traveled 2 hours to witness Dean's touchdown. My mother remarked, "That's nice, honey," and returned to ironing Dean's jersey after I won the regional science fair. It wasn't brutality. Gravity was the only factor. The rest of us circled around Dean, the sun. Dean received a football scholarship to a mid-tier state university after high school. His sophomore year, he blew out his knee, left school, and returned home. This is when the exciting part begins. Because Dean simply stopped, rather than reorganizing and coming up with a new strategy, he returned to live with our parents. He occasionally took on odd occupations, such as bartending, landscaping, and a brief 1-4-day stint selling insurance. However, nothing stuck, and no one in my family appeared to consider it a problem. Dean was working things out. Dean was going through a difficult period. While my parents paid his auto insurance, 2-4-year-old Dean was playing video games in his boyhood bedroom. He was, of course, working things out. I attended a community college in the interim, transferred to UT, and earned a degree in civil engineering. I put in a lot of effort, but it wasn't glamorous. I started at the bottom of a Nashville-based company and worked my way up for the next 9 years. By the time I was 32, I was managing multi-million-dollar commercial construction projects. I purchased a home, Savannah, my wife, and I met at a friend's cookout. She works as an emergency room nurse, is extremely intelligent, hilarious, and able to read a room more quickly than most people can read a menu. 3 years ago, we tied the knot. The quality of life was excellent. The problem with being the successful sibling in a household that idolizes the unsuccessful one is as follows. You turn into the bank. Naturally, not formally. It's more subtle than saying, "Hey, Caleb, since you're the one who actually got his life together, we're going to need you to fund everyone else's poor decisions." It begins with modest requests. Mom needs help with a dental bill. Dad's truck needs a new transmission. Dean needs first and last month's rent because he's finally moving out. And you agree since you genuinely can afford it. You love them, and they are your family. I think I gave my family about $52,000 over the period of roughly 5 years. I didn't keep a running tab at first since who does that with family? But Savannah did. Bless that woman, she maintained a spreadsheet. It's not because she's cold or cunning, but rather because she records everything as an emergency room nurse. Her DNA contains it. I believe she had made a mistake when she originally showed me the number. She hadn't. The money itself wasn't the item that truly irritated me. It was the mindset. Every time I offered assistance, there was an odd feeling that I owed them something. For example, I was being self-centered by not sharing my accomplishment more freely because it was a family resource. In particular, Dean had a way of making me feel as though the money I made belonged to everyone. He would remark things like, "Must be nice. My new car must be good," if I stated anything about my life. Savannah's vacation must be pleasant. For some of us, leaving the state is unaffordable. Advertising. Having a job that pays well must be pleasant. For years, I ignored it. I kept getting told by Savannah that I was being a doormat, and I kept telling her that's just the way families operate. With a raised eyebrow, she would remark, "That's not how my family works." I would also shift the topic since I knew in my heart that she was correct. About 20 months ago, the breaking point began to accumulate. Dean started flipping vehicles, purchasing junkers, repairing them, and then selling them for a profit. On paper, it wasn't a horrible idea. Dean has always had good hand skills. The issue was that Dean's notion of car flipping entailed purchasing vehicles he couldn't afford to repair, keeping them on a property he didn't own, and then pleading with me for money when the whole thing eventually broke down. In roughly a year, he burnt through 4 different endeavors. He called me to ask for $18,000 to invest in a new batch of automobiles after the 4th one failed. No, I replied. I told my brother no for the first time in my adult life. You would have assumed that I had informed him that I was canceling Christmas. So that's how it is. I'm not worth 18 grand to you, he replied after going silent on the phone for around 10 seconds, which is almost an eternity if you know Dean. I attempted to clarify that it had nothing to do with his value. It has to do with the pattern, that despite the tens of thousands of dollars I had already given him, nothing had come of it. I couldn't keep setting money on fire, even though I loved him. He ended our conversation. For 3 weeks, I didn't hear from him. The most weird chapter of my life began when I received the phone call. My mother was there. She was acting in a way that makes her voice sound delicate and cautious, as if she were breaking the news of a terminal illness. Caleb, honey, we need to talk about something. Dean's in a bit of a situation and he needs some help with legal fees. I wanted to know what had happened. Was he in danger? Did he receive a DUI? Has he struck someone? My mother stopped and then said, he's suing you, sweetheart. He says you owe him money from a business deal. He's already got a lawyer, but the lawyer needs a retainer, and Dean can't afford it. So we were hoping you could help cover it. I waited for the punchline while holding my phone to my ear. In fact, I chuckled. It sounds more like your brain trying to restart after a catastrophic error than a true chuckle. My family wanted me to cover the costs of my brother's lawsuit. I hung up after telling my mother I had to leave. I recognized this wasn't just Dean being dramatic when my brother's attorney called me immediately 4 days later. This was actual. The man on the other end of the phone was genuine, professional, and really serious. My stomach dropped to the ground as he mentioned the number. Mason Reed was the name of the attorney. I recall it because it seemed like a character from a courtroom thriller, which seemed fitting considering that it seemed like my life had turned into one. After introducing himself and stating that he was defending my brother Dean in a civil case, he struck me with the sum of $180,000. I was being sued by my brother for $180,000. In fact, I took the phone out of my ear and stared at it as if it had betrayed me. Then I placed it back and asked, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? He repeated it. $180,000 in damages for what he described as a verbal partnership agreement pertaining to a car flipping business that Dean claimed I had financially supported and then abandoned, resulting in severe financial losses and psychological pain. Emotional anguish. Emotional pain was being claimed by my brother, who had the emotional range of a ceiling fan. I informed Mason Reed that I didn't understand what he was talking about, that there was no agreement or partnership, and that every dollar I had ever given Dean was a gift rather than an investment. Mason Reed gently informed me that his client had a different perspective and that I would have official documents the following week. After wishing me a pleasant evening, he ended the call. After that call, I spent a lot of time sitting in my home office. About an hour later, Savannah discovered me there, gazing at my desk as if it had personally offended me. What was wrong? She asked. She didn't scream when I told her. She refrained from gasping. I'm going to need you to tell me that again, but slower, because I want to make sure I'm furious about the right thing, she said, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. I repeated what I had told her. The correct thing infuriated her. This is what was alleged in Dean's lawsuit. He claimed that I had verbally agreed to be his business partner 3 years earlier when I had paid him $14,000 for his second attempt at auto flipping. That the funds were a capital investment rather than a gift. That I had made a commitment to keep funding the firm, and that by pulling out, I caused it to fail, resulting in debt, lost revenue, and more mental misery. In addition to damages, he sought $180,000 to cover what the company would have made. This was absurd, as anyone with a working brain stem could see. A collaboration did not exist. Nothing was agreed upon. In the same manner that you would offer a friend $20 if they lost their wallet at lunch, I would give my brother money. However, the lunch cost $52,000, and I had done it around 150 times. However, it seemed that Dean has located an attorney who would take the case, and all it takes to make someone's life extremely uncomfortable in our legal system is that. The following day, I gave my parents a call in the hopes that, perhaps, just possibly, they might have changed their minds. My father responded. I questioned whether he was aware of Dean's actions. He claimed to have done so. I questioned whether he believed that to be reasonable. A long silence ensued. And then he added, well, Caleb, your brother feels like you made him a promise and you broke it. He's hurting. He's hurting. I said, he's suing me for $180,000, Dad. I'm the one who should be hurting. My father groaned as if I were the irrational one. Son, you know how Dean is. He gets an idea in his head and he runs with it. But this could all go away if you just sit down with him and work something out. Maybe give him what he needs to get back on his feet. What he needs to get back on his feet is a reality check, not my checkbook, I said. My father became silent. Then he said something that, for the rest of my life, I will never forget. He said, "Caleb, you've always had it easier than your brother. You went to college, you got the good job, you married a wonderful girl. Dean was not given such opportunities. Helping him while he's down is the least you could do. The least I could have done. As if my brother had been suffering while I sat on a throne and ate grapes. It's as if my engineering degree just appeared out of nowhere and fell into my lap. As if Savannah had arrived at my door wearing a bow. I had built everything I owned. Missed weekend by missed weekend. Late night by late night, brick by brick. However, my family thought I had just been fortunate. Dean had also been unlucky. And it seemed that my bank account had to be used to pay the correction that the universe owed him. My dad and I hung up. I had hung up on a family member for the second time in a week. New record for oneself. Anxiety and legal paperwork filled the following few weeks. Natalie Cross, a woman I employed on my own, was recommended by a coworker. Natalie was just what I needed. Even when everything else was trembling, she was composed, straightforward, and had a way of describing things that made you feel as though the earth was solid. After reviewing Dean's claim, she informed me that, in her professional judgment, it was legally inventive. I later found out that this was legalese meaning rubbish, but we still have to deal with it. Natalie clarified that the issue was the cost of defending even a baseless claim. I would still be paying thousands on legal expenses, discovery, depositions, and court appearances even if Dean's case was eventually dismissed, as she thought it would. It's possible that Dean's attorney is thinking I'll just accept it and go on. It's a frequent strategy, file a ridiculous complaint. You can bet that the defendant would prefer to write a check than put up with a headache. My family went into full pressure mode in the meanwhile. In a single week, my mother called 3 times. She continued asking, "Can't you just give him something?" I was destroying the family, my Aunt Beverly informed me over the phone. I received a Facebook message from my cousin Trevor telling me to feel ashamed. None of them admitted that Dean was the one who brought the complaint. Every finger was aimed at me. Through it all, Savannah was my pillar of support. When she found me pacing in the kitchen after working 1-2-hour shifts at the hospital, she would sit me down and talk me through it. She had every right to say, "I told you so," yet she never once did. "We're going to handle this together," she murmured, simply holding my hand. This is the bit, though, that truly shattered my heart. I learned how Dean was supporting Mason Reed about a month into the litigation fiasco. On my parents' house, my mother had obtained a home equity line of credit. My brother's case against me was financed by my parents, who were both in their late 60s and on a fixed income. I drove to their place after learning about it. I sat at their kitchen table, the same table where I had blown out birthday candles, eaten cereal as a child, and completed my homework. "Mom, do you understand what you've done? If this case goes south, and it will, you could lose this house," I replied, turning to face my mother. My mother began to cry, but she stopped when she realized she had made a grave error. I was being cruel to Dean, so she sobbed. "Dean deserves a chance to be heard," she sobbed, because no one was assisting him despite the length of time he had been battling, that I had plenty to say. I turned to face my father. His gaze was fixed on the table. He remained silent. I got up, pushed my chair inside, and left the home. For a long time, I sat in my vehicle in their driveway with the windows up and the engine off, wondering how I had turned into the antagonist in a tale in which I was the only one who had ever helped anyone. The return for all of that generosity was a lawsuit and a family who believed I was selfish for not wanting to support my own ruin. After turning the key, I drove home after backing out of the driveway. I refrained from crying. I wanted to cry, but I was unable to do so. My body seemed to have decided that I no longer deserved to do it to these folks. When I pulled in, Savannah was waiting on the porch. After glancing at my face, she remarked, "That bad?" I nodded. She walked me inside after putting her arm around me. I decided that night while lying in bed and gazing up at the ceiling. I had had enough of being the family ATM. I had had enough of being the boss. I had had enough of taking in other people's troubles while they treated me as if I were the issue. I was going to give my brother a fight if he wanted to. But not the type he anticipated. I had some of the most lonely weeks of my life after leaving my parents' home. I would essentially stop communicating with my whole family. No Sunday dinners, no calls, and no texts. My mother made several attempts to get in touch, but each message said something like, "This would all be over if you just helped Dean." So, I quit reading them. One text message from my dad said, "Call your mother." That was all. "No, son, how are you doing? No, I apologize that this is taking place. Just in order to go console the individuals who were actively attempting to defraud me of $180,000. That's Father of the Year material. I was more affected by the loneliness than I had anticipated. I had been the dependable one my entire life, the person who arrived and made the necessary repairs. All of a sudden, I was just showing up for Savannah. Even though she was more than sufficient, I couldn't shake the feeling of emptiness in my chest. I kept passing the open door of a room in my house that had been completely empty overnight, and I was shocked to see how empty it was. My job became my lifeblood. I pushed myself into the largest commercial project our company had ever taken on, a downtown mixed-use complex. Douglas, my strict supervisor, saw that I was working more hours. One afternoon, he grabbed me aside and said, "You're either running from something or running towards something. Either way, the work's been outstanding, so keep doing whatever you're doing." Douglas was the kind of person who appreciated effort but wasn't one to pry. And I think he was unaware of how much that little acknowledgement meant to me. While everything was going on, Savannah was quietly constructing our defense from home. Do you recall the spreadsheet she had been maintaining? She took it out, arranged all of the transactions I had ever made with my family, and began compiling paperwork, including bank statements, Venmo records, texts from Dean thanking me for my assistance without ever mentioning a partnership, and voicemails from my mother requesting a small loan that was never repaid. Savannah is not the type of lady who yells when she's upset. She's the type that creates a filing system when she gets upset. To be honest, it's equally gorgeous and horrifying. My lawyer, Natalie Cross, looked over everything Savannah had put together and her eyes widened. "Your wife is a paralegal's dream," she remarked. "This is more documentation than most people bring me in corporate disputes, let alone family cases." The text messages were especially useful, she explained, because they created a distinct pattern. Gift after gift, always presented as assistance rather than an investment. A commercial partnership was not mentioned in any letter, email, or document. Not one. Additionally, Natalie Cross investigated Mason Reed, Dean's attorney. It turns out that Mason Reed was running a modest practice that mostly dealt with personal injury cases, the kind that are advertised on bus benches. It appears that he had accepted Dean's case on a modified contingency basis, which meant he would be compensated whether or not they prevailed. This was significant because it gave Mason Reed a financial incentive to negotiate a speedy settlement instead of going to trial. Natalie Cross had a straightforward plan. Don't settle. Avoid blinking. Make them go all the way to court so that their case would crumble like a piece of damp cardboard. I concentrated on getting my brain right while the legal machinery worked slowly. Savannah advised me to speak with someone. And since I'm a 36-year-old male from Tennessee and we're genetically predisposed to think therapy is just whining with a copay, I would have ordinarily dismissed that. However, she gave me that look that indicates she isn't really making a suggestion. She's telling me what's going to happen. I also scheduled a meeting. Evelyn was the name of my therapist. She was perhaps 60 years old, wore reading spectacles that she never really put on her face, and had a questioning style that made you realize you had been deceiving yourself for years. She posed a question to me during our third session that completely changed the way I thought. She said, "Caleb, when was the last time someone in your family asked how you were doing without following it up with a request for something?" I sat there attempting to come up with a response. Despite years of phone conversations, visits, and vacations, I was unable to come up with one. Not once. All of the exchanges, conversations, and moments of connection had been transactional. When they needed something, they called. When they desired anything, they were warm. I was background noise the rest of the time. I wasn't depressed when I realized that. It infuriated me. However, it was a clean type of rage, the sort that doesn't make you want to break things. It inspires you to create better things. And I did just that. I began making the self-investments I had been delaying for years. Through my job, I completed a leadership development course. I advanced my career by becoming certified in a specialist project management methodology. After noticing, Douglas began inviting me to participate in client pitches, which are typically only given to senior partners. I was also skilled at it. I could read a room, translate difficult engineering ideas into simple English, and reassure them that their $30 million project was in capable hands. I was promoted to associate partner by the 7th month of my family's estrangement. My pay increased by 35%. Savannah and I began discussing the possibility of starting a family and purchasing a larger home. Additionally, Savannah and I began creating the kind of social life I had never really had. You don't have much time for friendships when you spend your 20s and early 30s serving as your biological family's designated assistant. But now that that burden was removed, we had more leisure. We began inviting guests over for dinner. My coworker Connor developed a great friendship with his wife Abigail. For both of us, our neighbor Irene, a retired schoolteacher with the sharpest sense of humor I've ever met, became an informal aunt. I joined a softball league with guys from the company on the weekends. I was part of a community for the first time in my life that wasn't centered around duty and guilt. I recognized the irony of it all. I had been treated by my family as if I were nothing without them. I would be devastated if I were cut off from my family. Rather, shedding them had felt like removing a weighted vest that I was unaware I was wearing. I was able to breathe. I could stand up straight. I could live without having my needs constantly overshadowed by those of others. After about 9 months, my cousin Delaney called. The only family member who had never asked me for anything was Delaney. In hindsight, she was arguably the most well-adjusted member of the extended family because she was younger, lived in Colorado, and had always been the outcast. She called to let me know that things were becoming difficult at home. Dean's lawsuit was still pending. Mason Reed seemed to be losing interest after realizing that the case was not as strong as Dean had argued. In the meantime, my parents' financial circumstances were getting worse. My mom reportedly started selling furniture to pay the interest on the home equity line they had taken out. Delaney wasn't trying to make me feel bad. She was pretty explicit about that. She said, "I'm not telling you this because I think you should do anything about it. I'm telling you because you deserve to know what's happening and because nobody else in this family is being honest with you." For that, I thanked her. I really did mean it. In my family, honesty had become scarce, and Delaney had just made a sizable deposit. A few days later, Natalie Cross gave me an update over the phone. Discovery was in progress, and Dean's side had yielded virtually little. No contracts, no emails outlining the conditions of the relationship, no written commitment, nothing. It was just Dean's word against mine. In the meantime, Savannah's 5-2-page paperwork, my bank records, and a schedule demonstrating that each payment was a one-time gift with no intention of repayment had all been sent in by Natalie Cross. Natalie Cross remarked, "We're in very good shape. However, I would like to discuss something with you. We have enough evidence to pursue a countersuit in addition to winning this case. You have incurred substantial legal costs and mental grief as a result of your brother's baseless litigation. We could pursue him for all of those expenses and more. I promised to give it some thought. I spoke with Savannah when I got home." Cooper, our sleepy beagle, was curled up on her lap while she sat on the couch with a glass of wine. I informed her about Natalie Cross's remarks. Savannah gave me a long look. "You know what I think?" she asked. "I'm afraid to ask." She grinned. "I think your brother started a fire in your front yard and then complained that the smoke was bothering him, and I think it's time you let him feel the heat." I only needed to hear that. I instructed Natalie Cross to proceed with the countersuit. She didn't think twice. She finished drafting, reviewing, and filing it in less than a week. In addition to seeking damages for the time, worry, and professional disruption the pointless action had created, the countersuit claimed abuse of process, and sought reimbursement for all legal fees I had spent defending against Dean's claim. We were looking for a total of $90,000. Unlike Dean's fanciful figure of $180,000, this is a real, documented, defendable sum based on actual expenses and actual harm. Additionally, Natalie Cross added something I hadn't thought about. In order to illustrate a long-standing pattern of financial support that Dean had taken advantage of and then weaponized, she supplied a thorough accounting of every dollar I had ever given my family, totaling $25 and change. She didn't want that money returned. Not in a technical sense. However, she was ensuring that the court knew precisely who had shown gratitude and who had not. It was surgical, and it was heartbreaking. My mother called me before the sun set on the day the countersuit was filed. She was in a frenzy. "Caleb, what are you doing? You're going to destroy your brother. You're going to destroy this family." I spoke in a composed tone. I was prepared after practicing this with my therapist, Evelyn. "Mom, Dean sued me. He filed a lawsuit claiming I owed him $180,000. I didn't start this, but I'm going to finish it." She said, "But he's your brother," as if it were a defense. "And I'm your son." I replied, "But that didn't stop you from taking out a loan against your house to help him come after me. So I think we're past the point where family titles mean much, don't you?" For that, she had no response. She simply sobbed and hung up. I didn't give her a call back, despite feeling a knot in my stomach. Guilt and grief are two different things. And grief was what I was experiencing. Sadness for the family I wished I had. Sadness for the version of my mother who would have told Dean to stop and that he was mistaken. I had to stop grieving for her since that version didn't exist. Things began to move quickly over the following few weeks. The date for Dean's deposition had been established by Natalie Cross. She told me something intriguing in addition to spending 2 evenings preparing me for what to expect. Mason Reed seemed worn out, according to her informal, lawyer-to-lawyer conversation with him. He was exhausted like a man who learned he was hauling a boulder upwards and that the boulder was composed of nothing, not exhausted from working hard. "I think Mason Reed knows this case is a loser," Natalie Cross stated to me. "He took it thinking you'd settle quick. We didn't settle, now he's months in, he's done a bunch of work on contingency, and the discovery has produced nothing that helps his client. He's going to start looking for an exit." I wasn't expecting Mason Reed to fold, but that was fantastic news. Dean had a talent for persuading people to continue long after it became unreasonable. With our parents, he had done it. He had done this with every company that had collapsed. If he could persuade Mason Reed to move forward, he would. I had a secret advantage that Dean was unaware of. My close friend and coworker Grant had introduced me to Adrian Cole, his brother-in-law, a forensic accountant. Adrian Cole was the type of person who enjoyed spreadsheets in the same way that some people enjoy sunsets. He was precise, obsessed with details, and, in the greatest manner imaginable, a little scary. Adrian Cole was hired by me to conduct a thorough financial audit of Dean's car flipping ventures. Each of the 4 of them. 3 weeks later, Adrian Cole returned with a 40-page report that was completely devastating. This is what he discovered. Dean had used the money I had given him to buy 3 cars in the first car flipping endeavor. He scrapped one, sold one at a loss, and left the third in a storage lot, accruing fees. I lost roughly $8,000 in all. Dean had bought 5 cars in the second business, which is the subject of the complaint. He had made a small profit of roughly $3,000 by fixing and selling 2. However, he had used the most of the $14,000 I gave him for personal costs rather than cars. A trip to Myrtle Beach with his then girlfriend Brianna, a new television, and I'm really making this up, a home brewing kit that he used just once. The lot owner eventually reclaimed the other 3 cars for unpaid storage after they remained unattended. The third venture, the one I declined to sponsor, never got off the ground. Dean lacked funding, merchandise, and a business plan. Adrian Cole came to the conclusion that there was no workable business plan that would have produced the $180,000 in revenue Dean was claiming as damages, even if I had paid him the $18,000 he had requested. According to Adrian Cole, the projected income figures in the plaintiff's claim bear no relationship to any reasonable financial reality. I told Savannah that line aloud. She woke Cooper awake with her laughter. Adrian Cole's report was included in our evidence package by Natalie Cross. It was an airtight case. Dean had a history of squandering the money I had given him, no partnership agreement, no paperwork, and no reliable financial forecasts. Furthermore, every receipt, bank statement, and text message that demonstrated my generosity and his lack of gratitude supported my countersuit. This is when things took a different path though. My cousin Delaney in Colorado called me about a week prior to Dean's deposition. She sounded anxious. She claimed that Dean had called her intoxicated and yelled at her about how I was destroying his life. But in the thick of his rage, he'd let something escape. He revealed to Delaney that his girlfriend had come up with the idea for the entire litigation. Not the girlfriend from Myrtle Beach, Brianna. A fresh one. Dean had been seeing Vanessa for almost 7 months. Delaney claimed that Vanessa had informed Dean that since my career had been built on family backing, he was entitled to half of whatever I owned, that I owed him more and that the money I'd given him demonstrated our partnership. Delaney responded, "Caleb, I think this Vanessa woman has been in his ear the whole time. Dean's not smart enough to come up with a lawsuit on his own, he can barely operate a microwave." I contacted Natalie Cross right away after thanking Delaney. She showed a great deal of curiosity. After some investigation, she discovered that Vanessa had a past. She had previously been involved in 2 legal lawsuits, both against former partners, alleging unrecorded informal business relationships. One was fired, while the other received a meager settlement. There was a pattern. Vanessa used the judicial system as a weapon to collect money from men who had access to it, either personally or through their families. Natalie Cross was absolutely bursting with vitality. "This changes the narrative entirely," she stated. "Your brother isn't just an ungrateful sibling. He's a guy manipulated by someone who does this professionally, and I can prove it." Vanessa's litigation background and Dean's admission to Delaney that the case was her idea were included in the amended document she produced. Delaney consented to provide a statement under oath. The only family member who had remained truthful, my cousin, was ready to contribute to the collapse of the entire situation. Tuesday was set aside for the deposition. Natalie Cross advised me to dress professionally, maintain composure, speak as little as possible, and let her speak. "You're the stable, successful brother who gave everything and got sued for it," she replied. "That's the story, and it's true, which is even better." Savannah and I sat on our back patio the night before the deposition. At our feet, Cooper was fast sleeping. The area was peaceful and the air was warm. Savannah turned to say, "You know, a year ago, you were sitting at your parents' kitchen table, begging them to see reason. Tomorrow, you're going to walk into a room and your brother's going to have to look you in the eye and explain why he thought any of this was a good idea." I nodded. She said, "How do you feel?" I gave it some thinking. I asked, "Ready?" "I feel ready." I really did mean it. The deposition took place in a conference room with floor-to-ceiling windows and a large wood table at Natalie Cross's company. Feeling prepared, I arrived early in a navy suit that Savannah had chosen. Dean was 15 minutes late. He didn't have a spectacular appearance, rather, he had the expression of someone who has been making poor choices for a while and the bill is about to be due. He had shed pounds, his clothing was ill-fitting. He entered with Vanessa, whom I was meeting for the first time, and Mason Reed, who appeared to be a man who sincerely regretted getting out of bed that morning. Her eyes were sharp enough to record everything in a room in the first 3 seconds, and she was slender and well-groomed. As a legal party, she was not present. She was apparently there to provide moral support. I could tell Natalie Cross had filed it away even though she saw her right away and remained silent. Mason Reed began the deposition by questioning me. He attempted to prove that I had attended meetings regarding automobile purchases, participated in Dean's business choices, and offered advice on what cars to buy. I was honest in my responses to every question. No, I had never gone to a meeting. No, I had never contributed to inventories. No, I had never seen a business strategy since there wasn't one. Yes, I had handed Dean cash. It wasn't an investment, sorry. It was a present. Mason Reed persisted in trying to locate an angle each time. Isn't it true that you told your brother, and I quote, "I believe in what you're doing"? I probably did say something like that. I said, the same way you tell a friend their new haircut looks good even if it doesn't. It's called being supportive. It's not a binding contract. Now, Natalie Cross was trying not to smile. Natalie Cross's time came next. At this point, the situation changed from uncomfortable to disastrous. She began by looking through the financial documents. She wanted Dean to determine which of the $52,000 and change I had given him over the course of 5 years were gifts and which were investments. Dean faltered. They were a mix, he claimed. She begged him to be more precise. He was unable to. He had said stuff like, "Thanks for helping me out, bro, and I really appreciate the loan. I'll pay you back when I can," in his own texts, which she showed him. She questioned whether those sounded like the statements of a family member getting assistance or a business partner. "I don't know. It's just how I talk," Dean replied. "Right," replied Natalie Cross. "You talk like someone who received gifts, because that's what they were." Adrian Cole's forensic report was the next thing she looked at. She guided Dean through the financial aspects of each car flipping endeavor, and observed him attempt to explain how a company that had failed on 2 of its 3 attempts was going to make $180,000. Dean was unable to describe it. He continued to stare at Vanessa, who was seated in the rear of the room, her mouth clenched and her arms folded. Natalie Cross then dealt her last card. She mentioned Vanessa's past legal battles. She made no direct accusations against anyone. She just gave the facts. There were 2 previous cases with almost identical frameworks, informal business claims, little supporting documents, and requests for substantial compensation. She wanted to know if Dean knew this. Dean gave a blink. "I don't know what you're talking about." Natalie Cross responded, "I'm asking if you knew that the woman who suggested you file this lawsuit has done the exact same thing twice before with 2 different men." The room fell silent. Mason Reed moved around in his seat. "This is irrelevant. I'm not a party to this case," Vanessa declared as she got to her feet. Natalie Cross avoided eye contact with her. "You're right, you're not a party to this case, but your influence on my client's brother is documented, and it's part of the pattern we intend to present to the court." Vanessa left. For the first time since this whole affair began, Dean appeared afraid as he watched her leave. Not upset. Not rebellious. Terrified. Like a child who suddenly discovered that the person he had been following didn't really know how to get home. About an hour later, the deposition came to a close. Mason Reed requested a break before requesting a private conversation with Natalie Cross. Savannah, who had taken the day off, and I waited in the lobby. She remained silent while holding my hand. She didn't have to. 20 minutes later, Natalie Cross emerged. She was acting in a way that makes it obvious that she was excited while still attempting to keep her cool. After taking a seat across from us, she declared, "Mason Reed wants to settle." I arched an eyebrow. Their side wants to settle. More accurately, Mason Reed wants to withdraw. He's told Dean he doesn't believe the case is winnable and he's recommended dropping the suit entirely. Mason Reed is finished, but Dean seems to be resisting. He is stepping down as an attorney. I said, "What about our countersuit?" "That's the interesting part," Natalie Cross remarked. "Mason Reed knows that if we proceed with the countersuit, Dean's going to owe you money he doesn't have. He suggested a resolution. Dean drops his suit, we drop ours, and it's over. Clean break." For a minute, I sat with that. Savannah gave my hand a squeeze. I turned to face Natalie Cross and replied, "No." The 2 women gave me a look. "I've spent over $28,000 defending myself against a lawsuit that should never have been filed," I replied. "I've spent $52,000 over the past 5 years supporting a family that repaid me by trying to bankroll my brother's legal attack on me. I'm not walking away clean. I want my legal fees recovered, every cent." Natalie Cross gave a nod. "I can make that happen." She did, too. 3 weeks later, the resolution was finalized. Dean withdrew his complaint. Dean consented to a structured return of my legal fees, around $35,000, spread over 5 years, in exchange for us dismissing the countersuit. Both parties signed it, and it was submitted to the court in writing. I may reinstate the countersuit with interest if he failed to make a payment. Natalie Cross ensured that. However, the true reward wasn't the money. The true reward came when Vanessa vanished from Dean's life a few days after the deposition, most likely in search of her next victim. Dean had what my therapist Evelyn would refer to as painful clarity when she wasn't in his ear. It took him some time, but I received a letter in the mail approximately 4 months after the settlement. Not a text. Not a call. A letter written by hand. It came from Dean. Written in that sloppy handwriting I recalled from our childhood, it was 2 pages long. He didn't offer any justifications. He expressed his shame. He claimed that because he had been jealous of me for so long, he had convinced himself that I owed him anything. When someone confirmed this notion, he clung to it because it was simpler than acknowledging that his issues were his own. He claimed that he didn't anticipate forgiveness. All he wanted to do was apologize to me. I went over that letter 3 times. I then placed it in my desk drawer after folding it. I still don't forgive Dean. Not entirely. Certain things take time, and forgiveness is not a light switch. However, I did reply. I wrote him a brief note to let him know that I had read his letter, that I valued his candor, and that although the door wasn't closed, it would remain largely closed for some time. That was something he respected. The situation with my parents is much different. Eventually, my mother called to apologize. It's kind of an apology that's essentially a renegotiation. I'm sorry things got so out of hand, but we were just trying to help Dean. I expressed my love for her, but I wasn't prepared to act as though nothing was wrong. We now have sporadic conversations. Brief calls. Surface level information. My father has yet to offer an apology. He won't, in my opinion. For my part, I'm doing great. Early in the summer, Savannah and I purchased a larger home from a craftsman with a wraparound porch, which instantly won her over. At the firm, I became a senior partner. Cooper continues to be the most indolent beagle in North America. Last month, Delaney paid us a visit and spent the entire weekend giggling with Savannah about stuff that I wasn't meant to hear. On the weekends, I have my softball men, Grant and Abigail, and Irene, who lives next door. I built my life because I worked for it and defended it when it was in danger, not because someone gave it to me or because I was fortunate. Additionally, Dean makes his monthly payments on schedule. He has a reliable job at a body shop, and from what Delaney tells me, when he's not attempting to start his own business, he's actually pretty good at it. Maybe we'll laugh about it all while sitting on my porch one day. Perhaps we won't. In any case, I am aware of this. I am not anyone's ATM. I am no one's fallback. And if someone ever attempts to sue me again, I have a forensic accountant who enjoys demolishing poor math, a lawyer with a backbone, and a wife with a spreadsheet. I believe I'll be all right. My parents said I should cancel our anniversary trip to babysit my sister's kids. I turned off my phone and boarded the plane. When we landed, I had 39 missed calls. For our anniversary trip, we set aside 3 years. Mom called the night before our flight. You must keep an eye on the children for your sister. I turned off my phone and got on the plane after saying, no. Dad texted me, saying, family comes first. I had 39 missed calls when we arrived. Nolan is my name. I'm 36 years old, and I want to share with you the story of the time I boarded an aircraft and found that there were 39 missed calls waiting for me on the other side. I must give you some background information before I discuss that lovely catastrophe, though, because if I don't, you'll assume that I'm just a man who neglected his family while on vacation. To be honest, I wish it were that easy. My wife, Eliza, and I have been wed for 8 years. Yes, it is her true name, in case you were wondering. Indeed, she has heard every joke you can think of about berries. Eliza is the type of person who writes thank you notes by hand, remembers everyone's birthdays, and once traveled 50 minutes in a downpour to deliver soup to a coworker she had known for 3 weeks. She is a more admirable person than I am. I'm not just stating that to get points, either. I really do think so. This is the problem with my family. My older sister, Sabrina, was the center of attention in the home where I grew up. Look, I adore Sabrina. She's my sister. However, it was evident from the moment I was old enough to comprehend what was going on that there was only one son in the family orbit, and it wasn't me. Sabrina was the first grandchild, the first college graduate, the first married, and the first to have children. Every achievement she made was celebrated as a national holiday. My dad replied, "That's great, bud. Hey, did your mom tell you Sabrina's thinking about remodeling her kitchen?" After I graduated with honors from my engineering degree, I sat there in my cap and gown feeling like a supporting character in someone else's film. At the age of 27, Sabrina wed Travis. Travis is one of those men who consistently comes up with brilliant business concepts that never quite pan out. He has worked as a day trader, a cryptocurrency consultant, a life coach, and most recently, he launched an artisanal beef jerky business that operated for roughly 5 months before the health department voiced some concerns. Sabrina stayed at home with their 4 children: Owen, Piper, and little Travis Jr., whom everyone refers to as Tucker for reasons no one can recall during all of this. They are decent children. Good kids, but chaotic, noisy, and able to ruin a living room in less than 7 minutes. The issue is that for the past 12 years, my parents, Ronald and Beverly, have acted as though everyone else is to blame for Sabrina's mayhem. Guess who gave them a rent loan when Travis's jerky enterprise fell apart? Nolan. When Sabrina required urgent dental care and Travis neglected to pay the premium, Their insurance expired. Can you guess who covered it? Nolan. Every other weekend, they wanted someone to watch the kids so Sabrina could relax. Who completely changed his schedule? Congratulations, Nolan, if you guessed. The design is visible to you. Did anyone ever say thank you during all of this? Was it ever acknowledged that Eliza and I might have had our own lives, plans, and experiences? Not at all. Helping Sabrina wasn't considered a favor in my household. It was anticipated. It served as the starting point. No more than you would receive credit for breathing. You didn't get credit for it. Eliza had wanted to travel to Greece since she was a child, and around 3 years ago, as we were laying in bed, she turned to face me and said, "I want to go to Greece." Ever since her grandma told her stories about whitewashed buildings against water so blue it didn't look real and showed her postcards from Santorini. Before they could go together, her grandmother passed away. And ever then, it had been like an open tab in Eliza's heart. Thus, we devised a strategy. We reduced our eating out, started a separate savings account, and set up automatic transfers. Over the course of 3 years, we saw that amount rise. 1. $27,500. Travel, lodging, excursions, spending money, all of it. Our goal was to do it correctly. We have been counting down the months until our 8th anniversary, which was the target date. I had never actually gone on vacation with Eliza. I recently started a new job, so our honeymoon was a lengthy weekend spent away from home for 4 hours. Since then, something has happened each year. Sabrina required assistance. There was something about my folks. I would lend money to my sister once again, which made money tight. Every year, someone else's emergency caused us to postpone our plans. Not now. This time, we had the money saved, the hotels confirmed, the flights scheduled, and 3 weeks of paid time off authorized. Eliza had purchased a travel diary and a new sundress. To arrange our trip, I downloaded 3 separate applications. On Saturday morning, we were heading off, and by Saturday evening, we would be sitting on a terrace in Athens, watching the sunset. I made the error of bringing up the trip during a family meal at my parents' house on the Thursday before our flight. I had purposefully been evasive about it, merely stating that we were taking a trip without providing any specifics. However, my mother persisted, so I told them, Greece, 3 weeks, Saturday morning flight. My mother's eyes went absolutely blank as if someone had switched a switch behind them, but her grin remained in place. My dad didn't even look up from his dish when she responded, "Oh, that's a long trip." When I didn't respond to Sabrina's question about the price, she replied, "It must be nice to have that kind of money just sitting around." Travis chuckled. My hand was gripped by Eliza beneath the table. We departed early from dinner. After remaining silent for the first 12 minutes in the car, Eliza announced that they would try something. "You are aware of that, correct?" She was being paranoid, I told her. She gave me a glance that conveyed both her affection for me and her belief that I was being extremely foolish. She is always correct. I ought to take the lead with that. The night before our 6:30 a.m. on Friday. Our baggage were prepared for flight and arranged like tiny soldiers by the front entrance. Eliza had arranged our vacation attire. I examined the passports 3 times. We had to get to the airport by 4:30 the morning, so we went to bed by 10. Everything was flawless. At 10:40, my phone rang. My mother was there. I nearly didn't respond. I had a gut feeling that I shouldn't. However, it is difficult to overcome decades of conditioning. So I got up. She continued, "Nolan, honey, I need you to listen to me." And it was the tone of her voice. That particular tone she employs just before framing a demand as a desperate act. "You are needed by Sabrina." This is the tale she told me. Apparently, Travis had secured a last-minute consulting position 3 states away. He was heading out on Saturday morning and wouldn't return until Friday of the following week. Sabrina was unable to break her commitment. There was a non-refundable aspect to a wellness retreat that she had already paid for. The children therefore required a caretaker for the duration of the week. "Mom," I muttered as I sat up in bed. Eliza had already woken up and was observing me with a look that could only be characterized as "I told you so" in human form. "I know, honey, but this is family. And Sabrina is really depending on you. We're heading to Greece in the morning." I took a long breath, the kind you take when you have to choose between saying what you want to say and saying what will keep the peace. For the majority of my life, I had chosen peace. She has been under a lot of stress lately, and she truly needs this retreat for her mental health. You understand that, right? Every single time. "Mom, I can't. We've been planning this for 3 years. The flights are booked, the hotels are paid for. I'm not canceling." There was a 6-second pause on the other end, but it felt like a full minute. When she spoke again, her tone had changed from one of pleading to one of coldness. She said, "I just think it's interesting that you can spend thousands of dollars on a vacation, but you can't help your sister when she needs you. Your father, and I didn't raise you to be selfish, Nolan." I apologized for her feelings, but my response was no. 20 minutes later, my phone buzzed and my dad texted me, saying, "Family comes first, Nolan." Eliza read the text over my shoulder and asked, "What do you want to do?" I thought about every plan that was cancelled, every cash that was borrowed and never paid back, and every time I put my own life on hold because someone decided their needs were more important than mine. I loved her for asking it that way, not telling me, not pressing me, just allowing me the room to decide. We boarded that plane at 6:28 on Saturday morning, and when I turned my phone back on 2 hours later, it almost vibrated off the tray table with 39 missed calls, 31 text messages, and one voicemail from my mother that began with the words, "I hope you're happy." I also thought about Eliza, who had saved every spare dollar for 3 years and had waited her entire life to see Santorini. Yes, I was going to be. I should tell you about those 39 missed calls because they paint a picture that is more vivid than anything I could explain. I didn't listen to them all in Athens, but I did listen to the first 3 while Eliza was using the airport restroom, and that was sufficient to give me a general idea. My mother called me at 7:10 a.m., just as our plane was leaving the gate. She sounded more irritated than alarmed, saying, "Nolan, this is your mother. I don't know what you think you're doing, but Sabrina is beside herself. Call me back immediately." Classic Beverly. Not asking, but telling. The second call came from Sabrina herself, who left at 8:35 a.m. Her voice had that wobble that comes when she tries to sound like she's been crying but hasn't really committed to real tears yet. "Noel, I can't believe you just left. I really needed you this weekend. Travis is gone, and the kids are already being impossible, and Mom says you just turned off your phone," she said. "How could you do this to me?" Take note of the framing. Not how could you put your wife, your anniversary, and the trip you've been saving for first? No, how could you do this to me? Because in Sabrina's world, every choice someone makes is either in her favor or against her. My dad made the third call. This one was shorter. "Your mother is furious. Your sister is very upset. I don't know what's gotten into you, but this isn't how we raised you. Call us." That was it. There was no mention of my trip, no acknowledgement that perhaps, just possibly, I had a legitimate reason for not being available. My dad saw it this way. Sabrina needed something, and Nolan didn't give it to her. After that third voicemail, I turned off my phone once more and didn't turn it back on for 3 days. You know what? Those 3 days in Athens were amazing. We strolled through the Plaka district without a plan or schedule, just meandering through tiny streets lined with bougainvillea and stopping at whatever caught our attention. Nolan was therefore mistaken. We dined at a little restaurant where the proprietor sat us on his rooftop, brought out dish after dish that we had not ordered, then simply waved his hand and said, "You tried." We stood at the Acropolis during golden hour, and Eliza gripped my arm and remained silent for 6 minutes. "You tried octopus for the first time," she said, making an expression I will always remember. I was absolutely certain that I had made the right decision when she stood there gazing out over the city with tears streaming down her face, not sad tears, but the kind you get when something you've always imagined turns out to be even better than you pictured. On Monday morning, I turned my phone back on and began reading the texts. After my mom texted me at least a dozen times, the voicemails began to escalate, going from "call me," to "this is unacceptable," to "I've never been so disappointed in you," to "your grandmother would be ashamed of you." The first few were variations of the voicemails, including demands to call back, guilt trips, and disappointment. Sabrina's texts were more dramatic, sending me a photo of Tucker sobbing with the caption, "This is what you're missing." Another text said, "Travis's mom can't help either, so I guess I just have to cancel everything because nobody cares about me." My grandmother, who had been dead for 7 years, was being weaponized from the grave, which is a new level of guilt tripping even for my mother. After that, she sent me a lengthy text explaining that I had always been envious of her and that this was my way of punishing her for being the favorite. I read that text twice because I honestly couldn't tell if she was serious, or if she had sent me something by mistake that she intended to post in a group chat. My dad then sent me exactly one more text after the first. It said, "Don't bother coming to Thanksgiving." That was in early October, by the way, and the man was using an old tactic to prevent me from attending a holiday that was 8 weeks away. But here's what really got to me. As I was going through the messages, I noticed that not a single person had inquired about our whereabouts. There was not a single text that said, "Are you guys okay?" or "Have you arrived safely?" or "How is the journey going?" I showed Eliza the texts during breakfast at our hotel, and she read them slowly while sipping her coffee, her expression changing from irritation to sadness. It was all about what I wasn't doing for them. Nobody cared where I was, only where I wasn't. After she was done, she put down the phone and said, "Nolan, I want to tell you something, and I want you to really hear it." I nodded, and she grasped my hand across the table and said, "They don't miss you. What you do for them is missed." I sat with that for a long time. There is a difference, and it's the difference that matters. They don't miss you. They miss what you do for them. The thing is, part of me had always known that. I kept thinking about it like a stone in my pocket as we flew to Mykonos, strolled along Little Venice's waterfront, and watched the pelicans waddle around like they owned the place. I was aware of it when my parents neglected to celebrate my 31st birthday because they were preoccupied with organizing Sabrina's baby shower for Tucker. When Sabrina called me 3 hours after my wedding to ask for a loan to cover Owen's tuition. And when my dad drove 5 hours to watch Sabrina's son play t-ball despite being too busy to attend my promotion to lead engineer at my company. On our 5th night in Greece, Eliza and I were sitting on the Santorini balcony that she had been dreaming about since she was 8 years old. The sun was setting, and the entire sky appeared to be on fire, with orange, pink, and gold bleeding into the bluest water I had ever seen. I had known this all my life, but I had never allowed myself to say it aloud. Something inside of me changed when she leaned against me and said, "Thank you for choosing us." Something that had been bending for years finally broke, but it broke in a positive way, like a bone heals stronger after it's been set right. As I watched the sun set into the Aegean, I made the decision that things would change and that I would no longer be the family ATM. I was done being the emotional support brother, the emergency babysitter, and the guy who drops everything because someone else didn't plan their life properly. I wasn't going to be cruel about it. I wasn't going to send some dramatic manifesto or burn bridges. I was just going to stop volunteering to carry weight that wasn't mine to carry. I ate more lamb than anyone should in 15 days. We laughed more than we had in years. We held hands like we were 24 again, and for 15 days, no one asked me for money. The rest of the trip went exactly as planned: Delos, Naxos, and the final 3 days back to Athens. Eliza filled her travel journal to the brim. I texted my family group chat, "We're home safe," after we arrived home, tanned and refreshed, with roughly 35 pounds of olive oil and trinkets between us. No one required me to solve their problems, and no one made me feel bad for living my life as I saw fit. The trip was fantastic. I hope everyone is doing well. It's brief, courteous, and impartial. 4 hours later my mother said, "Glad you had fun." I didn't reply, and to be honest, that silence felt like the most powerful thing I'd done in 36 years. Sabrina had to cancel her retreat. She's very upset. No, welcome home. No, glad you're safe. Just one more reminder that my happiness had cost Sabrina something. For the first time in my memory, my phone wasn't buzzing with requests from my family during the first 6 weeks after we returned from Greece. The silence was both peaceful and unsettling, like when you live next to train tracks your entire life and then one day the train stops running. Eliza was thrilled to see that I was lighter, that I was sleeping better, and that I wasn't checking my phone every 2-5 minutes with that low-grade dread I used to carry around like a second wallet. You should be relieved, but your brain keeps waiting for the rumble. She described it as similar to witnessing someone remove a backpack they had forgotten they were wearing. At work, things also began to change. I had been a lead engineer at Whitmore and Associates for about 4 years at that point, and although I was good at my job, I had always held back a little. It wasn't intentional, rather, it was more that when you spend your entire life being told that your accomplishments don't matter, you start to believe it. After Greece, something clicked. My coworker Garrett, who had been in the business for about 22 years, took me aside one afternoon and said, "Noel, you've got more talent in your left pinky than half the guys in the executive boardroom. You don't chase the big promotions, you don't speak up in meetings, you do solid work and hope someone notices, and when they don't, you tell yourself that's fine because at least you're being helpful. When will you begin to act as though people are fortunate to have you instead of being thankful that you are here?" I didn't disagree. Instead, I began drafting a proposal for a project I had been sitting on for more than a year, a sustainable infrastructure design for a mixed-use development in the city. Garrett is the type of guy who says things like that without any irony, just staring at you like he's daring you to disagree. I worked on the proposal for 4 weeks, but I was tired of hearing my dad's voice in the back of my mind telling me, "Don't get ahead of yourself, bud." It was ambitious, far beyond the scope of what our firm typically took on, and part of the reason I hadn't brought it forward. After spending late nights, early mornings, and weekends at the dining table with blueprints spread out while Eliza brought me coffee and periodically reminded me that people need food, I thought I had crashed and burned when I finally presented it to the Whitmore partners. There was a 1-2-second silence in the room. Then Meredith, our senior partner and a 3-2-year veteran of engineering and architecture, asked me over her reading glasses, "Why didn't you bring this to us sooner?" They gave the project the go-ahead, and they also gave me complete control over my own staff. For the first time in my life, I wasn't spending all of my energy supporting people who didn't appreciate it, which led to the biggest professional opportunity of my career. In the meantime, the family Cold War persisted, and I received bits and pieces from my cousin Connor, who was the closest thing I had to an ally in the family. Connor, the son of my uncle Franklin, had always been the odd man out, the one who attended art school rather than business school and never heard the end of it, and he kept me informed via text that sounded like dispatches from behind enemy lines. According to Connor, my parents were informing extended family that I had deserted Sabrina during her time of need so that I could take a lavish vacation in Europe. In reality, Sabrina had ended up asking Travis's mother, Denise, a perfectly capable woman who lived 25 minutes away, to watch the kids. The word lavish was doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence, making it sound like I'd chartered a yacht while my sister sat alone in a dark room. It's funny how solutions emerge when the designated doormat isn't available. Connor also told me something that stuck with me: Nolan has always been difficult. Even as a child, he always wanted things to be about him. This is the same Denise that Sabrina's earlier text claimed couldn't help. The child who never had a birthday party that wasn't also Sabrina's celebration. The child who wore hand-me-downs while his sister got new clothes. The child who was told to keep quiet whenever he tried to share positive news about himself. The child who wanted things to be about himself. The lack of self-awareness would have been impressive if it weren't so painful. Connor claimed that he had nearly choked on his pot roast. In November, Sabrina texted me for the first time in around 7 weeks, saying, "Mom and Dad's anniversary dinner is December 8th. It's not an invitation. It's not a directive. It doesn't address the Greece situation. It doesn't acknowledge that anything had transpired between us. It's just an expectation that I'd show up and act as if nothing had changed." I was about to respond with a caustic text, saying, "Sorry, I'll be busy being selfish that day," but Eliza stopped me, saying, "Don't give them ammunition. Be the more mature person." I wrote back, "Thanks for letting me know. Just be honest. I'll give it some thought," which was almost a declaration of war in my family. "Because, of course, I'll be there," was the anticipated response. What am I able to bring? For dessert, should I also reorganize my entire life? Here's what I have to say about that time period. October through December were some of the best and hardest months of my life. The hard part was that I was grieving the loss of a fantasy that my family would one day truly see me as someone whose needs, feelings, and dreams mattered as much as Sabrina's rather than a death. I was letting go of that hope, which is a form of mourning in and of itself, but it was also the best because I was creating something tangible. The project at work was flourishing, and Eliza and I began organizing things specifically for us. My team was amazing, a group of intelligent, driven engineers and designers who collaborated like a well-oiled machine. We were investing in our marriage, in our happiness, and in a life that wasn't defined by who needed what from us. By December, I was in the best shape of my life personally, emotionally, and professionally through concert tickets, weekend hikes, and cooking classes where we made pasta so badly that the instructor looked like she was about to cry. I thought I had finally figured out who Nolan was when he wasn't preoccupied with being everyone else's safety net, and that's precisely when my family decided they needed me again. On December 3rd, 6 days before my parents' anniversary dinner, my dad called instead of my mom or Sabrina, and I knew right away that something wasn't right because Ronald doesn't call. When I answered, Ronald said, "Nolan, no bud, no son, just Nolan, flat and serious. We need to talk." I was at my desk at work, staring out my office window at the skyline. Ronald considers 5-word sentences to be the pinnacle of communication. The fact that he actually dialed my number indicated that the situation had progressed beyond what a text could handle. "What's going on, Dad? Your mother and I are having some financial trouble. I need you to hear me out before you say anything." I listened to him, and to be honest, what he told me was worse than I had anticipated. The project had earned me a corner office with actual walls instead of a cubicle partition. Travis had taken out a personal loan on the property he and Sabrina were renting from my parents. Yes, my parents owned the house Sabrina resided in, and it turned out that his most recent business endeavor, some sort of internet supplement firm, had failed catastrophically. Not only had my parents been funding Sabrina's lifestyle for years in ways I was unaware of, but now Travis had managed to drag a property my parents owned into his financial catastrophe. They had purchased it as an investment property years ago and rented it to Sabrina and Travis at well below market rate, which I had never been informed about. My parents' credit was in jeopardy, the lender was threatening to put a lien on the property, and they needed $28,000 to pay off the debt and keep things from getting worse. My dad described all of this in the same tone he'd used to describe a weather forecast: flat, factual, like he was reading a report about someone else's life. Then came the part I had been waiting for. After a moment of silence, I continued, "What about Sabrina? We need your help, Nolan. You're the only one in a position to handle this. How about her? Has she made any contributions? Has Travis?" "You are aware that Travis has nothing to say." My dad made a sound that was halfway between a sigh and a sneer. "And Sabrina is trying her hardest with the kids." "Dad, I've been trying my hardest for years, but every time I did it for this family, it wasn't enough or acknowledged. You texted me that I shouldn't come to Thanksgiving because I took my wife on a trip that we had saved up for 3 years. Another silence. "Then that was your mother's idea, and you sent it." I told my dad I needed some time to think, and he said, "Don't take too long." That was about as close to a please as Ronald gets. I hung up, sat in my new office, looked out over the city, and considered $28,000. That evening, I told Eliza everything, and she listened to me with all of her usual attention. After I was done, she remained silent for a time before asking, "What would you like to do?" "I don't want to just give them money," I said. "Not this time. Not after everything. Then don't. But it's my parents. And I mean you, Nolan, not the version of you that feels obligated. The real you. Eliza nodded. That's true. If you bail them out without any conditions, nothing changes. You become the ATM again. Sabrina and Travis face zero consequences. And next year, it'll be something else. She was correct. If they lose that property, their retirement is affected. They'll be in real trouble. She's always right. I really ought to get that tattooed somewhere. Over the course of the following 3 days, I did something I had never done before. I spoke with a financial advisor named Victor, whom Garrett had recommended. Victor was a straight shooter with a bear trap-like handshake and a knack for simplifying complex situations. Victor leaned back in his chair and remarked, Nolan, you have the means to help, and that's a good position to be in, but you also have leverage. And that's a better position, after I explained everything, including the family dynamics. Make sure it's a transaction rather than a contribution if you plan to put $28,000 on the table. Set terms, protect yourself, and make sure everyone in that family understands that the Bank of Nolan is closing permanently after this. That's what I did, and over the course of the next 3 days, I worked with Victor's lawyer friend Natalie to draft what Eliza jokingly called the Nolan Accords, a formal agreement outlining exactly what would happen if I agreed to help. The conditions were straightforward. I would give the $28,000 as a loan, not a gift. It would be paid back in full within 6 years at a low interest rate. Sabrina and Travis would be responsible for the repayment because it was their mess. Not my parents. A promissory note would be signed. And this was the big one. In addition to requiring Travis to finish a financial literacy course before any funds were distributed, my parents would formally transfer ownership of the rental property into their own names only, eliminating any chance that Travis would use it as collateral once more. I also added a personal clause that Natalie said wasn't legally binding but that I still wanted in writing. I printed out 2 copies of the agreement, put them in a folder, and called my dad to let him know that I would be attending the anniversary dinner on December 8th. It was clear that I was acting voluntarily and that this was the last financial support I would give to any family member. Your mother will be happy, he said. Dad, I'm not coming for dinner. I had been living in that confusion my entire life. The night before the dinner, Eliza assisted me in choosing my outfit. I'm coming to have a conversation and I'm bringing paperwork. The quiet on the other end told me he had no idea what to do with that information. Welcome to the club, Ronald. She chose a navy suit I had purchased for a work presentation, straightened my collar, and said, give them hell. I drove to my parents' house on December 8th with a folder on the passenger seat and a calm in my chest that I hadn't anticipated. I wasn't nervous, not because I needed fashion advice, but rather because she said I should walk in there looking like the man I'd become, not the kid they remembered. I wasn't angry. I was just prepared. At 6:40, I pulled into my parents' driveway and sat in the car for a minute, not because I was afraid, but because I wanted to remember this feeling, this clarity. For 36 years, I had tried to fit into the space they had created for me by being small, but tonight I was entering at full height. My parents were in the kitchen. Sabrina was already seated at the dining room table with Travis, who was on his phone and seemed to prefer being anywhere else, and the house smelled like Beverly's pot roast, which she makes for every significant occasion. My mom turned around and gave me a smile that stopped short of her eyes when I walked in. My dad shook my hand, Sabrina waved from the table, Travis didn't look up from his phone, and we sat down to eat, and for about 25 minutes it was almost normal. Nolan, you came, like she was surprised I'd shown up at a dinner I said I'd attend, like I was the unreliable one. Hello, Mom, happy anniversary. I gave her a stiff hug. Nobody brought up Greece, the 39 missed calls, or the fact that we hadn't had a proper conversation in 3 months. Instead, we pretended, as my family has always done, that if you don't talk about something, it didn't happen. My mom talked about her garden club, my dad mentioned something about the gutters needing work, Sabrina complained about Owen's teacher, and I let it go on until dessert. I placed the folder on the table while my mom was cutting a pie. What's that? Sabrina asked, staring at it as if I had put a live animal on the tablecloth. That's what I came to talk about, I said, looking at my dad. You called me about the money situation. I've given it a lot of thought and I've come up with a solution. The room fell silent. My mom put down the pie server, my dad crossed his arms, Travis finally put down his phone, and I opened the folder and laid out the agreement, explaining each provision slowly and clearly, much like I do when I give a project proposal at work. This is the kind of quiet where you can hear the kitchen clock ticking. The loan, the repayment schedule, the promissory note, the property transfer, the financial literacy course for Travis, the clause about this being the last time. When I finished, nobody spoke for what felt like an eternity, but was probably about 18 seconds. Sabrina broke the silence first. You're joking, right? You want us to sign a contract? I'm your sister, Nolan, not a business deal. You're right. You're my sister, I said, and I love you, but I've given this family thousands of dollars over the years, And not once has anyone acknowledged it, thanked me for it, or paid me back. I'm not doing that again. If I'm going to help, there are going to be terms. This is ridiculous, Sabrina said, looking at my parents for backup. Mom, tell him this is ridiculous. My mom's mouth opened, but my dad spoke first. Let me see it. He pulled the document toward him and started reading. My mom leaned over his shoulder. The room was so quiet I could hear Travis breathing. After a minute, my dad looked up. You want Sabrina and Travis to repay you? Not us. That's correct. It's their debt. Travis took out the loan. It should be their responsibility. I can't afford that, Travis said, speaking for the first time all night. I'm between opportunities right now. You've been between opportunities for 8 years, Travis, I said. And I wasn't being mean about it. I said it the way you'd state a fact. The sky is blue, water is wet. Travis is between opportunities. That's why there's a financial literacy course in the agreement. And that's why the repayment period is 6 years. I'm not asking for the money tomorrow. I'm asking for accountability. Sabrina stood up. I can't believe this. After everything mom and dad have done for you, this is how you treat family. You go on your fancy vacation. You disappear for months. And now you show up with a contract. And that's when something happened that I did not expect. My mom spoke. Sit down, Sabrina. We all looked at her. Sabrina looked like she'd been slapped. My mom's face was doing something I'd never seen before, something that looked almost like shame. Your brother, my mom said slowly, like she was choosing each word carefully, is the only person in this family who has consistently shown up. He's the only one who's ever offered to help without being asked. And we have never, not once, treated him the way he deserved for it. She looked at me and for the first time in my adult life, I saw my mother actually seeing me. Nolan, I should apologize. An actual one. For everything, not just the phone call. My father cleared his throat. For Ronald, the fact that he appeared uneasy indicated that he was feeling a human emotion, and was unsure of how to express it. He said, your mother's right. We relied too much on you. That was unfair. I won't lie that when they said that, I didn't feel like my chest was cracking open. I won't deny that my eyes got a little wet, but I kept my composure because now wasn't the moment to lose it. It was time for a fresh start, and fresh starts call for clarity. Sabrina took a seat again. She was in tears. This time, I'm crying real tears, not fake ones. I didn't know, she muttered. I mean, I knew you were helpful, but I had no idea it was that way. I had no idea you felt that way. Because no one asked, I responded, speaking honestly and without animosity. To his credit, Travis looked at the contract and replied, I'll sign it and I'll do the course. After that, he turned to face me and uttered something I had never heard him say in all the years I had known him. Thank you, Nolan, and I'm sorry. Both copies were signed by them. As a witness, my father signed. After seeing the entire event with her hand over her mouth, my mother approached me and gave me a hug. A genuine embrace, the kind that lingers long enough for your bones to feel it. 5 months have passed since then. In the past 5 months, Sabrina and I have spoken more than we did in the preceding 5 years. It's not flawless. She contacted me on my birthday last month, but we're not suddenly best friends combing each other's hair. It was enough when she stated, I know I have a lot of making up to do, I'm going to try. This was the first time she had remembered it without being reminded. That was sufficient for the time being. After 4 weeks, Travis is genuinely interested in his financial literacy course. According to Sabrina, he was hired by a logistics company. It's a steady position with benefits and a timely salary, but it's not glamorous. After my parents renegotiated the house's rental agreement, Sabrina and Travis are now paying more in line with fair market value. At first, Sabrina objected, but she eventually came to terms with the fact that this is what adulthood really entails. I've moved on from where my parents and I were. Not better, not worse, but different and more truthful. My mother has begun to genuinely inquire about my employment and listen to my responses. Despite his limited vocabulary, my dad arrived at my office last week carrying a bag of bagels and remarked, saw this place on the way over. That is essentially a sonnet for Ronald. I thought you might be hungry. At work, the project is ahead of schedule. I have an amazing crew. Last week, Garrett took me out to a steak and said, I told you they were lucky to have you, now everybody knows it. Last month, Meredith brought up the term, partner during a meeting. Let's just say that I didn't detest the sound of it, even though I don't want to jinx anything. And Eliza, my amazing, understanding, and intelligent Eliza, who loved me despite my family's foolishness long before I did. When she got home from work last Tuesday, I was in the kitchen trying to make a spaghetti dish we'd enjoyed in Athens. It was awful, very awful. She told me it was the nicest meal she had ever had after finishing the entire platter. She chuckled when I accused her of lying, saying, okay, it's awful. But what counts is that you made it for me. This time, we're already organizing our next vacation to Portugal. And I won't hesitate this time when my phone rings the night before. I'm going to grin, let it ring, and sleep with the woman who showed me that it's not selfish to choose oneself. It's essential, so, yes. 31 messages, 39 missed calls, and one voicemail that began, "I hope you're happy, I am, Mom." Am I the asshole? My wife exploded when I didn't surprise her with a birthday trip this year. Even though we agreed to save for fertility treatments. My name is Daniel, 32 years old. I have been married to my wife Sophia, 31 for 5 years, but we've actually been together for almost 10. Something important about Sophia from the very beginning is that she absolutely loves traveling. Not in the casual vacation once a year, way more like it's tied to how she celebrates life itself. That passion became a huge part of our relationship early on, and for years it honestly felt like one of the best parts of being with her. But now, with money problems piling up and her birthday around the corner, that same tradition is suddenly the center of the biggest fight we've ever had. When Sophia and I first started dating, neither of us had much money. I was still figuring out my career, she was working long hours but saving every spare dollar she could. But what she always insisted on was that experiences mattered more than things. Instead of buying expensive gifts for each other, she would say stuff like, "Let's just go somewhere." And somehow we always did. Our first trip together was a random weekend drive to a coastal town about 4 hours away, nothing fancy, cheap motel, bad coffee, and a beach that was way colder than the pictures online made it look. But Sophia acted like we had just landed on another planet. I still remember her standing on the sand yelling, "This is exactly how life should be lived." Trips became our thing after that. Whenever something big happened, new job, promotion, anniversary, whatever, Sophia's first instinct was always, "Let's go somewhere." Sometimes it was just a road trip. Sometimes it was a cheap flight we found at midnight while scrolling travel sites. But birthdays were different. To Sophia, birthdays weren't just a dinner or a party, they were supposed to be an adventure. I remember one year early in our relationship when I suggested we just go out with friends for her birthday. She laughed like I had just made a joke. "No," she said. "Birthdays are for leaving the city. Otherwise it's just another Tuesday." At first I thought she was exaggerating, but she wasn't. For her birthday the next year we took a short trip out of state. The year after that, we flew somewhere else. It slowly became a tradition that both of us leaned into. And honestly, I liked it too. Planning a trip meant months of anticipation, saving money, looking at flights, sending each other photos of places we might go. Sophia would get excited like a kid counting down to Christmas. Over time, her birthday trips became almost sacred to her. She would literally say things like, "I don't care about gifts, I just want to wake up somewhere new on my birthday." So that's what we always tried to do. For almost 10 years, that's how it worked. Every year, no matter what was going on in life, her birthday meant travel. And until recently, it was something I never questioned. After that first couple of trips, Sophia's birthday travel tradition stopped being just an idea and became an expectation. Every year, once her birthday month started getting close, she would start talking about it nonstop. Not in a demanding way at first, just excited. She'd send me links to flights at midnight, screenshots of beaches, cities, mountains, whatever she was obsessed with that year. My phone would light up with messages like, "Look at this place," or "Imagine waking up here on my birthday." And honestly, I leaned into it too. Some couples have anniversary traditions, some do big family dinners. For us, Sophia's birthday trip became our thing. It was almost like a yearly reset where we escaped real life for a few days. The one she talks about the most, even now, is the trip we took to Maceió, Brazil last year. That trip was actually amazing. I won't lie about that. We landed and the first thing she did was drag me straight to the beach before we even checked into the hotel. I still had my backpack on and she was already kicking off her shoes and running toward the water. The whole week felt like a movie. Days on the beach, nights wandering the city looking for restaurants, street music everywhere. One night we sat outside this tiny bar drinking cheap caipirinhas while some random band played live music down the street. At one point she looked around and said, "See? This is exactly why birthdays shouldn't be normal." I asked her what she meant. She said, "Birthdays shouldn't feel like just another day. They should feel like an escape." That sentence stuck with me because that's really how she sees it. To Sophia, the trip itself is the gift. Not presents. Not cake. Just leaving everything behind for a few days and starting a new memory somewhere else. And when she's happy like that, it's contagious. Watching her run around a new city, take photos of everything, talk to random people like they're old friends, it actually made those trips feel special to me too. Even when the flights were expensive or the hotels cost more than we should have spent, it still felt worth it in the moment. Because seeing her that excited made it feel like I was doing something right as a husband. So every year I kept the tradition going. If her birthday was coming up, we were going somewhere. No questions asked. And for a long time, I never really thought about what those trips were actually costing us. Earlier this year we took the biggest trip we've ever done together. Sophia had always talked about wanting to do a real European tour, not just one city but multiple places in one trip. She kept saying things like, "If we're going to go all the way to Europe, We should do it properly. So that's what we did. It started with the Greek islands. White buildings, blue water, the kind of places you see in travel videos where everything looks unreal. Sophia was in heaven. Every morning she'd wake up early and drag me out to walk around before the crowd showed up. She took pictures of everything: food, streets, cats, random doors she thought looked pretty. Then we went to Athens for a few days. That part was more sightseeing, museums, ruins, walking until our feet hurt. After that we flew to Spain and spent time bouncing between a few different cities. Tapas, crowded plazas, late nights where nobody seemed to go to sleep before 2 in the morning. The final stop was Paris. Sophia had been dreaming about Paris since before we even met. The first night there we walked along the Seine and she kept stopping every few minutes just to look around like she couldn't believe it was real. At one point she grabbed my arm and said, "This might be the best birthday gift you've ever given me." And in those moments, it felt worth it. But there was another side to that trip that she didn't really see. Every once in a while I'd slip away to the bathroom or check my phone when she wasn't looking. I'd open my banking app and stare at the numbers for a few minutes. Flights, hotels, train tickets, restaurants, it was all adding up way faster than I had planned. I remember one specific moment in a hotel in Spain. Sophia was in the room getting ready to go out for dinner and I was standing in the bathroom pretending to brush my teeth while looking at my credit card balance. I just stood there for a minute staring at the number thinking, okay, we're definitely going to be paying this off for a while. But then I walked back into the room and Sophia was smiling, holding 2 glasses of wine she had grabbed from the minibar. "Ready?" she said. And I just pushed the worry to the back of my mind and said yeah. Because in that moment I didn't want to be the guy ruining the trip by talking about money. The trip itself was incredible. Probably the best travel experience we've ever had together. By the time we flew home we had thousands of photos, a phone full of videos, and a bunch of stories we still talk about. But when we got back and real life started again, the financial reality finally caught up with us. Those memories were amazing. The credit card statements, not so much. When we got back from Europe, the first couple weeks felt like the normal post-trip high. We were still talking about the places we went, showing friends pictures, posting some of the highlights online. Sophia kept saying things like, "That trip was worth every second." And I didn't disagree. But about 2 weeks later, the credit card statements started hitting. Flights, hotels, trains, restaurants, excursions we booked while we were there. All those little "it's vacation, let's just do it" decisions stacked up fast. I sat down one night after work and actually added everything up. That was the moment the pit in my stomach started. I pulled up all our accounts, credit cards, checking, savings, and started making a spreadsheet. When Sophia got home that night, I had my laptop open at the kitchen table with numbers all over the screen. She walked in, dropped her bag, looked at the screen, and immediately said, "Uh-oh, that looks serious." I tried to keep it calm. "Can you sit down for a second?" I asked. She sat across from me and leaned over the laptop. "What is all this?" I turned the screen toward her and started walking her through it. Credit card balances, the travel loan we used to cover part of the trip, our savings account that had dropped way lower than I was comfortable with. At first she just stared at the numbers. Then she leaned back and shrugged a little. "We'll figure it out." I remember that sentence hitting me harder than it should have. Because I had been staring at these numbers for hours already, and "we'll figure it out" felt way too casual. "We can't just figure it out," I said. "We're almost out of savings." She frowned. "What do you mean almost?" I turned the laptop again and showed her the account. "This. After rent, bills, and minimum payments, this is what's left." She was quiet for a second. Then she said, "Okay, so we just tightened things up for a while." And that's when the other part of the conversation came up. The one we'd been talking about for months. Starting a family. Earlier this year we had both agreed that this might be the year we start trying for kids, but we had also talked to a doctor already and there was a chance we might need some medical help with that process. Nothing guaranteed, but enough that we had been warned to expect extra costs. So, I said it out loud. If we're serious about trying for a baby this year, we might need money for treatments. She crossed her arms. "How much money?" I told her the estimate the doctor gave us. Her reaction wasn't anger. It was that kind of stressed silence where someone is doing math in their head. For a moment neither of us said anything. Then she looked back at the laptop and said quietly, "So we're broke." I shook my head. "Not broke. But we're definitely not in the position to keep spending the way we were." And that's when the tension really started creeping in. Because suddenly the 2 biggest things in Sophia's life, travel and starting a family, were both tied to money we didn't really have anymore. And I could already feel where the next conversation was going to lead. A few weeks after that financial conversation, Sophia's birthday started getting closer. Normally by that point we would already have flights booked, hotel confirmations saved, and a rough itinerary. This time there was nothing. No tickets, no planning spreadsheets, no late night, "Where should we go this year?" conversations. The silence around it started to make me nervous. So one night after dinner I decided to bring it up directly. Sophia was on the couch scrolling through her phone when I sat down across from her. "Hey," I said, "can we talk about your birthday for a minute?" She looked up immediately, and I could see the shift in her expression. That guarded look people get when they already know the conversation might not go the way they want. "What about it?" she asked. I tried to keep my voice calm. "You know how things are right now with money." She didn't say anything yet, just watched me. I continued. "Between the credit cards from Europe and the medical stuff we talked about, I don't think we can afford another trip this year." The reaction was immediate. Her shoulders stiffened and she leaned back against the couch. "So my birthday is just canceled this year?" I shook my head quickly. "No. That's not what I'm saying. We can still celebrate. Just not another international trip." She let out a long breath through her nose. "Daniel, that's what we always do." "I know," I said. "But this year is different." She sat up straighter now, clearly getting defensive. "We just took a huge trip. That was amazing. Why does this suddenly mean we can't go anywhere?" I turned my laptop toward her again. I had the spreadsheet open from the last time we talked about finances. "Because this is where we're at." She barely looked at the numbers this time. Instead, she just stared at me. "So the tradition is just over now?" "No," I said quickly. "I'm just saying maybe this year we stay local. Do something nice in the city, a fancy dinner, a spa day, something like that." She gave a short laugh, but there was no humor in it. A spa day. I could feel the frustration building on both sides. "Sophia, we just spent a month in Europe. And it was incredible," she shot back. "Why are you acting like that was a mistake?" "I'm not saying it was a mistake," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm saying it drained our savings." There was a long pause. Finally she looked down at the floor and rubbed her temples. "So basically my birthday just isn't happening this year." "That's not what I'm saying," I repeated again, feeling like I was stuck in a loop. "We just need to be responsible right now." The conversation went back and forth like that for almost an hour. At times she sounded angry, at other times she sounded disappointed. A couple times it felt like we were actually making progress, then it would slide right back into tension again. Eventually though, the energy in the room just kind of drained out. She leaned back against the couch and stared at the ceiling. "Fine," she said finally. The word came out flat. "We won't travel this year." I waited a second to make sure she meant it. "You're sure?" I asked. She shrugged. "We clearly can't afford it. So, what's the point of arguing about it?" The tone wasn't happy, but it also didn't sound like she was about to explode either. It sounded more like reluctant acceptance. So I took it as an agreement. In my head, the issue was settled. I thought we had just made a responsible adult decision together. Looking back now, that might have been the moment where I misunderstood everything. After that conversation, life mostly went back to normal. At least on the surface. We went to work, paid bills, talked about regular stuff like groceries and weekend plans. No more big arguments about travel or money. So, I honestly thought we had moved past it. But little things started happening. Not obvious fights. Just small moments that felt off. One night we were sitting on the couch watching TV and Sophia suddenly opened the photo gallery on her phone. She started scrolling through pictures from the Europe trip. At first I thought she was just reminiscing. Then she turned the screen toward me. "Look at this one," she said. It was a photo from the Greek islands. White buildings, bright blue water, Sophia standing on a balcony smiling like she didn't have a single problem in the world. "That was such a good trip," she said quietly. "Yeah," I said. "It really was." She kept scrolling. There were photos from Spain. From Paris. From that night in Maceo last year where we had drinks on the beach. After a minute she sighed. Not loudly, just one of those quiet sighs people make when they're thinking about something they miss. "Birthdays just feel different when you're somewhere new," she said. I didn't know how to respond to that. So I just said, "Yeah, I get that." Another time we were eating dinner and she randomly said, "Remember that restaurant in Athens with the rooftop view?" "Yeah," I said. "The one where we stayed way too late." She nodded. "That was one of my favorite nights ever." Again, it wasn't said angrily, it was more like nostalgia. So I interpreted it that way. Looking back now, maybe I should have asked more questions. But at the time it seemed like she was just remembering good moments. People do that after trips, it didn't feel like she was trying to reopen the argument. A few days later I noticed her scrolling through travel videos on her phone again. Cheap flights, beach destinations, little clips of cities around the world. I joked, "Planning another month in Europe?" She didn't laugh. "Just looking," she said. I didn't push it. In my mind, we had already settled the issue. We talked about the money, we agreed to stay home this year, and that was that. So whenever those moments came up, the photos, the memories, the travel videos, I just assumed she was nostalgic. I thought she was disappointed, sure. But I also believed she understood the situation. I thought she was respecting the agreement we made. Apparently, that assumption was about to blow up in my face. As Sophia's birthday week got closer, I decided that even if we weren't traveling this year, I still wanted to make the day feel special. So I started planning something smaller. Nothing extravagant, but something thoughtful. First thing I did was request the day off from work. Normally I would take time off because we were flying somewhere anyway, but this time I just wanted to spend the whole day with her so it wouldn't feel like a normal weekday. Then I booked a dinner reservation at one of the nicer restaurants in the city. Not crazy expensive, but definitely somewhere we wouldn't usually go on a random weeknight. I figured good food, some wine, maybe a walk afterward would still make the night feel special. I also started looking for a gift. Sophia has always been the kind of person who says she doesn't care about physical presents, but I still wanted to give her something meaningful. After a lot of searching, I found a framed map that shows all the places someone has traveled, with little markers you can add over time. The idea was that it could represent all the trips we've taken together. Brazil, Greece, Spain, France, all the places we've been. And hopefully all the places we'd still go someday. I thought it was a pretty good idea. While I was setting all this up, Sophia didn't seem suspicious or anything. She was acting mostly normal, maybe a little quiet sometimes, but nothing that made me think another argument was coming. In my head I kept thinking, okay, this isn't the big trip she's used to, but she'll see that I still put effort into the day. That was really my goal. To show her that even if we couldn't travel this year, I still cared about making her birthday feel important. And honestly, I felt pretty good about the plan. Dinner at a nice place. A thoughtful gift. A full day together without work distractions. Given the financial situation we were in, it felt like the responsible thing to do while still making the day special. What I didn't realize was that Sophia had been expecting something completely different this whole time. Everything blew up about 3 days before Sophia's birthday. It wasn't even during some big conversation. It started over something stupidly normal. We were in the kitchen after dinner. I was rinsing dishes, she was sitting at the counter scrolling on her phone. The apartment was quiet, just the sound of the sink running. Then she suddenly said, without looking up, "So what exactly are we doing for my birthday?" I dried my hands and turned around. "I told you, I took the day off work," I said. "And I made dinner reservations at that restaurant downtown, the one you said you wanted to try." She looked up slowly. "That's it?" Her tone immediately made my stomach tighten. "Well, yeah, and I got you something too." She stared at me for a few seconds. Then she let out a short laugh, but it wasn't amused. "Wow. What?" I asked. She set her phone down on the counter harder than necessary. "You didn't even try to plan something special." That caught me completely off guard. "What do you mean I didn't try?" She stood up now, arms crossed. "A dinner reservation, Daniel, really?" I could already feel the argument forming. "It's not just dinner," I said. "I took the whole day off so we could spend it together." Her voice immediately rose. "That's what normal couples do on random weekends. It's my birthday." "We talked about this," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "We agreed no travel this year." Her reaction was instant. "No, you said we shouldn't travel. That doesn't mean I wanted to stay home." I blinked at her. "You literally said fine, we won't travel this year." She threw her hands up in frustration. "Because you already decided it, what was I supposed to say?" "So you didn't mean it?" "Of course I didn't mean it," she snapped. I could feel my own frustration rising now. "Sophia, how am I supposed to know that?" She pointed at me. "Because you're my husband. You're supposed to know what matters to me." The volume in the room was getting higher now. "I do know what matters to you," I said, "but we're in debt. And you didn't even try to make it special." "I did try," I said, gesturing around. "I planned the day, I got you a gift. A dinner reservation is not a birthday trip." The conversation was no longer calm at all. She started pacing around the kitchen. "For 10 years my birthday has meant traveling somewhere new. That's the one tradition we've always had. And this year we can't afford it," I said. She turned back toward me, angry. "You didn't even look for anything. How do you know that?" "Because if you had, you would have surprised me with tickets." That's when the argument really crossed into something I didn't understand. "You wanted me to secretly buy tickets, after we agreed we couldn't afford it?" "Yes," she said immediately. "Because that's what a surprise is." I stared at her. "So you expected me to ignore everything we talked about?" "I expected you to care enough to try." At that point both of us were talking over each other. She was accusing me of not caring about her happiness. I was trying to explain that we literally had a conversation where we agreed not to travel. But the more I explained it, the angrier she got. Because according to her, that conversation was never supposed to mean what I thought it meant. And apparently I was the only person in the room who didn't realize that. At that point the argument stopped being about the birthday. It turned into something bigger. Sophia stood there staring at me like I had just admitted to something horrible. "You seriously didn't think to surprise me with a trip?" she said. I rubbed my face, already exhausted. "We literally talked about this," I said again. "You agreed we shouldn't travel this year." She shook her head immediately. I agreed because you were already shutting it down. That's not true. Yes, it is, she snapped. You already had your spreadsheet and your numbers and your speech ready. What was I supposed to do? Fight you over it? You could have said what you actually wanted. I shouldn't have to, she shot back. That was the moment I felt my patience finally crack. So I'm supposed to ignore what you say and guess your secret expectations? I said, louder than I meant to. The room went quiet for a second. Sophia didn't back down at all. You're supposed to care enough to surprise me, she said. I stared at her. Sophia, that makes no sense. It makes perfect sense. No, it doesn't, I said, shaking my head. You're basically telling me I'm wrong for believing what you said. She pointed at me again. You're wrong for not putting any effort into making my birthday special. I planned dinner, I took the day off work. That's the bare minimum. The words hung in the air for a second. Bare minimum. That one hit me harder than the rest. Bare minimum? I repeated. Yes. I felt the frustration building in my chest. For 10 years I've taken you all over the world for your birthdays, I said. Brazil, Europe, multiple countries this year alone. And they were amazing, she said, which is why it's so disappointing that you suddenly stopped caring. I didn't stop caring, I said. I started looking at reality. Reality? She scoffed. Yes, reality. The reality where we're paying off thousands of dollars from that Europe trip. She crossed her arms again. So now you're throwing that in my face? I'm not throwing anything in your face, I'm explaining why we can't just buy plane tickets every time you have a birthday. Her expression hardened. You make it sound like I'm some kind of burden. That's not what I said. It's exactly what you're implying. I ran my hand through my hair, completely frustrated now. You know what the real problem is? I said. What? She snapped. You're angry at me for believing you. She looked genuinely confused. What does that even mean? It means you told me you understood we couldn't travel this year. You agreed. And now you're acting like I failed some test because I didn't magically read your mind. That's not reading my mind, she said. That's understanding your wife. No, I said firmly. That's expecting me to ignore what you say and guess what you secretly want. The argument had officially hit full volume by that point. We weren't calmly discussing anything anymore. We were both standing in the kitchen raising our voices and throwing frustration at each other. And underneath the birthday argument, something deeper was surfacing. Her frustration about feeling unappreciated. My frustration about feeling like I was carrying the responsibility for our finances alone. And neither of us was backing down. At that point the fight had gotten so intense that I just wanted it to stop. The whole conversation had spiraled way past the original problem. We were no longer talking about one birthday trip. It felt like we were arguing about our entire relationship. So I did the one thing I thought might calm everything down. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. Fine, I said. Sophia stopped pacing and looked at me. What are you doing? I unlocked my phone and opened a flight search app. If traveling is what matters that much to you, then let's just go somewhere, I said. She stared at the screen as I started typing. Flights started popping up. Different cities, different prices. Look, I said, turning the phone toward her. There are flights leaving tomorrow morning. She didn't say anything yet. I kept scrolling. Mexico. Costa Rica. Even some domestic stuff if you want something quick. I looked back up at her. We can leave tomorrow if you want. The room went quiet. You want a birthday trip? I continued. Fine. Let's do it. I started clicking through options, half trying to prove a point and half genuinely hoping it might diffuse the situation. We can book something right now. Pack tonight. Be on a plane in the morning. She watched me for a few seconds. Then she asked quietly, are you serious? Yes, I said. If that's what you want. My thumb hovered over the select flight button. Just tell me where you want to go. At that moment I honestly thought I was fixing the problem. In my head it was simple. She wanted a trip. So I was offering a trip. I figured once she saw that I was willing to make it happen, the tension would drop and we could move forward. But the way Sophia was looking at me made it clear that wasn't what was about to happen. Sophia looked at the phone in my hand for a few seconds. I was still holding it out toward her, the screen showing a list of flights leaving the next morning. See? I said. We can still make this work, just tell me where you want to go. For a moment she didn't say anything. Then she shook her head. No. I blinked. What do you mean no? She stepped back from the counter like the phone itself annoyed her. I don't want it now. I lowered the phone slowly. You just spent 20 minutes yelling at me because we weren't traveling. And now you're only offering because I had to fight you for it. That's not true, I said. She laughed again, but it was the same cold laugh from earlier. Yes it is. I stared at her, completely confused. Sophia, I'm literally trying to fix the problem. No, she said flatly, you're trying to shut me up. That's not what I'm doing. Yes, it is, she replied. You didn't plan anything. You didn't surprise me. You didn't even try. And now suddenly you're like, fine, let's just go somewhere. I held the phone up again. I'm offering to book tickets right now. She waved her hand dismissively. It doesn't mean anything now. What do you mean it doesn't mean anything? Her voice got sharp again. Because now it's not a surprise. I stared at her. So? She looked directly at me. Now it's pity. The word hung in the air. It's not pity, I said. Yes it is, she insisted. You're only doing this because I forced the conversation. No, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm doing it because you're clearly upset and I want to fix it. She shook her head again. That's not the same thing. I felt like I was losing my grip on the logic of the conversation entirely. So, let me get this straight, I said slowly. If I don't plan a trip, I don't care about your birthday. But if I offer to plan one now, it doesn't count because it's not a surprise. She crossed her arms. Exactly. I let out a frustrated breath. So there's literally no way for me to win here. She didn't answer. She just looked at me like the problem was obvious and I was the only one too stupid to understand it. And that's when it hit me. No matter what I did at that point, it was going to be wrong. If I didn't book the trip, I was a husband who didn't care about her birthday. If I booked it now, I was only doing it because she forced me. I stood there in the kitchen holding my phone, flight options still open on the screen, realizing that somehow I had ended up in a situation where every possible choice made me the bad guy. And I honestly had no idea how to get out of it. At that point I was just exhausted. The flight search was still open on my phone, but I slowly lowered it and set it on the counter. The room felt heavy. Neither of us was yelling anymore, but the tension was still there. And honestly, something in me just snapped. Not in an angry way, more like a fine, let's just stop pretending kind of way. I walked over to the dining table and grabbed my laptop. Sophia watched me but didn't say anything. When I opened it, the spreadsheet from earlier was still there. The one I had made after the Europe trip. Credit cards, savings, monthly expenses, everything. I turned the screen toward her. Look, I said. She glanced at it but didn't move closer. I've already seen this. No, I said quietly. You saw part of it. I started clicking through tabs. This is everything. I opened the credit card statements. Then the travel loan balance. Then our checking account. Then the savings account. Every number. Flights to Greece. Hotels in Spain. Train tickets. Paris Hotel. All of it listed out. She leaned forward slightly now. You kept all this? Yes, I said. Because someone has to track it. She didn't respond. I clicked another tab. This is our savings after everything. She looked at the number. And for the first time since the argument started, her expression actually changed. That's lower than I thought. Yeah, I said. Then I opened the email from the fertility clinic. Remember when we talked to the doctor about trying for a baby this year? She nodded slowly. I turned the screen again so she could see the estimate. Initial consultation. Tests. Possible treatment cycles. A long list of numbers. This is the rough estimate they gave us, I said. Sophia's eyes moved down the page. She didn't say anything. The silence stretched for a few seconds. You said it might cost something, she said quietly. I said it might cost a lot, I replied. She leaned back from the table, staring at the screen. So if we did another trip right now? I finished the sentence for her. We'd probably have to delay the whole baby plan. She didn't argue. Didn't raise her voice. Didn't accuse me of not caring. For the first time since the fight started, Sophia was completely quiet. The kitchen stayed quiet for a while after that. Sophia was still staring at the laptop screen, scrolling slowly through the spreadsheet. I didn't say anything else. At that point I felt like I had already said everything there was to say. After a minute she pointed at one of the columns. What's this? That's the monthly breakdown, I said. Rent, utilities, insurance, credit cards. She kept scrolling. Then she pointed at another section. And this? That's the stuff I cut. She looked at me. What do you mean cut? I leaned against the counter and crossed my arms. Stuff I stopped spending money on. She looked back at the screen. There were a bunch of small entries there. Things that normally wouldn't even be noticeable on a monthly budget. Gym membership. Streaming services. My weekend golf outings with coworkers. A couple of hobby subscriptions I used to have. I canceled most of that stuff after the Europe trip, I said. She scrolled a little further. What about this? She asked. That's overtime. Now she looked up at me again. You've been working extra hours? Yeah. How long? Since we got back from Europe. Her eyes went back to the spreadsheet again. There were rows showing additional income from overtime shifts at work. Nothing huge. But enough to slowly chip away at the debt. I didn't know you were doing that, she said. You didn't ask, I replied. That wasn't meant as an attack. It just came out flat. She scrolled again. Then she noticed another column. What's this note? That's stuff I delayed buying. She read a few of the entries out loud. New laptop. Car maintenance. Winter jacket. She looked up again. You needed those things. Yeah, I said. But they weren't urgent. Another long silence filled the room. For the first time since the argument started, Sophia didn't look angry. She looked unsettled. Like she was realizing something she hadn't thought about before. "I thought you were just being strict about money," she said quietly. "I'm trying to fix the mess we made," I replied. She didn't argue with that. Instead, she slowly closed the laptop and pushed it back toward me. The shift in her posture was noticeable. Her shoulders weren't tense anymore. Her voice wasn't sharp. The anger that had filled the room earlier was fading, replaced by something heavier. Something closer to realization. For a while, neither of us moved. The laptop was closed now, sitting on the table between us like some kind of uncomfortable truth we had both been avoiding. Sophia was leaning against the counter again, but the anger that had been there earlier was gone. She looked tired more than anything. Finally she spoke. "I didn't realize it was that bad." I shrugged. "I didn't want to ruin the trip while we were there." She nodded slowly. Then she looked down at the floor for a moment before speaking again. "I think I know why I got so upset." I waited. She took a breath. "It wasn't just about the trip." That surprised me a little. "What do you mean?" She leaned back against the counter and crossed her arms, but this time it wasn't defensive. "Those trips, they became our thing," she said. "My birthday meant we were going somewhere new. It was like this tradition that proved we were still living life, you know?" I nodded slightly. "And when you said we weren't traveling this year," she continued, "it felt like that tradition was just gone." Her voice softened. "And I guess it scared me." "Scared you?" "Yeah," she said. "Like things were changing. Like we were becoming one of those couples that just stays home and talks about bills all the time." I didn't respond right away. Because in a way, that was exactly what had been happening. After a moment I said, "I wasn't trying to take anything away from you." She looked up at me. "I know that now." I gestured toward the laptop. "I was just trying to protect our future." "Future with kids," she said quietly. "Yeah." The room went quiet again. Then Sophia sighed and rubbed her forehead. "I shouldn't have exploded like that." I didn't say anything. She looked directly at me. "And I definitely shouldn't have expected you to read my mind." I gave a small half smile. "That would have helped." She shook her head slightly. "I said we wouldn't travel this year. I should have meant what I said." I nodded. "And I probably should have asked how you actually felt about it," I admitted. She looked a little surprised by that. "I assumed when you agreed, you were okay with it." "I wasn't," she said. "But I didn't want to keep arguing about money. So instead it all came out 3 days before your birthday," I said. She gave a tired laugh. "Yeah. Not my best moment." The tension that had filled the apartment earlier was finally gone. No yelling. No accusation. Just two people standing in the kitchen realizing that the fight had never really been about plane tickets. It was about expectations neither of us had actually said out loud. Sophia walked over and wrapped her arms around me. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "I'm sorry too," I replied. There wasn't going to be a birthday trip this year. But for the first time since the argument started, that didn't feel like the end of the world anymore. "Brother stole $35,000 from my laptop. Forgive him, it's just money," Dad yelled. I smiled. He didn't know he just forgave his own secret retirement fund. "This is Benjamin." At the age of 37, my brother broke into my laptop and stole $35,000 from what he believed to be my savings account. He did this, without my knowledge. When I learned out, my father came to a rage. "He has a financial burden. Try not to be greedy. Families are able to assist one another." It was not me who called the police. In light of the fact that it was not my own personal savings, I simply grinned. Dad wanted me to administer his hidden retirement fund, and I was tasked with doing so. Please let me know where you guys are tuning in from in the comments section before I tell you about the time his face turned a ghostly white color. All of them were read by me in their entirety. In order to comprehend the reason behind my smile rather than my scream, it is necessary to comprehend the evening in which it took place. In the middle of April, on a Tuesday, tax season had begun. You are aware of the situation. I am employed as a financial analyst, but in addition to that, I also work in private accounting. Therefore, the month of April is essentially a month in which sleep is not a must but rather a suggestion. My home office was filled with reams of receipts and 3 empty coffee mugs, and I was sitting in the middle of them all. The only source of illumination was the light emanating from my 2 displays. It was 3:42 inches the morning. I had the sensation that I had been staring into a sandstorm since my eyes were burning, dry, and gritty. A buzzing sound came from my phone on the desk, just as I was going to turn off my computer for the night. The sound of the vibration hitting the wood was a rapid-fire, forceful hum that is typically indicative of an emergency situation. I took a quick look at it, anticipating a frantic email from a customer, or possibly a scam call. The bank had sent a notification to the customer. A wire transfer was initiated, with a debit of $35,000. Those who receive crypto, X. My eyes were fixed on the television. As a result of tiredness, my thinking feels sluggish. The time it took to process the numbers was a full 15 seconds. $35,000 has been spent. Following that, I sat up straight in my chair. Instantaneously, the feeling of exhaustion vanished, and it was immediately replaced with a rush of adrenaline that raced straight through my chest. After grabbing the mouse, I proceeded to visit the banking portal and log in. The tiny tremors in my fingers caused me to accidentally press the wrong keys, which resulted in me having to retype my password. Why don't you try? Why don't you try? When the dashboard was loaded, there is a balance on the account that has the number 7,823. Zero was the balance in the high-interest savings account. Initially, I was concerned about identity theft. My firewall had been breached by a hacker who was hiding in a basement located halfway across the planet. The procedure was initiated without delay by me. I am excellent at this. My job is to keep track of the money. I was able to retrieve the access logs for both my own server and that of my router. I required the IP address to be displayed. Whether it was a proxy server from China or Russia, I was prepared to see it. On the other hand, I became completely immobile when the log appeared. Outside forces were not responsible for the access. It originated from a piece of hardware known as Trevor's MacBook Pro. My respiration came to a halt. To put it another way, I stopped breathing. I kept my gaze fixed on the name that was displayed on the screen until the letters began to blur. My younger brother's name is Trevor. After being booted out of his previous residence by his landlord, he had been sleeping at my parents' house for the past 4 months. My parents are located approximately 25 minutes away. But let me tell you something. It had been 8 months since I had given Trevor the password to my Wi-Fi network when he came over for Thanksgiving. Even though his laptop had automatically connected to my network, he was not present at my residence. He was at his mother and father's house. I dug a little deeper. I looked over the logs for the remote desktop. The remote access to my PC had been accomplished by someone using TeamViewer. My parents' home was the source of the connection, which was established using their IP address. Having this knowledge hit me like a blow to the belly in the bodily sense. It wasn't unidentified at all. It turned out to be my brother. My personal login was a version of the name of our childhood dog, and I had sent the money to a cryptocurrency exchange. He had connected into my computer remotely, most likely guessing my password because I had made the idiotic mistake of using both of these names. 35 grand was stolen from me by him. In the aftermath, there was not a lot of wrath. It was as chilly as ice. I began to feel it in my gut, and it eventually extended to my fingertips. My voice was not heard. It is not true that I threw the coffee mug. I just took up my phone and dialed his number while I was using it. There was a continuous ringing sound. His voice was sluggish as he said, "Hello. Alternately, you may try acting groggy." "Trevor?" I questioned. Upon hearing my own voice, I found that it sounded odd, quiet, dispassionate, and mechanical. "Did you enjoy the transfer?" Silence. Dead silence on the other end. Then, a rustling sound that sounded like he was sitting up in bed made his way through the room. "What are you talking about, Benjamin?" "It's 3:30 inches the morning. The $35,000, Trevor, the wire transfer, that you just started from my computer via remote desktop." "What are you talking about?" "The one that went to a crypto exchange." I don't know what you're talking about, man. You're crazy. Maybe you got hacked." He was stammering. He's always been a terrible liar. "The IP address is mom and dad's house." "Trevor, the device is your MacBook. Don't lie to me. You stole $35,000. Look, Benjamin, chill out." "Okay." His tone shifted instantly from denial to defensiveness. "That's Trevor's signature move. I didn't steal it. I borrowed it. I'm going to double it. I have a sure thing. This new coin, it's going to the moon, man. I was going to put it back before you even woke up. You transferred it to a crypto exchange. Are you insane?" I stood up, pacing my small office. "Transfer it back now." "What do you mean you can't?" he murmured. "I can't," he said once more. I have previously utilized it. For the next 48 hours, it is trapped in a smart contract. Listen to me, Benjamin. I promise you that by the time tomorrow night rolls around, it will be 70 grand. I'll return 40 back to you." "Seriously?" I said, hanging up since I was unable to take in any more of his irrational reasoning related to gambling addiction. I was about to dial 911, my finger was hovering over the keypad. This was grand larceny. This was a felony. This was prison time. Then my phone rang. It wasn't the police. It was Dad. Trevor, the coward, had immediately run down the hall to wake up Daddy. "Benjamin." Dad's voice was rough, sleep-heavy, but firm. "The cops should not be called. It was $35,000 that he stole. Dad, he hacked my computer. I know. It's true. I was informed that he had made a mistake. It's a panic attack. However, you are not going to ruin your brother's life because of money. You are not going to ruin his life? His own life was taken from him. The money in question belongs to me, Dad. We will talk about this in the morning. Get over here right away. As a family, we need to deal with this situation. I'm calling the police, I said, my fingers shaking. If you call the police, my father growled, his voice lowering an octave and getting more menacing. You will never step foot in this house again. Are you able to hear me? One of your brothers is he. Families are able to assist one another. To get here, you need get in your car. As I stood there in the dimly lit office, I murmured, we will fix this. The silence of the house pressing in on me. I looked at the empty bank account on the screen. I looked at the phone. I felt a strange shift inside me. A gear turning, a lock clicking into place. Okay, I said softly. I'll be there in 25 minutes. I grabbed my keys. I didn't call the cops because, as I walked to my car, I remembered something. I recalled the specific account that Trevor had emptied. In his haste and his greed, he had not checked the account owner's name. He had only seen savings, and a large number. He believed that he had stolen my money. My father believed that he had stolen my money. This gave me an idea. I drove to my parents' house in a day. The streets were empty. The street lights were flashing like strobe lights, and my grip on the steering wheel was so tight that my knuckles were white. In order to comprehend why I did not simply turn the car around and drive to the precinct, you must first comprehend the dynamic that exists within our family. Furthermore, it is of utmost importance that you comprehend the history of that particular bank account. I've always been the responsible one, the boring one, the one who went to college, got a degree in finance, got a certified public accountant, and got a steady job with a salary and a 401k. Trevor. Trevor was the wild spirit. That's what Mom called him. He was the dreamer. He dropped out of college to start a drop-shipping business, which was unsuccessful. After that, he attempted to become a day trader, but he was unsuccessful. After that, he tried to become an influencer, but he was unsuccessful. Every time he crashed and burned, his father was there with a fire extinguisher and a checkbook. However, 3 years ago, the dynamic changed. My parents' marriage has been rocky for a decade. They are not divorced, but they live parallel lives. My mother spends her time attending church and participating in her garden club. Dad spends his time at the golf course and investing. He had inherited a piece of land in Texas from his great-aunt, but his mother was unaware of it. The land was a strange, forgotten piece of scrubland that nobody thought was worth anything until an oil company decided they needed to run a pipeline through it. Dad sold the land in a stealthy manner. He netted about $185,000 after taxes. He didn't tell Mom. He definitely didn't tell Trevor. He called me. I remember the day clearly. He took me out to lunch at a steakhouse, something he rarely did. He ordered a scotch, looked me in the eye, and slid a check across the table. I need a favor, Benjamin, he said. I looked at the check. What exactly is this, Dad? That concludes my golden years. When he came in closer, he lowered his voice and said, my real retirement, not the pittance your mother and I have in the joint account. He continued. If your mother finds out about this, she will want to renovate the kitchen, take a cruise, or give it to the church. It was with a shudder that he said, if Trevor finds out, he will beg for every cent until it is gone. So, what steps would you like me to take? I would like for you to apply for a bank account in your name. You are able to handle it. Stay away from it. It is best to keep it hidden, but if you are able to grow it, you should. As a management fee, I will agree to pay you 7% of the interest that it generates. To the contrary, it is your money on paper. My response was reluctant. Dad, hiding assets isn't exactly what it is, I said. If anyone asks, it's your savings. It's not hiding assets, Benjamin, he said, biting into his steak. It's not hiding assets, it's protecting assets. I am standing guard over our future. This money is what will keep me out of a nursing home that is run by the state when I reach an age where I am no longer able to work. Have faith in me. The intelligent person is you. I was looking for his approval, and that was the hook. You are an intelligent person. I always wanted his approval, so I did it. I opened a high-yield savings account under my name, but I gave it the nickname Project T in my personal ledger. I deposited the money. Over the course of the past 3 years, Dad had dipped into it a few times, always for emergencies, always secretly, but for the most part, it just sat there, accumulating interest. That account had approximately $35,000 in liquid cash in it by the time Trevor hacked my computer. The rest of the money was locked up in long-term bonds that couldn't be easily accessed. Trevor, being lazy, had grabbed the liquid cash. However, here is where the financial ruin twisting knife comes into play. Dad assumes, and he fully believes, that I have my own savings. And I do. Trevor did not hack my bank. Rather, he hacked the bank where I kept Dad's money. However, as I was driving to their house tonight, I realized that neither of them knew that I had a substantial amount of money saved up because I live below my means. However, my personal money is in a completely different bank specifically to avoid mixing funds with Dad's secret stash. When Trevor was arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol 5 years ago, my father paid the attorney $7,500 and instructed me, "Don't tell your mother." When Trevor racked up $18,000 in credit card debt paying for merchandise for his unsuccessful sneaker business, my father paid it off. He's learning, I told myself. It's time for Benjamin to take a break. During the time when Trevor used my name to open a utility account for his apartment because his credit score was 450, my father made me promise that I would not bring charges against him. "He's your brother," he said. He needed lights. I was always the cushion. I was always the one expected to absorb the impact of Trevor's disasters. But, not this time. As I pulled into their driveway, seeing the lights on in the living room at 4:15 a.m., I felt a strange sense of calm settling over me. It was the calm of a man who just realized he held a royal flush while his opponents were bluffing with a pair of twos. I turned off the ignition. I checked my reflection in the rearview mirror. I looked tired, yes. But I practiced a smile. A sad, defeated, compliant smile. If Dad wanted to play the family helps family card, I was going to let him play it. I was going to let him play it all the way to the bitter end. I walked up the steps and opened the front door. The house smelled like stale coffee and anxiety. I walked into the living room. It was a scene I'd witnessed a dozen times before, just with different stakes. Mom was asleep upstairs. Dad had managed to keep this quiet from her. Naturally, the men's club of dysfunction was in session. Trevor was sitting on the couch with his head in his hands, looking like a tragic figure in a bad soap opera. He was wearing his pajamas. When I entered the room, he looked up, his eyes red-rimmed, fake tears, real panic. When it came to Trevor, it was always a 50-over-50 split. Dad was standing by the fireplace with his arms crossed and wearing his bathrobe. "You're here," Dad yelled. Not, "Hello," not, "I'm sorry." "I'm here," I answered, keeping my voice quiet. "Where is the money, Trevor?" In spite of the fact that he appeared to be furious, I realized as I got closer that the anger was not focused at the thief but rather at the situation. "I told you, Benjamin," Trevor sniffled. "I told you. The answer lies in the transaction. The graph is heading higher, but I won't be able to move it for the next 48 hours. I solemnly swear that by tomorrow at noon, I will be able to repay you and keep the profit. It is theft that you stole $35,000. I said, ignoring his crypto bro drivel. "That is theft. It is a prison here." Dad yelled at me to stop saying that. And then he walked over to me and stood between me and Trevor, thereby physically preventing me from communicating with my brother. "Nobody will be sent to jail or prison. Try to keep your volume down. Currently, your mother is resting." "Dad, he hacked my computer," I stated with the appropriate amount of disbelief in my voice. "He used a remote access tool that is specifically designed for remote access. It requires some planning. He did not simply happen to stumble upon it. He's been keeping an eye on me." "Look, I wasn't spying," Trevor yelled out. Quite some time ago, I installed it in the event that I wanted to borrow a file or whatever else later on. My situation was hopeless, Benjamin. The folks I owe money to, people who are bad. In the event that I could not come up with $35,000 by Monday, they threatened to break my legs. There it was, the enigmatic loan shark excuse, a timeless piece of music that may be found on the compilation of Trevor's greatest hits. "What? You steal from your family?" I inquired. I had borrowed it from it. "Enough is enough. Benjamin, would you please have a seat?" Dad slapped his hand down on the coffee table. I did not sit down. Rather, I kept my position and said, "Dad, I want my money back. Alternatively, I will be making a report with the police. I am in possession of the logs. It is in my possession." After taking a long breath and massaging his temples, Dad glanced at me with that expression. It was the look of a dissatisfied patriarch who was dealing with a subject that was defiant. In the beginning, he began by saying, "Benjamin," with his voice taking on that authoritative tone, "look at your brother. Take note of him. He is a complete disaster. He is frightened. He made a deplorable decision in his view." I said, "A felony, as a correction." The father yelled out, "It was a mistake. He's in debt. He's going to drown. You are. Your health is doing well. You just received that promotion approximately 1 month ago, didn't you? It is your investments that you have. That condo is yours to keep. You do not have any children, and you do not have any debt." As I heard it out loud, I couldn't help but blink. Although I was aware of where this was going, it was still a breathtaking experience. "Therefore, because I am responsible, I deserve to be robbed." "It's not robbery," Dad answered, giving a dismissive wave of his hand. "It's family. Families are able to assist one another. When you were younger, you would pick up Trevor if he happened to fall down. You are responsible for that. Your brother is the one who is older. I'm not his ATM, Dad. Don't be greedy, Benjamin. Benjamin's father yelled at him. A dry, humorless sound came out of my mouth as I chuckled. The word, greedy, lingered in the air. I am greedy. He took $35,000 from me. And you have more, Dad said. You have plenty at your disposal. Listen to what I have to say. If you call the police, Trevor will be arrested and imprisoned. It is too late for him. Would you like it to happen? Would you like to be the reason that your brother has a record of illegal activity? Would you like to put your mother through a heartbreak? The use of weaponized guilt and emotional blackmail were only two of the many things he was doing. All right, Dad, what do you have to say? In response, I asked, I just eat a loss of $35,000. Following a glance at Trevor, Dad turned his attention back to me and squared his shoulders. Yes, you let it go, I said, as I glanced at him. Allow it to go. You should think of it as a donation, Dad added, seeking to find the right words to express his thoughts. A contribution to preserving your brother. He will repay you at some point in the future. We all knew that was a lie, but for the time being, you choose to disregard it, you choose not to report it, you choose not to inform your mother, and you choose to pay off the debt. I looked at Trevor, who was holding his breath and watching me through his fingers. He appeared to be a child who was waiting to find out if he was going to get ice cream or a timeout. I looked at my father, who was defiant and arrogant in his demand. He was convinced that he had the right to redistribute my wealth because he was the father. However, he failed to remember one very important particular. He failed to remember that the savings account that Trevor drained was the account that he had asked me to set up. At that moment, I had a choice. I could scream, "That's your money, you old fool." I could reveal the secret. I could watch them panic. However, if I did that, Dad would force Trevor to pay it back. Or Dad would sell something to replace it. Or even worse, Dad would blame me for allowing it to be stolen. He would twist it. So, it was my fault for having inadequate security. However, that wasn't sufficient punishment. I needed to lock this in. I needed to make sure that there was no way out for them when the truth emerged. Okay, I responded, having a low tone in my voice. When my father saw how swiftly I folded, he blinked in surprise. I replied, okay, and then I asked, you want me to let it go? Do you want me to give Trevor this sum of $35,000 as a present in order to get him out of danger? In your capacity as my father, you are advising me that I should not anticipate receiving this money back, and that I should not involve the authorities. Yes, Dad answered, releasing a massive sigh of relief. That is exactly what I meant. It is the right thing to do from a Christian perspective. It is the kind of thing that a good brother does. Then you make a promise? While I was looking my father in the eye, I made a statement that we would never again discuss the matter of money. The debt has been paid off in full. I promise, the father answered. It would be buried. It's gone. Thank you, Benjamin, Trevor choked out. Indeed. I am extremely grateful to you. You won't be sorry you did this. As I brought out my phone, I looked at my brother, and realized that I would not do it. What exactly are you doing? Suspicious, Dad inquired about it. I lied and replied, I'm just turning off the fraud alert. I then accessed my voice memo app and stopped the recording that I had started the moment I came into the house. I'm going home, I said. I'm tired. Dad gave me a heavy, condescending pat on the shoulder and said, good man. He then went on to say, I knew you'd do the right thing. I walked out of the house into the cool night air. I got in my car, drove around the corner, and pulled over. I replayed the recording. Dad's voice was crystal clear. Don't be greedy. Consider it a contribution. You write it off. I smiled. A real smile this time. They wanted me to let it go. So, I did. I let go of Dad's retirement fund. I had a very important meeting to arrange, so I called Olivia. Olivia has been my friend since college. She is a contract lawyer. She is as sharp as an attack, and twice as dangerous. She is also the only person outside of my family who knew about Dad's secret fund, because she assisted me in drafting the original management agreement that Dad refused to sign because he didn't want a paper trail. The next morning, the sun came up, but I didn't feel the usual hangover that comes with not getting enough sleep. I felt energized. I had work to do. I called in sick. It was a mental health day. I had a very important meeting to arrange. I called Olivia. Olivia has been my friend since college. She is sharp as an attack, and twice as dangerous. We got together in a coffee shop in the middle of the city, which was a long way from where Dad or Trevor might have seen us. Trevor stole $35,000, Olivia stated as she stared at me over her latte. Let me get this straight, she continued. Since your father believes that it is your money, he has instructed you to take the loss, but in reality, it is your father's money. You concurred with me. Note. After making the correction I stated, I have it on tape, I agreed to let it go. Her eyebrows rose higher and higher as she listened to the recording, and when it was over, she let out a low whistle. I played the recording for her. "I love it, but you need to cover your ass," she replied with a grin spreading across her face. "Benjamin, this is diabolical," she remarked. "You are the rightful owner of the account from a legal standpoint. It is necessary for you to provide evidence that your father gave his permission for this use of funds in the event that he later sues you for mismanagement or negligence." I responded by saying, "That is the reason I am here. How can I lock him in without them finding out the secret?" With a tap of her pen on the table, Olivia said, "Please send the casual confirmation via email. In order to confirm the family resolution, you should create a paper trail that gives the impression that you are simply being a wonderful son." We spent the next hour drafting the perfect email. It had to be vague enough not to trigger Dad's paranoia about the secret fund, but specific enough to identify the transaction. Subject: resolving last night's issue. "Hi, Dad. Just wanted to confirm our conversation from last night so I can put this behind me mentally. Per your request, I am canceling any police report regarding the unauthorized transfer of $35,000 from the savings account under my management on May 22nd. I understand that you want this treated as family assistance for Trevor, and that I am to let it go and not seek repayment. I'm doing this out of respect for you and the family. I hope this helps Trevor get back on his feet. Love, Benjamin." After I pushed the submit button, I began the waiting game. Although my father is not very good with technology, he does check his email on his phone. 2 hours later, my phone rang, and I received a response from him. He said, "Thank you, son. I am proud of you. Let's move forward. Don't bring it up to your mother." In other words, the message was signed, sealed, and delivered. Olivia congratulated me with a high five after I showed her the email and said, "You are legally foolproof." Additionally, he gave his explicit authorization for the debt to be cancelled in relation to that transfer. He is under the impression that he is releasing a debt that he owes to you, but the savings account that I handle is specifically designed to cover the secret money. But I wasn't done. I went to the bank that afternoon, the bank where my actual money was. I have a significant amount saved. Ironically, almost exactly the same amount Dad had in his secret fund, plus some investments. I moved everything. I closed my accounts at the bank Dad used. I opened new accounts at a completely different financial institution. I set up two-factor authentication with a hardware key. I changed every password I owned. I ran a military-grade virus scan on my laptop, and just to be safe, I wiped the hard drive and reinstalled the operating system. I scrubbed Trevor's digital fingerprints from my life. That night, I received a text from Trevor. "Hey bro, crypto crashed, lost it all. Sorry, but thanks for being cool about it. Dad says you are a hero." I stared at the text. Lost it all. Of course he did. There was no sure thing. He probably dumped it into some pump and dump scam or just gambled it away on online poker. He wasn't sorry. The LOL proved that. He thought he had gotten away with it. He thought the Bank of Benjamin was open for business, and the penalty for robbery was a stern lecture and a hug. I did not respond. Instead, I poured myself a glass of wine, sat on my balcony, and looked at the lights of the city. I was experiencing a peculiar sense of mourning. I was mourning the brother I wished I had. I was mourning the father I wished I had, but most of all, I was waiting. I was aware of Dad's pattern. He would ignore the secret fund for months at a time, allowing it to grow. However, eventually, he would want to check on his nest egg or he would find another investment. This process took 4 months. Summer arrived. I stopped going to Sunday dinners. I told my mother that I was busy with work. My father didn't push it. He probably thought that I was still sulking about the money. He liked that. He liked thinking that I was making a sacrifice for him. He fed his ego. The humidity in the city increased, and so did the silence between me and my family. After that, I received a phone call on August 15th. I was sitting at my desk at work when my father called. It was 11:45 a.m. "Benjamin." He seemed enthusiastic and out of breath. "I am counting on you to visit me tonight. In addition, bring the laptop." "How are you doing, Dad?" I asked while maintaining a neutral tone of voice. "I found it," he recalled. "It was a commercial property that was in foreclosure but was located just outside of town. This guy is in a great need. Fast cash is what he needs. In a year, if I am able to put down a deposit by Monday, I will be able to sell it for twice as much. This is the opportunity of a lifetime." "Okay," I responded. "How much do you require?" "Whatever is it?" It was his words. "Pull it all. Each and every fund. I would appreciate it if you could either bring me access or a cashier's check, please. This evening, we will wire it directly from your PC. It is my intention to present the seller with evidence of monies tomorrow morning." As my heart pounded against my ribs, I knew that this was the end. "Sure, Dad," I responded by saying, "I'll be there at 8. After hanging up, I sat there for a while, listening to the hum of the office air conditioning. I felt sick, not scared, sick, like I was about to watch a car crash that I had cut the brake lines for. I printed out the bank statement for the account that ended in 7,823. I put it in a crisp manila envelope. I put the envelope in my briefcase. I drove to my parents' house, where the atmosphere was festive. Mom was out at her book club. Dad always timed these things when she was absent. Trevor was there, eating a pizza on the couch, appearing relaxed. He had obviously forgotten about the incident that occurred in May. There was no reason for him to forget about it given that he faced no consequences. My father greeted me with a broad grin and poured me a glass of scotch. "Party tonight, boys," he said. "Benjamin, it is going to be this property that will set us up. Next year, I'm considering taking my retirement at long last." Without even realizing it, he was already rebuilding the kitchen and purchasing the boat. He was spending the money in his thoughts. I remarked, "That sounds great, Dad," as I took the drink, but I didn't take a moment to drink it. After rubbing his hands together, Dad said, "All right, let's get down to business." He then proceeded to open the magic box. "Let's take a shot at the sum. If we take interest, we ought to be in a comfortable position." I positioned my briefcase on the dining table, and Trevor, who was chewing on a slice of pepperoni, came over to the situation. "Would it be possible for me to receive a share for locating the emotional support?" He made a joke. I did not smile as I opened the briefcase. I did not remove my laptop from the case, rather, I removed the manila envelope. "I did not bring the computer," I stated. "However, I did bring the most recent statement." He appeared to be perplexed. "Why is that? We need to transfer it." "Read it first," I said, sliding the envelope across the mahogany table. Dad picked it up. He opened the flap. He pulled out the single sheet of paper. He adjusted his reading glasses. He stared at the paper. The silence that followed was heavy. It was thick. "You could drown in it." "Benjamin," the father asked, his voice quivering slightly, "is this a joke?" "It is not a joke," I said. "It states." Dad looked up, his eyes widening in confusion, and asked, "Where is the money?" The computer screen displayed a balance of $67.33. "There ought to be more than $35,000 in this room. Where is the remaining portion?" Trevor paused his munching and peered at the paper before turning his attention to me. "Benjamin, where is my money?" he asked. The voice of the father grew louder. "Did you transfer it to a different fund?" "No," I responded in a composed manner. "It was removed." Dad scowled and furrowed his brow as his brain attempted to make sense of the situation. "May 22nd, he said. That's..." He froze. He looked at Trevor. Trevor's face went the color of curdled milk. He dropped the pizza crust. "Wait," Dad whispered. He turned back to me. "May 22nd. The night ended with that." "That was the night Trevor hacked my computer," I replied. "That was the night he transferred $35,000 to a cryptocurrency exchange." However, my father shook his head, appearing to be a man attempting to solve a physics equation while falling off a cliff. "But you said that was your money." "We were in agreement." "No, Dad," I responded, leaning forward, "you assumed it was my savings." "That was your savings," I continued. "That is not something I ever stated." Trevor gained access to the account with the number 7,823. "You requested that I open that particular account for you. That was Project T. That was your retirement fund." My father produced a sound that I had never heard before. It was a high-pitched wheeze that sounded like someone was strangling on something. He grasped the edge of the table and said, "You," pointing a finger that was shaking. "You let him. You told me. You told me to let it go," I said, my voice cutting through the air like a razor. "You told me don't be greedy. You informed me that family always supports family. You advised me to write it off as a contribution to the cause of preserving my brother. I was under the impression that it was your money," Dad roared. He swept the scotch glass off the table. It shattered against the wall. "You deceived me." I started to stand up and said, "I did exactly what you asked me to do. I didn't trick you. It was your insistence that I pardon the debt. Additionally, you confirmed it to me via email. Keep in mind, son, I am extremely proud of you." As Trevor was making his way towards the living room, his father turned to him and said, "Let's move forward." Trevor was backing away from the living room. "I solemnly swear. Benjamin's was the one I assumed it was. I had the impression that he was wealthy. You stole my money." Dad approached him, recognizing that he was no longer the protective patriarch, but rather a predator. "You threw my retirement into a crypto scam," Dad said. "It simply happened by chance." With a shriek, Trevor asked, "And you?" Dad turned his attention back to me and said, "You allowed this to take place. That may have been avoided by you. You had the option of calling the police." I made an effort. When I finally managed to let out all of my frustration, I yelled back. I attempted to call the police. When you called me, I was getting ready to call 911. In the event that I spoke out against him, you threatened to expel me from the family. You shielded the thief because you believed that I was the only person who had been victimized. Give it back, Dad hissed, extending his hand. Give me the money. Benjamin, I am aware that you possess financial resources. Put an end to this, I replied. No, I'd like you to write me a check right away. No. What happened to that money, Dad? Trevor misplaced it. Moreover, I am not your financial protection plan. Because I am not your bank. The intention was for you to save him. You are very welcome. You have just used your own money to do that. I will sue you for every penny, yelled the father, leaving a trail of spittle flying from his mouth. I will sue you. When I pulled out my phone, I tapped the screen and played the recording. Don't be greedy, Benjamin, I said. Go ahead. It should be considered a contribution. It is dismissed by you. The voice of his father filled the room, mocking him as he stared at the phone, looked at Trevor, and looked at the shattered glass. He came to the realization that he was confined within a cage that he had constructed himself. The violence was not cinematic, rather, it was pitiful. Instead of punching Trevor, Dad lunged at him and grabbed him by the collar of his t-shirt. They wrestled clumsily into the living room, knocking over a lamp. You useless parasite. Dad yelled at Trevor. It was the father who was yelling. That was everything. That money was coming from my pipeline. Get that off of me, Trevor pushed Dad. Dad stumbled back and fell onto the couch, breathing hard, clutching his chest. Stop it. Despite the fact that I did not move to intervene, I yelled out, would you both please stop? Dad glared at Trevor with pure hatred. It was the first time I'd ever seen him look at the golden child without the rose-colored glasses. The money was gone. The spell was broken. Get out, Dad wheezed. Dad, wait, Trevor pleaded. Get out. The father yelled out. Get out of my house. Oh, you thief. You stole from your own father, didn't you? I'm sorry, I apologize. He looked at me and said, Benjamin, tell him that Trevor was crying now. He was acting very ugly. I turned my attention to Trevor, the brother who had bullied me, used me, and stolen from me. He was always hiding behind my father's legs. I can't help you, Trevor, I said. I'm just the greedy one. She looked at me. Keep in mind? Trevor ran out the front door. We heard his car start and peel out of the driveway. Silence returned to the room. Dad sat on the couch, head in his hands. He looked old, suddenly incredibly old. Benjamin, he whispered. He didn't look up. Fix this, please. Certainly, you have some savings. You have to aid me in this. I responded by saying, Mom isn't going to find out from me. And then I added, but I'm not giving you a dime. Dad looked up, his eyes wet with tears, and asked, how can you be so cruel? I pointed to the door that was empty and said, I am your father, and he is my brother. I then said, you taught me that family cares for family. As it happens, you just assisted him. $35,000. You gave it to him. Your pride is well deserved. There was a lot of generosity in that gift. It wasn't a gift at all. It was when it was my money, I said in a chilly tone. It only became a theft when it turned out to be yours. I picked up my briefcase and asked, where are you going? The tone of his voice became increasingly anxious as he asked, I'm going home. You can't leave me like this, because I have work tomorrow. What am I going to actually do? I'm not sure, Dad, Dad said. I entered the room and walked to the door. Benjamin, maybe you should have given that some thought before you told a victim to be quiet and take it. If you walk out of that door, you won't be able to come back, yelled the father. When I finally came to a stop, I turned around for the very last time and said, Dad, you used that threat 4 months ago. At that time, it was successful. As a result of anything that I've realized, it is no longer effective. I have no need for you. You need me, and you just lost me. I walked out. I closed the door gently behind me. I got in my car. My hands weren't shaking this time. I felt light. I felt like I had just dropped a heavy backpack I'd been carrying for 35 years. My phone started blowing up immediately. Text from Dad. Calls from Trevor. Benjamin, please. Brat. You are so ungrateful. We can work this out. I didn't block them. Not yet. I wanted to see them panic. I wanted to watch the consequences unfold. I drove home, the city skyline glittering ahead of me. I thought about the $35,000. It was a lot of money, but as I merged onto the highway, I realized it was the best money I had ever spent. It was the price of my freedom. The silence of my new apartment was different from the silence in my old home office. It wasn't the heavy, suffocating silence of anxiety or the waiting game. It was the silence of peace. It has been exactly 16 months since I walked out of my parents' house, leaving a shattered scotch glass and a shattered family on the floor. 16 months of no contact. 1. 6 months of blocking unknown numbers. 16 months of finally breathing oxygen that wasn't tainted by guilt. I was standing on my balcony, holding a cup of espresso, made with a machine that cost more than my first car. Looking out over the skyline. It was a Saturday morning. The air was crisp. My phone buzzed on the patio table. I didn't flinch. I didn't feel that old spike of cortisol. I picked it up. It was a notification from my investment portfolio. My personal assets, the ones I had aggressively protected and moved to a new institution, were up 15% this quarter. I had just closed a deal at work that secured my promotion to senior analyst. My salary had nearly doubled. I had a girlfriend, Jessica, who knew the whole story and, unlike my family, actually respected my boundaries. Life was good. It was boring, stable, and incredibly good. But the universe has a way of balancing the scales. You can't have this much peace without someone else paying the price for the chaos. The buzzer to my building rang. I frowned. I wasn't expecting anyone. I checked the video intercom. It was a woman. She was wearing a large sun hat and sunglasses, looking like she was trying to be incognito, but failing miserably. It was Aunt Michelle, Dad's sister, the family's official historian and unofficial stirring spoon. I debated not buzzing her in. I really did. But curiosity is a dangerous thing. And part of me, the part that had smiled when I drove away that night, wanted to know. I wanted the epilogue. Come up, I said into the intercom. 8 minutes later, Aunt Michelle was sitting on my white leather sofa, looking around my apartment with a mixture of awe and judgment. She clutched her purse like it contained state secrets. "You've done well for yourself, Benjamin," she said, her voice tight. "Very well, considering." "Considering what, Aunt Michelle?" As I placed a coaster down for her water, I inquired. I did not offer her coffee because I believed that coffee was just for guests. "Considering that you abandoned your family in their darkest hour," she snapped. There it was, the guilt trip. It arrived just on schedule, like a commuter train. I sat in the armchair opposite her, crossed my legs. "I didn't abandon anyone despite the fact that you abandoned them. My presence was taken from the site of a crime. There is a contrasting aspect. How are they doing?" "It's bad, Benjamin," Michelle groaned, letting out a long, dramatic exhale that caused her clothing and jewels to rattle. "This is..." She came in closer, her eyes widening with the excitement of gossip disguised as concern. "Your father lost the house." I blinked. I was expecting terrible news, but I wasn't expecting it to come so quickly. "The house, the one they've lived in for 35 years? Bank foreclosure? After you left, after the incident with the money, your father went into a downward spiral." She murmured the word as if it were a curse. He was completely preoccupied with the business property transaction. It was his firm belief that this was the only way for Trevor to recoup the money that he had lost. I slowly shook my head in agreement. That sounded exactly like my father, doubling down on a terrible hand. "He got the loan," Michelle said. "High interest, predatory stuff. He sought to leverage the house in order to acquire a hard money loan because he did not have the cash deposit. In spite of the fact that he invested everything in the transaction, the commercial property was subject to a lien that he was unaware of. The transaction came to a standstill. The investors withdrew their money. The hard money lenders came collecting, and he didn't have the liquidity. I finished for her. He had nothing," Michelle said, "because the secret fund was gone." She looked at me pointedly. She knew about the fund now. Obviously, in the screaming match that followed my departure, Dad had spilled everything. "So, they're homeless?" I inquired while maintaining a neutral tone of voice. "Your mother has relocated to a modest apartment located close to the church. She is. Nothing is going right for her. Embarrassed is the word. It was necessary for her to step down from her position on the board of the garden club. Surely you are aware of how much that meant to her. In addition, Dad is currently residing in a motel on Route 17. It is a ride-sharing service that he is driving for. He says he's consulting, but we all know." I looked out the window. A year ago, Dad was bragging about retiring and buying a boat. He was sitting on a secret pile of cash that could have kept him comfortable for a decade if he had just been humble. If he had just accepted that the money was there for safety, not for gambling. And Trevor? My tongue was filled with the taste of ash when I voiced the question. Michelle's expression became more resolute. "Trevor is not available. Jail? He has already left the state," she replied. "At this time, there were a few individuals who were looking for him. It is not the bank. People who are bad." He drove out in the direction of the south, taking the car that belonged to your father, which the bank had not yet repossessed. She hesitated for a moment, taking a sip of water, and then she looked at me with her penetrating eyes. "Benjamin, your father is 68 years old," she said. "The last time I heard, he was in Florida, waiting tables and avoiding subpoenas. During the night, he is driving about strangers in order to pay for a room at a motel. You have a lot of things, and your mother is surviving off of Social Security, and here you are," she said as she motioned around my flat. "If you were to assist them, this could be fixed by you. Your mother may move into a wonderful condo or apartment with just one check from you. It could get your father off the road. This was the moment. This was the test. The flying monkey had delivered her payload. The guilt was laid out on the table, throbbing and raw. Family helps family. I looked at Michelle. I thought about Mom, humiliated but safe. I thought about Dad, his ego finally crushed under the weight of his own decisions. Aunt Michelle, I said softly, do you know why I didn't call the police that night? She explained, no, I didn't call the police because I wanted them to learn. Your father asked you not to, she continued. Because your father asked you not to. Trevor's father has spent his entire life trying to save him. To aid a thief, he utilized the money he had saved for retirement, money that he had concealed from his wife. What will happen if I are to write a check right now? Does Dad acquire it? Is Trevor able to acquire knowledge? Michelle screamed out. They have endured enough suffering. Where is your compassion right now? I told them. My compassion was given to them in the form of a choice. I said, Dad chose Trevor over me. Instead of protecting my dignity, he opted to protect a criminal. My friend advised me to let it go. I decided to let it go. I do not intend to write a check, Michelle, I said as I stood up. I let them go. Not today. By no means. If I am able to find a solution to this issue for them, then Dad will be able to discover another deal of a lifetime the following week. Additionally, Trevor will locate an additional account to hack. I am ending the loop, Michelle said as she rose up, her face flushed with anger. You are chilly, Benjamin. You have a chilly disposition. You were correct, your father. I walked her to the door and replied, no, I care about peace more than I care about money. You care more about money than blood. And I paid a total of $35,000 for it. As she stormed out of the elevator, she grumbled and said, I believe that is a fair price. I watched as the elevator doors closed on her judgmental face. I had drawn up a cashier's check 8 months ago. See, when Dad established the secret fund, he promised me 7% of the interest as a management fee. However, I had managed the money aggressively. I had moved it into high-yield bonds and index funds before Trevor drained the liquid cash. The principal, which was the money that was originally invested in the land, was what Trevor stole and lost. But the interest, the profit I had made over those 3 years before the theft, I had swept that into a separate sub-account every quarter, just as good accounting practice. Trevor hadn't touched that because he didn't know it existed. It wasn't a fortune. It was about $12,750. Technically, it was Dad's money or my fee. It was a gray area. I picked up the check, and it wasn't made out to either my father or my mother. Rather, it was made out to the Gambling Addiction Recovery Foundation. I didn't want any ambiguity in the situation. I didn't want even a single penny of that cursed money to contribute to my new life. I didn't want my success to be built on even a single dollar of my father's secrets. I looked at it one last time. It was the final severance. I put it in an envelope, sealed it, and walked down to the mailbox in the lobby. I dropped it in the slot. Clack. The sound was final. I went back upstairs, made myself another espresso, and sat down to work. My phone buzzed again. A text from Jessica. Dinner at 8. I'm making lasagna. I typed back. Perfect. I'm bringing the wine. Dad had his retirement plan, and it was Trevor. And that investment had gone to zero. I had my retirement plan, and it was me. And business was booming. They say that you can't choose your family, but that is the biggest lie that has ever been told. You can't choose who you are related to by blood. Although it is true that you cannot choose whose DNA is spiraled into yours, you do have the ability to choose your family, the people you let into your inner circle, and the people you sacrifice for. There are times when you have to choose to unchoose them. It has been 4 years since the event, and although the dust has settled, the landscape has been irrevocably altered. I eventually learned through the grapevine that Mom and Dad had divorced. It turns out that the marriage does not survive when you lose the house and your wife discovers that it was because of a secret fund that you hid from her. She is happier now. I believe that she lives in a senior community. I send her flowers on her birthday. We talk occasionally, but it is on a surface level. She still blames me just a little bit for not saving them. She can't help it. It's the programming, but she respects my distance. Dad is still driving. He sends me emails sometimes. Usually, they are links to conspiracy theories or get-rich-quick schemes. Benjamin, look at this gold IRA. We could make a killing. He hasn't changed. He never will. As for Trevor, he was arrested in Georgia for check fraud, which was a minor charge, but it was enough to put him in the system. He called me from jail to collect on the charges. He is still looking for the shortcut. He is still looking for the magic button that undoes the consequences of his actions. I never reply. I drag them straight to the spam folder. Inmate from Trevor. Would like to accept charges. I pressed decline. That was the most difficult moment, even more difficult than the night of the theft, because that was the moment I accepted that I couldn't save him. My father had spent 35 years trying to save him, and all it did was create a monster who believed that the world owed him a living. I stared at the phone for an entire minute. I want to talk to you about the concept of greed. That night in the living room, my father called me greedy. He said, "Don't be greedy. I'm not going to help him. I'm just going to be the new dad. I'm going to be the new enabler." If I answered that phone and paid him bail money, I wouldn't be helping him. I would just be the new dad. Family is beneficial to family. He used that word like a weapon. He tried to make me feel shame for having money. He tried to make me feel like a villain for wanting to keep what I had earned. But let's look at what greed actually is. Greed isn't having savings. Greed isn't wanting justice when you're robbed. Greed is Trevor feeling entitled to take $35,000 that wasn't his because he was too lazy to work for it. I realize that family helps family is often just a manipulation tactic used by the people who need the most assistance and offer the least amount of assistance. It is a one-way street. Greed is like a father who hides money from his wife for years because he doesn't want to share it, and then demands that I give him money to fix his mistake. Greed is like demanding that someone else set themselves on fire just to keep you warm for another hour. When they say family helps family, they mean you help me. They never mean I will respect you. I paid a high price for this lesson. I lost my father. I lost my brother. I lost the illusion of a happy childhood home. But I gained something much more valuable. I gained my sovereignty. I own my life now. Every dollar in my bank account is there because I worked for it, and I protected it. Every relationship in my life is there because it's healthy and reciprocal. I don't have to look over my shoulder. I don't have to worry about late-night phone calls or missing money. People ask me if I regret smiling that night. I sometimes think about whether or not I regret tricking my father into forgiving the debt before he realized it was his own money. Was it petty? Perhaps. Was it deceptive? Yes, without a doubt. But was it necessary? Without a doubt. If I hadn't done that, if I had screamed and revealed the truth, my father would have gaslit me. He would have guilt-tripped me into covering the loss. He would have drained me dry emotionally and financially to cover up his own lies. He would have dragged me down with the ship by letting him think he was spending my money. I revealed his true character. I let him show me exactly who he was, when he thought it cost him nothing. And when the bill finally came due, he had no one to blame but himself. So, here is my advice to you. Watch how people treat you when they think you have no power. Watch how they treat your resources when they think they are entitled to them. And if you ever find yourself sitting in a room where you are being told to set your boundaries on fire to save someone else's ego, don't scream, don't fight. It was not an easy story to tell, but I believe it is an important one due to the fact that we frequently discuss financial literacy in terms of stocks, bonds, and interest rates. However, true financial literacy also includes relational literacy. Just smile, lock the door, and let them face the one thing they are most afraid of, which is reality. Thank you for staying with me through this journey. It's about understanding that money is a boundary. The biggest lesson I learned is that enabling is not love. Protecting someone from the consequences of their actions isn't kindness. It's a form of sabotage by shielding Trevor for years. My father robbed him of the opportunity to grow up, and he robbed himself of a secure future. In the event that you are the responsible member of your family, it is important to keep in mind that you are not a financial institution or a rehabilitation center. You are a person, and your safety is what is important. My sister invited me to a luxury family dinner, then seated me at the kids' table while they celebrated her pregnancy. I left quietly. 15 minutes later, my phone exploded. "Chloe, dear, do you mind sitting over there with the children?" My sister, Natalie's voice was dripping with the phony sweetness she always used when she was about to do something bad. "The adult table is already filled, and you'll probably have more fun with them anyhow." I stood at the door to Clear Water, one of Portland's most elite restaurants, holding a bottle of pricey wine that I had bought as a gift. The dining area was stunning, with soft lighting, polished oak, and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Willamette River. My sister had reserved a separate portion for what she called a family celebration dinner. I was pleased when she invited me 3 weeks ago. Stupid me. My name is Chloe, and I am 29 years old. I am a graphic designer at Brightage Media, a rising marketing agency in Portland, Oregon. For the past 7 years, I've been the family afterthought, the single one who doesn't seem to count as a genuine grown-up since I don't have a husband or children. My oldest sister, Natalie, 37, is married to Ethan, and has 3 daughters. My brother Mason, 34, is married to Lauren and has a son. Then there's me, the baby of the family, treated as if I'm still in high school despite having my own apartment, work, and life. I glanced behind Natalie to the dining area she had reserved. Sure enough, there were 2 tables. One was decorated with excellent place settings, actual wine glasses, and candles. My parents were already sitting there, as were Natalie's husband, Ethan, my brother, Mason, and his wife, Lauren. They were laughing, sipping cocktails, and appeared to be straight out of a lifestyle magazine. The other table, tucked into a corner near the kitchen doors, had plastic cups and a paper tablecloth with cartoon dinosaurs on it. Natalie's 3 girls and Mason's boy were already coloring on placemats, entirely unaware of the slur their mother and uncle were promoting. "You're joking," I replied plainly. Natalie's smile tightened. "It's simply easier this way. You understand how it is. The kids require monitoring. And you are so good with them." "I am 29 years old, Natalie. I am not a babysitter." "Don't be theatrical," she waved her hand dismissively. "It is one dinner. Besides, Mom and Dad want to know about Mason's advancement, and Ethan and I have some wonderful news to tell. This is adult content. Do you understand?" I really understood. I realized that, despite having a successful career, living independently, and being a fully functioning adult, my family still viewed me as inferior since I was not married. Clear's throat. I realized that this was not about table space or seating configurations. This was to put me in my place. My mother looked over from the adult table. She noticed me standing there, saw the children's table, and had the decency to appear slightly uncomfortable, but she said nothing. She never did. My father did not look up from his phone. Mason caught my eye and shrugged, as if everything was perfectly normal and I was overreacting. Lauren, his wife, was actually smirking. Something chilly settled into my chest. Not necessarily fury, but rather insight. "Sure," I replied, keeping my voice light. "Not a problem at all." Natalie was astonished, as if she had expected more of a battle. "Oh great, I knew you would understand. You are such a wonderful sport, Chloe." I strolled up to the kids' table and placed my wine bottle down. Natalie's daughters, Ella and Lily, ages 7 and 9, smiled up at me with gap-toothed grins. Mason's 8-year-old son, Noah, was busy coloring a T-Rex purple. "Aunt Chloe, are you eating with us?" Ella inquired, beaming with delight. "Looks like it, kiddo," I murmured, ruffling her hair. The truth was, I really enjoyed my nieces and nephew. They were sweet children. This was not about them. This was about the concept, about being told repeatedly that I didn't matter as much as my brothers, and about being removed from family conversations and decisions because I hadn't followed the accepted life script. I took out my phone and instantly texted my best friend Brooke, who worked as an event coordinator. "Emergency. I need you to phone me in 25 minutes, with a phony crisis." Her response was quick. "This better be good." A server approached, appearing unsure about the table arrangement but too professional to criticize. "Can I get you started on drinks?" From the adult table, I heard my mother's bright and performative laugh. Natalie was already speaking, her hands moving as she made whatever statement she had prepared. Ethan put his arm around her shoulders. Mason and Lauren were leaning forward, showing interest. Nobody at that table looked at me. Not once. The server patiently awaited my drink order. "Just water," I said. "I will not be staying long." Growing up, I was always close to Natalie. She was 9 years older than me, which seemed like a big difference when I was younger, but she had been protective of me in high school. She assisted me with my college applications, offered me advice on boys, and allowed me borrow her clothes. Back then, I thought we had a genuine connection. That changed approximately 5 years ago, when I reached 24 and was still unmarried as Natalie planned her wedding. Something changed in her attitude toward me. Suddenly, every conversation revolved around when I was going to find someone, settle down, and give our parents grandkids, as if my entire worth was dependent on my relationship status. The kids' table included crayons and coloring books, which the restaurant gave for families. Ella instantly took the blue crayon and began drawing what appeared to be a horse. Lily requested me to help her color a princess. Noah ignored everyone, painstakingly filling in his dinosaur with increasingly strange color combinations. I could hear fragments of talk at the adult table. My father was discussing Mason's recent elevation to senior project manager at Thornland Engineering. Everyone congratulated him, with glasses clinking. My mother was gushing with pride. I'd received my own promotion 4 months ago. I had texted the family group chat about it. Natalie reacted with the thumbs up emoji. Mason had said, "Cool." My parents had not responded at all. "Aunt Chloe, you're not coloring," Lily said, nudging my arm. "Sorry, sweetheart, I am just thinking." "About what?" "About how much I love you guys," I stated, which was correct. "Also, about how adults may be quite foolish at times," Ella giggled. "Grown-ups are always silly." "You are completely correct." The appetizers have arrived. The adult table had seared scallops, beef carpaccio, and some sort of expensive cheese platter. The children's table received chicken fingers and French fries. The server put down a basket of fries and gave me a compassionate look. "Enjoy," she murmured gently. I checked my phone. It's 18 minutes till Brooke's call. I could make it in 18 minutes. Natalie's voice was audible above the low restaurant noise. So we decided to share this with the family first. Ethan and I are expecting our fourth child. There was immediate turmoil at the adult table. My mom literally squealed. My father stood up and shook Ethan's hand. Mason and Lauren extended heartfelt congratulations. The server appeared holding a bottle of champagne. A toast, my dad replied, raising his glass. To Natalie, Ethan, and our growing family. From my position at the children's table, I observed them all drinking. No one looked over at me. Nobody recommended that I join the toast. Nobody appeared to recall I was present. Ella grabbed at my sleeve. What do they celebrate? I forced a smile and continued. Your mother is going to have another baby. Oh, Ella contemplated it. I wanted a puppy. Despite everything, I nearly laughed. Children have such excellent priorities. Noah eventually looked up from his coloring. Can I get additional ketchup? Sure, bud. I flagged down a server. My phone vibrated with a text from Brooke. Do you still want that call? I looked at the adult table. They were deep in conversation now, arranging nurseries and baby names, and discussing Natalie's pregnancy as if it were the most important thing in the world. My mother's eyes were filled with tears of delight. When I called to tell her about my promotion, which included a 35% rise in a corner office, she replied, "That's nice, dear," and changed the subject. I texted Brooke back. Not yet. I've got a better idea. The entree has arrived. The adult table received filet mignon, grilled salmon, and duck confit. The children's table received more chicken fingers and mac and cheese. I gazed at the plastic plate in front of me, at the kids' menu meal I hadn't ordered but had been assumed to have. This wasn't about food or table settings anymore. This was about being repeatedly disregarded, reduced, and mistreated by those who were supposed to care about me. This was more about being tolerated than cherished, and I was finished. I took out my phone and opened the banking app. The dinner reservation was made in Natalie's name, but I knew how these family dinners worked. She declared at the end that we would all divide the bill. She'd done it previously, sharing the bill evenly despite the fact that I'd only eaten a salad and everyone else had bought surf and turf. The children's table would still be obliged to pay their full portion. Not tonight. I texted my server, whose name tag said Jennifer, through the restaurant's messaging system. Hello, I am at the children's table in the private section. I need to pay my half of the bill separately and leave early. Can you help me? Her reaction arrived shortly. Absolutely. Give me 6 minutes. I looked at Ella, Lily, and Noah, who were all contentedly munching their chicken fingers, oblivious to adult politics and family strife. Hey guys, I said. I have to go soon for work, but I want you to know you're great kids, okay? Do not let anyone tell you otherwise. They nodded, already refocusing on their food. Jennifer appeared at my elbow, holding a sleek black folder. My bill was segregated from the main table. Just water, and the remainder of the kids' supper that I hadn't eaten. Clear's throat. I'll add a 35% tip, I said quietly to her. You actually don't need to. I understand, but you have been kind, and I appreciate that. I gave her my card. While she was processing it, I took another look at the adult table. They were chuckling about something Mason had said. Lauren was showing my mother something from her phone. Natalie rested her hand on her still flat stomach, exuding the pregnant woman radiance that everyone admired. None of them looked at me. No one had looked at me all night. Jennifer returned with the receipt. I signed it, grabbed my bag, and stood calmly. Are you leaving? Ella inquired, disappointed. I have to. Sweetie. But I will see you shortly. Okay. Okay. She answered sadly. I kissed the tops of all 3 children's heads before leaving the private eating area. I did not peek at the adult table. I did not make an announcement about my departure. I just left. As I went outside, I felt the chilly Portland evening air on my face. My automobile was parked 2 blocks away. I walked carefully, breathing deeply, and felt the weight of years of dismissal lift off my shoulders with each stride. My phone started vibrating before I even got to my car. The first text arrived at 8:52 p.m., precisely 14 minutes after I walked out of Clearwater. Natalie. Where have you gone? I was already driving toward the Pearl District, where my apartment was located. I glanced at the notification, but did not answer. 3 minutes later. Chloe, this is quite rude. We are in the middle of dinner. Mom is worried. Could you please let us know you're okay? I turned the radio up. A classic Fleetwood Mac song was playing. Something about going your own way. How appropriate. When I pulled into my parking garage, my phone showed 13 unread messages. I rode the elevator to my flat, unlocked the door, and then sat down on my couch to read them. Natalie had sent 7 messages, ranging from perplexed to annoyed to truly concerned. My mother had sent 3 messages, all saying, please call us. Mason had sent 1. Clears throat. What is the problem? What was my problem? Where did I even start? I opened a bottle of wine, the good stuff I saved for honoring new clients, and poured myself a large glass. Then I typed one response and forwarded it to the family group chat. I am fine. I quit because I had actual adult responsibilities. Enjoy your supper. I switched my phone fully off and stored it in a drawer. The next morning, I received 51 text messages, 7 missed calls, and 3 voicemails. I made coffee first, had a lengthy shower, and then began browsing through them. The majority came from Natalie. The evolution was amazing to observe. It progressed, from rage to uncertainty, to actual grief. Natalie, 9:28 p.m. I cannot believe you went without saying anything. Do you realize how embarrassing it was? Natalie, D. On, P. M. You could have at least let me know you were leaving. I thought something had happened to you. Natalie, 10:39 p.m. Mom is quite upset. She thinks you're angry over something. Natalie, 11:21 p.m. Are you really ignoring me right now? Natalie, 12:06 a.m. Okay, I'm starting to get nervous. Could you please respond and let me know you are alive? Natalie, 1:48 a.m. I apologize if I upset you, Chloe. I don't comprehend what happened. Kindly call me. The voicemail messages were even amazing. The first came from my mother, her voice tense with that distinct blend of concern and displeasure she'd honed over time. I'm not sure what has gotten into you, Chloe Marie, but leaving a family dinner without saying anything is simply wrong. Your sister is deeply hurt. Please call me back immediately. The second message came from Natalie, who sounded like she had been crying. Chloe, I'm not sure what I did wrong. We were having a wonderful meal, and then you just vanished. I'm very worried about you. Please call me back. I love you. I drank my coffee and felt nothing. There's no remorse, no regret, and no desire to change things, just a calm, clear sensation that limits have finally been made. I called Brooke instead. So, she asked instantly, how did it go? Did you utilize my fictitious emergency? I did not need it. I just left. You what? I told her everything. The children's table, the plastic cups, the chicken fingers as they ate filet mignon, and the pregnancy announcement that I was not invited to toast. The utter rejection of my existence. Brooke was quiet for a long time. Then, holy Chloe, your family is terrible. I understand. No, I knew they were dismissive, but this was the next level. They literally seated you at the children's table, complete with dinosaur tablecloths. What are you planning to do? I don't know yet. I admit. But I'm not sorry. Good. Do not dare. They should apologize to you. We talked for an additional 90 minutes. Brooke, bless her, was ready to drive to my parents' place and tell them all what was on her mind. I talked her down, but it felt wonderful to have someone in my corner who recognized how messed up things were. After we hung up, I replied to the family group chat with a single message. I'm all right. I'm taking some space. We'll contact you when I'm ready. Then I muted the discussion. I spent the remainder of Saturday carefully cleaning my apartment and updating my portfolio. My phone continued to light up with incoming texts, but I ignored them all. I wasn't prepared to engage yet. I needed to think. On Sunday morning, I went to my favorite coffee shop in the Alberta Arts District and ran into someone I knew from college. Savannah worked in public relations for Clovian Media, one of Portland's largest advertising agencies. Chloe, she hugged me. I actually just thought of you. Are you still in Brightage? I am currently a senior designer. Congratulations. Listen, we're seeking for a creative director. The compensation is absurd, but the benefits are great. Would you be interested? Would I be interested in a job that would likely quadruple my earnings and allow me true creative control? Would I be interested in a role that would make it even more difficult for my family to reject my profession as only a design job? Send me the details, I requested. Savannah grinned. I will email you tomorrow. Fair warning, the interview process is difficult, but I believe you'd be ideal. We chatted for a few more minutes before exchanging numbers and parting ways. I strolled back to my flat, feeling as if the universe had just given me a present. By Sunday evening, I had received a total of 71 texts. Natalie had mailed 36 of them. She was spinning, and I felt awful about it. But a larger part of me remembered sitting at the kids' table, watching my family celebrate without me, and felt perfectly justified in my silence. On Monday morning, I went to work as normal. Around 10:30 a.m., my manager, Melissa, drew me aside. Hello, is everything okay? Your sister called the workplace this morning. She did what? She expressed concern about you and stated that she had been unable to contact you. I told her you were okay, and that we couldn't talk about personal topics, but she appeared upset. I closed my eyes. I am sorry, she annoyed you. We attended a family event this weekend, so I departed early. She's being dramatic. Melissa examined my face. Do you need some personal time? No, I'm okay. Actually, I'm doing fantastic. I think I have a lead on a new opportunity and wanted to talk to you about it. We spent the next 25 minutes talking about my future relocation to Clovian Media. Melissa was disappointed yet supportive. She had anticipated this day. I was outgrowing Brightage, and we both knew it. That evening, I finally returned the phone to full volume. The communications had slowed down, but one from my mother piqued my interest. Chloe, your sister is quite disturbed. I believe you owe her an apology. Whatever happened, leaving without explanation was petty and unpleasant. Please be a larger person and call her. I stared at the message for a long time. Be a bigger person. Wasn't it usually the refrain? Chloe, be understanding. Chloe, don't make a scene. Chloe, simply accept that you're less important, and be graceful about it. I typed out a response and submitted it before I could second-guess myself. I'm not apologizing for having boundaries. If Natalie wants to talk, she can recognize what she did. Until then, I need space. My mother's answer was immediate. What did she do? She invited you to a wonderful meal. She seated me at the kids' table like I'm not an adult. Then she ignored me for the entire meal. If you can't understand why that's disrespectful, then you're part of the problem. I witnessed the 3 dots emerge and disappear multiple times. Finally, we'll discuss this later. No, we wouldn't. Not until they were ready to genuinely listen. I poured myself another glass of wine and opened my laptop. Savannah's email had arrived with specifics regarding the creative director post. The salary was considerably better than I'd hoped. The post would put me in command of a full creative team. It was everything I'd been working toward. I started on my application immediately, inspired by opportunity. The interview with Clovian Media occurred on Thursday afternoon. I took a half-day off work, dressed on my finest power suit, and strolled into their downtown office building, feeling like I was walking into a different version of my life. Savannah met me in the lobby. You look fantastic. Ready? As I'll ever be. The interview panel comprised of 5 people: the CEO, the head of creative, the director of operations, another senior strategist, and Savannah herself. They asked tough questions about my creative process, my leadership style, my vision for their company. I answered honestly, backed up by my portfolio, and 7 years of increasingly impressive work. 2.5 hours later, I walked out feeling cautiously optimistic. My phone had been on quiet during the interview. When I turned it back on, I had 27 new messages. Most were from Natalie, but there were also messages from Mason and my mother. Natalie, we need to talk. This silence is incredibly terrible. Natalie, I don't understand why you're being like this. I invited you to a wonderful meal, and you're acting like I committed some crime. Natalie, Mom thinks you're unhappy about the seating arrangement. Chloe, it was just practical. The kids needed supervision. Mason, you're being silly. Natalie is pregnant and stressed, and you're making everything about you. Mom, your father and I are really disappointed with your actions. Family is meant to come first. I sat in my car in the parking garage and read through all of them. The thing that struck me most was that not a single individual had genuinely apologized. Not one of them had said, I'm sorry for making you feel excluded, or, I'm sorry we didn't consider your feelings. Instead, they were all doubling down, arguing I was the problem for being upset. I composed a careful response to the group conversation. I'm an adult. I have a career, a home, a life. Being seated at the kids' table while you all enjoyed an adult supper was insulting. Until someone can admit that, I don't see the sense in continuing this argument. Mason reacted within seconds. You're 29 and single. You don't have kids. Where exactly did you anticipate to sit? There it was. The thing nobody has been willing to speak out loud until now. In their perspective, I wasn't really an adult because I wasn't married with children. My career didn't matter. My independence didn't matter. My feelings didn't matter. I replied back, wow, thanks for clarifying that you don't see me as a real adult. That actually explains a lot. Mason, don't twist my words. Me, I'm not twisting anything. You actually just claimed. My life choices make me less deserving of respect than you and Natalie. Natalie jumped in. That's not what he meant, and you know it. You're being so sensitive about everything. My mother added, this is getting out of hand. Everyone calmed down. I switched my phone off again and drove home. I was done trying to make them understand. They either got it or they didn't, and evidently they didn't. Thursday morning. Savannah called me. The team loved you. They want to make an offer. My heart actually skipped. Seriously? Seriously. Can you come in tomorrow to discuss details? Absolutely. I walked into work that day walking on air. Melissa noticed immediately. Good news, she asked. Potentially great news. I'll know more tomorrow. I'm thrilled for you, Chloe. Truly, you deserve this. That evening, I met Brooke for supper at a Thai eatery in Southeast Portland. I told her about the job opportunity, and she literally yelled with delight. This is incredible. When do you start? I don't even have the official offer yet. I laughed. but possibly in a few weeks if I accept. If? What do you mean if? I'm simply being cautious. Brooke gave me a glance. This isn't about the work, is it? This is about your family making you doubt yourself. She wasn't wrong. Part of me was still waiting for them to somehow spoil this too, to find a way to diminish it or make it seem less important than Mason's career or Natalie's pregnancy. They haven't even inquired how I'm doing, I remarked gently. It's been 5 days after the meal, and not one person has inquired if I'm okay or if something is going on in my life. They're all just upset that I left. Because they're selfish, Brooke remarked bluntly. And you know what? Screw them. Take the job, make insane amounts of money, and live your greatest life. That's the best retribution. I smiled. You're right, I'm always right. It's exhausting. Friday's meeting with Clovian Media was all I'd hoped for. They offered me the creative director position with a salary that was $75,000 more than what I was currently making, plus equity, full benefits, and a corner office with views of Mount Hood on clear days. I accepted on the moment. We're happy, the CEO said, shaking my hand. We think you're going to do fantastic things here. I gave Brightage 3 weeks' notice that afternoon. Melissa was upset but sympathetic, and she gave me an impromptu party with the crew. They were truly delighted for me, which made me realize how starved I'd been for people who sincerely appreciated my triumphs. I posted about the new job on social media that evening. Just a simple post, excited to announce I'm joining Clovian Media as their new creative director, grateful for this chance and eager for the next phase. The post garnered immediate traction. Friends from college congratulated me. Former coworkers loved and commented. Industry folks I hardly knew came out to say they'd heard fantastic things about Clovian. My family's response: radio silence. Not a single like, not a single comment, nothing. Saturday afternoon, I finally got a text from Natalie. Saw your Instagram. New job. Just that. No, congratulations. No excitement, no awareness of what a tremendous deal this was. I said, yes, it's a significant promotion. Natalie, that's nice. Are you still furious over the dinner thing? I genuinely laughed out loud. After everything, after a week of quiet and animosity, she was still more concerned about if I was upset than about what was actually occurring in my life. Me, I'm not mad. I'm simply done accepting being treated like I don't matter. Natalie, you do matter. You're being dramatic. It was one dinner. Me, it wasn't one dinner. It's been years of this. I'm simply now done pretending it's okay. Natalie, years of what? What are you even talking about? I gazed at my phone in bewilderment. She actually didn't see it. Years of dismissive comments, of my successes being glossed over while hers and Mason's were lauded. Of being excluded from family decisions. Of being regarded like the younger sister who will never quite measure up. Me. Never mind. Congratulations on the baby. I didn't wait for a response. I had packing to do anyway. My lease was up in 3 months, and I'd been considering relocating to a nicer place in the Pearl District. With my new pay, I could actually buy one of those trendy condos I'd been coveting. Sunday morning, my clear-as-throat mother called. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. Hi, Mom. Chloe. Her voice was chilly. Your sister is beside herself. I don't know what's gotten into you recently, but this behavior needs to stop. What behavior? This mindset. This chill. Walking out on family dinners, refusing to communicate, making everything about you. I took a deep breath. Mom, do you even know what job I just accepted? Silence. Did you read my post? Did you see that I'm going to be a creative director at one of the major firms in Portland? More silence. You didn't even look, did you? I noticed something about a job, she said defensively. I've been busy with Natalie. She's having a rough pregnancy, and your behavior is making it worse. My behavior, I repeated slowly. Mom. Natalie sat me at the kids' table. She basically gave me chicken fingers and plastic glasses, while the rest of you had champagne and filet mignon, and not one of you uttered a word about it. It was practical, my mother claimed. Someone needed to babysit the youngsters. I am not a babysitter. I'm your daughter. I'm a successful professional with a career you evidently can't be bothered to care about. Don't you dare speak to me like way, she snapped. I am your mommy. Then behave like it, I shot back. Act like you're proud of me. Act like my life mattered as much as Natalie's and Mason's. Act like I'm more than simply convenient free childcare. You're being incredibly selfish. No, Mom. I'm finally being honest. I hung up before she could react. My hands were shaking. I'd never talked to my mother like that before. Part of me felt guilty. The larger part felt liberated. The next 3 weeks were a flurry of completing up projects at Brightage, apartment hunting, and starting the onboarding process at Clovian Media. I found a stunning one-bedroom condo in the Pearl District with floor-to-ceiling windows and a balcony overlooking the city. The rent was greater than my prior flat, but easily manageable with my new wage. My family continued their pattern of radio silence combined with occasional passive-aggressive texts. Natalie sent me pregnancy updates in the family chat like nothing had occurred. Mason posted images of his son's soccer games. My parents shared restaurant ideas and vacation plans. Nobody mentioned my new job. Nobody inquired about my move. It was like I'd become a ghost in my own household. Part of me wanted to just cut them off altogether. But another half, the part that remembered family holidays and childhood experiences, kept hoping they'd ultimately understand. That hope faded on a Tuesday afternoon, 4 weeks after the tragic meal. I was at my new office settling into my role when I got a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. Is this Chloe? Yes. Who's this? This is Monica from Clearwater Restaurant. I'm calling concerning an outstanding charge from your party on September 14th. My blood went cold. I'm sorry, what? We have an unpaid debt of $917 from the private dining reservation under Natalie Parker. The card we had on file was denied, and she put you as an alternate contact. I sat down slowly. She listed me as accountable for the bill. Well, she hinted the party would be splitting costs. When we couldn't reach her, we tried the other numbers she supplied. I paid for my half that night, I said cautiously. I settled my bill with my server before I departed. Let me check. I heard typing. Oh, absolutely. I noticed that you paid $38 plus tip, but the complete party cost is substantially bigger and no one has paid the remaining. That's not my problem, I responded, my voice harder than I wanted. I paid for what I consumed. Whatever deal Natalie made with the rest of the family is between them and you. I understand, but she included you as a contact. And I left the restaurant early, since I knew she was going to try to split the cost unjustly. I took care of my portion. The rest is not my duty. You should contact Natalie, Mason, Ethan, Lauren, and my parents. You should have all of their numbers in your system. There was a pause. I see. Okay, thank you for explaining. I apologize for any confusion. After I hung up, I sat staring at my computer screen, wrath rising in my chest. Natalie had not only seated me at the children's table and ignored me all night, but she had also attempted to hold me liable for a payment I had not agreed to pay, a $900 bill for a supper I had walked out on. I opened up the family group chat and typed a message. I received a call from Clearwater regarding an outstanding account. For the record, I paid for my own meal the night before leaving. Whatever you all owe is your responsibility, not mine. Maybe next time, don't seat family members at the children's table and expect them to pay for your extravagant celebration supper. I pressed submit before I could second-guess myself. The response was quick. Mason, are you really unwilling to assist pay for a family dinner? Me, I'm refusing to pay for a dinner I didn't participate in. Remember when I ate chicken fingers at the children's table? While you all ate lobster and champagne. Natalie, this was meant to be a family meal. We were meant to split the costs. That is how these things work. Me, maybe you should have treated me like family instead of providing free childcare. Mom, Chloe Marie, this is very inappropriate. You will contribute your fair part. Me, my fair portion was $38, which I had previously paid. The rest of you ran up a $900 charge without me. That's your responsibility. Dad, that's ludicrous. Simply pay the money. Me. No. That single word seemed to startle them all into stillness for a moment. Then the flood arrived. Natalie, I cannot believe you are doing this. I am pregnant. I can't handle this tension right now. Mason, you are being petty and vengeful. Mom, I raised you better than that. Me, did you? Because, from where I sit, you raised me to tolerate being viewed as inferior to my brothers. I am done with that. Pay your own bills. I muted the chat again and returned to work, but I was unable to concentrate. The rage was too intense, too devouring. Brooke came over that evening to help me unload my new apartment. When I told her about the restaurant bill, she appeared to be about to burst. They tried to saddle you with their bill after all. Apparently, Chloe, that is fraud. That is literally an attempted deception. I understand. What are you planning to do? I opened a box of kitchen supplies and began arranging plates and cabinets. Nothing. I paid what I owed. The restaurant provides their contact details. It is not my problem. But they'll keep bugging you about it. Let them. I carefully set wine glasses on a shelf. I am not giving in. Not on this. Not on anything, anymore. Brooke was quiet for a bit. Then I am proud of you. You are aware of this. I looked at her. This buddy who had supported me through every family crisis, disappointment, and moment of self-doubt. Thank you for being here, I said. Always. We spent the remainder of the evening unpacking and ordering pizza. My phone was constantly ringing with incoming messages from the family chat, but I ignored them all. The next morning, I received an email from Natalie. She sent an actual email, as if she had decided that texting were insufficiently official for anything she wanted to express. The subject line read, "We need to talk." I opened it with my coffee in hand. "Chloe, I don't understand what's going on with you. I don't recognize you anymore. The sister I knew would never quit her family for something so insignificant. I'm attempting to start a life and a family, so I invited you to our celebration instead." Clears throat. "You've turned it into a big deal, and now you're refusing to help with basic necessities. Mom and Dad are discussing leaving you out of the will. Mason believes you need therapy. I am just sad. I'm saddened that my younger sister has become so cold and selfish. I hope you figure out what's going on with you before you lose all of us. We love you, but we can't keep apologizing for your behavior. Please consider what you're doing. Love, Natalia." I reread it 3 times. Each time, I felt less guilty and more focused. They assumed I was the problem. They actually thought I was being unreasonable, that sticking up for myself was selfish, and that declining to support their celebration supper was abandoning. They had no idea what I was actually preparing. I had been thinking about Thanksgiving for weeks. It was 7 weeks away, and my family had customarily congregated at my parents' home in Beaverton. My mother always made a big deal about it, inviting extended family, cooking for days, and acting as if Martha Stewart had personally approved her turkey recipe. I had always assisted. I arrived early to prepare, stayed late to clean, and endured repeated passive-aggressive remarks about how I should have brought a date, found someone by now, or put family over job. This year, I was not going. Natalie's email confirmed the decision, which had been developing since the awful supper. If they couldn't respect me, they didn't deserve my time or attention. I called my mother Thursday evening. She answered the first ring. "Chloe, have you considered what Natalie said?" "Yes, I have. That is really why I am calling. I wanted to let you know that I won't be attending Thanksgiving this year." Silence. "So, what do you mean you won't be coming?" "I mean, I am making other plans. I will not be there." "Do not be silly. You always attend Thanksgiving." "Not this year. Chloe, this is a family custom. You can't simply skip it because you're in the mood." "I'm not in the mood, Mom. I'm establishing a boundary. I don't feel cherished or respected by this family. And I am not going to keep attending events where I am treated as an afterthought." "You aren't an afterthought. You're being dramatic." "Am I? Tell me, Mom. When was the last time someone in this family inquired about my new job? When was the last time I was congratulated on my promotion? When was the last time somebody valued my accomplishments as much as Natalie's pregnancy or Mason's career?" She was silent. "That is what I thought. So, no, I won't be attending Thanksgiving. You can enjoy it without me. Your father will be quite upset." Then perhaps Dad should have said something when Natalie seated me at the children's table. Perhaps he should have noticed his daughter's exclusion from the family celebration and spoken up. But he did not. "Neither of you did. We didn't think it was such a big deal." "That is the problem, Mom. You did not think. You never consider how your actions affect me. You just assume I'll always be present, always be accommodating, always accept whatever attention you throw my way. That is not fair, is it? Prove me wrong. Tell me right now what my new job title is." Silence. "You don't know, right? Because you didn't bother asking. You did not bother to care. So, no, I won't be attending Thanksgiving. Have a pleasant holiday." I hung up before she could reply. My hands shook, but I felt lighter than I had in weeks. I had done it. I had actually finished it. Brooke called about 25 minutes later. "I just saw your Instagram story. Thanksgiving in Hawaii. Are you serious?" I had shared a photo of a plane ticket confirmation. "Totally serious. I'm going to Maui for a week of solo travel, fancy resorts, beach time, and no family drama. You are my hero. I'm just tired of waiting for things to change. They aren't going to, so I am moving on." "Good for you. Seriously." The family group chat erupted over the next few days. My mother had apparently announced that I would not be attending Thanksgiving, and everyone had an opinion. "Natalie, are you really going to skip Thanksgiving due to a dinner seating arrangement?" "Mason, this is childish. Grow up and get over it." "Dad, your mother is deeply hurt. I hope you are happy." Several aunts and uncles chimed in, with the majority supporting my parents' and siblings' positions. Only my cousin Paige, who had always been the black sheep of the family, sent me a private message. "Good for you. They've always treated you like garbage. Enjoy your time in Hawaii." I responded, "Thank you. That means more than you realize." The weeks preceding Thanksgiving were peaceful. I threw myself into my new job, impressing my team with innovative campaigns, and began developing genuine professional relationships with people who valued my input. I went on dates with a guy I met at a work event. Nothing serious, but it was nice to be perceived as an interesting, accomplished woman rather than the family disappointment. I found a pottery class, and began attending on Tuesday evenings. I reconnected with college friends I had lost contact with. I created a life that was full, rich, and mine. The family messages persisted, but they became easier to ignore. Natalie sent weekly pregnancy updates, which I did not respond to. Mason shared family photos that I did not like. My mother forwarded passive-aggressive articles about the value of family bonds. I archived everything and moved on. 4 days before Thanksgiving, I received a call from an unknown number. This time, I responded out of curiosity. Is it Chloe? Yes. This is Ethan, Natalie's husband. We haven't talked much, so I wanted to reach out. I immediately became suspicious. Okay. Look, I know there has been family drama. Natalie tells me about it, but I wanted you to know that I believe you're correct. I almost dropped my phone. What? Dinner, the children's table, it was messed up. I told Natalie this at the time, but she didn't want to hear it. She is used to getting her way, and she does not always recognize when she is being unfair. Why are you calling me? Because Thanksgiving is in 4 days, and Natalie is miserable. She refuses to admit it, but she misses you. She's been crying over it. I am sorry she is upset, but I will not change my plans. I am not asking you to. I just wanted you to know that not everyone in the family believes you are wrong. I get it. And, for what it's worth, I apologize for the way you were treated. It was the first time I had received an apology from anyone. I wasn't sure what to do with it. Thank you, I finally said. I appreciate your call. Have a nice trip to Hawaii. Natalie mentioned it. That sounds amazing. It will be. After we hung up, I sat with the conversation for a long time. Ethan's call did not resolve anything, but it did confirm something important. I was not crazy. What happened was real and wrong, and at least one person noticed it. That was sufficient. I flew to Maui for Thanksgiving morning. While my family was in Beaverton, arguing over turkey and stuffing and most likely discussing my absence, I was on the beach with a Mai Tai, watching the sunset over the Pacific Ocean. I posted a photo on Instagram with the caption, "Grateful for new beginnings." It received 240 likes. My family did not respond. I didn't care. I returned from Maui, tanned, rested, and completely satisfied with my decision. The week had been just what I needed. Long beach walks, good food, no family obligations, and plenty of time to consider what I truly desired from life. I didn't want to continue performing for people who would never appreciate me. On my first day back at work, I was pulled into a meeting with Clovian Media's CEO. My stomach dropped, worried that something had gone wrong while I was away. Instead, he smiled and motioned me to sit. "Chloe, we have been reviewing the campaign concepts you submitted prior to your vacation. The client adored them. They want to move forward right away, and they have specifically requested that you lead the project." Seriously? Seriously. It is your first major win as creative director, with an 8-month contract worth $650,000. I left the meeting feeling as if I were floating. $650,000. My first major client, demonstrating that everything I'd been working for was paying off. I called Brooke immediately. "Dinner tonight is my treat. I have some news, good or bad news, amazing news." We met at a high-end restaurant in downtown Portland, and I told her everything. She screamed so loudly that the other diners turned and stared. "This is incredible. You are killing it." "I truly am," I declared, and I meant it. For the first time in my life, I felt genuinely proud of myself without the need for validation from others. That evening, I posted about the client win on LinkedIn. The response was quick. I received congratulations from colleagues, industry contacts, and even people I barely knew. My post was shared multiple times. My family's social media accounts stayed silent. The next morning, Natalie texted me. Only one line. "I saw your LinkedIn. Congratulations, I suppose." I suppose. 2 words that perfectly summarized how my family had always treated my accomplishments as afterthoughts, as pleasant but not particularly noteworthy. I did not respond. December arrived with Portland's usual gray rain and holiday chaos. The city was transformed into a winter wonderland, with lights and decorations galore. My new condo had an excellent view of the downtown Christmas tree lighting, which I enjoyed from my balcony with wine and no regrets. My mom called on December 8th. I let it go to voicemail. She called again the following day and the next. On the 5th call, I finally responded. "Mom, Chloe. Thank God. I have been trying to reach you for days. I've been occupied with work. Are you too busy for your mother?" I did not take the bait. "What do you need?" "We need to discuss Christmas. Your father and I both want you there. Natalie wants you to be there. Even Mason says he misses you." "That is nice. So, will you come?" I did not say that. "Chloe. Mom, has anyone in this family apologized to me? Has anyone acknowledged that seating me at the children's table was disrespectful? Has anyone complimented me on my new job or inquired about my life?" Silence. That is what I thought. "So, no, I won't be attending Christmas either. I'm actually planning to spend it with Brooke's family. They invited me, and I accepted." You choose strangers over your own family. I prefer people who treat me with respect over those who don't. That is not the same thing. Your dad will be devastated. Then perhaps dad should call me himself, rather than have you do it. I hung up before she could guilt trip me any further. Brooke's invitation had been genuine. Her parents lived in Seattle, and she casually mentioned that I was welcome to join them for Christmas. When I said yes, she was ecstatic. My mother already loves you, based on what I've told her. This will be excellent. The family group chat had been relatively quiet since Thanksgiving, but my conversation with my mother seemed to spark a new wave of messages. Natalie, are you really not coming to Christmas? How about the kids? They want to see their aunt. Me. The kids are welcome to call me at any time. You have my number. Mason, this is becoming ridiculous. You are punishing everyone because your feelings were hurt. Me. I am not punishing anyone. I'm deciding where I'll spend my time and energy. There is a difference. Dad, your mother says you are spending Christmas with strangers. That is unacceptable. Me. I'm spending Christmas with people who genuinely want me there. That seems pretty reasonable to me. I muted the chat again and returned to work. My company's holiday party, held in mid-December at a downtown hotel, was a fancy affair. I wore an emerald green dress that I had purchased specifically for the occasion, and was genuinely excited about attending. Savannah found me in the bar. You look amazing. And word around the office is that your campaign is already outperforming expectations. I admitted that things were going well. Better than well. The CEO is discussing fast-tracking you for partner consideration. Do you already have a partner? You're attracting major clients and leading a team brilliantly. Why not? I drifted through the rest of the party on a cloud of champagne and possibility. Several colleagues informed me that they had seen my LinkedIn posts and were impressed. The head of creative approached me and said I was exactly the type of talent they were looking for. I took a selfie at the party and posted it to Instagram with the caption, "Celebrating an incredible year with incredible people." The likes and comments came in quickly. Friends from college, former coworkers, and students from my pottery class all said I looked happy and radiant. My family did not respond. The next morning, I received a lengthy text from Natalie. I saw your party pictures. You seem happy. I haven't seen you happier in a long time. I've been thinking a lot about what has happened. Ethan keeps telling me that I should really listen to what you're saying. I'm not good at admitting mistakes, but perhaps I was wrong about the dinner. Maybe I didn't consider how it would make you feel. I apologize if I hurt you. Could we please talk? I stared at the message for a long time. It was the closest I'd gotten to a genuine apology, but something about it felt off. Sorry if I hurt you. Did not mean I'm sorry I hurt you. It left room for doubt, for the possibility that maybe I'd overreacted. I showed it to Brooke over coffee. What do you think? I asked. I think it's a start, but it's not enough. She's still putting conditions on the apology. That's what I thought, too. What are you planning to do? I sipped my latte and considered. I'm going to tell her the truth. I crafted my response carefully, taking my time to say exactly what I needed to say. Natalie, I appreciate you reaching out, but I need you to understand something. This isn't about one dinner. This is about years of feeling like I don't matter as much as you and Mason because I'm not married with kids. It's about my achievements being dismissed while yours are celebrated. It's about being expected to show up, contribute, and support, while receiving nothing in return. The dinner was just the moment I finally saw clearly how unbalanced things have been. I'm not looking for an apology that includes if or maybe. I need you to understand that you hurt me, not that you might have hurt me. Until you can do that, I don't think there's much point in talking. I pressed submit before I could second-guess myself. Her response came 3 hours later. You're right, I hurt you. I have been dismissive of your life and your choices. I think part of me was jealous. Actually, you have this freedom and this career success, and I tied myself down so young. I love my family, but sometimes I wonder what I could have done if I'd focused on my career like you did. So, I minimized your accomplishments because it was easier than admitting I might have made different choices. That's not fair to you, and I'm sorry. Really, truly sorry. Not if, not maybe. I hurt you, and I'm sorry. I read it 5 times. Brooke read it over my shoulder. Wow, she said quietly. That's actually real. It was. I could feel the difference between this apology and the others. This one was honest, vulnerable, and specific. I called Natalie. She answered immediately. Chloe, I got your message, and thank you for being honest. I should have been honest a long time ago. Her voice was thick. I've been talking to Ethan about all of this. He helped me see how unfair we've all been to you. He said you called him out at the dinner for the kids' table thing, and he agreed with you but didn't say anything because he didn't want to cause problems with me. He called me before Thanksgiving. He apologized. I understand. He told me I was mad at him at first, but then I realized he was right. We were all wrong. We talked for almost 90 minutes. Really talked in a way we hadn't in years. She asked about my new job, my new condo, my trip to Hawaii. She listened when I explained how isolated I'd felt at family gatherings. She admitted that she'd gotten so caught up in her own life that she'd stopped seeing me as a whole person. What about mom and dad? I asked finally. And Mason? Mason is being stubborn. He thinks you're overreacting. Mom and dad are confused. They don't understand why you're so upset. Do they want to understand? I think so. But they're from a different generation. They see marriage and kids as the markers of adulthood, and they don't get why that bothers you. It bothers me because it means everything I've accomplished doesn't count. I know that now, and I'll talk to them. I'll help them understand. After we hung up, I felt something shift. Not forgiveness exactly, but the beginning of it. The door wasn't fully open, clear as throat, but it was no longer slammed shut. Christmas at Brooke's family home in Seattle was exactly what I needed. Her parents were warm and welcoming. Her younger brother was funny and kind. And nobody asked me when I was getting married or having kids. They asked about my work, my travels, my hobbies. They treated me like a complete person. On Christmas morning, Brooke's mom gave me a gift, a beautiful journal, with a quote on the cover. She believed she could, so she did. For all your future successes, she said, hugging me. I cried, actually cried, because this woman who barely knew me had shown me more thoughtfulness than my own family had in years. I posted a photo from Christmas morning on Instagram, smiling in my pajamas with Brooke's family around the tree. The caption read, "Found family is just as important as blood family. Grateful for these wonderful people." The post got over 360 likes. My mother commented, "Glad you're happy, we missed you here." It was something small, but something. I returned to Portland after Christmas feeling recharged. Work in the new year started with a bang. My client campaign launched in January, and immediately generated buzz. Industry publications wrote about it. Other companies started reaching out to Clovian, specifically requesting to work with me. Savannah pulled me aside in early February. The partner discussion is happening. They want to make it official by April. Partner, I repeated, still not quite believing it. You've earned it, you know that, right? I did know it. I finally did. March marked my birthday. I turned 30 quietly, taking the day off work and doing whatever I wanted. Sleeping in, getting a massage, and sharing a nice dinner with Brooke. I didn't mention it on social media. I did not make a big deal about it. But my family remembered. Natalie sent flowers to my apartment, along with a card that read, "Happy birthday to my incredible little sister. I am so proud of you." My mother called and asked me about my life, job, and plans. We spoke for 40 minutes, and it felt almost normal. Mason sent a text. "Happy birthday. I apologize for being such a jerk. Let's get some coffee sometime." My father mailed a card containing a $700 check and a note. "I'm proud of the woman you've become." They were trying. It wasn't perfect, but they tried. Clovian Media made the announcement in the middle of April. I was officially a partner. My name appeared on the letterhead. My salary has doubled, yet again. I was profiled in the Portland Business Journal. I shared the announcement on all of my social media accounts. This time, my whole family responded. Natalie, my partner. "Oh my God, Chloe, this is incredible." Mason, "Wow, that is impressive. Congratulations." Mom, "We're very proud of you, sweetheart." Dad, "My daughter is the partner. Well done." Even cousins, aunts, and uncles I hadn't heard from in months offered their congratulations. It felt good, very good. But it also seemed like it shouldn't have taken so long. Spring arrived in Portland, bringing cherry blossoms and rain showers. I spent my weekends exploring the city with renewed confidence, trying restaurants I'd always wanted to try, and going to movies and art galleries without waiting for anyone to join me. Natalie called me in late April, her voice full of excitement. "So, I'm hosting a baby shower. And before you say anything, I want you to understand that you are not just invited. I'd like you to help plan it." "Can you help me plan it?" "Yes. You have an amazing eye for design, and I want this to be special. Plus, I'd like to spend time with you. Real time, not just awkward family dinners." We met at a coffee shop the next day and spent 3 hours planning. Natalie showed me her Pinterest boards, and I drew up plans for decorations and activities. It felt as if we were sisters again. For the first time in years, I truly felt like sisters. "May I ask you something?" Natalie spoke as we were packing up. "Sure. Were you going to cut us off permanently after Thanksgiving?" I considered lying to soften it, but we had promised honesty. I seriously considered it. "Yes." That terrified me. When Mom told me you weren't coming to Christmas either, I realized I might lose you, and I couldn't bear the thought. "You were losing me," I said softly. "You simply didn't notice until I stopped showing up." "I notice now, and I will continue to notice, I promise." The baby shower took place in June at a beautiful garden venue in Hillsborough. I had helped design everything. elegant floral arrangements, tasteful decorations, and a menu highlighting Natalie's favorites. Natalie's family, friends, and a few women from her mommy groups were among the guests. I arrived early to help set up. My mother was already there, directing workers with her usual intensity. "Chloe, these centerpieces are stunning. Did you design these?" "I did." She looked at me, as if for the first time in years. "You are incredibly talented. You are aware of this." "Thank you, Mom. I am sorry I didn't see it sooner. Your father and I became stuck in our ideas about what success looks like. We were wrong." It wasn't an all-encompassing apology, but it was genuine. The shower was stunning. Natalie glowed in the presence of those who loved her. When it was time for speeches, she asked me to say something. I stood up, holding my wine glass and looking at my sister. When Natalie asked me to help plan this shower, I was skeptical. We've had a tough year. But working on this together reminded me of who we once were. Two sisters who genuinely liked each other. "Natalie, I am proud of you. I am proud of the mother you are, and will be to this new baby. And I'm grateful that we're finding our way back together." Everybody raised their glasses. Natalie was crying. So was my mother. Mason approached me as we were cleaning up after the shower and said, "Hey, got a minute?" We went to a quiet corner of the garden. "I owe you an apology," he explained. "The real one. I was a jerk about everything. Dinner, texts, everything. I did not understand why you were so upset, and instead of trying to understand, I became defensive." "Why?" "Honestly, Lauren mentioned that I do the same thing to her. I dismiss what she does because she is a stay-at-home mother. Like that isn't real work. Watching you stand up for yourself made me realize that I needed to do better for my family. That is bold of you to admit. I am working on it. Lauren and I are currently undergoing couples therapy in an attempt to resolve our differences." "Good. I hope this helps." "I agree." He paused. "I saw your profile in the Portland Business Journal, as a partner at 30. That is incredible, Chloe." "Thanks. I mean it. I've been telling people that my little sister is a badass." I laughed. "Kind of, definitely a badass." We hugged and it felt genuine. Things gradually improved over the next few months. My family started asking questions about my life. They rejoiced when I brought on a new major client. They sent me congratulations after I was featured in another industry publication. But, more importantly, I had learned something important. I didn't need their approval to understand my worth. Natalie gave birth in August to a healthy boy named Benjamin. I paid them a visit in the hospital, bringing flowers and a carefully selected gift. Ethan thanked me for being present. Natalie introduced me to Benjamin as the coolest aunt ever. In September, my parents held a family barbecue. When I arrived, the changes were immediately noticeable. The table was set in one long arrangement, with no children's tables in sight. My father was particularly interested in my most recent campaign. My mother, clears throat, expressed genuine interest in my dating life without pressuring me to marry. We ate grilled salmon with roasted vegetables. We laughed at old family stories. We took photographs together. It was not perfect. There were still moments of tension, and old patterns attempted to resurface. But it was better. So much better. Natalie approached me as the evening was coming to a close. "Thank you for not giving us up completely. Thank you for finally listening to me. I was thinking," she said, "about Christmas this year. What if we did something different? What if you helped to plan it? Make it feel as if everyone matters." "I'd like that." Another significant milestone occurred in October. I was asked to participate on a panel at a national marketing conference. The topic was innovation and creative leadership, and I was listed alongside industry veterans with decades of experience. I shared it on social media, genuinely excited. The comment section filled up quickly. Colleagues, friends, and even family members congratulated me. Only one comment stood out. It came from my mother. "I'm so proud of my brilliant daughter. I cannot wait to hear you speak." She attended the conference. My mother took time off work, drove to the conference center, and sat in the audience as I spoke to 350 people about creativity, leadership, and the courage to stand up for yourself. After that, she hugged me tightly. "That was amazing, Chloe. You were incredible." "Thank you, Mom. I wish I had paid attention sooner. I wish I had seen what you were working on all along. You're seeing it now. That is what matters." The restaurant was finally able to collect their money from the disastrous September dinner. Natalie later told me that she ended up paying the majority of it herself because everyone else kept making excuses. Mason contributed, but my parents said they couldn't afford their share. Natalie said she'd never do a group restaurant dinner again because it was so embarrassing. "Lesson learned," she said ruefully. As for me, I continued to thrive at Clovian Media, bringing in clients and earning a reputation as one of Portland's most innovative creative directors. I dated occasionally, but never felt compelled to settle down. I took trips whenever I wanted, spent money on things that made me happy, and created a completely unique life for myself. Looking back on that awful dinner at Clearwater, the kids' table with its plastic cups and chicken fingers, I realized it had served as the perfect catalyst. Sometimes the harshest insults result in the most significant changes. I'd realized that I didn't have to be diminished to make others happy. I'd learned that walking away didn't mean giving up. Sometimes it was the most courageous thing you could do. Most importantly, I learned that you don't have to beg for respect. It's something you can control by understanding your own worth. My revenge was neither dramatic nor destructive. It was just this: I'd created a life that was so fulfilling, successful, and undeniably mine that no one could dismiss me anymore. And in the end, that was the most satisfying victory of all. I pretended to be a poor girl when I met my fiancé's family. They called me common, and replaced me with his rich ex. So, at our engagement party, I exposed his affair. The moment I stepped through that mahogany door, I knew I had made either the best decision of my life or the worst mistake imaginable. Victoria Whitmore's face twisted into something between a smile and a grimace, like she had just bitten into a lemon while trying to pose for a photograph. Her eyes traveled down my simple navy dress, my modest flats, my drugstore earrings, and I watched her mentally calculate my net worth and find me worthless. She leaned toward her son, my fiancé Adrian, and whispered something she thought I couldn't hear, but I heard every word. She said I looked like the help who had wandered in through the wrong entrance, and that's when I knew this dinner was going to be very, very interesting. My name is Lillian Graham. I'm 33 years old, and I have a confession to make. For the past 16 months, I've been keeping a secret from the man I was supposed to marry. Not a small secret like eating the last slice of pizza and blaming it on the dog. Not a medium secret like the fact that I still sleep with a stuffed animal from childhood. No, my secret was that I make $41,500 a month, before taxes. It's even more obscene. After taxes, it's still the kind of number that makes accountants do a double take and ask if there's been a mistake. I'm a senior software architect at one of the largest tech companies in the Pacific Northwest. I've been writing code since I was 16, sold my first app at 24, and have been climbing the corporate ladder ever since. I hold 4 patents. I've spoken at international conferences. I have stock options that would make your eyes water. And Adrian thought I was an administrative assistant who could barely afford her rent. I never actually lied to him. When we met at a coffee shop 16 months ago, he asked what I did, and I said I worked in tech. He nodded like he understood, then asked if I handled the scheduling for the executives. I smiled and said something vague about supporting the team. He filled in the blanks himself, and I just never corrected him. Why would I do something like that? Why would I let the man I was dating, the man I was falling in love with, believe I was struggling financially when I could have bought his car 10 times over? Because I learned something a long time ago from the most important person in my life. My grandmother raised me after my parents passed when I was 8. She lived in a modest house in a quiet neighborhood, drove an older car, shopped at regular grocery stores, and never wore anything flashy. She taught me to cook simple meals, to appreciate small pleasures, and to never judge my worth by the number in my bank account. What I didn't know until she passed, when I was 26, was that my grandmother was worth more than $6 million. She had built a small business empire in her youth, invested wisely, and chosen to live simply because she believed that character was more important than appearance. She left me everything along with a letter that I still keep in my nightstand. In that letter, she wrote something I've never forgotten. She said that a person's true character only shows when they think no one important is watching. When they believe you have nothing to offer them, when they think you're beneath their notice, that's when you see who they really are. So, when Adrian invited me to dinner at his parents' estate, when he hinted that this might be the night things got serious, when he mentioned that his mother was very particular about first impressions, I made a decision. I would give the Whitmore family the test my grandmother had taught me. I would show up as the simple, unassuming woman they expected. I would wear modest clothes and drive my old car and speak humbly about my circumstances. And I would watch how they treated someone they thought couldn't help them, someone they thought was beneath them, someone they thought had nothing to offer. And before you judge me, before you think I was being manipulative or deceptive, let me ask you something. Have you ever wondered what your partner's family really thinks of you? Have you ever had that nagging feeling that the smiles are fake and the compliments are hollow? Have you ever wanted to know the truth, even if it might hurt? I wanted to know. I needed to know because I wasn't just considering marrying Adrian. I was considering marrying into his family. And families, as my grandmother also taught me, are forever. Now, before I go on with this story, I just want to take a quick moment. If you're enjoying this so far, would you please hit that like button and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is there? I love reading those comments, seeing people from all over the world tuning in at all hours. It means more to me than you know. Okay, back to the story. The Whitmore estate was exactly what I expected and somehow still managed to surprise me with its excess. The driveway alone was longer than some streets I've lived on. The gates were raw iron with gold accents because apparently regular iron wasn't pretentious enough. The lawn was manicured with the kind of precision that suggested someone measured each blade of grass with a ruler. As I drove my 10-year-old Subaru Outback up that pristine driveway, I caught a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. Simple makeup, hair pulled back in a low ponytail, my grandmother's small gold studs in my ears, the only jewelry I wore. I looked exactly like someone who didn't belong here. Perfect. Adrian met me at the door with a kiss that felt slightly performative, like he was doing it for an audience. His eyes flicked to my dress, my shoes, my lack of accessories, and I saw something in his expression that I had never noticed before. Embarrassment. He was embarrassed by how I looked. I filed that observation away for later. Inside, the house was a monument to new money trying desperately to look like old money. Crystal chandeliers hung from every ceiling. Oil paintings and gilded frames lined the walls, though I noticed they were prints, not originals. The furniture was expensive but uncomfortable looking, chosen for appearance rather than function. And there, standing in the foyer like a queen surveying her kingdom, was Victoria Whitmore. She was in her mid-60s with the kind of face that had clearly seen several excellent surgeons. Her blonde hair was styled in a perfect helmet that probably required industrial-strength hairspray to maintain. Her dress was designer, her jewelry was real, and her smile was absolutely, completely fake. She extended her hand to me like she was granting an audience. I shook it and felt the limpness, the dismissal, the complete lack of warmth. Then she made that comment to Adrian, the one about me looking like the help, and I smiled and pretended I hadn't heard a thing. The evening was about to get very interesting indeed. If I had known what I was walking into that night, I might have worn armor instead of a navy dress. But then again, I've always believed that the best armor is information. And I had done my research. The Whitmore family owned a chain of car dealerships across 4 states. Not the flashy luxury brands you see in movies, but respectable mid-range vehicles that appealed to regular families. Adrian's father, Charles, had inherited the business from his own father and had spent the last 28 years expanding it. Victoria had married into the family at 25 and had immediately set about climbing the social ladder with the determination of a woman who knew exactly what she wanted. They had 3 children. Adrian, my fiancé, was 36 and worked as a marketing manager at a company that had nothing to do with the family business. This was apparently a sore point with Charles, who had expected his son to take over the dealerships. And then there was Vanessa, the older sister, who was 40 and treated the family fortune like her personal piggy bank. I had found all of this through public records, social media, and a few well-placed Google searches. I had seen photos of lavish parties, society events, and charity galas. I had read articles about Victoria's philanthropy, though a closer look revealed that most of her donations came with significant tax benefits and publicity opportunities. None of this had prepared me for meeting Vanessa in person. She arrived 25 minutes late, which I would later learn was her signature move. Making an entrance was more important than being respectful of other people's time. She swept into the living room wearing a dress that cost more than most people's monthly rent, with diamonds dripping from her ears and neck like she had fallen into a jewelry store and come out covered in merchandise. Her greeting to me was a single word delivered with the warmth of a frozen fish. Hello, not hello. Nice to meet you. Not hello. Adrian has told us so much about you. Just hello. With a slight curl of the lip that suggested she had smelled something unpleasant, I smiled and said hello back. She turned to her mother and began a conversation that pointedly excluded me, discussing some charity event, and whether the florist had been fired yet for last month's debacle. I stood there holding the glass of water I had been offered, feeling about as welcome as a vegetarian at a steakhouse. Adrian hovered nearby, looking uncomfortable, but saying nothing. That was the second observation I filed away. Charles Whitmore was a different creature altogether. He was a large man, the kind who had probably been athletic in his youth, but had since surrendered to the comforts of wealth. He shook my hand with a grip that was meant to be impressive, but just felt tired. His eyes were shrewd though, and I noticed him watching me with something that might have been curiosity. There was another guest at this dinner, someone I hadn't expected, an older gentleman named Samuel Hartley, who was introduced as an old family friend and business associate. He was in his early 70s with silver hair and sharp eyes that seemed to miss nothing. When he shook my hand, his gaze lingered on my face with a flicker of recognition that confused me. Did I know him? Had we met somewhere before? I couldn't place him, and he didn't say anything, but throughout the evening I would catch him staring at me with that same puzzled expression. Victoria led us into the dining room, which was decorated like someone had been given an unlimited budget and zero taste. The table was long enough to host a royal banquet. The chairs were upholstered in what I assumed was real silk, and the place settings included more forks than I had ever seen outside of a restaurant supply store. I counted them. There were 5 forks at each place setting. 5 for a single meal. I've seen surgeries performed with fewer instruments. Victoria noticed me looking at the silverware and smiled, that frozen smile of hers. She said she supposed I wasn't accustomed to formal dining, her voice dripping with false sympathy. I said that my grandmother always taught me that it's not the forks that matter, but the company you share the meal with. Victoria's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. Vanessa snorted into her wine glass, and dinner began. The first course was some kind of soup that I couldn't identify, but that probably cost more per bowl than my weekly grocery budget. Victoria used this time to begin what I would later think of as the interrogation. She asked where I had grown up. I said a small town in Oregon, which was true. She asked about my family. I said my grandmother had raised me, which was also true. She asked what my parents did. I said they had passed when I was young. Victoria made a sound that was supposed to be sympathetic, but came out sounding like a drain unclogging. She said how difficult that must have been growing up without proper guidance. I said my grandmother provided all the guidance I ever needed. Vanessa leaned forward, her diamonds catching the light from the chandelier overhead. She asked what my grandmother had done for a living. I said she had been a businesswoman. Vanessa's eyebrows rose slightly. She asked what kind of business. I said small ventures. Nothing too exciting. The truth, of course, was that my grandmother had built a company that she eventually sold for more than $6 million. But that wasn't the kind of truth that would serve my purpose tonight. Victoria moved on to the next topic. She asked about my current job. I said I worked in tech. She asked if I was a secretary. I said I was more of a support role. Victoria nodded knowingly as if this confirmed everything she had already decided about me. She said that was nice, that every team needed support staff. Adrian shifted uncomfortably in his chair, but still said nothing. And that's when Vanessa decided to bring up Isabella. Isabella. The name dropped into the conversation like a stone into still water, sending ripples across the table. Vanessa said the name so casually, as if she were mentioning the weather or the quality of the soup. She said she had run into Isabella last week, that she was doing wonderfully, that her family's business was thriving. I watched Adrian's face carefully. Something flickered there. Quickly hidden. Guilt, nervousness, it was gone before I could identify it. Victoria picked up the thread with the enthusiasm of someone who had been waiting for this opportunity. She said Isabella had always been such a lovely girl, so accomplished, so well suited to their family's lifestyle. She had been Adrian's girlfriend for 4 years. Did I know that? I said I didn't. Victoria smiled. She said it was such a shame when they had parted ways. Everyone had expected them to end up together. Isabella's family owned an import company that dealt in luxury vehicles, which would have been such a perfect match for the Whitmore dealerships. The implication was clear. Isabella had been the right choice. I was not. I looked around the dining room and noticed for the first time that there were photographs on the wall behind me. I turned slightly in my chair and saw a gallery of family moments, Christmases, birthdays, graduations, and in at least 4 of those photographs, a beautiful dark-haired woman stood next to Adrian, her arm linked through his, her smile radiant. Isabella. Victoria followed my gaze and said nothing, but her satisfaction was almost palpable. Vanessa twisted the knife a little deeper. She said Isabella was still single. Actually, such a surprise that no one had snatched her up yet, almost like she was waiting for something or someone. I turned back to the table and smiled. I said she sounded like a remarkable woman. This was clearly not the response Vanessa had expected. She blinked, momentarily thrown off balance. Victoria recovered first. She said yes, Isabella was remarkable. And then, with the subtlety of a sledgehammer, she added that she hoped I wouldn't feel too out of place in their world given my more modest background. I asked what she meant by modest. Victoria's smile grew teeth. She said she understood that not everyone was born into certain advantages. That some people had to work ordinary jobs, and live ordinary lives. That there was no shame in being common. Common, she had called me common. I felt something shift inside me, but I kept my expression neutral. I had come here to learn the truth about these people, and the truth was becoming very clear indeed. Adrian finally spoke up. He said his mother didn't mean anything by that she was just being protective of him. Victoria patted his hand and said, of course she was protective. A mother always wants the best for her son. The unspoken conclusion hung in the air like smoke. And you are not the best. Charles cleared his throat and attempted to change the subject. He asked about my hobbies, whether I had any interests outside of work. I said, I enjoyed reading, hiking, cooking simple meals, nothing fancy. Vanessa laughed and said that was adorable, like a child listing their favorite activities. Samuel, the family friend, spoke for the first time since we'd sat down. He said he thought there was something to be said for simple pleasures, that his own grandmother had lived a modest life and been the happiest person he had ever known. Victoria shot him a look that could have curdled milk. Samuel ignored her and continued looking at me with that strange, searching expression. He asked what my grandmother's name had been. I said, Eleanor Graham. Samuel's eyebrows rose slightly, but he said nothing more, just nodded thoughtfully and returned his attention to his soup. The rest of dinner continued in much the same way. Victoria and Vanessa took turns asking questions designed to remind me of my place, which in their minds was somewhere far beneath them. Adrian occasionally made weak attempts to defend me, but his heart clearly wasn't in it. Charles stayed mostly silent, watching the proceedings with the tired resignation of a man who had learned long ago that arguing with his wife was pointless. And through it all, Samuel watched me. By the time dessert arrived, I had learned everything I needed to know about the Whitmore family. They were snobs of the highest order, the kind who measured human worth in dollars and social connections. They saw me as an obstacle to be removed, a problem to be solved, a mistake Adrian had made that needed correcting, but I had also learned something else, something I hadn't expected. Adrian was not the man I had thought he was. The Adrian I had fallen in love with was kind and attentive and seemed genuinely interested in me as a person. But this Adrian, the one who sat at his mother's table and let her tear me apart without a word of real protest, was someone different, someone weaker. Someone who cared more about his family's approval than about defending the woman he claimed to love. I wondered which one was the real Adrian. I was about to find out. After dessert, Victoria announced that we would have coffee in the sitting room. The men drifted toward the windows to discuss business while Vanessa excused herself to make a phone call. Victoria said she needed to speak with the housekeeper about something and would join us in a moment. This left me alone with my thoughts and a perfect opportunity. I excused myself to find the bathroom. Adrian pointed me toward the back of the house down a long hallway lined with more pretentious artwork. I walked slowly, taking in the details. The house was impressive from a purely financial standpoint, but it felt cold, empty, like a museum that no one actually lived in. The bathroom was easy to find, but I wasn't really looking for it. What I was looking for was information, understanding, some clue that would help me make sense of the evening. I found something much better. As I walked past a partially open door, I heard voices. Victoria's voice and Vanessa's. I stopped. Every instinct told me to keep walking, to respect their privacy, to not eavesdrop like a character in a soap opera. But something in Victoria's tone made me pause. Something sharp, urgent. I moved closer to the door, staying in the shadows. Victoria was saying that we needed to deal with this situation quickly, that Adrian couldn't be allowed to make this mistake. Vanessa agreed. She said she couldn't believe he had actually brought her here, that she had thought this was just a phase, like his vegetarian period in college. Victoria said this was more serious than a diet. This woman could ruin everything. I felt my heart beating faster. They were talking about me. Of course, they were talking about me. But what came next was what really made my blood run cold. Vanessa said the timing couldn't be worse. She said they needed the merger with the Castellano family to go through, and Adrian needed to be with Isabella for that to happen. Castellano, that was Isabella's family name, the luxury car importers. Victoria agreed. She said the dealership was in trouble, that they needed the Castellano partnership to survive the next 18 months. I felt the floor shift beneath me. The Whitmore dealerships were in financial trouble. I had suspected something from my research, but this confirmed it. Vanessa continued. She said Adrian was supposed to keep Isabella interested while they worked out the details. That was the plan. Isabella's family would invest in the dealerships, and in return they would get access to the Whitmore distribution network. Victoria said Adrian had assured her that he was keeping his options open with Isabella. Options open. While he was proposing to me, I leaned against the wall, my mind racing. This wasn't just snobbery. This wasn't just a family who didn't like their son's girlfriend. This was calculated, strategic. Adrian wasn't just a weak man who couldn't stand up to his mother. Adrian was using me. But for what? Why keep me around if Isabella was always the plan? Vanessa answered my unspoken question. She said Adrian was such a fool. He actually seemed to like this little secretary, this nobody. He was supposed to use her as a placeholder until the deal with Isabella was finalized, but he was getting attached, a placeholder. That's what I was, a placeholder, a distraction, someone to keep Adrian occupied while the family worked out their business arrangements. Victoria said they would handle it. She said they would make the engagement announcement tonight, get Adrian publicly committed to this girl, and then find a way to break them up before the wedding. Once they had Isabella secured, they would discover some terrible secret about me that would justify ending the engagement. Vanessa asked, "What terrible secret?" Victoria said they would invent one if necessary. I stood in that hallway frozen, listening to two women plan the destruction of my relationship, like they were planning a dinner party. And then Vanessa said something that made everything even worse. She said at least the girl was too stupid to suspect anything, that Adrian had picked well in that regard. She was naive, trusting, probably just grateful that someone like Adrian had noticed her at all. Victoria laughed and agreed. I stepped back from the door, moving silently down the hallway. My hands were shaking, but not with hurt, with anger. They thought I was stupid. They thought I was naive. They thought I was so desperate for love that I would accept whatever crumbs they threw my way. They had no idea who they were dealing with. I found the bathroom, splashed some cold water on my face, and looked at myself in the mirror. The woman looking back at me was not broken. She was not devastated. She was thinking. I had come here tonight to test Adrian's family, and they had failed spectacularly, but the test had revealed something I hadn't expected. Adrian himself was part of the problem. He wasn't just caught between me and his family, he was actively deceiving me. The question now was what to do about it. I could confront him. I could walk out there right now and tell everyone exactly what I had heard. I could create a scene, expose their plans, and leave this house forever. But that would be too easy, too quick. They would dismiss me as emotional, dramatic, bitter. They would tell themselves that I was just proving their point about me. No, if I was going to respond to this betrayal, I would do it my way, on my terms, with a plan that they would never see coming. My grandmother had taught me many things, but one lesson stood above all others. She said that when someone underestimates you, they have given you a gift, the gift of surprise. Victoria and Vanessa had just given me the greatest gift of all. They had no idea what I was capable of. I fixed my makeup, smoothed my hair, and walked back to the sitting room with a smile on my face. The game was just beginning. When I returned to the sitting room, something had changed. The furniture had been rearranged slightly, the lighting adjusted. Victoria was standing by the fireplace with a look of barely concealed anticipation. Charles had positioned himself near the doorway, looking uncomfortable. Vanessa was pretending to examine a painting, but I caught her glancing at Adrian with a smirk, and Adrian was standing in the center of the room, looking nervous. Too nervous. He turned when I entered, and his face broke into what was supposed to be a loving smile. He walked toward me, took my hands in his, and said he wanted to ask me something. I felt the trap closing around me. Adrian said that he knew we hadn't been together very long and that his family could be a little overwhelming at first, but he said he knew what he wanted. He said he wanted me, and then he got down on one knee. The ring he produced was large and flashy, exactly the kind of thing Victoria would approve of. It was also, I noticed, immediately of questionable quality. The diamond was cloudy, the setting uneven. It was the kind of ring that looked impressive in dim lighting, but would reveal its flaws in the harsh light of day, much like the man holding it. Adrian asked me to marry him. Behind him, Victoria was beaming. This was clearly the plan, the first step in their strategy. Get Adrian publicly committed to me, then find a way to dispose of me later. In the meantime, they would use the engagement to keep Isabella waiting, dangling the promise of Adrian while they worked out their business arrangements. I understood all of this in the space of a heartbeat. I also understood that I had a choice to make. I could say no. I could reject this proposal from a man who was using me in front of a family who despised me. I could walk out with my dignity intact and never see any of them again. But that would end the story too soon. I thought about what I had heard in the hallway. I thought about their plans to invent some scandal about me. I thought about how they saw me as stupid, naive, disposable, and I thought about how satisfying it would be to show them exactly how wrong they were. So I said yes. Adrian slipped the ring on my finger, and Victoria began clapping like she was at a theater performance. Vanessa offered her congratulations with all the warmth of a January morning in Alaska. Charles shook Adrian's hand and told him he had done well. Samuel caught my eye from across the room. There was something in his expression, something knowing, like he suspected that this story had a few more chapters to go. I smiled at him, and he smiled back. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of champagne and false congratulations. Victoria talked about engagement party planning. Vanessa discussed venues. Charles mentioned business opportunities that might arise from the union of our families, though he stumbled over this, clearly unsure what my family could possibly bring to the table. Adrian stayed close to me, playing the role of devoted fiancé with surprising conviction. If I hadn't heard what his mother and sister had said, I might have believed it. But I had heard, and I would never forget. When the evening finally ended, Adrian walked me to my car. The night air was cold and clear, and for a moment, we just stood there in the driveway looking at each other. He asked if I was okay. He said he knew his family could be a lot, but he promised they would warm up to me eventually. I said I understood. I said I was just tired. He kissed me goodnight, and I drove away from the Whitmore estate with his ring on my finger and a plan forming in my mind. The next morning, I started my research. If there's one thing my job has taught me, it's the power of information, data, documentation. I spend my days analyzing systems, finding weaknesses, optimizing solutions. I was about to apply those same skills to the Whitmore family, and what I found over the next few days confirmed everything I had heard and then some. The Whitmore dealerships were indeed in financial trouble, not just a rough patch, but serious structural problems. They had expanded too quickly during the boom years, taken on too much debt, and now the bills were coming due. Their main franchise agreement was up for renewal, and the manufacturer was looking at other options. The partnership with Isabella's family wasn't just strategic, it was desperate. But that wasn't all. As I dug deeper, I found something else. Something that the Whitmores probably thought was hidden forever. Vanessa had been embezzling from the family business. The amounts were small at first, hidden in expense reports and petty cash accounts, but over the years they had added up. More than $480,000 siphoned off to fund her lifestyle while the company struggled. I printed out everything I found. Legal documents, financial statements, records of suspicious transactions, and then I started making phone calls. My grandmother's name still carried weight in certain circles. The business contacts she had cultivated over decades remembered the Graham family with respect. When I reached out, they were happy to talk. One of those contacts happened to know Samuel Hartley. And Samuel, it turned out, had his own history with the Whitmore family. They had cheated him on a business deal 17 years ago. Nothing illegal, just unethical enough to leave a bitter taste. He had been waiting for an opportunity to even the score. I was about to give him that opportunity. Before we continue, I just want to say something from my heart. This channel means so much to me, and every single like, every comment, every subscription helps more than you know. If you're enjoying this story, would you please take just 3 seconds to hit that subscribe button? It really makes a difference. Thank you. Now, back to what happened next. The next few weeks were an exercise in patience and performance. I played the role of the happy fiancé with the skill of an award-winning actress. I attended family dinners at the Whitmore estate. I listened to Victoria's passive-aggressive comments with a smile. I watched Vanessa flaunt her designer clothes and expensive jewelry, knowing exactly where the money had come from. And I watched Adrian. He was different now. Or maybe I was just seeing him clearly for the first time. The attentiveness I had once found charming now seemed calculated. The compliments felt rehearsed, and his phone, which he guarded with increasing vigilance, buzzed with messages that he quickly hid from view. I knew who was texting him. I had seen the name flash across his screen more than once. Isabella. One evening, I told Adrian I was working late. Instead, I parked near the restaurant where he was supposed to be meeting a client. He wasn't meeting a client. He was meeting her. I watched through the window as they sat together at a corner table, their heads close together, their body language unmistakably intimate. At one point, he took her hand across the table. At another, she laughed at something he said and touched his face. I took photographs, not because I needed evidence for any legal purpose, but because I wanted to remember this moment. I wanted to remember exactly who Adrian Whitmore really was. He wasn't just weak, he wasn't just a mama's boy. He was a liar and a cheat, actively maintaining 2 relationships, while his family orchestrated the outcome from behind the scenes. The rage I felt in that moment was white-hot and purifying, but I didn't act on it. Not yet. Instead, I went home and added the photographs to my growing file. Samuel and I had been meeting regularly, always in secret. He had his own documentation of the Whitmore's questionable business practices. He knew people who had been hurt by their dealings over the years. He was more than willing to help bring them down. But he asked me why. He said he understood his own motivations, but he wanted to know mine. Was this just about revenge or was it something more? I thought about his question for a long time before I answered. I said it wasn't about revenge, it was about truth. I said the Whitmores had spent their lives using their money and position to manipulate people. They treated anyone they deemed beneath them as disposable. They were raising Adrian to be the same way, and they would keep doing it to others long after I was gone. I said someone needed to show them that their money couldn't protect them from consequences. Samuel nodded slowly. He said my grandmother would be proud. That was the moment I knew I had made the right choice. The engagement party was set for 4 weeks later. The Whitmores were hosting it at their estate, inviting everyone who mattered in the business community. Victoria was treating it like a coronation, an opportunity to show off her perfect family to the world. She had no idea what was coming. I spent those 4 weeks preparing. I coordinated with Samuel. I made strategic calls to industry contacts. I even reached out to the car manufacturer that was considering dropping the Whitmore dealerships. They were very interested in what I had to share. And then the night before the party, I did one last thing. I gave Adrian one final chance to be honest. We were sitting in his apartment going over last-minute details for the party. I asked him casually how he felt about us, about our future. He said he was excited. He said he couldn't wait to marry me. I asked if there was anything he wanted to tell me, anything at all. He looked at me with those blue eyes that I had once found so charming. He said there was nothing. He said I was everything he had ever wanted. I asked about Isabella. His face went pale. He recovered quickly, but I had seen the flash of fear in his eyes. He said Isabella was just an old friend, nothing more. I nodded and said I understood. And in that moment, I did understand. I understood that Adrian would never tell me the truth. He would lie to my face for as long as it served his purposes. He was his mother's son through and through. The next evening, I put on a dress from my real closet. Not the modest navy number I had worn to that first dinner. This was designer, elegant, worth more than everything Victoria was wearing combined. I looked at myself in the mirror and smiled. It was time to show the Whitmore family exactly who they had underestimated. The Whitmore estate had been transformed for the engagement party. White tents dotted the manicured lawn. Crystal chandeliers hung from temporary structures, casting prismatic light across the gathering crowd. A string quartet played tasteful classical music near the fountain. Waiters in crisp uniforms circulated with champagne and hors d'oeuvres that probably cost more per bite than some people's hourly wage. Victoria had outdone herself. This wasn't just a party. This was a statement. I pulled up in my usual Subaru, watching the valet's expressions as they tried to reconcile my modest vehicle with the parade of Mercedes and BMWs that had preceded me. One of them actually asked if I was with the catering company. I smiled and handed him my keys. The walk from the parking area to the main tent felt like a runway. With every step, I shed the persona I had been wearing for the past 4 weeks. The nervous girlfriend, the grateful fiancée, the simple woman who should be thankful for Victoria Whitmore's grudging acceptance. Tonight, I was Lillian Graham, the real one. My dress was a deep emerald green, custom fitted by a designer whose name was whispered in fashion circles with reverence. My jewelry was understated, but unmistakable to anyone who knew quality. My grandmother's diamond pendant hung at my throat, a piece that had been appraised at more than most cars cost. My watch was a limited edition that only 40 people in the world owned. I had spent the past 16 months hiding who I was. Tonight, I would stop hiding. The first person to notice me was a woman I didn't recognize. Someone's wife or girlfriend standing near the entrance to the main tent. She looked at me, did a double take, and then whispered something to her companion. They both stared. I kept walking. The second person to notice was Charles Whitmore. He was greeting guests near the bar, performing his duties as host with the tired enthusiasm of a man who would rather be watching golf. When he saw me, his welcoming smile froze in place. His eyes traveled from my face to my dress to my jewelry and back again, and I watched confusion replace his practiced hospitality. I said good evening and thanked him for hosting such a lovely party. He stammered something about being glad I could make it, his eyes still trying to solve the puzzle I presented. I moved on before he could ask any questions. The main tent was filled with around 120 guests, a carefully curated collection of business associates, society figures, and family friends. I recognized some faces from my research. The regional manager from the car manufacturer, several competing dealership owners, a journalist from the local business publication, and their holding court near the champagne fountain was Victoria Whitmore. She was wearing a cream-colored gown that had probably cost a small fortune, though it was clearly off the rack despite her best efforts to suggest otherwise. Her jewelry was impressive by normal standards, but unremarkable by the standards of true wealth. She was laughing at something one of her guests had said, her head thrown back in that practiced way that suggested she had learned to fake amusement at finishing school. She hadn't seen me yet. I collected a glass of champagne from a passing waiter and made my way through the crowd, stopping to introduce myself to several guests along the way. Each interaction followed the same pattern. Confusion at my appearance, surprise when I mentioned I was Adrian's fiancée, renewed confusion when my dress, my jewelry, my manner didn't match whatever they had been told about me. Word was spreading. I could see it in the whispers, the sidelong glances, the phones being subtly checked as people tried to figure out who I really was. Good. I finally reached Victoria's circle just as she was finishing a story about her recent charity work. She turned to greet the newcomer with her standard frozen smile, and then her face went through a remarkable transformation. First confusion, then recognition, then disbelief, then something that might have been fear. She said my name like a question. I said, "Good evening, Victoria," and thanked her for throwing such a beautiful party. Her eyes were moving rapidly, taking in every detail of my appearance. The dress that cost more than her monthly household budget, the pendant that had been featured in a jewelry magazine, the watch that she had probably never seen outside of an advertisement. She asked where I had gotten these things, her voice carefully controlled, but unable to hide the tremor beneath. I said they were just a few pieces I had been saving for a special occasion. Vanessa appeared at her mother's side, summoned by some invisible distress signal. She looked at me, and her expression went through the same journey Victoria's had. Confusion, recognition, disbelief, but Vanessa recovered faster. She said the dress was interesting, her voice dripping with false sweetness. She asked if it was a rental. I told her the designer's name. I said he was a friend who had made it specifically for me. The designer's name hit Vanessa like a physical blow. This was someone who dressed celebrities, who had a waiting list years long, who didn't make dresses for administrative assistants who could barely afford their rent. She opened her mouth to respond, but nothing came out. I excused myself to find Adrian. As I walked away, I heard Victoria hiss something to Vanessa about finding out what was going on. I heard Vanessa's confused response, saying she had no idea that this didn't make any sense. I smiled to myself and kept walking. The first phase of the evening was complete. The seed of doubt had been planted. Now it was time to let it grow. Adrian found me before I found him. He emerged from a cluster of guests near the bar, his face pale and his eyes wide. He had clearly heard the whispers, seen the looks, tried to reconcile the woman standing before him with the woman he thought he knew. He asked what was going on. He asked where I had gotten the dress, the jewelry, the transformation. He asked why I looked like a completely different person. I said, I looked like myself. He stared at me, and I watched something shift behind his eyes, not understanding exactly, more like the first crack in a wall that had been hiding an uncomfortable truth. He asked if we could talk privately. I said later. I said, this was our engagement party after all. We had guests to attend to. Before he could protest, I took his arm and steered him toward a group of business associates. These were the men and women who ran the automotive industry in our region. The people whose opinions actually mattered to the Whitmore dealership survival. They had been watching my entrance with undisguised curiosity. I introduced myself properly this time. I gave my full name, Lillian Graham, and mentioned my position at my company. I watched their expressions change as they recognized the company name, as they realized who I actually was. One of them, a silver-haired man who ran a competing dealership chain, said he had heard of me. He said his nephew worked in tech and had mentioned my name in connection with some innovative software solutions. I said that was very kind of him. Another guest, a woman who handled mergers and acquisitions for a major investment firm, asked if I was related to Eleanor Graham. I said she was my grandmother. The woman's eyebrows rose. She said my grandmother had been a remarkable businesswoman. She said the Graham name still carried significant weight in certain financial circles. I could feel Adrian tensing beside me. He had no idea what any of this meant. He'd never asked about my family beyond the most superficial questions. He had assumed poor meant unimportant, and he had never bothered to look deeper. His mistake. The evening continued, and with each conversation the truth spread further. People were talking, checking their phones, confirming details. The narrative was shifting beneath the Whitmore's feet, and they didn't know how to stop it. Samuel arrived about 90 minutes into the party. He found me near the rose garden, momentarily alone, while Adrian was pulled away by his father for some urgent conversation. Samuel said the manufacturer's representative was here. He said the man had been very interested in the documentation Samuel had shared with him earlier in the week. I asked if he was ready. Samuel said he had been ready for years. We talked for a few more minutes, finalizing the details of what would happen next. Then Samuel melted back into the crowd, and I returned to my role as the happy fiancé. Victoria found me next. She had regained some of her composure, though I could see the strain around her eyes. She pulled me aside with a grip that was stronger than necessary and demanded to know what I was doing. I asked what she meant. She said I knew exactly what she meant. She said the dress, the jewelry, the stories I was telling people about my grandmother and my job. She said she wanted to know what my game was. I said there was no game. I said I was simply being myself. She said that was impossible. She said Adrian had told her about my circumstances. She said I was a secretary who lived in a studio apartment and drove a car that belonged in a junkyard. I said Adrian had made certain assumptions. I said I had never actually told him those things. Victoria's face went very still. I said I worked in tech, which was true. I said I had a support role, which was also true since architects support the development teams. I said I had never claimed to be poor. I said I had simply never corrected their assumptions. She asked why. I looked at her directly. I said, my grandmother taught me that a person's true character only shows when they think no one important is watching. I said, I wanted to know who the Whitmore family really was. Victoria's face drained of color. I said, now I knew. Before she could respond, the string quartet stopped playing. Charles Whitmore's voice came over the speaker system, announcing that it was time for the official toasts and speeches. Victoria looked at me with something that might have been fear. I smiled and walked toward the stage. The main event was about to begin. The stage had been set up at the far end of the main tent, decorated with flowers and soft lighting that was probably meant to be romantic, but instead felt like a spotlight waiting for its moment. Charles stood at the microphone welcoming guests and thanking them for coming to celebrate this special occasion. He talked about family, about tradition, about the importance of strong partnerships in both business and life. His eyes kept darting to Victoria, who was making her way through the crowd toward the stage with the determination of a general approaching a battlefield. She reached the microphone just as Charles was finishing his remarks. She took over smoothly, her composure firmly back in place, her smile as frozen and perfect as ever. She said she was so pleased to welcome everyone to this celebration of her son's engagement. She said Adrian had found himself a wonderful young woman, someone who would be a perfect addition to the Whitmore family. She said they had exciting plans for the future, plans that would ensure the Whitmore legacy continued for generations to come. Then she began to hint at business opportunities. She talked about growth and expansion. She talked about new partnerships and strategic alliances. She talked about the Whitmore dealerships entering an exciting new chapter. I watched the manufacturer's representative shift uncomfortably. I saw Samuel catch his eye and nod almost imperceptibly. Victoria was building towards something. She was using this engagement party as a platform for some kind of business announcement, probably related to the Castellano merger that was supposed to save their company. She called Adrian to the stage. He climbed the steps looking nervous, though he was trying to hide it behind his practiced smile. He stood beside his mother and looked out at the crowd searching for me. His expression complicated. Victoria said there was one more person who should be on this stage. She said she wanted to welcome her future daughter-in-law, the woman who had captured her son's heart. She said my name, and the crowd turned to look at me. I set down my champagne glass and walked toward the stage. The tent was silent except for my footsteps. Every eye was on me. The whispers had done their work. Everyone knew that something was happening, that this engagement party was about to become something else entirely. I climbed the steps and stood beside Adrian. He reached for my hand, but his grip was uncertain. Questioning, Victoria handed me the microphone with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. She said she was sure I wanted to say a few words. I looked at the microphone in my hand. I looked at Adrian. I looked at Victoria, who thought she was in control. I looked at the crowd filled with people who could make or break the Whitmore family's future. I said, yes, I did want to say a few words. And then I began to speak. I said I wanted to thank Victoria for the warm welcome she'd given me. I said I wanted to acknowledge the Whitmore family for showing me exactly who they were over the past 4 weeks. Victoria's smile flickered. I said, when I first came to this house, I made a decision. I decided to let the Whitmores see a simple version of me, a woman without expensive clothes or impressive credentials, a woman they might consider beneath their notice. The crowd was utterly silent. I said I wanted to see how they would treat someone they thought couldn't help them, someone they thought had nothing to offer, someone they thought was, in Victoria's words, common. Victoria's face went white. I said what I had found was illuminating. I described the dinner where I had been compared unfavorably to my fiancé's ex-girlfriend. I described the whispered insults Victoria thought I couldn't hear. I described being called the help, being called common, being called a gold digger by people who knew nothing about me. Adrian was staring at me now, his face a mask of horror. I said, and then I heard something I wasn't supposed to hear. I described the conversation in the study. I described Vanessa and Victoria discussing how to remove me from Adrian's life. I described learning that I was just a placeholder, someone to keep Adrian occupied while the family arranged his real future with Isabella Castellano. Gasps rippled through the crowd. I said, I discovered that the Whitmore dealerships were in serious financial trouble. I said, I learned they were desperate for a merger with the Castellano family to survive. I said I found out that Adrian had been keeping his options open with Isabella the entire time we were together. I pulled out my phone and showed a photograph on the screen. Adrian and Isabella at the restaurant holding hands across the table. I said this was taken 18 days earlier while Adrian was supposedly working late. The crowd erupted in whispers. Adrian grabbed my arm. He said this wasn't what it looked like. He said he could explain. I said he had already explained. I said I had given him the chance to be honest the night before, and he had chosen to lie. I turned back to the crowd. I said there was more. The tent had become completely silent again. Every person in that crowd understood they were witnessing something unprecedented. The comfortable rules of society events had been suspended. The masks were coming off. I said I had spent the past month researching the Whitmore family business. I said I had found some interesting things. I mentioned the financial records, the overextended credit, the declining sales, the franchise agreement that was about to be terminated. Charles Whitmore's face had gone gray. I said I had also found evidence of something more serious. I looked directly at Vanessa, who was standing near the back of the tent, frozen in place like a deer caught in headlights. I said Vanessa Whitmore had been embezzling from the family company for years. I said the amounts had started small, but had grown over time. I said the total was now more than $480,000. Vanessa's husband turned to look at her with an expression of pure shock. Vanessa shouted that was a lie. She said I had no proof. She said I was just a bitter woman trying to destroy their family. Samuel stepped forward from the crowd. He said he had proof. He walked toward the stage carrying a folder that I knew contained years of documentation, bank records, expense reports, transaction histories, everything needed to prove exactly what Vanessa had done. He handed the folder to the manufacturer's representative, who had moved closer to the stage with the look of a man whose worst suspicions were being confirmed. Samuel said he had been waiting a long time for this moment. He said the Whitmores had cheated him on a business deal 17 years ago, and he had never forgotten. He said when Lillian had approached him with evidence of their current misdeeds, he had been happy to contribute what he knew. Victoria found her voice. She said this was outrageous. She said we had no right to make these accusations. She said she would sue us for defamation. I said she was welcome to try. I said everything I had shared was documented and verifiable. I said the financial records were public information available to anyone who knew where to look. I said the evidence of Vanessa's embezzlement had been compiled from sources that would hold up in any court. I looked at Adrian, who was still standing beside me, looking like a man whose entire world had collapsed. I said there was one more thing. I reached up and removed the engagement ring from my finger. The cloudy diamond caught the light, revealing all its flaws. I said I would not be marrying Adrian Whitmore. I said I had never intended to, not after I learned the truth about him and his family. I said the only reason I had said yes to his proposal was to give them enough rope to hang themselves. I handed the ring back to Adrian. I said he should give it to Isabella. I said she was clearly the one he actually wanted. Adrian's face crumpled. He said that wasn't true. He said he had feelings for me. He said the thing with Isabella was just business, something his mother had arranged. I said that was exactly the problem. I said he had let his mother arrange his life, his relationships, his future. I said he had never once stood up for me when his family attacked me. I said he had lied to my face about Isabella even when I gave him the chance to be honest. I said a man who couldn't be honest with the woman he claimed to love was not a man I wanted to marry. The crowd was absolutely silent. I turned to face them one final time. I said I was Lillian Graham. I said I was a senior software architect who had built a career through hard work and integrity. I said I made more money in a month than most people made in a year. And I lived simply because my grandmother had taught me that wealth was not the measure of a person's worth. I said the Whitmores had shown me their true character. They had revealed themselves as people who judged others by their bank accounts and social status. They had treated me with contempt because they thought I had nothing to offer them. I said that was the kind of character that would eventually destroy them with or without my help. I set the microphone down on the podium and walked off the stage. The crowd parted for me like water. No one spoke. No one tried to stop me. Behind me, I heard the chaos begin. I didn't look back as I walked through the tent, but I could hear everything. Victoria's voice, high and desperate, trying to salvage the situation. She was saying there had been a misunderstanding, that I was clearly disturbed, that none of what I had said was true, but the damage was done. I could hear the manufacturer's representative speaking into his phone, his voice clipped and professional. I could hear other guests murmuring, some already heading for the exits, wanting to distance themselves from the disaster unfolding before them. I reached the edge of the tent and paused. Vanessa had cornered her husband near the bar, trying to explain, trying to justify. His expression was stone. He was looking at her like he had never seen her before, like the woman he had married had been replaced by a stranger wearing her face. Charles was slumped in a chair, his head in his hands. The patriarch of the Whitmore Empire, brought low by the exposure of secrets he had probably suspected but never wanted to acknowledge. And Adrian. Adrian was standing alone on the stage, the rejected ring still clutched in his hand. He was looking at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Anger, grief, regret. It didn't matter anymore. I walked out of the tent and into the cool night air. The stars were bright overhead, indifferent to the human drama playing out beneath them. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with air that felt cleaner, somehow lighter. Samuel found me by the fountain a few minutes later. He said it was done. He said the manufacturer had already made the call. The Whitmore dealerships would lose their franchise agreement by the end of the next 6 weeks. I asked if he felt satisfied. He said satisfaction wasn't quite the right word. He said it felt more like relief, like a debt that had finally been paid. I understood what he meant. He asked what I would do now. I said I would go home. I said I would sleep well for the first time in weeks. I said I would wake up tomorrow and continue building the life I had created for myself. The life that had nothing to do with Adrian Whitmore or his family. Samuel nodded. He said my grandmother would have been proud of me tonight. I felt tears prick at my eyes, unexpected and unwelcome. I said, I hope so. He handed me a business card. He said if I ever needed anything, I should call. He said he owed me one. I tucked the card into my purse and thanked him. Then I walked to the valet station, collected my old Subaru from a very confused attendant, and drove away from the Whitmore estate for the last time. In my rear-view mirror, I could see guests streaming out of the tent, the party dissolving into chaos. I could see Victoria gesturing wildly, still trying to control a narrative that had slipped completely beyond her grasp. I turned my eyes back to the road and didn't look again. The drive home was quiet. I didn't turn on the radio, I didn't call anyone. I just drove through the night, letting the miles put distance between me and everything that had happened. When I finally reached my modest apartment, I sat in the car for a long moment before going inside. I thought about Adrian, about the man I had believed he was, and the man he had turned out to be. I thought about how close I had come to marrying him, to binding my life to his, to becoming part of a family that would have treated me with contempt forever. I thought about my grandmother and the lesson she had taught me about character and worth. And I thought about the future, my future, the one I would build for myself on my own terms with people who valued me for who I was rather than what I could give them. I got out of the car and went inside. My apartment was small and simple, just the way I liked it. I made myself a cup of tea, changed out of my designer dress, and sat by the window in my old comfortable robe. The city lights sparkled below me, thousands of lives playing out in thousands of windows. I was just one of them. Nothing special, nothing extraordinary. And that was exactly how I wanted it. 10 days later, I was sitting at my kitchen table with my morning coffee when my phone buzzed with a news alert. The headline read, Whitmore Automotive facing closure after franchise termination. I read the article slowly, absorbing the details. The manufacturer had officially ended their partnership with the Whitmore dealerships, citing concerns about financial management and ethical practices. Without the franchise agreement, the dealerships couldn't sell new vehicles. Without new vehicle sales, the business couldn't survive. The article mentioned that several former business partners had come forward with their own complaints about the Whitmore family's practices. It mentioned that an internal investigation had revealed financial irregularities that were now being reviewed by authorities. It mentioned that Vanessa Whitmore had been asked to step down from her position in the company pending further inquiry. It did not mention me. I had asked Samuel to keep my name out of it, and he had honored that request. The story would be about the Whitmore's own misdeeds, not about the woman who had exposed them. I didn't want fame or recognition, I just wanted the truth to come out. And it had. I finished my coffee and looked around my small kitchen. The same kitchen I had been sitting in about 6 weeks ago when I had first driven to the Whitmore estate to meet Adrian's family. The same kitchen where I had made the decision to test them to see who they really were beneath their polished surface. So much had changed since then, and so much had stayed exactly the same. My phone buzzed again, this time it was a text from Adrian. He said he needed to see me. He said he could explain everything. He said he had made mistakes, but he still cared about me. He asked if we could meet for coffee just to talk. I looked at the message for a long moment. Then I deleted it without responding. Some doors once closed should stay closed. I stood up and walked to my window, looking out at the morning sun rising over the city. It was going to be a beautiful day, a day for new beginnings, for moving forward, for building something better. My grandmother's pendant hung at my throat, warm against my skin. I touched it gently, thinking about the woman who had taught me everything I knew about character and worth. She had lived her life simply, not because she had to, but because she understood that the things that truly matter can't be bought. Love, integrity, self-respect, the knowledge that you have acted according to your principles, even when it would have been easier to compromise. The Whitmores had thought they could buy their way through life. They had believed that money and status made them better than everyone else, entitled to treat people however they wanted without consequences. They had been wrong. I turned away from the window and got ready for work. My regular job at my regular company, doing the work I loved with people who respected me for my skills and character rather than my bank account. The story of the Whitmore family would continue to unfold in the coming weeks and months. There would be investigations and legal proceedings. There would be consequences and repercussions. The empire they had built on a foundation of arrogance and deception would crumble piece by piece. But that was their story now, not mine. My story was just beginning, and it would be written on my own terms, in my own words, according to my own values. That was the lesson my grandmother had taught me. That was the truth I had carried with me through every moment of the past 6 weeks. A person's worth isn't measured by their bank account or their social At 12:13 a.m., my FBI agent's son called. Turn off all lights, get to the attic, and lock the door. Don't tell anyone. I obeyed, and what I saw next shattered everything. At 12:13 a.m., my phone vibrated in the dark. My son, an FBI agent, called with a quivering voice. Dad, turn off all the lights, get to the attic, and lock the door immediately. Absolutely, don't tell your daughter and her husband. I realized something awful had happened, so I promptly followed my son's instructions. I calmly observed through a break in the attic floor, and what I witnessed shattered all I knew about my family. I'm so grateful you're here with me today. Before we get started, I'd love to hear from you. Leave a comment below and tell me where you are watching from. Your participation means the world. Also, a brief note. This story combines fictional elements for educational and narrative objectives. Any resemblances to genuine names or places are unintentional, but the lessons presented here are extremely valuable. Now, let us begin. My name is David Clark. I am 62 years old and have been restoring damaged paintings in Willowdale's Hillrest neighborhood for 37 years. When people bring me broken paintings, torn canvases, and faded masterpieces, they believe I can bring them back to life. Piece by piece, brushstroke by brushstroke, I restore what time and carelessness have wrecked. It's patient, sensitive work that teaches you to see what others don't, to notice the minor things that don't match. I never imagined I'd need those talents to save my own life. I live in a Victorian house on Maple Street, the type with high ceilings and crown molding that my wife Elizabeth adored. She used to claim that the morning light from the east windows was ideal for painting. We purchased this home 25 years ago, just as the area was beginning to improve. We raised our 2 kids here. I saw the oak trees grow tall enough to shade the entire front yard. Elizabeth passed away 6 months ago after battling cancer. After that, the home felt too large, too quiet, and too full of painful memories to touch. Our daughter Sarah noticed. Of course, she had always been perceptive. Even as a child, she'd watched me from the doorway of my studio, those large eyes taking everything in. Sarah showed up 4 months ago with her husband, James, and a proposition. We were sitting in my kitchen, the autumn sun slanting through Elizabeth's favorite east-facing windows. Sarah stretched across the table to take my hand. Dad, you shouldn't be alone in this big house, she whispered softly, concerned. James and I have been speaking. Our lease is about to expire anyhow. What if we moved in with you for a bit to help out and keep you company? You're not getting any younger. I should have paid attention to that last statement. You're not getting any younger. But I was lonely, and she was my daughter. And the prospect of having relatives around again seemed like a lifeline. James smiled, his practiced smile, and continued, we'd take care of everything, David. Yard work, maintenance, whatever you need. You've worked hard your entire life, it's time to relax. So I answered, yes. And they moved in the following week. It felt lovely to have people back in the house. Sarah would prepare dinner. James would deal with the bills that had been stacking up. They were nearly overly attentive. Every time I turned around, one of them was there, asking if I needed anything, if I was feeling well, and if I had taken my vitamins. What about the vitamins? That's where it all began, though I hadn't realized it at the time. Sarah delivered them to me the first night, holding a small white tablet in her palm. Dad, the doctor recommended these for you. They'll help with your memory and keep you sharp. I couldn't recall going to the doctor. I couldn't remember any prescription, but Sarah seemed so certain and caring that I drank it down with a glass of water. Every night after that, she would bring me another pill. Sometimes James would bring it instead, always with a comforting smile. Doctor's orders, he'd explain. These will help. But I didn't feel helped. I felt foggy. My ideas flowed like honey, slow and thick. I would stroll inside my studio and forget why I was there. I'd start a sentence and then lose it halfway through. Paintings I'd been working on for years suddenly appeared strange, as if someone else had placed brush to canvas. The confusion terrified me more than I wanted to admit. Maybe they were correct. Maybe I was getting older and lost my edge. Perhaps I needed help. Then came the hallucinations. One night, I awoke to use the restroom. The home was dark and quiet. I shuffled along the hallway, still half asleep, when I noticed her. Elizabeth stood in the corner of our bedroom, wearing the blue garment she had been buried in. She looked at me with sorrowful eyes, not saying anything, just staring. My heart almost stopped. I blinked hard, squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them again. She was still there. I could see the fabric of her dress swaying slightly, as if in a breeze that I couldn't detect. Elizabeth, I whispered. She didn't say anything, didn't move, but stood there watching me with that dreadful grief. I must have made a sound because Sarah appeared with her hand on my arm. Dad, are you okay? What's wrong? When I peered back around the corner, Elizabeth had vanished. I couldn't finish. How do you tell your daughter you are seeing her deceased mother? Sarah led me back to bed, her face filled with anxiety. It's okay, Dad, you were dreaming. The mind plays tricks sometimes, especially at night. That's why you need your rest and your vitamins. She tucked me in like I was a child, helpless. The following morning, I felt as if I were traveling through water. Everything seemed distant and unreal. I went down to the kitchen, seeking coffee to clear my mind. Sarah and James had already departed for work. Once again, the house was empty. I accidentally knocked over a stack of papers on the counter while hunting for the coffee filters. They were scattered all over the tile floor. I went down to grab them, my knees protesting the exercise, when one page attracted my attention. It was an official-looking paperwork with letterhead from a medical center I'd never heard of. Evergreen Behavioral Center. But that was not what caused my hands to shake. My name appeared at the top. David Clark, age 62. Below that, is a series of checkboxes. Delusions, hallucinations, paranoia, memory loss, inability to care for oneself, and threat to oneself or others. None of the boxes had been checked yet. The form was blank and waiting, but it had already been filled out with my personal information, including my date of birth, address, and social security number. Someone had arranged this. Someone planned to examine me and deem me incompetent. I stood in my kitchen, the morning light shining through Elizabeth's favorite windows, clutching that form in my shaky hands. The coffee pot gurgled behind me, boring and unremarkable, as my entire world shifted on its axis. The following morning, I discovered something that made my blood run cold. A psychiatric examination form bearing my name on it. I wasn't always so distrustful of my own daughter. Sarah used to be the light of my life, and her laughter would fill this house like music. I can still picture her at 8 years old, poised on the tall stool in my studio, watching me work on a damaged oil painting. A 19th century portrait with a tear in the subject's face had been presented to a school fundraiser by a student. Most people would have thrown it away, but Sarah recognized that broken objects might be made beautiful again. She handed me the instruments with the solemnity of a surgical assistant. When I finally blended the final stroke to conceal that dreadful tear, she clapped her hands together. Daddy, why do you fix broken paintings? She inquired, her eyes wide with the childlike curiosity that sees magic in everything. I set down my brush and brought her into my lap. Because everything deserves a second chance, sweetheart. Even broken things can be beautiful again if someone cares enough to try. She held me tightly. You're the best daddy in the entire world. I believed her. God, assist me. I believed her. That happened a long time ago. My young kid grew up, attended college, and started her own life. She'd come for holidays, call on Sundays, and send pictures of her travels. Elizabeth and I would look at those photos together, proud of the woman she had become. 2 years ago, Sarah called with exciting news. She had met someone, his name was James Drake, and she talked about him as if he had hung the moon. He was charming, she commented. Successful consultant in real estate investment. He had seamless responses to everything, and a smile that could sell ice in the cold. They married the following summer in a simple ceremony at the Botanical Garden. James looked like the perfect son-in-law in his costly suit. He shook my hand later, his grip solid and confident. "I will take good care of her, David," he assured. "She's everything to me." I wanted to believe him. He was attentive to Sarah, kind to us, and always ready to compliment. But now as I look back, I can see that every gesture was calculated. He would push conversations toward money, the value of our home, and my retirement accounts, how he remarked that healthcare costs were growing for persons my age. He'd recommend that Elizabeth and I think about future planning. But I didn't notice it at the time. I just saw my daughter happy, and that was enough. Elizabeth died 8 months before they moved in, due to cancer. It happened quickly. One day, she complained about being fatigued. 6 weeks later, I was standing in a funeral parlor, selecting a casket. The house became a tomb. Every chamber whispered her name. I slipped through those months like a phantom myself. Avoid taking on rehabilitation jobs. Allow the mail to pile up. Aaron, my son, called me every few days from wherever the FBI had him stationed, his voice filled with dread. But he was too far away to help, and I was too numb to inquire. Sarah began to pop up more frequently after that. She'd bring groceries, prepare dinners that I barely touched, and sit with me in the living room. She was concerned, she explained. I looked slimmer and exhausted. The house was too big for me to handle alone. Then, 4 months ago, she arrived with James and a proposal that I should have questioned. They sat across from me in the living room. Sarah reached for my hand. "Dad, James and I have been discussing, you need family around you. This place is so large, and you're here all alone. What if something happened?" James leaned forward, his face structured in rehearsed pity. "We'd love to move in, David, just temporarily while you get back on your feet. We could help with everything. The yard, the bills, making sure you're eating right, taking your medications." Medications? I was not taking any medication, but I was too exhausted to argue and too lonely to question. "Are you sure?" I inquired. "I don't want to be a burden." "You could never be a burden, Dad," Sarah said him. "You took care of me my whole life. Let me take care of you now." That's what I said. I handed them the keys to my house, my sanctuary, my home. They settled in on a Saturday morning in March. That first week, I was actually grateful. The house was once again filled with sound and motion. Someone to converse to over a morning coffee. However, things began to change gradually. James promised to help me manage my bills. Before I knew it, he was writing checks from my account and managing my finances to relieve the tension. Sarah began going through my meds, bringing me pills in the morning and pills at night, always with the same worried face, and I began to feel strange, confused, disconnected, as if my own thoughts were moving through mud. Within weeks, James began adding security cameras. He did it slowly, room by room, and always provided a reasonable justification. The front entrance camera intended to prevent parcel theft. The living room camera was there just in case I fell. If I wandered around at night, the hallway camera could keep track of me. "For your safety," he'd remark, putting on another small black eye to monitor my every move. "At your age, we can't be too careful." I watched him drill holes in Elizabeth's meticulously painted walls and convinced myself it was thoughtful. That they cared. I hadn't realized they were observing me in my own home. It took me a few days to understand how many cameras James had put gradually and meticulously, like a net tightening around me. The first one I noticed was in the living room, mounted high in the corner next to the crown molding. James had said it casually one afternoon. "Just a precaution, Dad," he'd added, "in case anything happens." I nodded. It appeared reasonable. I was 62 years old, and Elizabeth had passed away. Perhaps it wasn't such a horrible idea to have some extra security. But then I discovered another in the hallway, another in the kitchen slanted toward the stove, and one more in the upstairs bathroom, tucked under the mirror's edge, where I nearly missed it. That one made my stomach turn. I stood there for a long time, staring at the little black lens, feeling a chill settle in my chest. When I finally asked James about it, he was ready to answer. "Dad, at your age, what if you fall? What if you have a dizzy spell in the shower? We need to be able to help you." His tone was calm, almost patronizing, like talking to a kid. I wanted to disagree, but the words got stuck in my throat, entangled with the fog that had been obscuring my head for weeks, so I said nothing. Later that evening, I realized something more. There were no cameras in their bedroom. There were none in Sarah's private bathroom either. I had strolled past their door on my way to the attic studio and peered in for a brief moment, but there was nothing there. There are no blinking red lights or lenses watching from the edges. I stopped at the bottom of the attic stairs, letting it sink in. They were observing me everywhere except in the 2 areas where they controlled their own space and mine. When I asked James about it the next morning, he answered without hesitation. "The attic, Dad, you've got all those chemicals up there, turpentine, varnish, all that restoration stuff. The fumes would wreck the cameras in a week." He clasped me on the shoulder, his grasp somewhat too tight. "Besides, you're safe up there. You're doing what you love. We don't need to worry about you when you're painting." I gave a nod. I constantly seemed to be nodding these days, but something about his response didn't feel right. I'd been repairing art for 37 years, and I was confident that the ventilation system Elizabeth and I had installed was keeping the fumes under control. There were cameras intended for rougher conditions than my studio, but I didn't mention any of that. I just smiled and returned to my coffee. That same afternoon, I attempted to contact an old acquaintance, George Mercer, a fellow restorer I'd known since the 1980s. But as I took up my phone, James appeared instantly, his hand outstretched. "Who are you calling, Dad?" "George, just checking in." James's smile did not reach his eyes. "You know, George hasn't called in a while, has he? Maybe he's busy. Why don't you rest instead?" He grabbed the phone from my grasp before I could respond. Not rough, but firm enough that I didn't fight him. He laid it on the counter, face down. "I'll make sure to remind you to call him later," he promised, but later never arrived. It happened again 2 days later. This time, it was my son Aaron. My heart skipped a beat as I saw his name appear on the screen. Aaron Clark, FBI. I hadn't spoken with him in over a week, which was unusual. Aaron called every Sunday, like clockwork. I reached for the phone, but James moved faster. He took it from the table, thumb swiping to deny the call. "Dad, you're supposed to be resting. Aaron's probably just checking in. I'll text him later and let him know you're fine. I want to talk to him," I told him. And I despised how feeble my voice sounded. James's expression softened into what could have been pity. "Dad, Aaron's busy. He's out there saving the world, dealing with criminals and terrorists. The last thing he needs is to worry about you. Let him do his job. We've got you covered here." I wanted to take the phone back. I wanted to shout that Aaron was my kid and that I had every right to speak to him. But the fog was back, crushing down on my thoughts, making everything seem too heavy to lift. So I just sat there silently, while James slid my phone into his pocket. That night, I was unable to sleep. I sat in bed, staring at the ceiling, wondering about the cameras, the unanswered phone calls, and the stack of paperwork he'd been wanting me to sign: insurance forms, he said, and updated estate agreements. It was just ordinary stuff. But I'd been too foggy to read them thoroughly, and now I couldn't remember half of what I'd written my name on. The next morning, I noticed one of those forms on James's desk. I was not snooping. I had simply been hunting for a pen. I picked it up, staring at the small print. My signature was clearly visible at the bottom, but I couldn't recognize the document. Something concerning account access and power of attorney. My hands started shaking. I gently placed the paper where I found it before backing out of the room. My heart was beating so fiercely that I could feel it in my throat. I wasn't sure what that paper signified. Not yet. But I knew it was not good. That night, Sarah delivered my vitamin. She had always done it herself, never James. She'd grin, hand me the little white pill and a glass of water, and then stand there till I swallowed. But this time, I didn't. I took the tablet, put it on my tongue, and raised the glass to my lips. I let the water run over it, but I did not swallow. I kept the tablet hidden beneath my tongue while Sarah watched me with the same patient smile. "Good?" she replied quietly, stroking a strand of hair off my brow. "Sleep well, Dad." After she went, I spit the tablet into my palm. It was small and spherical, chalky white, with no markings. I stared at it for a long time, turning it over in my fingers and wondering what they were actually offering me. The tablet dissolved in water, turning it murky gray. Vitamins do not do that. I stood at the sink in my attic studio, watching the chalky residue swirl and descend to the bottom of the glass. I took a real multivitamin from the bottle Elizabeth and I used to share, and placed it in a second glass for comparison. That one fizzed momentarily and dissolved clear, leaving only a faint orange hue on the coating. Sarah's pill from last night left me with a dark sludge that adhered to the sides of the glass like silt. I poured both glasses down the drain and stood there for a while, grasping the sink's edge. I remembered Elizabeth, the night I saw her standing in the corner of my bedroom, pale and sorrowful. I had thought I was losing my mind. I felt grief had finally broken something inside me that could not be repaired. But it was not grief. It was the drugs. I took out the old laptop I keep in the studio and launched a secret browsing window. My fingers felt clumsy on the keyboard, but I forced myself to enter symptoms of hallucinations, drug-induced confusion, elderly. The results appeared in seconds. Hallucinogens, benzodiazepines, sedative hypnotics, and a dozen publications concerning elder abuse suggest that caregivers utilize drugs to control or incapacitate their victims. I read them all, feeling my chest tighten with each paragraph. The symptoms were all the same. I closed the laptop and sat in the studio's dark lighting. My life's work encircled me in unfinished paintings. And now someone, my own daughter, was attempting to take it all away. But I wanted proof. I needed to know for sure. That afternoon, Sarah and James left the house to run errands. I heard James's voice in the driveway saying they'd be back in an hour, as if I were a child who couldn't be trusted to go to the mailbox. I waited until I heard the automobile drive away. Then I relocated. James's office was located on the first floor, immediately off the kitchen. He had taken over Elizabeth's former sewing room. The door was normally locked, but today it was not. I went inside, my heart pounding against my chest. The desk was immaculately clean and meticulously organized. A stack of folders sat in the center, labeled in James's precise handwriting: insurance, estate, and medical. I opened the one labeled medical first. Inside, I discovered a nice brochure advertising the Evergreen Behavioral Center. The cover featured a serene photo of a modern building surrounded by trees, specialized care for cognitive and behavioral health. The slogan was as follows: private rooms, 24-hour monitoring, a safe, compassionate environment for those who can no longer care for themselves. A draft form for an intake evaluation for psychiatric commitment was found beneath the brochure. My name was already at the top. David Clark, 62. Below that is a checklist of symptoms, some of which have already been marked: hallucinations, delusions, and paranoia. The boxes were checked with blue ink. James's handwriting. I stared at the form for a long time, feeling something cold and sharp settle into my chest. This was not a precaution. This wasn't a concern. This was the plan. They were going to get me committed. They were going to lock me up in that place, sign papers stating that I was incompetent, and take everything I owned: the house, the savings, the paintings, everything. I used the old phone from my studio to photograph the form and returned it to the folder exactly as I had found it. My hands were steadier now. Anger has a way of lifting the fog. I was back in the living room, pretending to read a newspaper, when I heard a knock. At first, I assumed it was Sarah and James returning early, but the knock was too soft and hesitant. I opened the door to find Laura Hughes standing on the porch, holding a foil-covered ceramic dish. Laura was a neighborhood fixture at 65 years old, with silver hair, sharp eyes, and a no-nonsense demeanor. She and Elizabeth had been friends. I had not seen much of her since the funeral. "David," she said, her voice warm and cautious. "I brought you some casserole," she said, pausing and sweeping her gaze over me. Her expression changed. "Are you all right?" I opened my mouth to say yes, as I always did, but something stopped me. Perhaps it was the way she looked at me, not with sympathy, but with the sharp clinical eye of someone who had spent 30 years as a nurse. Laura stepped inside and placed the casserole on the hall table. She lowered her voice. "David, I've been a nurse for 30 years, and I recognize medication issues when I see them. You don't look well." I looked up the stairs, toward the cameras I knew were watching. Laura had already noticed. Her gaze shifted to the corner of the living room, to a small black lens mounted near the ceiling, and her mouth formed a thin line. Before I could respond, I heard the front door open. Sarah's voice rang out, both bright and false. She appeared in the hallway a moment later, her smile frozen when she noticed Laura. "Aunt Hughes, how nice of you to stop by, but Dad really needs to rest, don't you, Dad?" Laura did not move. "I appreciate your concern," Sarah explained, stepping between us. Laura's jaw tightened. "But we have everything under control. James and I are taking excellent care of him." I thought she was going to argue, but then she picked up her empty dish and turned to face the door. As she passed me, she leaned in close. Her voice was barely a whisper. "If you need me, I'm 2 houses down." And then she vanished. Sarah closed the door and turned to face me, her smile sharp. "Dad, don't bother the neighbors with your episodes. People might get the wrong idea." I raised an eyebrow. I always seemed to be nodding, but something inside had changed. Laura had seen. She knew. More importantly, she'd offered to help. That night, after Sarah brought me my vitamin and I tucked it back under my tongue, I lay in bed thinking about Aaron, my son, the FBI agent who had always been a little overly concerned with security and worst-case scenarios. He came to visit for Thanksgiving 4 months ago. He had pulled me aside in the kitchen and pressed something small and rectangular into my palm. "It's a backup phone, Dad," he'd explained quietly. "Prepaid? No contract, no tracking. Keep it charged and hidden somewhere safe just in case." At the time, I thought he was exaggerating. I had humored him by putting the phone in an old paint supply box in the attic and forgotten about it until now. I needed help. I needed evidence. And I needed to do it without their knowledge. The alarm clock on the nightstand showed 12:13 a.m., when the backup phone vibrated. My heart pounded as I sat up in bed. I walked across the dark room to the old oak wardrobe, felt along the top shelf, and pulled out the paint supply box Aaron had helped me pack last Thanksgiving. The phone lay beneath a stack of unused brushes wrapped in a paint-stained rag. Aaron Clark's name glowed across the screen. I answered on the second ring, my voice barely audible. "Aaron, Dad." His voice was low, urgent, and clipped, just like when he was working a case. "Listen carefully, you're in danger." My throat tightened. "Blake, something is happening. They have been giving me pills. I've been seeing things and hallucinating." "I know." His voice was harsh. "Dad, I've been investigating James for 3 months, he's not who he claims to be." The room appeared to tilt. "What do you mean?" "He is a con artist, a professional. His real name is Kevin Drake, or it was the last time he was arrested. Before that, he was Marcus Sullivan, and he had used 3 different aliases to target elderly people with money. He marries into families, isolates the victim, and steals everything. I sank onto the edge of the bed, the phone pressed hard against my ear. James is not even his real name. No. And Sarah, I don't know if she's part of it or if he manipulated her too, but they're planning something soon. Very soon. There's a psychiatric facility, I said. My voice broke. Evergreen Behavioral Center. They have an intake form with my name on it, Blake said under his breath. That's the play. They commit you, have you declared incompetent, and take control of your assets. Once you're in a place like that, getting you out is nearly impossible. Blake, you have to. I didn't continue. Why haven't you arrested him? There was a prolonged silence. Conflict of interest. You're my father. My supervisor made it very clear. I can't be the agent of record on this case. If I push it, the whole investigation gets thrown out on a technicality. And James walks. I'm working with a colleague, Agent Sarah Mitchell, but she needs time to build a clean case. We're talking 2 weeks minimum to get a warrant. 2 weeks. It seemed to take an eternity. Dad, I need you to do exactly what I'm about to tell you. Blake's voice became sharper. Became the voice of an FBI agent issuing orders. Do you have a place in the house where they don't have cameras? The attic? My studio. James said the fumes would damage the equipment. Good. That's your safe zone. Stay there as much as you can without making them suspicious. Watch them. Listen. If you can record anything, do it. But don't let them know you're onto them. And Dad, whatever happens, do not let them take you to Evergreen. Once you're inside, I can't help you. Do you understand? I understand. I need you to be strong for 2 weeks. Can you do it? I considered the pills, the cameras, and the forms with my name on them. The life Elizabeth and I had built was being dismantled piece by piece. I can, I replied. He quickly said, 1, I have to go. Keep this phone charged and hidden. I'll call when I can, Dad, and I promise to fix this. The line went dead. I sat in the darkness for a long time. Then I relocated. I checked all the locks and turned off all the lights in the house, including Elizabeth's porch lamp, which she used to leave on all night. Then I climbed the narrow staircase to the attic, the old wooden steps creaking beneath my weight. The studio smelled like turpentine and linseed oil, comforting and grounding. I took a chair to the small dormer window that overlooked the driveway and sat down to wait. At first, I assumed Blake was being paranoid, but then I remembered James suspected I had been drugged. He thought I was confused, compliant, and already on my way to the psychiatric ward. He didn't realize I'd stopped taking pills. At 1:30 a.m., I noticed them. 2 vehicles moved slowly down the quiet street, their headlights turned off. A black SUV and a gray sedan, both with plates I couldn't read. They rolled into the driveway and came to a stop, their engines idling softly. 3 men came out. They were all tall, broad-shouldered, and dressed in dark clothing to blend in with the night. They did not speak. They moved with the ease of those who had done it before. And then James appeared. He opened the front door from the inside, gestured them in. No words, just a quick nod, and they disappeared into the house below me. I pressed up against the window frame, barely breathing. From my vantage point in the attic, I could see into the first floor study through the gap in the curtains. The men moved through the room with flashlights, their beams cutting sharp lines through the darkness. They went straight to the old filing cabinet where I kept my personal documents. One of them knelt and pulled out the small safe I'd bolted to the bottom shelf, the one that held Elizabeth's jewelry, our property deeds, and the original copies of our wills. He opened it. Within seconds, the safe was open. They pulled out a large manila envelope and a thick stack of papers. I couldn't see exactly what they were, but I could guess. Deeds, bank statements, insurance policies, everything James would need to take legal control of my life. 30 minutes later, they were gone. The cars rolled back out of the driveway, headlights still off, and vanished into the night. I waited another 10 minutes, then crept downstairs and checked the study. The safe was still open, its contents scattered. The envelope and half the documents were missing. James had locked the front door again, and gone back to bed as if nothing had happened. I returned to the attic and sat by the window, watching the sky. My hands were still shaking, but it wasn't fear anymore. It was rage, cold, sharp, and clarifying. After they left, I sat in that attic until dawn broke. Watched the sky turn from black to gray to pale blue, thinking, planning. By the time morning came, I knew exactly what I needed to do. I nearly jumped out of my skin when Sarah's voice called from the bedroom doorway. "Dad, I thought I heard you talking." My hand shot to the phone hidden beneath my pillow. Blake's backup phone, still warm from the call. I forced myself to stay still. The room was dark, the sky outside just beginning to lighten with the first pale hints of dawn. Sarah stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the hallway light. I blinked slowly as if waking from a deep sleep, and let my head loll to one side. "Elizabeth," I mumbled, slurring the word. "Where did you put the brushes?" Sarah stepped into the room, her expression sharp. "Dad, were you on the phone?" I blinked again, meeting her eyes with what I hoped was confusion. "Phone?" My voice cracked thick with false drowsiness. "No, I was dreaming about your mother. She didn't move for a long moment. She just stood there watching me. Then her gaze swept the room, over the nightstand where my regular phone sat untouched, over the wardrobe, over the rumpled blankets. I kept my breathing slow and even, my face slack. Finally, she sighed. "Okay, Dad. Go back to sleep." But her voice was tight, uncertain. She pulled the door closed, and I heard her footsteps retreat down the hall. I waited, counted to 60. Then I slipped the backup phone from under the pillow, wrapped it in an old shirt, and buried it at the bottom of the wardrobe beneath a stack of sweaters. My hands were shaking. That had been too close. A few hours later, after a tense breakfast, where I palmed Sarah's vitamin under my tongue and spat it out in the bathroom, I made my announcement. "I think I'll spend the day in the attic," I said, keeping my tone casual. "Need to sort through some old paintings." Sarah looked up from her coffee, her smile a little too bright. "That's nice, Dad. Just don't overdo it, okay?" James called from the kitchen, his voice cheerful and false. "Yeah, Dad. Take it easy up there." I nodded and climbed the narrow staircase to the attic. The studio smelled the way it always had, linseed oil and turpentine, old wood and dust. Sunlight streamed through the dormer window, cutting bright shafts through the air. This was my sanctuary. Elizabeth and I had converted the attic together 25 years ago. Every corner of this room held a memory. 17 paintings were stored here in various stages of completion. A Hudson River School landscape from the 1870s. A Victorian-era portrait of a young woman in a lace collar. A Baroque still life that I'd been restoring for a museum before Elizabeth got sick. And then there was the portrait of Elizabeth herself. I turned to look at it now, leaning against the far wall. Life-sized, painted in oils 25 years ago when we were newlyweds. She wore a navy blue dress, her hands folded in her lap, holding a single white rose. Her expression was serene, faintly amused, as if she'd been listening to a joke I'd just told. It was the best work I'd ever done. For 12 years, it had hung in the living room above the fireplace, watching over the house until 3 weeks ago when I'd told Sarah I wanted to bring it up here for cleaning. She'd helped me carry it upstairs, and I'd promised to rehang it soon. I hadn't, and now I was glad. I spent the next hour moving paintings around, pretending to organize, all the while thinking about Blake's instructions. Watch them. Listen. Record anything you can. At one point, I knelt down to shift a canvas and noticed something I'd never paid attention to before. A gap in the floorboards, not large, maybe half an inch wide, where the old wood had settled and shrunk over the decades. I pressed my face close to the floor, and peered through. Below me, I could see straight down into the living room. The angle was perfect. From here, I had a clear view of the sofa, the coffee table, even the front door. I could see Sarah sitting on the couch, her phone in her hand. A moment later, James walked into view, carrying something, a thick stack of cash bundled with rubber bands. He dropped onto the sofa beside her and started counting it. Hundreds, by the look of them. Sarah said something. I couldn't hear her face tense, and James laughed, a sharp, dismissive sound that carried even through the floorboards. I watched their body language. James grinned, gesturing with the cash. Sarah shook her head, glanced toward the stairs, bit her lower lip. She looked nervous, afraid even, or maybe guilty. But I couldn't hear them. The floor was too thick, the distance too great. I could see, but I couldn't listen. And without sound, all I had were guesses. I sat back on my heels, frustrated. I need to hear them. I need evidence. Real evidence. I turned back to the workbench, scanning the clutter of tools and supplies. My gaze landed on the small digital camera I used for documentation, photographing paintings before and after restoration. It was old but functional, with a decent video mode and a built-in microphone. The memory card could hold hours of footage. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. The lens was small, unobtrusive. If I could hide it somewhere with a good view of the living room, somewhere they looked at every day but never really noticed. My eyes drifted back to the portrait of Elizabeth. It hung in the living room for 12 years, right above the fireplace, facing the sofa. The frame was 4 inches wide, solid oak, with a hollow space behind the canvas where the backing board sat. There was room in there, enough room to tuck a small camera into the corner, angled just right, and no one would ever suspect. Why would they? It was just a painting, a portrait of my late wife, a fixture of the house, something they saw every day but never truly noticed. The plan started to take shape. I had the camera. I had the location. Now I just needed to figure out how to hide it in plain sight without them knowing I'd been anywhere near that portrait. Installing a camera in my wife's portrait felt like a betrayal. But Elizabeth would understand. She always did. I sat in the attic studio, staring at the small digital camera I'd ordered 2 days ago. A surveillance device no bigger than a coin, with a pinhole lens and built-in Wi-Fi. It had arrived at Laura Hughes's house that afternoon, hidden in a plain brown box. Laura had knocked on the back door while Sarah and James were out, slipped the package into my hands, and left without a word. Now the camera sat on my workbench, gleaming under the light. Motion activated, 1080 prect resolution, night vision, rechargeable battery, good for 7 to 10 days, and most importantly, small enough to hide in plain sight. I thought about Elizabeth's last words to me, spoken in the dim quiet of the hospice room 6 months ago. Her hand had been so light in mine, fragile as paper, but her grip had been firm. "Take care of yourself, David," she'd whispered. "Don't let anyone take advantage of your kindness. You're too good, you know that, too trusting." At the time, I'd brushed it off. Who would take advantage of me, Elizabeth? I'll be fine. She'd smiled, sad and knowing. "Promise me, promise you'll be careful." "I promise." I hadn't understood then, but I understood now. Elizabeth had seen something in Sarah. Maybe not the full scope of it, but enough to worry, enough to warn me, and I'd been too grief-stricken, too distracted to notice the signs. I looked at the portrait leaning against the wall, the one I'd painted 25 years ago when Elizabeth's hair was still dark and her eyes still bright. Her face gazed back at me, serene and steady. "Forgive me, sweetheart," I thought. "I'm using your beautiful face to catch the ugly truth about our daughter, but I know you'd want me to protect myself." I picked up the camera and got to work. The first step was to tell Sarah I was bringing the portrait back downstairs. I found her in the kitchen that afternoon, scrolling through her phone. She looked up when I appeared in the doorway. "Sarah," I said, keeping my voice casual, "I'm bringing your mother's portrait back down today. The frame's fixed." She blinked, surprised. "Oh Dad, you don't have to go to all that trouble." I cut her off, my voice firmer than it had been in weeks. "This is your mother. I painted this. I'm not leaving it damaged." For a moment, she just stared at me. It was the first time I'd pushed back against her in months. The first time I'd refused to be placated or redirected. "Okay, Dad," she said slowly, "whatever you want." James glanced over from the sink, his expression unreadable. "Need help carrying it down, Dad?" "No," I said, "I can manage." I climbed back upstairs, my heart pounding. The installation took 2 hours. I worked methodically, the way I always had when restoring a painting. First, I laid the portrait face down on the workbench. Then, I removed the small tacks holding the backing board in place, gently lifting it away to reveal the hollow space behind the canvas. The stretcher bars created a gap of about 2 inches between the painted surface and the backing, plenty of room. I studied the back of the canvas, tracing the faint outline of Elizabeth's face through the weave of the fabric, her eyes. That's where the camera needed to go. Using a precision drill bit just 2 millimeters wide, I carefully pierced a hole through the canvas from the back, positioning it at the exact center of her left pupil. The drill bit slid through easily, and when I held the canvas up to the light, I could see a pinpoint of brightness where the hole had opened. Her eyes always seemed to follow you around the room, I thought. Now they really would. I mounted the camera on a small strip of double-sided tape, pressing it firmly against the back of the canvas so that the lens aligned perfectly with the pinhole. Then I powered it on and connected my old tablet to the camera's Wi-Fi signal, an independent network that wouldn't show up on James's router. The app loaded slowly, and then the screen flickered to life. I was looking at my own workbench from the camera's perspective. The image was dim, light struggled to pass through such a small opening, but it was clear enough. I tested the microphone by speaking aloud. A moment later, I played back the recording. My voice came through crisp and clear. Perfect. I carefully replaced the backing board, securing it with the tacks, and turned the portrait over. From the front, there was nothing. No sign of the camera, no hint of the tiny lens hidden in the painted pupil, just Elizabeth's face unchanged, watching the world with the same calm patience she'd always had. I sat down and looked at her. Forgive me, sweetheart," I said quietly. "I'm using your beautiful face to catch the ugly truth about our daughter, but I know you'd want me to protect myself. You always did." In the silence, I felt something, a faint sense of reassurance, as if Elizabeth were standing beside me, her hand on my shoulder. Carrying the portrait downstairs was harder than expected. The frame was solid oak, heavy and unwieldy. I maneuvered it into the living room, and lifted it carefully onto the hooks above the fireplace, the same spot it had occupied for 12 years. The angle was perfect. Elizabeth's gaze in the camera's lens looked straight across the room toward the sofa and the coffee table. Anyone sitting there would be directly in view. Sarah appeared in the doorway a moment later, her arms crossed. She looked at the portrait, then at me. "It looks good, Dad," she said softly. "Mom looks beautiful." "She always was," I replied. She stood there for a few seconds longer, then turned and walked away. She had no idea Elizabeth was watching her now. That evening, I sat in the attic with the tablet in my lap. At 9:47 p.m., the motion sensor activated. Sarah and James walked into view and sat down on the sofa directly beneath the portrait, and they started talking. I will never forget the first words I heard through that camera. "How much longer until we can move the old man to Evergreen?" I sat in the darkness of the attic, earbuds pressed into my ears, the tablet glowing faintly in my lap. The live feed from Elizabeth's portrait showed Sarah and James on the sofa below. Drinks in hand, relaxed and smiling. They thought they were alone. They thought they were safe. They had no idea Elizabeth was watching. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped the tablet. I pressed the record button just in case the motion activation failed and turned up the volume. James stretched his arm across the back of the sofa, his voice smooth and confident. The appointment with Russo is next Thursday. He'll declare your dad incompetent. Sarah took a sip of her wine, her expression thoughtful. Are you sure he'll sign off on it? James laughed a low, easy sound that made my stomach turn. Babe, I paid him $40,000. By Friday, we'll have the commitment papers. $40,000 for a doctor to lie, to declare me insane, to lock me away. I felt something cold and sharp settle in my chest, but I forced myself to keep listening. Sarah set her glass down on the coffee table and leaned back, exhaling slowly. God, I can't wait to get out of this house. I'm so tired of pretending to care. The words hit me like a fist to the gut. Pretending to care. Every time she'd asked if I was okay. Every time she'd brought me those pills with that gentle, concerned smile. Every time she'd touched my shoulder and said, "We're here for you, Dad." It had all been a lie. James grinned. Think about it. 2.8 million in the bank plus the paintings. Ashford says the collection's worth 1 million on the black market. Ashford. I committed the name to memory. An art dealer. Apparently, someone who trafficked in stolen goods. Sarah laughed lightly and musically. The same laugh she'd had as a little girl when I used to swing her around the living room. But now it sounded different. Hollow and venomous. 3.8 million total, she said, swirling her wine. Not bad for 6 months of portraying a devoted daughter. I stared at the screen, tears obscuring my vision. That was my daughter, a little girl. He used to sit in my studio and ask me about second chances. The person who cried at Elizabeth's funeral and held my hand throughout the ceremony. Where has she gone? Had she ever really been there? James took a drink and leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. The drugs, the isolation. Everyone in town believes David is losing his mind. Mrs. Hughes almost screwed things up, Sarah said, her voice tinged with irritation. James waved a dismissive hand. No one listens to nosy old women. I remembered Laura, the kind, sharp-eyed Laura who had noticed something wrong and attempted to help. And James dismissed her as a nosy old woman, as if her concern was unimportant. Rage flared in my chest, hot and bright, cutting through the grief. Sarah bit her lip and glanced up at the stairs. Do you think Aaron suspects anything? James asked, shrugging. He's too busy with the FBI, and conflict of interest means he can't touch us. Even if he wanted to, his hands are tied. He had noticed. James was aware of the FBI regulations and the restrictions imposed on Aaron's investigation. He'd finished his homework. This was not an impulsive scheme. It was calculated, researched, and professional. Aaron had been correct. James was a skilled con artist. I wiped my eyes with the back of my hand, but the tears didn't stop. Silent and hot, I could not stop them. Sarah's phone vibrated. Her expression softened as she looked at the screen. Somewhat private. I need to take this, she said, rising quickly. James barely glanced up. Sure, babe. She stepped out of the frame, her voice fading as she entered the hallway. The camera's microphone still picked up her words, which were muffled and distant but audible. Hey. Yeah, everything's on track. Next week. I know, I love you too. I didn't move. I love you too. Her tone had changed. It wasn't the cool, calculated tone she had with James. It was warm, intimate, and tender. She returned to the living room a moment later, slipping her phone into her pocket. James looked up from his beverage. Your mom? Sarah asked without hesitation. Yeah, she was just checking in. James nodded and took another sip, unconcerned. But I sat there in the darkness, my heart pounding and my thoughts racing. Liar. Sarah's mother, my wife, had been dead for 6 months. So, who the hell did she just say she loved? I remained silent throughout the remainder of the recording. Sarah and James finished their drinks, talked briefly about logistics, moving expenses, travel plans, and a rental property in Florida before retiring to bed. It was past midnight when the feed went dark. I sat in the attic for a long time after that, staring at the frozen image on the tablet screen. Sarah's face froze in mid-laugh, her eyes bright with satisfaction. I saved the recording, including every word, laugh, and moment of betrayal. The file was automatically uploaded to a cloud account I'd created under a false name. Another precaution Aaron taught me years ago, when I thought he was being paranoid. But that phone call haunted me. I love you, too. Who was she speaking to? Because James wasn't sitting next to her. Laura Hughes appeared on my doorstep the next morning, determined not to leave without an answer. I saw her through the front window before she knocked, her silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, her posture firm and determined. Sarah and James had left half an hour earlier for errands and appointments, leaving me alone in the house to review last night's recording for the third time. When the knock came, I paused. But then I remembered Laura standing up to James and calling elder abuse by name. So I opened the door. David, she said softly and urgently. We need to talk. My sister died in a place like Evergreen. I recognized the pattern. I stepped aside and let her in. We sat in the attic, which is the safest place in the house. Laura didn't ask why I brought her there. She simply followed, her keen eyes taking in the paintings. I'd left the workbench and a small tablet by the window. Your sister? I inquired quietly. Laura nodded, her hands folded tightly into her lap. Sarah, my younger sister, 10 years ago, her daughter-in-law had her committed to a facility just like Evergreen. Said Sarah was delusional, a danger to herself. Sarah died within 4 months, and by the time I found out what was really going on, it was too late. Her voice cracked on the last word, and I saw the weight of a decade's guilt settle across her shoulders. I didn't fight hard enough for her, Laura admitted. I let them convince me she was sick, that the family knew best. I won't make that mistake again. I stared at her for a long time. This woman, who had barely known me before Elizabeth died and had no reason to be involved in my mess, and I came to a decision. I know, I replied. I showed her the tablet and said, I know what they're planning. I played her a snippet from last night's recording. Just enough. James' voice is smooth and confident. 2.8 million in the bank. Sarah laughs. Not bad for 4 months of playing the devoted daughter. Laura's face turned pale, then red with rage. I called your son, she explained, her voice shaking. Aaron, I found his number in the FBI directory, and I called him 2 days ago. Told him what I've been seeing. The pills, the isolation, the way they watch you. He said he's working on it, but he needs time. He said my testimony would be crucial because I'm an independent witness, not family. Thank you, I was whispering. Laura reached into her purse and took out a small notebook. I've been keeping a log, dates, times, things I've observed. Lindsay is intercepting your mail, James is blocking visitors, and you've looked confused and unsteady since they moved in. She placed the notebook on the workbench. This is yours now. Use it however you see fit. She then placed a small brass key on a plain ring in my hand. My house, 2 doors down. If you need to get out, my door is always open. I stared at the key, my throat tightening. Laura, don't thank me, she stated firmly. Just promise me you'll fight. Promise me you won't let them win. I promise. As we descended the attic stairs, I heard the front door open. James, Laura, and I froze. I noticed the flicker of alarm in her eyes, but she straightened her shoulders and continued walking. James appeared in the hallway with an unreadable expression. His gaze shifted from Laura to me, then back to her. Mrs. Hughes, he said, his tone calm and measured. I didn't realize we were expecting company. I brought David a casserole, Laura said smoothly. Just checking in. James's smile did not reach his eyes. That's very kind. But David's family is taking care of him. He doesn't need outside interference. Laura's jaw was clenched. I'm not interfering, I'm concerned. Your concern is noted, James said, moving closer. But David's situation is a private family matter. Elder abuse is not a private family matter, Laura said, her voice harsh. It's a crime. The air in the hallway appeared to freeze. James's smile disappeared. For a moment, he simply stared at her, his eyes cold and sharp. Be careful with accusations, Mrs. Hughes, he advised softly. Slander is also a crime. Laura did not blink. So is poisoning someone without their consent. James remained motionless. I could see the calculation taking place behind his eyes, weighing his options and deciding how to respond. He finally smiled again, but it was thin and dangerous. I think it's time for you to leave, Mrs. Hughes. Laura turned to me, her expression softening. David, you have my phone number, call me at any time. She then walked past James, head held high, and left. James shut the door behind her and turned to me, his face tense with controlled rage. He said, David, with a low voice, I don't want that woman in this house again. She's filling your head with paranoid nonsense. I blinked at him, forcing a confused expression on my face. What? Laura, she was just being kind. James exhaled slowly, visibly trying to calm down. Dad, I know you're confused, but Mrs. Hughes doesn't understand your condition. She's making things worse. Please just stay away from her, okay? I nodded and let my shoulders slump. Okay. He gave me a long look, then nodded and walked away. I assumed he still believed I was under the influence of drugs. Still compliant. He has no idea I'm recording every word. That night, I sat in the attic with the tablet, waiting. Lindsay and James appeared on the screen around 9:30 p.m., settling into the sofa. Lindsay's face was tight with tension. Laura Hughes is a problem, she stated without explanation. James massaged his temples. I took care of it. I sent her packing. That's not enough, Lindsay said sharply. She called Aaron. James looked up and said, we need to move faster. How much faster? Lindsay paused for a moment, thinking. Then her expression hardened. Russo's evaluation is Thursday. But what if we get Dad to Evergreen this Saturday? Emergency commitment. We say he attacked me. James blinked. Can we do that? Russo owes us. He'll backdate the paperwork. We just need to stage an incident. I'll have a bruise, maybe a scratch, enough to justify emergency commitment. What if Aaron finds out? Lindsay's face was expressionless. By the time Aaron gets his warrant, Dad will be locked in Evergreen, declared incompetent, and will have power of attorney. Game over. And once he's in there, it's nearly impossible to get him out. You know how these places work. James gave a smirk. Okay, Saturday. I'll back you up. We'll say he's been getting violent, aggressive. The drugs made him paranoid. Perfect. Call Russo in the morning. Tell him we need the papers ready by Saturday noon. I paused the recording, my hands shaking. Saturday, not next Thursday, not in 8 days, but in 2 days. Aaron had stated that he needed 2 weeks to obtain a warrant. However, Lindsay and James were pushing the timeline forward. They were going to lock me up in 48 hours, and Aaron couldn't stop it in time, 2 days. I had 2 days to gather enough evidence, apprehend Aaron, and prevent them from transporting me to Evergreen, and I still had no idea who Lindsay was really working with. I spent the whole day researching Evergreen Behavioral Center. What I discovered made my blood run cold. I sat in the attic, my old laptop balanced on my knees and connected to the internet via a mobile hotspot from Aaron's backup phone. I couldn't risk using the house's Wi-Fi. James would view the search history. Evergreen's website appeared professional, almost overly professional. Photographs of serene courtyards and smiling staff members. Testimonials from grateful families. An award badge proclaiming Best Mental Health Facility 2022. But, as I dug deeper, the veneer began to crack. I looked up Evergreen Behavioral Center complaints, then Evergreen Behavioral Center lawsuit. The results arrived slowly, buried beneath layers of search engine optimization, but they were present. 3 lawsuits in the last 4 years, all settled out of court and sealed with non-disclosure agreements, with only vague references to allegations of wrongful confinement and financial disputes. One article caught my attention, a brief piece from a local news website published 2 years ago. The headline read, "Family Questions Mental Health Facility After Mother's Passing." The article mentioned a man named Robert Clean, 58, whose mother, Margaret, died in Evergreen after 4 months. Robert had attempted to sue, but the case was settled quietly. Reading between the lines, it was clear Robert had not received justice. It's just money, don't talk about money. I kept looking. Robert Klein's name led me to a Facebook group called Families Against Elder Abuse. I found his profile, sent him a private message, and then waited. He responded 30 minutes later with a phone number. My hands shook as I dialed. "Hello." Robert's voice was wary and tired. Mr. Clean, my name is David Clark. I think my family is trying to get me into Evergreen. I saw your mother's case." There was a long silence, followed by a bitter, exhausted laugh. "Evergreen. God." His voice sank. "Mr. Clark, don't let them take you there." "I'm trying not to," I explained. "But I need to know what I'm up against." Robert exhaled slowly. "My mother was sharp as a tack at 68. Then my sister said Mom was declining, said she needed professional care. Got a doctor to sign commitment papers. Dr. Gerald Russo." I clenched my fingers. "Russo. Dr. Gerald Russo. Sound familiar?" Robert's voice hardened. "He's part of the racket. He signs off on anyone Evergreen wants." Within 2 months at Evergreen, my mother actually was confused. They had her so drugged up she couldn't remember her own name. She had $1.8 million in savings, Mr. Clark. By the time I finally got her out, there was $40,000 left. $40,000? I repeated, aghast. Evergreen charges $15,000 a week. Over 6 months, that's $360,000. Where did the rest go? His tone was raspy. I found wire transfers to shell accounts, payments to consultants, and legal fees I never authorized. By the time I got access to her records, it was too late. And 3 months after I brought her home, she died. Heart failure, but I know it was from the drugs. I closed my eyes. "I'm sorry, but don't be sorry. Fight." Robert's voice remained steady. "And if you build a case, if you can get them into a courtroom, I'll testify. I'll tell them everything." I didn't stop digging. Another search for Evergreen Behavioral Center survivors. I discovered a blog post from a year ago. The headline read, "Woman Escapes Mental Health Facility, Alleges Financial Abuse." The woman's name was Margaret Lawson, 71. I obtained her contact information from the blog's author and called her that afternoon. "Hello." Her voice was thin and fragile. "Mrs. Lawson, my name is David Clark. I read about your experience at Evergreen. I think my family is trying to do the same thing to me." There was a long pause, followed by a shaky breath. "Evergreen, I still have nightmares." Margaret's tone changed. "Nevertheless," she told me, her grandson Daniel had convinced a judge she had dementia. Dr. Russo, again, Russo had signed the paperwork. Within weeks, she was locked inside Evergreen, drugged into compliance, and forced to sign over her house, her savings, her stocks. $1.8 million gone. "They made me sign papers while I was so sedated, I couldn't even read them," she complained. "I thought I was signing get-well cards, but it was deeds, bank transfers, everything." "How did you get out?" "A nurse, Jennifer Wells. She helped me call a lawyer. The lawyer filed an emergency petition and after 4 months, they let me go. But by then," her voice had broken. "By then, Daniel had everything. I live on Social Security now, in a subsidized apartment. I lost everything. I'm going to stop them, I quietly said. Will you testify if I can get them in front of a judge? Yes, she said quietly. Yes, I'll tell them what they did to me. I hung up, and sat in the silence of the attic, staring at my notes. Robert Klein and Margaret Lawson were two victims, with nearly $3.8 million stolen. And those were only the ones I found in an afternoon. How many others were present? This wasn't only about me. This was a system, a predatory machine that targeted the elderly, vulnerable, and isolated. And Dr. Russo was the gatekeeper. I was about to close the laptop when the tablet on the workbench lit up, indicating movement from the camera feed below. I looked down and froze. A man I hadn't seen before walked into my living room. He was tall, over 6 feet, broad-shouldered, with short, dark hair and a well-trimmed beard. He wore a black suit, a white shirt, and no tie, looking polished but dangerous. Around 40, perhaps. Sarah emerged from the kitchen, her face lit up with a smile that I hadn't seen her give James in months. She crossed the room in 3 quick steps, wrapped her arms around him, and kissed him. Not a polite peck, but a genuine kiss. Long, intimate, and full of warmth. I had been so focused on the phone calls that I almost missed it. On the camera feed below, I saw a man I'd never seen before walk into my living room. Sarah kissed him. It wasn't James. Hold on before I reveal the identity of this stranger and the mastermind behind it all. Please let me know you are still here. Drop a 1 in the comments if you believe Sarah is the true mastermind, and 2 if you believe someone else is pulling the strings. Also, take note that the following contains fictional elements. You are free to leave if this is not for you. Now for the truth. The man in my living room was tall, well dressed in an expensive suit, and had cold eyes. My daughter was kissing him as if James did not exist. I sat frozen in the attic, staring at the tablet screen, my heart pounding against my chest. James was at work or wherever he went throughout the day. Sarah and the stranger were making the most of their time alone in the house. After a long pause, they parted ways, and the man sat down on the sofa, pulling Sarah with him. She leaned into him, her hand resting on his knee, her expression soft and affectionate, as I hadn't seen her look at James in months, if ever. My hands shook as I turned up the tablet's volume. So, we're still on schedule? The man inquired. His voice was smooth and confident. Saturday? Sarah asked, nodding. Yes, Russo will backdate the evaluation. Saturday morning, we'll get Dad to Evergreen. James and Sarah laughed coldly, sharply. James thinks we're splitting the money after the Evergreen thing. He has no idea about the offshore accounts you set up. The man smiled. $3.5 million, all transferred within 48 hours of your father's commitment. By the time James figures it out, we'll be in Grand Cayman. I felt like I'd been punched in the chest. Grand Cayman. Offshore accounts. They weren't simply stealing from me. They intended to disappear. And James, who I assumed was the mastermind, had no idea. Sarah hesitated and bit her lip. What if he tries to stop us? The man Trevor, I didn't know his name yet, leaned back, completely at ease. He won't. I've been setting him up for months. The paper trail shows he's the one defrauding your dad. All the documents, all the communications with Russo, James's name is on everything. I couldn't believe it. James was being framed. He was a sigh, or scapegoat. And when it all came crashing down, he'd be the one with the bag. Sarah smiled and leaned in to kiss the man again. You're brilliant, Trevor. Trevor. I finally had a name. I know, Trevor replied, smirking. They shifted on the sofa, finding a more comfortable position. Trevor draped his arm around Sarah's shoulders, and they talked as if they were planning a vacation rather than a crime. The paintings alone will bring in $1.1 million from Ashford. Trevor told me. Sarah nodded. I'll handle the sale. Dad's complete collection. He restored some of them himself. Her voice contained no emotion. Without hesitation, she was discussing my life's work paintings I'd spent years restoring from ruin as if they were furniture she was selling at a garage sale. Trevor shrugged. Sentimental value doesn't pay for a Caribbean penthouse, babe. Sarah remained quiet for a moment. Then she sighed. Sometimes I wonder if we're going too far. For a brief moment, I felt a spark of hope. Perhaps she still possessed a conscience. Perhaps some of my daughter remained inside her. Trevor's response, however, quickly dashed those hopes. Too far? His tone sharpened, almost annoyed. Sarah, you came to me 3 years ago. Your exact words were, my dad is sitting on a pile of money and I'm drowning in debt. This was your plan. 3 years ago, I gripped the edge of the workbench, my knees buckling. 3 years ago was 2021, a year before Elizabeth died, before Sarah met James, before any of this began, implying Sarah had planned this before she married James. James wasn't the mastermind, he was just another tool, like me, another pawn in Sarah's game. She wasn't a victim, she was the architect of everything. And I know, Sarah said quietly, her voice cold again, you're right. I took a screenshot of Trevor's face from the video feed, clear, well-lit, and unmistakable. Then I recorded a 30-second clip of their conversation, just enough to capture Trevor's voice saying, James's name is on everything. I sent both to Aaron with a message, Found this, Sarah has a partner, my name is Trevor. Sending a photo. Aaron responded 5 minutes later, digging now, stay safe. I spent the next hour going through everything. I had old emails copied from James's office weeks ago, Victor Ashford search results, anything that could help me understand the full scope of what they were planning. Victor Ashford was exactly what I'd suspected, a Manhattan art dealer with a legitimate gallery and an underground reputation. He'd been investigated by the FBI in 2019 for trafficking stolen art, but the case had fallen apart due to a lack of evidence. Now, he operated in the gray area between legal and illegal, brokering deals for wealthy collectors who didn't question provenance. In one of James's old emails, I discovered a message to Ashford, 17 pieces of 20th century American art, owner willing to sell, documents will be signed and notarized. Let me know your offer. 17 pieces, my entire collection. They were planning to forge my signature on the sales documents after I had agreed. An hour later, Aaron sent me a text message. Trevor Mason, investment banker, is also on our watch list. Dad, this is bigger than we expected. I'll come tomorrow morning. Don't let them take you before I get there. A second later, an attachment arrived, a PDF file, which I opened with trembling hands. Trevor Mason, age 39, investment banker at Crestview Capital, a private equity firm in Manhattan. On the FBI watch list since 2022 for suspected money laundering and financial fraud, but not yet charged due to insufficient evidence. There was more. 2 prior relationships with wealthy women, both ending with mysterious financial losses. No charges filed, no evidence strong enough to prosecute. But the pattern was clear. Trevor was a professional con artist, and Sarah wasn't his victim. She was his willing partner. Aaron's text came an hour later. Trevor Mason, an investment banker, is also on our watch list. Dad, this is bigger than we expected. I'll come tomorrow morning. Don't let them take you before I get there. Dr. Gerald Russo arrived at my door on Friday morning with a briefcase and a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I'd been awake since 4 a.m., sitting in the attic with the tablet and watching the live feed from Elizabeth's portrait. Sarah and James had spent the night whispering plans I couldn't quite hear through the walls, but I knew what was coming. Russo's evaluation was the final piece, and once he signed the papers, they could take me to Evergreen. The doorbell rang, and I heard Sarah's bright false voice. Dr. Russo, thank you very much for coming. Sarah met me at the bottom of the stairs, her hand on my elbow. Dad, Dr. Russo is here to help you. I had to play the part confused, compliant, harmless. If Russo suspected I knew what he was doing, he might change the plan, and I needed him on camera. Simply answer his questions honestly, okay? I nodded, okay. We sat in the living room, Russo in the armchair across from me, Sarah and James hovering nearby, Elizabeth's portrait above us watching silently. Russo opened his briefcase and pulled out a clipboard. Mr. Clark, how do you feel today? I'm fine, doctor. Your daughter tells me you've been confused lately, seeing things that aren't there. I kept my expression neutral. I don't know what she means. Russo made a note. He wasn't listening, he was checking boxes on a script he'd already written. What year is it? He inquired. Who is the current president? Donald Trump. What day of the week is this? Friday. And can you count backwards from 100 using sevens? It's 1,938, 86, 7972. I rattled off the sequence without hesitation. Russo frowned, clearly surprised by my sharpness, but he quickly recovered and flipped to the next page. Do you ever feel as if others are watching you? He asked, his tone shifting, leading, and suggestive. I hesitated. Sometimes. Do you hear voices? I met his eyes. I sometimes hear my wife, but she's been dead for 6 months. Russo wrote quickly, underlining something. Auditory hallucinations. Do you feel safe in this home? I allowed a faint smile to cross my lips. Should I not? He looked at me for a long time, and I saw a flicker of suspicion in his expression. He knew I was sharper than Sarah had told him. But it didn't matter because he'd already been paid. Confusion is natural at your age, Mr. Clark, he said, his voice patronizing. I'm not suffering from dementia, doctor. Sarah stepped forward, her voice sweet and worried. Dr. Russo is just trying to help. I looked at her, my daughter, my little girl, and saw nothing but cold calculation in her eyes. After the evaluation, which lasted 20 minutes, Russo stood, shook my hand with false warmth, and followed Sarah and James into the kitchen for a private consultation. I went upstairs to the attic and listened. Russo opened his briefcase and pulled out a thick stack of documents backdated to last week. The camera feed picked up every word, and there are clear signs of paranoid delusions, possible early-stage dementia, and he's a danger to himself. James leaned against the counter. So you'll sign the commitment papers, already done. Sarah's voice was tense, and I stared at the screen, my hands shaking. He'd filled out the forms before we even met, and the evaluation had been a sham from the start. We'll take him to the hospital at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow, which will be less traumatic for me. As if I were a criminal being hauled off in the middle of the night, James pulled an envelope from his jacket pocket and handed it to Russo. Your fee. As agreed, Russo took it without hesitation and tucked it into his briefcase. I zoomed in on the tablet screen, catching a glimpse of the cash inside. Thick bundled bills, $45,000 or close to it. Every second of it was recorded. As soon as Russo left, I took out Aaron's phone and sent a message. They're coming at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow by ambulance. Aaron's response came 5 minutes later. I'll be there at 5:30 a.m. Don't let them take you. 5:30 a.m. 1 hour before the ambulance. If Aaron was on time, I'd be safe. If he was late, I'd be gone. That evening, I watched Sarah make another phone call. She stood in the living room, her back to Elizabeth's portrait, her phone pressed to her ear. It's done, she said, her voice full of excitement. Russo signed everything. Dad goes to Evergreen tomorrow morning, and the transfers begin at noon. Trevor's voice crackled through the speaker, faint but audible. Meet me in Grand Cayman next Friday, and don't forget to leave the note for James. He'll never suspect, Sarah said, smiling, and if he does, his name is on all the documents. He goes to prison, not us. Sarah laughed softly and satisfied, and I felt something in me harden into ice. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the attic, reviewing every second of footage I'd captured. Russo's fake evaluation, the bribe, Sarah's phone call with Trevor. I copied everything to 3 USB drives, one in the paint supply box, one in the inner pocket of my jacket, and the third in an envelope and delivered to Laura Hughes' house at 2 a.m. She answered the door in her bathrobe, her face pale with worry. David, keep this safe, I whispered, pressing the envelope into her hands. If anything happens to me, give it to Aaron. She nodded, her grip firm. I will. By the time I returned to the attic, it was nearly 5 a.m. Aaron would arrive in an hour, the ambulance in 2. I just had to hold on. At 5:30 a.m., I heard a car pull up outside, then another. I looked out the window and felt my stomach drop. 2 vehicles sat in the driveway, a white van with the words, Private Medical Transport stenciled on the side and a black sedan with tinted windows. They were an hour and a half early, and Aaron hadn't arrived yet. The ambulance was supposed to arrive at 7 a.m., but when I looked at the clock on my tablet at 5:45 a.m., I heard the wail of a siren pulling up in front of my house, indicating that the schedule had been pushed forward. I sat frozen in the attic for a heartbeat, my pulse hammering in my ears. Below me, I heard the creak of the front door opening, footsteps on hardwood, and low, urgent voices. James' voice. Let's move fast. Get him before he wakes up. Sarah's response was soft, chillingly calm. He's upstairs sleeping. We have time. I looked down at the tablet in my lap, and the screen still showed the paused frame from last night's recording. Sarah kissed Trevor Blackwell, the man she'd been plotting with all along. My finger hovered over the play button, and then I heard it, the heavy tread of boots on the stairs. They were coming for me. I grabbed the tablet, shoved it under my arm, and stood, my knees protesting. I was 62 years old, no longer a young man, but adrenaline sharpened everything. I stepped quietly to the attic door, cracked it open an inch, and peered down the hallway. 2 men in medical uniforms were at the top of the stairs, one carrying a folded stretcher and the other holding a clipboard and a syringe. Behind them stood James, his face tight with impatience, and Sarah, her expression blank and cold. He's in the bedroom, James said, gesturing. Get him sedated and on the stretcher, and we'll sign the paperwork downstairs. Sarah added her voice, like ice, saying, make it quick. I don't want the neighbors to see. The medics nodded and moved toward my bedroom, and I stepped out of the attic doorway, looking for me. All 4 of them stopped. James's eyes widened, Sarah's face drained of color, and the 2 medics exchanged glances, hands twitching toward their pockets. Dad. Sarah began, her voice suddenly bright and false. You're awake. We were just I know exactly what you were doing, I said, my voice steady despite my racing heart, holding up the tablet. And I have proof. James's face twisted. You don't know what you're talking about. You're confused. That's why we're getting you help. The help? I laughed bitterly. Do you mean Evergreen Behavioral Center, where millions of elderly people go in and come out in body bags? Sarah's mask slipped. Her eyes narrowed. Dad, you need to calm down. I recorded everything, I said. I tapped the tablet screen. The video began to play. The volume was turned up high. Sarah's voice filled the hallway. How long until we can move the old man to Evergreen? James's response. Russo will sign off. I paid him $40,000. Then Sarah again. $2.5 million in the bank. Plus the paintings. $3.8 million total. One of the medics took a step back. Sarah stood. And you intend to steal everything I've worked for my entire life. Cameron lunged forward. Give me that tablet. Touch it and you'll regret it. I snapped, taking a step back. I'd already made copies. 3 of them. One is with my neighbor Laura Hughes, one is saved in a secure cloud account, and one is with my son Blake. Sarah's composure shattered when Blake's name was mentioned. You called Blake? Her voice was shrill and panicked. I didn't have to, I said. He's been investigating you for months. Cameron turned to Sarah. You said Blake wouldn't be a problem. You claimed he was too preoccupied with the FBI to care. He was, Sarah shot back, until your greed made us move too fast. The two medics approached the stairs. We're not part of this, one of them muttered. We were just hired to. But who hired them? I demanded. The medic hesitated, then pointed at Cameron. Him. He paid us $3,500 to arrive early and pick you up. Before anyone could react, a sharp voice broke through the chaos from the front door below. Freeze. This is the FBI. Each of us turned. Blake appeared first, badge in hand, his face hard and cold, followed by a woman in a dark suit, Agent Sarah Mitchell, a Corduous Trife, according to the ID clipped to her belt, and two uniformed police officers. Blake's eyes swept the scene, me clutching the tablet, Sarah and Cameron pale and frozen. But everyone stays exactly where they are, Blake said, his voice calm and controlled, but with steel beneath it. He looked at me and said, Dad, are you all right? I nodded. I'm fine, but they're not. Blake turned to Sarah, and something flickered in his eyes, perhaps pain or disbelief. Sarah Reynolds, he said. Cameron Drake, you're both under arrest for conspiracy to commit fraud, elder abuse, and attempted kidnapping. This is insane. Sarah screamed. He's the one who's losing his mind. We tried to help him. Blake ignored her. Cameron tried one last desperate move. Blake, listen to me. He nodded to Agent Mitchell, who stepped forward with handcuffs. The two fake medics were also handcuffed, with one of them weakly protesting that he didn't realize it was illegal. Your father is sick. He has been hallucinating. We have a report from Dr. Nathaniel Harris. Blake responded calmly, the psychiatrist you paid $40,000 to forge a commitment order? Yes, we picked him up an hour ago. He's already talking. The room fell silent, and Blake turned to me, Dad, I need you to join us. We'll get a complete statement and make sure you're safe. I nodded, and met Blake's gaze. There's one more person you need to catch. Blake raised an eyebrow. Who? Trevor Mason, I informed myself. He's the one pulling the strings, and I know exactly how to bring him out. Blake's expression grew sharper. Tell me. I looked glum. Let's just say he thinks he's about to collect $3.5 million and he won't be able to resist showing up to claim it. Trevor Mason thought he was untouchable, but he was about to learn otherwise. Sarah and Cameron sat handcuffed and silent on the sofa in my living room, while Agent Sarah Mitchell stood near the front door. Blake turned to me, his expression sharp and focused. Dad, he said, who is Trevor Mason, and how do we find him? I held up Sarah's phone, which I had quietly removed from the hallway table during the confrontation. Trevor Mason is the real mastermind. He and Sarah had been planning this for 3 years. Cameron was just a tool. Cameron's head snapped up and his face paled. What? I ignored him and looked at Blake. Sarah was supposed to text Trevor once I arrived at Evergreen. He is waiting for that signal right now. Blake narrowed his eyes. Then we'll send it. Sarah's voice was cold and venomous. I won't help you. I smiled grimly. You don't have to help. I already have your phone and know the passcode. I saw you type it in a dozen times. Cameron leaned forward, his voice bitter and cracked, and said, I'll help. Let Trevor rot in prison for what he has done. Blake nodded. What do you know? He's staying at the Riverside Hotel, Cameron explained. Room 412. He has been there for the past week, waiting for Sarah's signal. Blake turned to Sarah. Call the local police. Wait, I said. I have a better idea. Blake raised his brow. What? I held up Sarah's phone and said, we sent him the text he expected. We tell him it's finished, that I am at Evergreen, and we have invited him here to celebrate. Sarah frowned. That's entrapment. It's an invitation, I told him. I said he's free to decline. Blake hesitated for a moment before nodding. Do it. I unlocked Sarah's phone and carefully typed, done. Dad is at Evergreen. Come to the house. We should celebrate before I leave for the airport. I hit send, and Sarah looked at me, her face twisted with rage. You have no idea what you've just done. I know exactly what I've done, I said quietly. I've stopped you. We waited as Blake positioned Sarah near the front door and stood in the hallway out of sight. I remained in the living room, watching Sarah and Cameron, neither of whom spoke. 28 minutes later, the sound of tires crunching on gravel broke the silence. A sleek black sedan pulled into the driveway, and the front door opened. Trevor Mason walked in, a bottle of champagne in one hand, and a wide, triumphant smile on his face. Sarah, he called out. We did it. Where is the old man? He stopped mid-stride when he saw me standing in the living room. His smile faltered. Then he saw Sarah and Cameron handcuffed on the sofa. His eyes widened. What the? Blake emerged from the hallway, badge raised. Trevor Mason, FBI, you're under arrest. Trevor spun toward the door, but Sarah was already there, blocking his path. He lunged left. Blake cuffed Trevor, hauled him to his feet, and shoved him into the living room. She tackled him with a swift, practiced motion, slamming him face first onto the hardwood floor. The champagne bottle shattered, glass and foam spilling across the entryway. Trevor's face was red, his breathing ragged. This is insane, Trevor sneered. You can't prove anything. Is that true? I said, Stepping forward. I can. I held up my tablet and pressed play. The recording was from 3 nights before, a phone call between Sarah and Trevor that I'd captured with the camera hidden in Elizabeth's portrait. Their voices filled the room. Sarah, how about Cameron? This is Trevor. Cameron is the fall guy. After the money is transferred, he's a loose end. Sarah, what are you saying? Accidents happen. Car trouble, medical issues, whatever. Clean and simple. Sarah, you're talking about making him disappear. Trevor, I want to make sure he can't connect us to anything. Do you want to live the rest of your life looking over your shoulder, Sarah? No, Trevor. Then trust me. Cameron's face turned from pale to ghost white as the recording ended. He turned to Sarah, his voice shaking, and said, "You were going to kill me." Sarah's mouth opened but no words came out, and Cameron lunged at her with a roar of rage. Blake caught him and pushed him back onto the sofa. Stay down. Trevor laughed a cold, ugly sound. That recording will not stand up in court. It is not admissible. What you're about to hear is the darkest secret of all. No. But first, Blake said, his eyes cold and calculating, finish him in the comments if you want Trevor to face justice. I need to know you are still with me. Also, a quick note, this next section contains some fictionalized details. If that's not your thing, feel free to stop here. Okay, here we go. Blake looked at him calmly and said, maybe. However, a conspiracy to commit murder gives me probable cause to investigate further into your life, and I am very good at digging. Sarah looked down at her phone, then up sharply. Blake. Trevor Mason has an outstanding warrant out of Nevada from 2019. Elderly fraud. Same pattern. Blake's expression hardened. How similar? A 72-year-old widow. $4 million. She was committed to a mental health facility. Sarah paused and said, she died there 6 months later. Everyone in the room turned to look at Trevor. I moved closer to him. So, you've done this before. Trevor met my gaze, his smile cold and reptilian. Allegations never proven. We'll prove this one, Blake said. I turned away from Trevor and looked at Sarah, who was crying now, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm sorry, Dad, she said. I'm so sorry. Sorry doesn't fix this, I said quietly. I loved you, I gave you everything, and you sold me out for money. Dad, please. The daughter I loved, I told myself, she's dead. Sarah's face crumpled as Blake and Sarah led the 3 of them out, Trevor in one police car, Sarah in another, and Cameron in a third. I watched from the doorway as the red and blue lights faded down the street. A soft voice spoke behind me. David, are you okay? Laura Hughes stood at the edge of my driveway, her face filled with concern. I'm all right now, Laura, I reported, thank you. She nodded and squeezed my hand. If you need anything, I know where to find you. She smiled softly and walked back to her house. As dawn broke over the horizon, I stood alone in the doorway, the house silent and empty, and I could breathe for the first time in months. But as the police cars drove away, I realized something. Dr. Russo, Evergreen Behavioral Center, and the system that preyed on the elderly and vulnerable remained. With Sarah, Cameron, and Trevor in custody, Blake turned his attention to the real monster, Evergreen Behavioral Center. Although justice had been served today, more justice was required. 3 days after the arrests, a convoy of black SUVs and unmarked sedans drove up to the sprawling Evergreen facility on the outskirts of town. FBI agents in tactical vests stormed through the front doors, badges held high and warrants in hand. I wasn't there. Blake had asked me to stay at home and rest, but he called me that evening to update me. What we found. It's worse than we expected. I sat in my living room with the phone to my ear. How bad? There are currently 32 patients housed at Evergreen. 28 of them exhibit signs of severe overmedication. Sedatives, antipsychotics, and hallucinogens were administered without proper consent or medical justification. He stopped and said, financial records show $38 million in patient fees collected over the past 5 years. I felt blood draining from my face. $38 million. Dr. Russo kept meticulous records. Blake continued. Names, dollar amounts, kickback percentages. He got 12% of each patient's assets as a cut. The remainder was routed through a network of shell companies and offshore accounts. What number of victims are we talking about? I asked quietly. At least 40, Blake stated. Some died at Evergreen. Some were released after their funds ran out penniless, broken, and with nowhere to go. His voice hardened. Your case blew the whole thing wide open. I closed my eyes. There are 40 people. 40 families were destroyed, just as mine almost was. Where is Russo now? I asked. We picked him up an hour ago. Dr. Nathaniel Russo sat in an FBI interrogation room, his expensive suit rumpled, his face pale and slick with sweat. Blake and Agent Sarah Mitchell sat across from him, a thick file folder between them. I want my lawyer, Russo stated, his voice tight. Blake leaned back in his chair. You'll need a good one. Just to name a few: conspiracy, fraud, elder abuse, and falsifying medical records. I was simply performing evaluations, Russo explained stiffly. My medical judgment is protected. You signed commitment orders for over 50 people in 5 years. Blake interrupted, all of whom happened to be wealthy. Dr. Russo, that's not medicine. That is organized racketeering. Russo's mouth tightened, he said nothing. Sarah slid a document across the table. This is the evaluation you completed on David Clark last Friday. You diagnosed him with severe delusions, paranoia, and auditory hallucinations. However, your own notes show that he correctly answered all cognitive questions. Blake leaned forward. You also backdated the paperwork to make it appear as if you'd been treating him for weeks. That is falsifying federal documents. Within a week, Daniel Richards, the lawyer who had drafted the fraudulent power of attorney documents, was arrested at his downtown office. He claimed he was simply following his client's instructions, but the FBI discovered emails linking him directly to Dr. Russo and Evergreen's financial network, the art dealer who had promised to fence my paw. Blake asked me to give a full deposition to the FBI. The scope of the conspiracy was staggering. With 6 people arrested, 40 victims identified, $38 million stolen, and Evergreen Behavioral Center, a facade of compassion, concealing a machine designed to deprive the elderly of their dignity, autonomy, and life savings. I spent 2 days in a federal building recounting every detail. The cameras, the drugs, the isolation, the forged documents, the recordings I'd captured. I handed over every video file, audio clip, and scrap of evidence I'd gathered from my attic studio. This is the most comprehensive victim testimony I've ever seen, Blake told me. It's going to be the backbone of the prosecution. But I wasn't the only one willing to testify. Kevin Moore, the man whose mother Emily had died at Evergreen, drove 3 hours to meet me at a coffee shop near my house. He was tall, gray-haired, and his face was etched with grief that had never healed. Mr. Clark, he said, firmly gripping my hand, what you did by exposing them saved lives. I shook my head. I wish I could have saved your mother. Kevin's eyes twinkled. You got justice for her. That means more than you realize. Emily Walker, the 7-1-year-old survivor I discovered during my research, also agreed to testify. I met her at a community center where she now resides, a frail woman with fierce eyes and a walker. I'll testify, she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands, even if it means doing so from a wheelchair. They took everything from me, except my voice. I reached across the table and squeezed her hand. Thank you. Dr. Russo, Daniel Richards, and Graham Parker were indicted on multiple counts, while Trevor Mason's Nevada warrant was upgraded to federal charges. James and Sarah were charged with conspiracy fraud, elder abuse, and attempted kidnapping. Blake kept me informed every step of the way. The U.S. attorney is pushing for maximum sentences, he explained. They want to send a message that elder abuse will not be tolerated. I nodded. Good. Evergreen Behavioral Center was shut down, the facility was seized by federal authorities, and the remaining patients were transferred to legitimate care facilities. A victims fund was established to try to recover some of the stolen assets. Though I knew most of the money was gone forever, the truth was out. The system that had preyed on the vulnerable had been dismantled, and those responsible would be held accountable. 3 months later, I stood outside the federal courthouse on a crisp autumn morning, the air cool and sharp, and Blake walked beside me, hand on my shoulder. Are you ready for this? He asked. I looked up at the imposing granite structure, the American flag flapping in the wind above it. Yes, I said. It's time. The courtroom was packed. Kevin Moore sat in the front row, Emily Walker was in her wheelchair, flanked by her lawyer. Reporters lined the back wall with notebooks in hand, and Sarah, Trevor, Dr. Russo, Daniel Richards, and Graham Parker sat at the defense table, flanked by federal marshals. Today was sentencing day, and it was time to face Sarah for the last time. The federal courtroom, presided over by Judge Patricia Coleman, was packed, and I sat in the front row beside Blake, his hand resting on my shoulder, while Laura Hughes sat to my left, her face calm and composed. Behind us, Kevin Moore, Emily Walker in her wheelchair, and dozens of other victims and their families, whose lives had been shattered by the conspiracy we'd exposed, sat at the defense table. Sarah, Trevor Mason, Dr. Gerald Russo, Daniel Richards, and Graham Parker, all of whom had pleaded guilty because the evidence was too overwhelming to fight. Today was sentencing. Judge Coleman, a stern woman in her early 60s with silver hair and sharp eyes, surveyed the courtroom and announced, "We will now hear victim impact statements." Emily Walker was the first, wheeled to the front of the room by a bailiff. "My name is Emily Walker," she said, her voice thin but steady. "I am 71 years old. 4 months at Evergreen Behavioral Center cost me $1.5 million, my home, and my dignity." Her hands trembled on the wheelchair's armrests. "I still get nightmares. I wake up believing I am back there, drugged and helpless. These individuals are predators. They deserve no mercy." She was wheeled back, and the courtroom was silent. Kevin Moore stood next, his voice heavy with grief. "My mother died at Evergreen. She died confused and broken, believing she had lost her mind. However, her mind was not lost. It was stolen, he said, looking at Dr. Russo. Mr. Clark fought back. My mom couldn't. So, I'm asking this court to remember her and all the others who did not survive. Laura Hughes spoke third. She stood tall and spoke clearly. I watched my sister die in a facility like Evergreen. Elder abuse occurs in the dark, behind locked doors, in places that we are told are for their own good. She paused. But abuse is not a private family matter. It's a crime that must be punished. Then it was my turn. I stood slowly, my legs unsteady, and walked to the podium, looking directly at Sarah, who refused to meet my gaze. Your Honor, I said. My name is David Clark. I am 62 years old. I took a deep breath. I spent 37 years restoring damaged paintings. I'm not old, senile, or incompetent. I believed I could fix anything, repair what was broken, and restore beauty from ruin. But I have learned something. You cannot save someone who does not want to be saved. I looked at Sarah again, and she was staring at the table, her face pale. My daughter plotted to poison me, manipulate my mind, steal my life savings, and imprison me in a mental health facility. She used my love as a weapon. She drugged me, isolated me, and forged documents to have me declared insane. My voice hardened. But this case isn't just about me. It is about Margaret. This is about Robert's mother. There are approximately 40 other victims whose names we will never forget. It's about a system that takes advantage of the elderly, treating us as easy targets, inconveniences, and empty wallets. I straightened up. I'm here to tell you that we're not easy prey. We're strong. We are capable. And we'll fight back. I looked at Judge Coleman and said, I want this court to send a message. We will not tolerate elder abuse, not in families, institutions, or anywhere. I returned to my seat, and Blake squeezed my hand. Judge Coleman leaned forward, her expression serious. I've presided over many cases in my career. Few things have disgusted me more than this one. Her voice was cold and sharp. The systematic exploitation of elderly citizens, the corruption of medical and legal professionals, the betrayal of family trust. This case exemplifies everything wrong with unchecked greed. She opened a file. Dr. Gerald Russo, you violated your oath as a physician. You transformed your practice into a criminal enterprise. I sentence you to 18 years in federal prison and permanently revoke your medical license. Russo's face turned white. Daniel Richards, you used your legal knowledge to falsify documents and facilitate fraud. 12 years in federal prison, you are hereby disbarred. Richards lowered his gaze. Graham Parker, 10 years for conspiracy and trafficking stolen property. James Cameron Drake, you conspired to drug, isolate, and defraud your own father-in-law. 15 years in federal prison for elder abuse, fraud, and conspiracy. James closed his eyes. Trevor Mason, you have a history of exploiting the vulnerable. You conspired to defraud Mr. Clark and planned to murder James Drake, 22 years in federal prison. Trevor's jaw tightened. Judge Coleman paused, then looked at Sarah. Sarah Reynolds, you were the mastermind behind this conspiracy. You betrayed your own father, the person who raised, loved, and trusted you. You expressed no remorse. You weaponized his grief over your mother's death. You intended to have him drugged, imprisoned, and deprived of everything he had worked for his entire life. Sarah's shoulders shook. I sentenced you to 24 years in federal prison. Sarah's head snapped up. No, please. Additionally, Judge Coleman added, all assets associated with this conspiracy are hereby seized and will be liquidated to provide restitution to the victims. Evergreen Behavioral Center is permanently closed. Its assets will be sold and distributed appropriately. The gavel fell. Sarah turned to me, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dad, I apologize, please. I averted my gaze as the marshals approached and cuffed each defendant before leading them out of the courtroom one at a time. Sarah was last, and she paused at the door, looking back over her shoulder. Dad, please say something. I looked her in the eyes one last time and said, I have nothing else to say to you. Her face crumpled, the marshal led her through the door, and she was gone. Blake wrapped his arm around my shoulders. Let's go home, Dad. I nodded. Outside the courthouse, the autumn sun warmed my face. Kevin Moore shook my hand, Emily Walker squeezed my arm, and Laura walked beside me to Blake's car. Justice had been served, the predators had been imprisoned, the victims had been heard, and it was over. But as I climbed into the passenger seat and watched the courthouse fade in the rearview mirror, I realized something. My life, which I had fought so hard to protect, had to start over. The Hillcrest house was haunted by far too many ghosts. 3 weeks after the sentencing, I walked through the empty rooms one last time. The police had removed Sarah and James's belongings months ago, leaving only the echoes of Helen's laughter in the kitchen, Sarah's childhood footsteps on the stairs, and the weight of betrayal pressing against every wall. I couldn't heal here. The house was purchased by a young family consisting of a husband, wife, and 2 small children. The wife stood in the living room, her face bright with plans. This house has such character, she said. I smiled, It was my wife's dream home. Take care of it. Before I left, I removed Helen's portrait and carefully removed the tiny camera hidden behind her left eye, which had captured everything that had saved my life. I no longer needed the camera, but I kept the painting. Blake assisted me in moving into a smaller 2-bedroom apartment close to his family, and one of the bedrooms became my new studio, which was brighter, more open, and filled with natural light. Helen's portrait hung in the living room, her steady gaze watching over me. A month later, Robert Moore came to visit and sat across from me in my small kitchen, his face lighter than I'd ever seen it. Because of you, my mother's money is being returned, he told me. Not all of it, but enough. What are you going to do? I asked. Start a foundation in her name to help other victims of elder abuse. He leaned forward. Would you like to join the board? I felt a warm sensation expand in my chest. I'd be honored. Margaret Lawson sent me a card shortly after, saying, "You gave me back my life. I'm 71, not done yet. It's time to live again." The Evergreen Behavioral Center was demolished, and the remaining 28 patients were transferred to legitimate facilities. After being freed from the toxic drugs, many of them regained mental clarity within weeks. The property was sold, and the proceeds went into a victim restitution fund. I found a new purpose and began volunteering at the community center, teaching seniors about art restoration, offering free restoration work to low-income families and abuse survivors, and becoming an advocate and guest speaker at town halls and senior centers. You're never too old to fight back, I told the crowd, and I meant it. I spent more time with Blake's children, including my 9-year-old granddaughter Emma, who sat beside me in my studio one afternoon while I worked on a damaged landscape. "Why do you fix old paintings, Grandpa?" she asked. I set down my brush and looked at her. Because broken things can become beautiful again. If you're patient, if you truly care. She nodded solemnly, "Like people." "Yes," I replied softly, "like people." In December 2025, 1 year after the trial, I received a postcard from Sarah addressed to Federal Correctional Institution Danbury. I was in my studio when Blake delivered the postcard, which was plain and institutional. I stared at it for quite some time before reading it. "Dad, I know you probably won't read this, but I have to say it anyway. I apologize. I was wrong. I was greedy, selfish, and cruel. Prison gives me a lot of time to reflect on what I destroyed. I do not expect forgiveness. I do not deserve it, but I want you to know that I remember everything you taught me about second chances and repairing broken things. I'm attempting to fix myself. It might take 24 years. It may take a lifetime, but I am trying. I love you. I've always loved you. I just forgot how to express it." I read it 3 times. Part of me wanted to throw it away, burn it, and forget she ever existed. But another part, the part that had raised her, painted with her, and loved her, felt something. Not forgiveness, not yet, maybe never, but acknowledgement. She was trying, and maybe that was enough for now. I didn't respond, but I saved the postcard, which I kept in a small wooden box with some childhood photos of Sarah and some old drawings she'd made as a girl. I'm not ready to forgive, I thought, but I'm also not ready to completely let go. Someday, perhaps, or perhaps not, and that's fine. I reflected on the previous year. I had testified in 3 other elder abuse cases. The foundation Robert and I founded had assisted 15 families. Margaret and I had weekly coffee dates, and I had restored 23 paintings this year for people who couldn't afford to pay. My relationship with Blake was stronger than ever, and my grandchildren adored me. I felt purposeful again. Blake arrived that evening with Emma and her younger brother. "Grandpa." Emma rushed into the studio, calling out, "I wrote an essay about you at school." I smiled. "What about me? What have you written? How brave are you?" My teacher said, "Courage isn't not being afraid. It's being afraid, but doing the right thing anyway." My eyes sting with tears. "Your teacher is very wise." Blake rested his hand on my shoulder. "You okay, Dad?" I nodded. "I'm more than okay. For the first time in 2 years, I'm truly happy." Later that night, after Blake and the children had left, I stood alone in my studio. Sunlight streamed through the window. Helen's portrait looked down on me, serene and watchful. I took up my brush and whispered, "We made it through, my love. We're home." I returned to the easel and continued painting. I am 68 years old now. I am not ancient, elderly, or an old man. I am only 68. And I've learned that broken things can heal. Damaged artwork can be restored. Trust can be rebuilt. Maybe not with the elderly, but with new ones. Time moves on, so do I. If you've stayed with me until now, I'd like to leave you with this. My family's story taught me that blood does not always imply loyalty. Sometimes, the people closest to you become strangers, but that doesn't mean you should stop fighting. It doesn't mean you've given up. I am 68 years old. I survived because I refused to become a victim, but I also learned something difficult. Dad, vengeance is not about anger. It is about justice. It's about standing up when everyone expects you to sit down. My father's vengeance was not bitter. It was necessary. It was protecting not only me, but also 40 other families who were unable to fight back. Looking back on this family story, I realize I should have asked for help sooner. I should have trusted Blake earlier. I should have spoken up as soon as I sensed something was wrong. Do not be like me. Do not wait until you are cornered. Do not allow pride or shame to keep you silent. God gave me the strength to live when I thought I had none left. He placed Laura, Robert, Margaret, and Blake in my path when I needed them most. I believe that broken things can heal, not because they are perfect again, but because they remain standing. Anyone listening who feels trapped, forgotten, or invisible, know that you are not too old, weak, or broken to fight back. Your voice matters. Your life matters. This family story, my father's revenge, isn't just mine, it belongs to anyone who has ever been underestimated. If this has moved you, please share it. Leave a comment about your personal experience or someone you know. Subscribe so that more people can hear these stories. Together, we can bring light into the darkness. You're not welcome, my mom said coldly when she banned me from my sister's wedding. So I arrived, with DNA results, trust fund proof, and silenced them all. My name is Claire Bennett, and at 29 years old, I felt I knew where I fit in my family. I was the disappointment, the afterthought, the one who never quite met expectations. My younger sister, Chloe, was the epitome of perfection, according to our parents, Vivian and Daniel Bennett. The pattern has been set since Chloe was born when I was 4 years old. She had blonde curls and blue eyes like our parents, whereas I had dark hair and hazel eyes that always made me feel like the odd one out in family portraits. My mother thought my job as a graphic designer for a small agency in Boston was cute, whereas Chloe's job as a pharmaceutical sales representative was impressive and ambitious. Claire, honey, why don't you let me take you shopping for some professional clothes? My mother would remark, staring at my vintage dresses and colorful tights with contempt. Chloe's company just gave her another bonus for exceeding her sales targets. She could give you some career advice. These comments were persistent, like water dropping on stone, eating away at my self-confidence over the years. My parents were thrilled when Chloe announced her engagement to Ethan Parker, a 3-4-year-old real estate developer from one of Boston's wealthiest families. Wedding planning quickly became the focus of all family conversations. Can you believe our Chloe landed Ethan Parker? My mother shouted loudly to her sister at our weekly family meal, oblivious that I was present. His family held roughly half of the city's waterfront estates. I smiled and congratulated Chloe, truly glad for her despite everything. That's the draw of being the family scapegoat. You learn to appreciate the happiness of others even when your own achievements go unacknowledged. Growing up, the differences in how we were treated were impossible to overlook. Chloe purchased a brand new winter coat from Nordstrom. I received her hand-me-downs, even though they were frequently too small for me due to my height. When I made the honor roll, my father nodded and said, "That's what we expect." When Chloe did the same, there was a special dinner celebration with gifts. For my 17th birthday, I got a used Chevrolet with 148,000 miles on it. It's practical, my father explained. You should be grateful. For Chloe's 17th birthday, she received a brand new Volkswagen Beetle in her favorite color, replete with a large bow on top, and a professional photographer to document the occasion for Instagram. I tried for years to figure out why. I asked my granny once when I was about 15. Why do mom and dad love Chloe more than me? My grandma Evelyn Bennett asked, astonished and heartbroken. She gave me a handshake and commented, "Oh, Claire, sometimes parents just connect more with certain children. Chloe needs more support. She's more fragile than you. You're strong." Being branded strong implied that I was expected to comprehend, accept less, and not require the attention and reinforcement that my sister received in abundance. I assimilated this message and became precisely what they expected: independent, self-sufficient, and progressively aloof. Nonetheless, I tried to keep contact with my family. I attended every birthday, holiday, and special occasion. I helped my mother in the kitchen while Chloe watched TV with her father. I remembered everybody's favorite treats and important dates. I was attempting to earn my place, not recognizing that in healthy families, a place at the table does not have to be earned. Last Christmas was especially telling. When it came time for family photos in front of the tree, my mother carefully organized everyone. Obviously, Chloe and Ethan are in the center. Mom and dad are on either side, with Aunt Laura, Uncle Michael, and the cousins at the ends. When I inquired where I should stand, my mother blinked, as if she remembered I was there. "Oh Claire, could you take the photo for us, dear?" After numerous group photos, I asked if we could get one with me in it too. "Oh, we have plenty now," my mother murmured, as she walked away. "Maybe next time." Later that evening, at 29 years old, I found myself placed at the children's table, while Chloe and her fiancé were given the honors at the main table. Chloe's gifts included designer handbags, jewelry, and weekend vacation certificates. I spent weeks planning and creating a custom illustration of Chloe and Ethan based on their engagement photo, which was professionally framed. "Oh, this is unique," Chloe replied, staring at it briefly before placing it aside to admire our parents' Kate Spade pocketbook. That night, when I drove back to my apartment, I noticed the illustration I had worked so hard on leaned against the garbage cans in the driveway. Despite everything, when Chloe announced her engagement, I sincerely congratulated her. When she showed off her massive diamond ring, I genuinely admired it. When she chatted endlessly about wedding arrangements, I listened intently since that is what family does, right? They show up, care, and enjoy one another's happiness. I just hadn't realized that in my family, such rules extended to everyone but me. Chloe celebrated her engagement party at our parents' lake house in New Hampshire, 7 months before the wedding. I spent the entire week prior helping my mother prepare by arranging flowers, addressing envelopes for formal invites, and putting up the outdoor tent and string lights. I wore a basic blue dress to the celebration, which I had saved 4 paychecks for, hoping to appear great for the family photos I expected to be taken. Chloe arrived fashionably late, dressed in a white couture gown that likely cost more than my monthly rent. "Claire," she air-kissed my cheeks. "You look comfortable, thanks for helping Mom set up. You're always so good with the behind-the-scenes stuff." Lair. Throughout the evening, I was presented as Chloe's sister, or occasionally simply, the sister, but never by my name. During the speeches, my parents raved about how Chloe and Ethan were destined to be and how they'd never seen a more perfect couple. Despite helping prepare the entire event, I was not asked to speak. After the party, I helped clean up as Chloe and her pals proceeded to celebrate at a downtown pub. My mother patted my shoulder while I scrubbed crystal champagne flutes at midnight. "Chloe is just so busy with wedding planning," she replied, as if this explained why I stayed late to clean. "She has so much on her plate." In the weeks that followed, I began to see social media posts from Chloe's pals about receiving their save-the-date cards. Beautiful cream-colored cards, with gold foil lettering, announced Chloe Bennett and Ethan Parker's wedding, followed by the date and location, an elite winery on the North Shore. 3, 4, nearly 6 weeks have passed, and no card has arrived for me. I convinced myself that it must have been lost in the mail. I even inquired with neighbors in my apartment complex to see whether it had been delivered to the incorrect unit. Nothing. Finally, I phoned Chloe personally. "Hey, Chloe. I was just wondering about the save the date for your wedding. I haven't received mine yet." There was a pause in the line. "Oh, those? Yeah. They must have gotten lost. Don't worry about it though. You obviously know when the wedding is. Could you send me another one? I'd like to have it for my memory box. The stationer only made a limited number, and we don't have extras, but it's fine, and you know all the details anyway." I swallowed my hurt. "So, June 18th at Willow Creek Vineyard, right?" Another pause. "Actually, we changed it to June 25th, didn't Mom tell you?" Nobody had told me. As the months passed, I watched from the sidelines as wedding planning progressed. Chloe sent images of bridesmaid dress shopping with a group of 10 girls I knew from her sorority days, none of whom were me. There were bachelorette party plans in Miami, bridal shower preparations, and constant wedding updates. One Sunday during family supper, my mother casually stated, "We've got the final bridesmaid dress fittings next Saturday." I set down my fork. I haven't had a first fitting yet. My mother and Chloe exchanged a look that I couldn't quite understand. "Oh, Claire," Chloe groaned. "I thought it was obvious. The bridal party is already set. We have 10 bridesmaids. It's an even number for the groomsmen." "I'm not a bridesmaid? I'm your sister. It's just my college friends, and we always promised we'd be in each other's weddings. And Ethan's sister, of course. There just wasn't room." I looked around the table. My father suddenly became quite interested in his mashed potatoes. My mother gave Chloe a warning glance. "Is anyone from our family in the wedding party?" I inquired quietly. "Well, Mom is my matron of honor, obviously, and Dad is walking me down the aisle. Oh, and Cousin Haley is a junior bridesmaid." So I was the only member of my immediate family who was not in the wedding party. My mother must have noticed my pain, for she swiftly added, "Claire, honey, you know how it is. Chloe just wants her special day to be perfect." She also looked me up and down. "You'd need to lose weight for the wedding photos anyway. Those bridesmaid dresses run very small." I excused myself to the restroom and cried quietly for 7 minutes before returning to the table with a fake grin. Despite everything, I tried to be supportive. When Chloe revealed her difficulties with designing the wedding invitations, I offered my expert assistance. "I could design them for you as my wedding gift. It would save you the cost of a graphic designer, and I could make them completely custom." Chloe's eyes brightened up. "That would actually be amazing. I have so many Pinterest ideas I can send you." For 4 weeks, I labored every evening after my day job, generating various designs to Chloe's specifications. I created 7 alternative concepts, each with variants, actual mock-ups, and sample materials from specialized paper suppliers. When I showed them to Chloe and my mother over brunch, she swiftly flipped through them. These are nice, but not really what I had in mind. But they're exactly what you described, I replied, referring to her Pinterest page on my tablet. The botanical elements, the gold foil, the typography. They just don't have that wow factor, my mother remarked. They look homemade. That's because they're mock-ups, I patiently said. The final versions would be professionally printed. Chloe handed back the samples. I think we'll just go with the designer Ethan's mom recommended, but thanks for trying. 3 weeks later, Chloe shared photographs of her invitations on Instagram. They were strikingly comparable to my third design proposal, right down to the bespoke monogram I'd made. The only credit given was to the pricey stationer, who presumably carried out my precise notion. The final blow occurred 4 months before the wedding. I was dropping off some gardening equipment that I had borrowed from my mother when I noticed a stack of formal wedding invites on her desk, ready for mailing. Curious, I flipped through them, recognizing names from extended relatives, friends, and even my parents' neighbors. My name was not on any of the envelopes. I checked again, thinking perhaps mine had already been delivered to my flat. But when I saw an invitation addressed to my downstairs neighbor, a woman my parents had just met once at a building holiday party I had invited them to, I knew there would be no invitation for me. My own sister's wedding, and I was not invited. I spent 4 days contemplating what I had seen, trying to convince myself that there had to be an error. Chloe could be impulsive at times, but she would never remove her only sister from her wedding. And, as much as my parents favored Chloe, they would not accept that, would they? Finally, I gathered the guts to call my mother personally. It was a Tuesday evening, and I was pacing my modest apartment as the phone rang, preparing what to say. "Hello," my mother said, seeming distracted. "Hi, Mom. It's Claire." "Oh, Claire. I'm actually quite busy with wedding preparations. Can this wait?" I took a deep breath. "Actually, no. I was at the house the other day and saw the wedding invitations ready to be mailed. I noticed there wasn't one for me." There was a prolonged pause. "Mom, am I invited to Chloe's wedding?" When she eventually spoke, her tone was different, calmer, more detached. "Claire, I think we need to be honest with each other." We all agreed. "You're not welcome at the wedding." The words struck me like a physical blow. I collapsed onto my couch, my legs unable to support me. "What do you mean?" "We all agreed?" "Who is we?" "Your father, Chloe, Ethan, his parents. We all discussed it. We think it's for the best." "For the best? Mom, she's my sister. It's her wedding. How could it possibly be for the best that I'm not there?" My mother sighed, exasperated, as if I were a young child unable to understand a basic notion. "You always make everything about you, Claire. This is Chloe's special day. She deserves to be the center of attention." "When have I ever made anything about me?" I inquired, my voice rising. "Name one time." "There you go again, getting emotional. This is exactly what we're talking about. Remember Chloe's college graduation? You showed up with that ridiculous red hair. I dyed my hair for a design project. It had nothing to do with her graduation. And the Christmas when you announced you were moving to Chicago for that internship right as Chloe was telling everyone about her promotion." I was stunned. "Mom, that was 8 years ago, and I only mentioned it when Aunt Laura asked what my plans were after graduation. The point is," my mother continued, as if I hadn't spoken, "you have a habit of trying to steal Chloe's spotlight. She's worried you'll cause a scene or ruin her big day." Tears flowed down my cheeks as my mother continued to list perceived slights and failures that dated back to my youth. According to her, I had spent my entire life jealous of Chloe and attempting to undermine her happiness. "Chloe told us about how you tried to sabotage her relationship with Ethan early on," my mother added, her voice tightening. "How you told him about her ex-boyfriend at that dinner party." "What?" Ethan asked about our high school friends. I mentioned Tyler because they both played lacrosse. I wasn't trying to sabotage anything. That's not how Chloe remembers it, and quite frankly, we believe her. You've always been jealous of her." I was speechless. Had my sister painted me as the villain all these years? Had my folks truly bought into this story so completely? "We've also spoken with our extended family," my mother said. "Everyone agrees it's better if you stay away." That revelation shattered something within me. I have aunts, uncles, and cousins in addition to my own family. Everyone had talked about me behind my back and concluded I was too difficult to attend my own sister's wedding. "Mom," I said, my voice quivering. "I'm your daughter, too." There was a pause, and I briefly believed I had reached her. She then added, "Sometimes I wonder about that." And hung up. I sat in startled stillness, the phone still placed against my ear. Was my mother just implying what I believed she did? It was a bizarre comment spoken with finality that left me reeling. I'm not sure how long I waited there till my doorbell rang. Natalie Brooks, my best friend since college, had stopped over with takeout, as she occasionally did on Tuesdays. With one look at my expression, She dropped the bags and ran to my side. Claire, what happened? I attempted to talk, but could only sob. Natalie held me while I cried, years of rejection and pain pouring out of me. When I eventually calmed down enough to describe what had happened, Natalie's attitude changed from concern to rage. That's beyond favoritism, Claire. That's emotional abuse. They've been gaslighting you for years. Maybe they're right, I said hesitantly. Maybe I am jealous, and don't realize it. Natalie gripped my hands tightly in hers. Claire Bennett, I've known you for 11 years. You are the most genuinely supportive person I've ever met. You celebrated with me when I got promoted over you at that design internship. You've never had a jealous bone in your body. If anything, you don't stand up for yourself enough. She took out her phone and began browsing through photographs. Look at these. Your birthday 3 years ago, when Chloe showed up 3 hours late and announced her promotion. Here you are genuinely congratulating her while your own celebration got sidelined. Or this one from Christmas where you're literally the only one helping your mom in the kitchen while Chloe opens presents. Seeing the evidence through someone else's eyes caused me to reconsider the narrative I had embraced my entire life. I don't think this is normal family favoritism, Natalie stated cautiously. There's something else going on here. Have you ever noticed how you don't really look like anyone in your family? I blinked. Of course, I had noticed. It had been brought out to me several times. What are you suggesting? I don't know, Natalie acknowledged. But being excluded from your sister's wedding is extreme. There's a missing piece to this puzzle. That night, after Natalie had left, I made a decision. I was tired of struggling for people's approval, when they had no intention of ever offering it. I'd quit attempting to earn my position in a family that had obviously decided I didn't have one. What I didn't anticipate was that this terrible rejection would lead me to uncover a secret that had been kept from me my whole life, a truth that could change everything. 3 months before Chloe's wedding, my grandma Evelyn Bennett contacted for assistance. She was transferring from her 3-year-old home to an assisted living facility and needed help sorting through her stuff. Your parents are too busy with wedding preparations, she explained. And Chloe is, well, you know Chloe. So, on a wet Saturday, I headed to my grandmother's Victorian home in Salem, packed with packing materials and a hired trash. We spent the morning going through decades of accumulated stuff, and picking what to save for her new, much smaller apartment. The attic is the worst of it, Grandma lamented about midday. I haven't been up there in years. My knees can't handle the stairs anymore. After lunch, I went up the musty attic alone. It was like entering a time capsule. Old furniture, garment trunks, Christmas decorations, and dozens of boxes labeled by years and events. I proceeded systematically, bringing everything down for my grandmother to inspect. I noticed a lockable trunk in the far corner, half hidden under an old dress form. The key was attached to the bottom, which was weird. Why lock something while keeping the key so easily accessible? Inside were family memorabilia, namely old photos and letters. At the bottom was a leather-bound album I had never seen before, labeled simply Family Secrets in my grandmother's exquisite handwriting. I brought it downstairs out of curiosity. Grandma, what's this album? I found it in the locked trunk upstairs. When my grandmother saw what I was holding, the color went from her face. She reached for it with shaking palms. Where did you find that? That shouldn't have been. That was supposed to be. It was in the trunk in the corner. The key was taped to the bottom. Grandmother clasped the album to her chest, her gaze darting around as if someone were watching. Some things are buried for a reason, dear. Her reaction just fueled my interest. What's in it? Family photos? Just old memories, best left in the past, she murmured, attempting to be dismissive, but her voice shook. Would you be a dear and check if the moving company called? My phone should be in my purse in the kitchen. It was clearly an attempt to get me out of the room. When I returned, the record was nowhere to be found. Grandmother had completely altered the subject, inquiring about my work while avoiding any mention of the mysterious CD. Later, when packing boxes into my car, I spotted the record wedged between the cushions of the couch, perhaps hidden there in haste. The temptation was too intense. I put it inside my backpack and promised myself I'd return it once I'd satisfied my curiosity. That night, at my apartment, I opened the leather cover with some apprehension. The opening pages had photos I'd never seen before. My mother is a young woman, maybe 20 or 21, laughing with an attractive, dark-haired man I don't recognize. They appeared cheerful, even in love. The dude matched my complexion, jawline, and eyes. My heart started to race. I checked the dates on the backs of the photos. 1995 and 1996. I was born in December 1996. My parents, Vivian and Daniel Bennett, had always told me that they married in February 1996, following a whirlwind romance. As I turned the pages, the narrative developed visually. My mother and the mysterious man are plainly in a couple. Then I saw images of my mother alone, looking sorrowful in what appeared to be an early pregnancy. Then there are images of her with my father Daniel, their wedding, and their new home. But the timetable didn't make sense. If they got married in February, and I was born in December, I should have been full term. However, the wedding photos showed no signs of pregnancy. And the back notes dated the wedding to May 18, 1996, which would put me several months ahead of schedule, if Daniel were my father. Between the pages, I discovered a faded note, the ink barely readable. Arrangements have been made. Monthly financial assistance will be provided under the terms outlined. All contact must end. The child will bear the Bennett name. These terms are non-negotiable. The letter was not signed, but a small remark in my grandmother's handwriting in the margin said, Sebastian's final offer. Vivian accepted July 1996. The album's closing pages featured newspaper clippings about a wealthy businessman called Sebastian Hayes, who had grown his family's manufacturing company into international markets. And there, in a shot from a charity gala in 2012, was the man from the earlier photos, older but still recognizable. The likeness struck me like a thunderbolt. We shared the same eyes, jawline, and a little dimple on our left cheek when we smiled. I had always wondered why I didn't look like Daniel, Vivian, or Chloe. Now I knew. The final photograph in the album was the most disturbing. Sebastian Hayes was at a company event, standing next to a young man around my age with black hair and hazel eyes. The caption reads, Sebastian Hayes and son Owen at Hayes Enterprises Annual Gala 2017. I had a brother and Daniel Bennett was not my father. If you've ever had the foundation of your identity shatter beneath your feet, you might understand my sense of vertigo at the time. Everything I believed I knew about myself and my family was a lie. The distance I'd always felt, the strange comments, the continuous rejection, it all made terrible sense. I was not the family's disappointment. I was the family's secret. I'm still processing how it felt to find that my entire life was based on a falsehood. If you have had a similar familial revelation, please leave a remark below. I'd like to know that I'm not alone in facing such a life-changing discovery. And stick with me because the story gets much more amazing from here. The discovery of the photo album sparked an investigation frenzy. If my suspicions were accurate, my entire identity was a fabrication, and I needed proof beyond some old images and cryptic notes. I started with my granny. The day after discovering the music, I returned to her place, album in hand. When I arrived, she was going through kitchen supplies, but she stopped when she noticed what I was carrying. You took it, she replied quietly. This is not a query, but rather a resignation. I need to know the truth, Grandma. Is Daniel Bennett my biological father? My grandma fell into a kitchen chair, looking every bit of her 80 years. I always knew this day might come. You look so much like him. Like who? Sebastian Hayes. She nodded slowly. You were never supposed to know. Tell me everything, I asked, sitting across from her. I deserve the truth. Grandmother's narrative came out slowly, decades of secrets finally given voice. My mother, Vivian, was 21 when she met Sebastian Hayes, a rising star in his family's business and 12 years her senior. They enjoyed a passionate romance for almost 18 months. Vivian got pregnant, and that's when everything fell apart, grandmother recounted. Sebastian was previously engaged to a woman from a different prominent family, a marriage of fortunes, essentially. He offered financial assistance but wanted nothing to do with the child or you. And Daniel, where does he come in? Daniel had been in love with Vivian since high school. When she returned home, sad and pregnant, he proposed, promising to raise the kid as his own, and give it his name. They married fast, and most people assumed you arrived prematurely. The parts were falling into place. My mother's cryptic phone comment, the lifetime sensation of being an outsider, and Chloe as the clear favorite. Does Chloe know? Grandmother shakes her head. No one knows except Vivian, Daniel, me, and Sebastian, and now you. So all these years, the reason they've treated me differently is because I'm not really Daniel's daughter. I'm just a reminder of my mother's past mistake. My grandmother stretched for my hand, but I resisted, unable to accept consolation. It's not that simple, Claire. There's more. According to my grandmother, Sebastian Hayes had supplied significant financial support over the years, in addition to child support. He had set up a trust for me, which my parents managed, paid for our family home, and subsidized their lifestyle in exchange for their silence about my parentage. The arrangement benefited everyone, Granny stated weakly. Sebastian maintained his reputation and the wife that his family desired. Your mother got financial security. Daniel got the woman he'd always wanted. And what did I get? I said, my voice breaking. A lifetime of being treated like an unwanted obligation, of never understanding why my own parents seemed to resent me. They do love you, Claire, in their way. It's just complicated. Chloe is Daniel's biological child, born 4 years after you. She represents everything they chose, while I represent a lie they've been living. I completed my speech. I left my grandmother's place with much more questions than answers. The story explained so much but seemed unfinished. I needed additional proof. I ordered a DNA test kit the same day. While waiting for the findings, I did extensive study on Sebastian Hayes. He had grown Hayes Enterprises into a multi-million-dollar corporation, served on charitable boards, and was well known in corporate circles. He married Caroline Whitmore as planned in 1996, and they had 3 children, including my half-siblings. They appeared to be the ideal family in every charity, gala, photograph, and newspaper clipping. Had he ever thought of me? Had he ever regretted leaving his first child? 3 weeks later, the DNA test verified what I had suspected. Daniel Bennett and I have no genetic tie. I wasn't his biological daughter. With scientific validation in hand, I investigated more into the financial arrangements my grandmother had discussed. Using my mother's birthday as a password hint, I gained access to her email account. I am not proud of the breach of privacy, but I wanted answers. In her email, I discovered years of correspondence with a law company that handled the Hayes arrangement, as they called it. Monthly installments into an account in my parents' names, payments for the house, Chloe's college tuition, and even the costly wedding site. Sebastian Hayes had been supporting my family's wealthy lifestyle for nearly 32 years, including the opulent wedding from which I had been absent. The irony was almost too much to handle. One email in particular stuck out. My mother had written to the firm 6 years ago, when I was applying to college. The child is requesting funds for design school in New York. We believe this unnecessary, and prefer to allocate the educational funds to Chloe's graduate program instead. The response was curt. Mr. Hayes' arrangement specifies equal educational opportunities for both children. Funds for C. Bennett's education cannot be redirected. Please submit proper documentation for tuition disbursement. I looked at the screen in bewilderment. My parents had sought to redirect money set aside for my schooling to Chloe. When that failed, they informed me that I'd have to take out student loans because money was scarce. Meanwhile, they paid for Chloe's undergraduate and graduate degrees completely. The level of the deception was astonishing. I discovered other communications about my trust fund, which was legally mine but I had never knew existed. My parents had been supposed to transfer custody of it to me at 26, but had somehow delayed it with charges that I was financially irresponsible and emotionally unstable. Every finding was another betrayal. My entire life had been shaped by this secret. My relationships, my self-worth, even my financial freedom, had been managed to sustain the fiction. With all this material collected, I faced a decision. What did I want to do with this information? Did I face my parents, try to claim what was lawfully mine? Or did I want to meet the man who was my biological father, the man who had paid for my existence to be disguised, while supporting his true family publicly? After days of thought, I decided I needed to hear Sebastian Hayes' version of the tale. I needed to know if he had actually wanted nothing to do with me, or if that was just another version of the truth I hadn't heard. Finding his contact information wasn't difficult for someone with his public persona. The difficult part was collecting the guts to reach out to him. What do you say to the father who never claimed you? Finally, I typed a brief email. My name is Claire Bennett. I was born on December 14, 1996, to Vivian Bennett, née Collins. I have reason to believe you are my biological father, and I would appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I have recently discovered the arrangement connected to my family, and I have questions only you can answer. I sent a recent photo of myself and the DNA test findings confirming Daniel Bennett was not my father. Then I pushed send, releasing nearly 32 years of secrets into the digital ether and waited to see what would back. 4 days after writing the email, I received a response from Sebastian Hayes. It was brief and formal. Miss Bennett, I would be willing to meet to discuss this matter. Please suggest a time and location convenient for you. S. Hayes. No denial, no emotion. Simply a business-like admission. We arranged to meet in an upscale restaurant in a private dining room, neutral territory where we wouldn't be easily noticed. I arrived early, my stomach in knots, and was led to a secluded table in the rear. I dressed carefully in my most professional clothes, intending to exude confidence I didn't feel. At exactly 7:30, a tall man with silver-streaked dark hair entered. Even without the likeness between us, I would have recognized him from my studies. Sebastian Hayes, business entrepreneur, philanthropist, and my biological father. He halted abruptly when he saw me, his calm look faltering for a long while. He just gazed, and I watched him taking in my features, the traits we shared. You look exactly like my mother, he finally remarked, his voice raspy with an emotion I couldn't define. It wasn't what I anticipated him to say, not you look like me or even an introduction. The personal link to his own mother caught me off guard. He sat down across from me, still staring as if he couldn't quite believe what he was witnessing. "I thought you didn't exist," he remarked after the waiter had brought water and left us alone. "Excuse me? Vivian told me she terminated the pregnancy. That's what she said when she broke things off and returned to her hometown. I never knew you were born." It was my time to be shocked. "That's not the story I was told. My grandmother said you wanted nothing to do with me, that you were engaged to someone else and paid my parents to keep me a secret." Sebastian shook his head slowly. "That's not true. Yes, I was engaged, but I would have broken it off. When Vivian told me she was pregnant, I was stunned, but not unhappy. I asked for time to figure things out. The next time I called, her mother said she'd lost the baby and didn't want to speak to me again. But you've been sending money all these years. I counted monthly payments, a trust fund, even paying for my sister's wedding. Why would you do that, if you thought the pregnancy was terminated?" He looked genuinely bewildered. "What payments? What trust fund? I haven't given Vivian Bennett a cent in 32 years. We stared at each other, both realizing we'd been told completely different versions of the truth. Sebastian called for the waiter and ordered a scotch. I requested for the same, feeling the need for something stronger than water. "About 3 years after Vivian left, I received a letter from her," Sebastian said. "She said she was married now and that I had hurt her badly. She asked that I never contact her again. I respected her wishes. I moved on with my life, married Caroline, had my children. I never knew." His voice died off as he stared at me. "I never knew you existed. I have copies of emails," I added, "between my mother and a law firm that manages what they call the Hayes arrangement, monthly deposits, a house, college tuition, a trust fund in my name that they've kept from me." Sebastian's expression darkened. "May I see these emails?" I passed him my phone with the email thread visible. He read in quiet, his expression getting progressively dismal. When he looked up, there was a steely rage in his eyes that made me understand how this man had been so successful in business. "This is fraud," he added flatly. "This law firm doesn't represent me. I've never authorized any payments to the Bennetts, and I certainly never established a trust for a child I was told didn't exist." My mind was reeling. If Sebastian wasn't making these payments, where was the money coming from, and why would someone appear to be operating on his behalf? Sebastian was going through more emails, his expression hardening. "They've been using my name to manipulate you and extract money from somewhere, possibly your grandmother, given that she seems to be part of this deception. This explains why the letter I sent you after finding your mother's address was returned unopened. You tried to contact me?" He nodded, remaining concentrating on the emails. "When my mother was dying 8 years ago, she made me promise to try again, to make things right with Vivian. She never believed the baby had been lost. Mother's intuition, she called it. So, I hired a private investigator who found Vivian's address. I wrote you a letter introducing myself, asking if we could meet. It came back marked return to sender." "I never received any letter," I remarked calmly. "I never knew you wanted to meet me." Sebastian placed down the phone and stared at me directly. "Claire, I need you to understand something. If I had known you existed, nothing would have kept me from being part of your life. Nothing." The conviction in his voice brought tears to my eyes. For 32 years, I'd believed I wasn't worthy of my family's affection. Now I was facing the prospect that I'd been purposefully kept from someone who would have embraced me. Sebastian requested for copies of everything I'd discovered, the emails, the DNA test, the photographs from the album. He made several calls right there at the table, speaking in tight, controlled tones to what I thought were his lawyers. "The birth certificate," he added quickly. "What name is listed as the father?" "Daniel Bennett," I said. "I've seen my birth certificate." "We need to check the original filing with vital records," Sebastian stated. "If they falsified a birth certificate, that's another criminal offense." As supper went, Sebastian asked about my life, listening closely to stories about my childhood, my education, my profession. He seemed really upset when I recalled the years of subtle rejection from the Bennetts. "They had no right," he continued, his voice tense with wrath. "If they didn't want to raise you, they should have told me the truth. I would have." "Would have what?" I inquired when he didn't continue. "I would have raised you myself," he stated simply. "You would have been a Hayes, not hidden away like something shameful." By the conclusion of dinner, Sebastian had filled in more parts of the puzzle. He had dated my mother during a break from his relationship with Caroline Whitmore. When Vivian announced her pregnancy, he was astonished, but prepared to accept responsibility. Then she left, and he was told the pregnancy had been terminated. He went back to Caroline. They married and had 3 children, Owen, Audrey, and Lily. "Your half-siblings," he continued, showing me photographs on his phone. "Owen is 28, Audrey is 25, and Lily is 22. They all shared our dark hair and looks. I had siblings that looked like me. The concept was overpowering." As we prepared to leave, Sebastian inquired about Chloe's approaching wedding. I'm not invited, I admitted. That's actually what started all of this. My mother told me we all agreed I'm not welcome at the wedding. When I started asking questions, I discovered the photo album at my grandmother's house. Sebastian's expression tightened again. The wedding that's apparently being paid for with money fraudulently obtained in my name. Yes, at Willow Creek Vineyard. It's supposed to be the event of the season. A slow, calculating smile grew across Sebastian's face. As it happens, I know the owner of Willow Creek quite well. We serve on a charitable board together. What are you thinking? I said, recognizing the expression of someone crafting a plan. I'm thinking, Sebastian continued thoughtfully, that we have a decision to make. We can approach your parents privately with what we've discovered, or, I prodded when he paused. Or we can attend that wedding together, and let the truth come out in a rather more public fashion. The concept shot a mix of dread and vindication through me. Isn't that excessive? Claire, these people have lied to both of us for 32 years. They've taken money they weren't entitled to. They've denied you your rightful inheritance and relationship with your biological father. And now they've excluded you from a family event that's apparently being funded by fraud. I would say a little public accountability is the least they deserve. I wasn't sure how to feel about Sebastian's suggestion. Part of me desired justice, but another part feared the fallout. Let me think about it, I responded ultimately. As we parted ways outside the restaurant, Sebastian hesitated, then asked, would you like to meet your half-siblings? They don't know about you yet, but I think they would. I think they would welcome knowing they have another sister. The offer hit me greatly. I'd like that. Yes. He nodded, apparently delighted. I'll arrange it. And Claire, I'm sorry. For all the years we lost. I can't get those back, but I can try to make things right going forward. As I watched him walk away, I felt a curious mix of feelings, anger at the lie that had defined my life, loss for the relationship I'd never had with my biological father, but also a cautious hope for the future. Sebastian Hayes was not the villain of my story, as I'd been made to believe. He was quite probably the ally I never realized I needed. Over the next 4 weeks, Sebastian and I met regularly, piecing together the elaborate lie that had kept us apart. Each revelation merely proved the purposeful nature of the deceit perpetrated by my parents. Sebastian brought in his legal team, who revealed the reality behind the Hayes deal. It found out that my maternal grandfather, my grandma Evelyn's husband, who had passed away when I was 11, had put up the fund. He had been affluent from a manufacturing business he'd sold just before retirement. Your grandfather established a trust to provide for you and your mother, Sebastian's lawyer noted during one meeting. The Bennetts have been drawing from that trust for years, using forged documents that made it appear the money was coming from Mr. Hayes. This allowed them to take more than they were entitled to while also maintaining the fiction that Mr. Hayes wanted nothing to do with you. The birth certificate examination found additional fraud. The original petition had listed father unknown, but it was later altered to name Daniel Bennett, a process that would have needed sworn statements and papers that had plainly been fabricated. We have enough for criminal charges, the lawyer remarked plainly. Identity fraud, forgery, fraudulent financial claims, falsifying legal documents, not to mention the moral issue of deliberately keeping a child from her biological father. Sebastian looked to me. It's your decision, Claire. We can pursue criminal charges, or we can handle this privately. I wasn't ready for that decision yet. Let's gather all the evidence first, I said. I need the complete picture before I decide anything. Meanwhile, Sebastian had arranged for me to meet my half-siblings. We convened at his home in Beacon Hill, a lovely brownstone that spoke of old money and sophisticated taste. I was worried they would reject me, this surprise half-sister come out of nowhere to complicate their life. I couldn't have been more wrong. Owen, Audrey, and Lily welcomed me with interest and love. We spent hours discovering shared traits. Owen and I had the same analytical approach to things. Audrey and I had a love of design. She was an architect. And Lily and I had the same mannerisms, which made everyone giggle. Dad always said he felt like someone was missing from our family photos. Owen explained as we flipped through albums from their upbringing. It's weird, but it's like we've been waiting for you without knowing it. As the wedding date approached, my buddy Natalie helped me emotionally prepare for whatever might come next. Are you sure you want to do this? She inquired. Once it's done, there's no going back. These are still people you've known as your family your entire life. They excluded me based on lies, I stated forcefully. They kept me from my biological father and siblings. They diverted money meant for me to Chloe. At some point, the truth has to matter. 3 weeks before the wedding, Sebastian informed me that he had secured an invitation as a family friend. It turned out that Ethan's father was on the same company board as Sebastian, and when Sebastian expressed an interest in attending the season celebration, an invitation was soon granted. What exactly are you planning? I inquired when he informed me. Nothing dramatic, he promised me. I just want to be there to support you when you confront your parents, and perhaps my presence will add weight to the evidence." I wasn't persuaded, his goals were so straightforward, but I'd grown to trust Sebastian. Despite the passing years, we had developed a true bond. He was clever, principled, and shared my caustic sense of humor. More importantly, he treated me with respect, which I had never experienced from Daniel Bennett. As our research progressed, we discovered other worrisome facts. My college fund, which was particularly allocated for my education by my grandfather's trust, had definitely been transferred to Chloe. When that wasn't enough to cover her graduate studies and the start of the opulent wedding, my parents took out a second mortgage on their home. The most stunning discovery was that the wedding location, flowers, caterers, and Chloe's designer outfit had all been paid for with the remainder of my trust fund. Money that I lawfully owned. "They've spent almost all of it," Sebastian's financial investigator stated. "The account that should have been transferred to Miss Bennett, at age 26, is nearly depleted. My parents had spent my fortune on the wedding that I had been prohibited from attending." I made one final attempt to resolve the situation quietly. I sent my parents an email with some of the information attached, including trust documents, a fake birth certificate, and confirmation that Sebastian Hayes was never involved in any financial arrangement. "I know the truth," I wrote. "I've met Sebastian Hayes, my biological father. I know about grandfather's trust, and how you've used that money. I'm giving you an opportunity to explain yourselves before this becomes a legal matter." The response came from my father's email, but it was written in my mother's tone. "You've always been determined to ruin things for this family. If you pursue this vindictive fantasy, you will regret it. Chloe's wedding is going to be perfect, and you will not destroy her special day with your delusions and attention-seeking behavior." There was no acceptance of the facts, explanation, or rejection. They only threatened me and accused me of envy, like they had always done. With that response, I made my decision. I would attend Sebastian's wedding, and the truth would finally be revealed. "Are you absolutely certain?" Natalie said the night before the wedding as she helped me choose an attire. "This is going to be nuclear." I gazed at the basic yet lovely navy blue outfit I'd chosen. Conservative enough for a wedding, but striking enough to give me confidence. "I've spent my entire life being made to feel like I don't belong," I said. "I've been lied to, stolen from, and excluded from my own family. For once, I want the truth to be acknowledged. I want them to face what they've done." Natalie hugged me. "Then I'll be right there with you. Champagne for after. Win or lose, I think we'll need it." That night, I could hardly sleep. I wasn't only confronting my parents. I was facing the narrative that had defined my entire existence. Whatever occurred tomorrow, nothing could ever be the same again. As dawn broke on Chloe's wedding day, I felt a peculiar peace come over me. The time for doubt has passed. Today, one way or another, the truth would be revealed. Chloe's wedding day arrived bright and beautiful, a gorgeous June Saturday that seemed to mock the storm brewing over the Bennetts. Sebastian picked me up in his Mercedes, dressed elegantly in a tailored suit. Natalie followed in her own vehicle, providing backup and emotional support. "Are you ready?" Sebastian inquired as we drove toward Willow Creek Vineyard. "As ready as I'll ever be," I answered, straightening my outfit for the umpteenth time. The vineyard was gorgeous. Rolling hills are covered in orderly rows of grapevines, a stone manor house accented with white roses and foliage. White seats lined up in perfect rows, facing a flower-covered arch with views of the valley beyond. Everything screamed expensive and meticulous preparation. As we approached the gate, a security guard examined a tablet. "Names, please." "Sebastian Hayes," Sebastian said calmly. "I should be on Ethan Parker's father's list." The guard scanned his tablet and nodded. "Yes, sir. Mr. Parker mentioned you specifically. Please proceed to the ceremony area." Natalie was able to attend as another guest's plus one, a college buddy of Chloe's who owed her a favor. We were inside. We sat at the back, not wanting to draw attention before the ceremony. I watched as familiar faces arrived. Aunts, uncles, cousins, and family friends who had known me all my life. Nobody seemed astonished by my disappearance. Had they truly agreed that I shouldn't be there, or had they simply accepted the tale my parents had told them? The ceremony was absolutely stunning. Chloe looked stunning in her beautiful gown, and Ethan appeared really in love as they exchanged vows. Despite everything, I felt a twinge of grief that our connection had been so tainted by our parents' decisions. In another universe I might have stood behind her as maid of honor, unabashedly sharing her delight. Sebastian clasped my hand as the ceremony ended, and people filed inside the vineyard's magnificent barn for the reception. "Remember, we're not here to ruin the day. We're here for acknowledgement and accountability." I nodded, but my resolve weakened as I saw Chloe and Ethan, beaming with joy, greet visitors. Did I really want to ruin their idyllic day? Then I saw my mother, beautiful in a designer gown that most likely cost more than my monthly rent, collecting compliments on the exquisite setting and no expense spared celebration, all paid for with money that belonged to me. My father stood close, acting as the proud father of the bride, basking in approbation for the daughter who was genuinely his, while I, the kid he had vowed to raise as his own, had been excluded and forgotten. My mother turned to face me, as if she sensed my presence. Her expression froze in disbelief, then immediately turned furious. She grabbed my father's arm and whispered frantically into his ear. His head snapped up, eyes probing for me. His face lost its color. Before they could approach or call security, I excused myself to the restroom for a while to calm my anxiety. I was spraying cool water on my face when the door flung open, and my mother rushed in, checking the stalls to make sure we were alone. "How dare you show up here?" she yelled. "You were explicitly told you were not welcome." I straightened and met her look in the mirror. "Hello to you too, Mom. Or should I even call you that since you've treated me like a stranger my entire life? This is exactly the kind of dramatic behavior we wanted to avoid. You're going to ruin Chloe's wedding." "I'm not here to ruin anything. I'm here because I know the truth about Sebastian Hayes, about grandfather's trust fund, about the lies you've been telling for 32 years. My mother's countenance shifted between fury and fear. "You have no idea what you're talking about. I know Sebastian Hayes never abandoned me because he didn't even know I existed. You told him you terminated the pregnancy. I know the money you've been living on. The money paying for this wedding came from grandfather's trust, not from Sebastian. I know you diverted my college fund to Chloe, and kept my trust fund from me. I have documentation of all of it." She paled, but rapidly recovered. "You ungrateful little, after everything we've done for you, Daniel raised you as his own when he had no obligation to do so. We gave you a home, an education. An education I paid for myself with student loans while you spent my trust fund on Chloe, I told you. And speaking of Daniel raising me as his own, he did a remarkably poor job of it. Constant criticism, blatant favoritism, excluding me from family events. Is that what you call raising a child?" My mother's gaze darted to the door. "What do you want? Money? Is that why you're here making a scene for financial gain?" The accusation stings, but I refuse to show it. I want acknowledgement of the truth. I want an apology for the lies. And yes, I want what's legally mine, the remainder of my trust fund, and anything else grandfather intended for me. She laughed cruelly. "There's nothing left. Chloe's education, this wedding, it's all gone. Then I want you to admit what you did to me, to Chloe, to the family." "Never," she snarled. "I will never let you destroy this family with your delusions." "They're not delusions when I have DNA tests, financial records, and Sebastian Hayes himself sitting out there," I explained calmly. "He's here, Mom. My biological father is at this wedding, and he knows everything." Her face had lost all of its color. "Sebastian is here? You're lying. See for yourself. He's wearing a gray suit, sitting near the back. He got an invitation through Ethan's father." My mother's composure broke totally. "How much?" she said, eagerly. "How much to make you both leave right now before anyone sees?" I was taken aback by the obvious panic in her voice. She wasn't concerned with the truth coming out. She was scared of public humiliation. "It is too late for that," I said. "We're not leaving until the truth is acknowledged." She grasped my arm, her nails piercing in. "I will give you $15,000 right now to walk out that door and never contact this family again." I drew away. "You don't have $15,000. You spent all your money and mine on this wedding. Besides, this isn't about money anymore. It's about 32 years of lies." As we squared off in the restroom, there was a gentle rap on the door. "Vivian, are you in there? The photographer wants family photos." That was my father's voice. My mother's eyes widened in alarm. "Just a minute, Daniel," she said, her voice unexpectedly pleasant. Then he spoke to me, in a harsh whisper. "If you ruin this wedding, I will never forgive you." "You've never loved me anyway," I said calmly. "So I don't see what I have to lose." I moved past her and opened the door to see my father standing there, his face a mask of barely contained rage. "Claire," he said stiffly, "you need to leave now." "Actually, I don't," I answered. "I'm here as a guest of Sebastian Hayes. Perhaps you remember him, my biological father." My father's blood drained from his cheeks as he stared past me to where Sebastian was now visible, mingling with people near the bar. The likeness between us was evident from a distance. "This is not the place," my father snarled. "You can't do this to Chloe." "I'm not doing anything to Chloe," I told her. "This is about what you and Mom have done to me and to Sebastian for 32 years. Before he could react, the wedding planner approached. "Mr. and Mrs. Bennett, we really need you for family photos now. The light is perfect." My father threw me a warning glance before following the planner, with my mother close behind him, whispering fiercely in his ear. My heart pounded as I rejoined Sebastian and Natalie. "They know we're here. Mom tried to bribe me to leave." Sebastian's expression darkened. Are you alright? Yes. Just let's wait until after the photos and dinner. I don't want to ruin the actual celebration for Chloe. We kept a low profile during dinner, sitting at a table with distant Parker family connections who knew nothing about me. I could sense my parents observing us tensely from the head table, my mother whispering to relatives, most likely trying to control the damage. After supper, the toasts started. My father stood to deliver his speech, praising Chloe as the daughter every father wishes for, and congratulating himself on raising such a lovely young woman. Each statement felt like a purposeful shot, emphasizing that I had never been thought worthy of such praise. Sebastian and I made our move as dancing began, and the evening's formal framework loosened. We entered the head table just as my parents were engaging with Ethan's parents, providing the ideal setting for the truth. Daniel, Vivian, Sebastian murmured warmly. It's been a long time. My father froze in mid-sentence. My mother's champagne glass dropped from her hand and shattered on the floor. Sebastian, my father said, his voice strained. What a surprise. Indeed, Sebastian agreed. Almost as surprising as discovering the daughter I was told never existed or finding out my name has been used to perpetrate financial fraud for decades. Ethan's parents glanced at us in astonishment. Daniel, what's going on? Questioned Ethan's father. You know Sebastian Hayes. It's complicated, Charles, my father remarked hesitantly. It's actually quite simple, I explained. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Claire Bennett, Chloe's sister, the one who wasn't invited to the wedding. And my biological daughter, Sebastian said, resting his hand on my shoulder. The stunned hush was interrupted by the sound of heels approaching quickly. Chloe was walking toward us, with Ethan close behind. Claire, what are you doing here? Mom said you were too sick to come, Chloe asked, her face confused. That was their reason. I was sick, not that they had purposefully excluded me. I'm not sick, Chloe. I was told I wasn't welcome. Mom specifically said, we all agreed you're not welcome at the wedding. Chloe's flawless bridal demeanor crumbled. What? I never said that. I sent you an invitation. It was now my turn to be perplexed. No, you didn't. I never received an invitation. I addressed it myself, Chloe insisted. I gave it to Mom to mail with the others. All eyes were on my mother, who was fast losing color. Vivian, my father inquired, did you mail Claire's invitation? My mother's silence was damning. Perhaps, he added quietly, this would be a good time to clear up a few other misunderstandings as well. For instance, the source of funding for this lovely wedding. Ethan's dad scowled. What about the funding? Daniel assured me everything was covered. Oh, it was covered, Sebastian remarked, with money from a trust established for Claire by her grandfather, money that was legally hers but which Daniel and Vivian have been systematically embezzling for years. The accusation hovered in the air, like a thundercloud. My father began to stammer protestations, but Sebastian calmly presented a folder of paperwork he had packed for just this purpose. Bank statements, trust paperwork, and fraudulent communications. It's all here, along with DNA test results confirming I am Claire's biological father, a fact Vivian concealed from me for 32 years, while fabricating a story that I had abandoned my child. As the evidence was presented, my grandma emerged at the edge of our circle, lured by the excitement. Her eyes met mine, full of despair and sadness. It's true, she murmured gently, drowning out my father's continuing complaints. All of it. Vivian told Sebastian she had terminated the pregnancy. She and Daniel used Henry's trust fund meant for Claire, claiming the money came from Sebastian. They've been living on that money for years. Chloe fell onto a neighboring chair, her idyllic wedding day shattering around her. You lied about Claire not being invited. You spent her money on my wedding. Dad isn't even her real father. Ethan put a protecting hand on Chloe's shoulder, his face tightening as he gazed at my parents. You told me Claire declined the invitation because she was jealous of our relationship. You said she'd tried to cause problems between us. They've been saying things like that about me my entire life, I admitted with sadness. It was easier to make me the villain than admit the truth. The event had come to a halt around us, with visitors sensing the drama unfolding even though they couldn't hear the details. My mother finally broke the stillness, her voice icy and brittle. You've had your revenge now, Claire. Are you satisfied? You've ruined everything just like you always do. Her remarks hung in the air, saying more about our connection than any evidence could. Even now, faced with the repercussions of her own deeds, all she could do was blame me. I didn't come for vengeance, I explained calmly. I came for the truth. Chloe deserved to know who paid for her wedding. I deserve to know who my father is. Sebastian deserved to know he has a daughter. The truth matters, Mom. As security arrived, summoned by someone in the developing turmoil, Sebastian placed a steadying hand on my shoulder. I think we've accomplished what we came to do, he remarked softly. The truth is out. The rest can be handled through legal channels. I nodded, weary by decades of emotions now being released. As we turned to leave, Chloe beckoned for me. Claire, wait. She approached us, her bridal gown rustling, and her flawless makeup smudged with tears. I didn't know, she admitted, her voice breaking. I swear I didn't know any of this. I thought you got an invitation. I thought you just didn't want to come. Looking at her distress, I believed her. Chloe, like me, had been a pawn in our parents' games, albeit on the favored side. It's not your fault, I told her. This isn't about you and me. It's about them and the choices they made long before either of us had any say. She nodded, uncertainly. What happens now? Now, Sebastian replied. There will be legal consequences for fraud and financial misappropriation, but that's between the adults involved. You too, he put his hand on my shoulder, have an opportunity to build a relationship based on truth rather than manipulation. As we eventually left the reception, with astonished whispers and eyes trailing behind us, I felt a weird lightness. The secret that has persisted throughout my life was finally revealed. Whatever followed next would at least be based on the truth, not lies. 8 months after the spectacularly failed wedding, my life had changed in ways I never expected. The immediate aftermath had been tumultuous, with judicial proceedings, family conflict, and media coverage. When the tale of financial fraud involving Sebastian Hayes' name appeared in local business publications, my parents faced severe penalties for their activities. The fraud accusations resulted in a settlement requiring them to refund what they could of the plundered funds, sell their home, and undergo social humiliation as their carefully cultivated image disintegrated. When my father's accounting firm discovered the financial irregularities, they placed him on indefinite vacation. They did not go to jail, but their lives were forever changed. Chloe and Ethan's marriage survived the wedding day turmoil, albeit not without hardship. They canceled their honeymoon to Italy, and used that time to ponder the revelations about her family. Ethan was naturally upset about being duped, especially because his parents had donated heavily to the wedding based on inaccurate information about the Bennett family's financial status. About 6 weeks after the wedding, Chloe contacted me. We met in a neutral coffee shop, both frightened and uncertain. I've been thinking about our childhood, she explained after we exchanged awkward welcomes. And I'm starting to see things differently. The way they always gave me preference, the way they criticized you. I thought it was normal at the time. It was our normal, I admitted. Neither of us knew anything different. Chloe twisted her wedding ring, impatiently. I didn't know about the trust fund, or that they were using your money for my education and the wedding. I would never have accepted that if I'd known. I believed her. Chloe had been privileged and entitled, but she was not evil. She had been shaped by the same toxic familial dynamic that had shaped me, but from the opposite side. I don't blame you, I told her truthfully. You didn't create the situation. Still, she would say, I benefited from it. I got the attention, the opportunities, the support, all at your expense. And I never questioned it. That talk marked the start of a shaky reconciliation between us. Without our parents' influence contaminating our relationship, we discovered we had a lot in common. Chloe had a sharp wit that I'd never been permitted to see, and she was truly interested in my graphic design work, even hiring me to prepare posters for a charity event she was organizing. Our relationship was not flawless. Too many years of conditioning couldn't be overcome in months, yet it was honest like never before. We were beginning to know each other as adults, free from the warped lens of our parents' manipulation. My bond with Sebastian grew swiftly. He presented me to his wife, Caroline Whitmore, who was taken aback by the discovery that her husband had a daughter he had no idea about, but enthusiastically accepted me into their lives. Sebastian always felt like something was missing, she informed me at our initial meeting. Now I understand why. My half-siblings, Owen, Audrey, and Lily, embraced me with such fervor that I burst into tears. We identified shared characteristics, inside jokes, and common hobbies that made our connection feel natural despite the years apart. It's like finding a missing puzzle piece, Audrey observed one evening as we learned we shared the strange habit of sorting our colored pencils by temperature rather than spectrum. Professionally, my life improved significantly as well. Sebastian, true to his word about wanting to help me, connected me to people in the design world who opened doors that I'd been pounding on for years. I tried not to take use of these relationships, preferring to succeed on my own merits. However, the opportunity to present my work resulted in a thriving freelancing business, which eventually enabled me to leave my agency job and work independently. My grandma Evelyn was the family member I found most difficult to forgive. She had known the truth all along but had kept it hidden, allowing me to endure the repercussions of my parents' lies. I was trying to protect everyone, she said emotionally when we eventually talked about it. Vivian was so young when she got pregnant. Henry, your grandfather, was determined that the family's reputation wouldn't be damaged. He set up the trust, but insisted the situation be handled quietly. But after grandfather died, you could have told me the truth then. She gazed down at her hands. By then, the lie had been in place for so long, I told myself it would do more harm than good to reveal it. I was wrong, Claire. I was a coward. and you paid the price for my cowardice. Her sincere contrition helped me start the process of forgiving her, albeit our relationship would never be the same. The legal actions culminated in the recovery of what remained of my trust fund, which was a fraction of what it should have been but still sufficient to provide me with financial security that I had never known. Sebastian insisted on creating an additional trust for me, equal to what he had established for my half-siblings. "I can't replace the years we lost," he remarked when I protested. "But I can ensure you have the same opportunities they had going forward." 8 months to the day after Chloe's wedding, I held Thanksgiving dinner at my new apartment, a magnificent 3-bedroom in a historic building that I'd been able to purchase with the money I had recovered. Sebastian and Caroline sat at my table, along with Owen, Audrey, Lily, Natalie, my grandmother, and, quite strangely, Chloe. Ethan was with his family in Vermont, giving Chloe the freedom to navigate this new family dynamic without his hovering concern. She arrived with a bottle of wine and a heartfelt hug. "Is this weird?" she inquired as she assisted me in the kitchen. "Having Thanksgiving with your new family and, well, me?" "A little," I said. "But good weird. Honest weird." As we gathered around the table, I noticed the faces around me. Some I had known all my life, while others I was only getting to know. This was my chosen family, based on truth, rather than necessity. Chloe called me aside after dinner. "I've been thinking a lot about what happened and why our parents did what they did." "And?" I asked as she paused. "I think they were so invested in appearing perfect that they couldn't handle anything that threatened that image. Your existence, your biological connection to Sebastian rather than Dad, was a crack in their perfect facade. So they tried to minimize you, to keep you in the shadows." Her wisdom startled me. "That actually makes a lot of sense. The irony is," says Chloe, "their desperation to keep up appearances ultimately caused the public humiliation they were trying to avoid." As the evening progressed, and people left, Sebastian and I stood by the window, watching the first snowflakes of the season drift past the lamps. "You know," he added quietly, "when your mother told me she'd terminated the pregnancy, it broke something in me. I moved forward with my life, married Caroline, had my family, but there was always a shadow, a sense of loss I couldn't explain." "And now?" I asked. "Now I understand what was missing," he added simply. "It was you." The validation in those 3 words healed a deep part of me that had always worried if I was intrinsically unlovable, which caused my family to reject me. Later, as I finished the final few dishes, I mused on the bizarre path that had taken me here. Being excluded from Chloe's wedding felt like the ultimate rejection at the time, but it served as the trigger for me to realize my actual identity and find a family who truly wanted me. Sometimes the most terrible experiences in our lives turn out to be the gateway to something greater. If I had been invited to that wedding, I might have continued in the same cycle for years, seeking acceptance from people who were constitutionally incapable of providing it, never learning the truth about my origins or heritage. As I was putting the last wine glass in the dishwasher, Chloe entered with a stack of dishes. "I keep thinking about what you said at the wedding," she mentioned to me. "That you didn't come for revenge, you came for the truth." I didn't understand then, but I think I do now. She put the plates on the counter, and turned to face me directly. "Truth is the foundation everything else is built on. Our parents built their lives and ours on lies, and look how fragile it all turned out to be." I nodded, moved by her insights. The truth can be painful, but living a lie is ultimately more destructive. As Chloe left and I began cleaning up, I reflected on how unlike any other family gathering I'd ever experienced. There was no tension, no walking on eggshells, no carefully maintained facades, simply genuine connection and the glorious messiness of authentic human interactions. Sebastian sent a message to my phone. "Thank you for today. Family dinner at our house next month, the kids insist." The simple text brought tears to my eyes. For so long, I'd been the unwelcome one, the outsider looking in. Now I was included, welcomed, and respected. If you've ever felt like an outcast in your own family, that you're continuously working for love that should be freely given, know that you're not alone. Family can be defined by blood, but it is more often defined by choice, by those who see you plainly, and still love you. Sometimes the family you build for yourself is more authentic than the one you were born into. Thank you for hearing my story. If it touched you in any way, please like and subscribe to hear more stories of family truths and transformations. I'd love to hear in the comments if you've ever uncovered a family secret that impacted your perspective on yourself, or if you've had to set boundaries with toxic family members. Has karma ever caught up with the person who harmed you? How did you manage it? Remember that, while revenge may provide temporary satisfaction, truth and authenticity are what actually set us free. The best form of justice is often not about making others pay, but about living a life so complete and authentic that the past loses its hold on you. Until next time, this is Claire Hayes. Yes, I have legally changed my name. I wish you truth, healing, and the bravery to tell your own story, even if others try to write it for you. I invited my family to my daughter's birthday party but not one showed up. Then they demanded $2,200 for a cousin's engagement party. The next morning my dad arrived with a cop. I'm Ryan Bennett, a 37-year-old who plans events, remembers birthdays, ensures that everyone is fed, and mediates conflicts before they ruin another holiday. That used to be what I believed to be love. As it happens, it was just happy, free labor. I had a small birthday celebration for my daughter Chloe last month. She recently turned 9, old enough to recall every detail, mature enough to begin observing who arrives and who doesn't. In addition to a unicorn cake, pink and gold balloons, and a tiny bouncy castle in the back, we leased a small party space at the neighborhood community center. I invited every member of the family. Everyone promised to attend, including my parents, my brother Brandon, my sister Lauren, and all of my relatives, aunts, and uncles. Chloe was virtually giddy with anticipation on the day of the celebration. My mom even texted, "Wouldn't miss it for the world. Are grandma and grandpa coming soon?" She asked again as she checked the window. After an hour and a half, the dinner began to go cold. The cake's candles melted into tiny puddles of wax. Chloe would rush to the window whenever she heard a car passing outside, but nobody showed up. Not one. They must be running late, I kept telling her. Traffic, perhaps. Perhaps something came up. I was making an effort to smile for her, but I was secretly embarrassed. The type that begins in your stomach and moves up your throat until breathing becomes difficult. I saw the steady dimming of her eyes. I watched her pretend it didn't bother as she sat down next to her unfinished cake and tugged at her pink party dress. She replied, "It's okay, Daddy, we can have fun, just us." And that about broke me, I swear. I sent a couple messages following the celebration. Not angry, just informal. Mom read it and said, "Hey, everything okay? We missed you guys today." No response. Lauren didn't even open hers. Brandon sent an emoji of a thumbs up. That was all. Mom texted me a week later while the remaining decorations were still hanging in the corner of my kitchen. When I saw her name appear on my phone, I briefly considered the possibility that it was an apology. No, but perhaps she might say something like, "I'm sorry we didn't make it, sweetheart." I read her message approximately 5 times. "Don't forget your cousin Madison's engagement party this weekend. $2,200 per guest. Dress formal." There was not a single mention of Chloe's birthday. They didn't say anything about the celebration. For a celebration that wasn't even ours, they demanded about $2,000 per guest. Is this a joke? I texted back, and she responded almost immediately. "No, Ryan, it's a high-end venue, everyone's contributing equally, family supports family." I laughed at the last line, one of those weary, resentful laughs that sounds more like a groan. For a long time, I gazed at the letter, picturing Chloe's small face as she silently extinguished her candles. It was only the two of us in that deserted room. I then launched my banking app, sent Mom precisely $2, and included a letter. "I'll pass." I assumed that would be the end of it. Perhaps it would make a statement, I reasoned. Clear but subtle. It turns out that those who thrive on entitlement are not amenable to subtlety. I heard a knock on my front door at 8:30 a.m. 2 mornings later. I froze when I peered through the peephole. On my porch, my dad was pacing like a charging bull, red-faced and enraged. And a policeman was standing directly beside him. I briefly believed that something horrible had to have occurred. Mom might have been wounded, perhaps one of my siblings was involved in an accident. Before I could say anything, Dad poked a finger into my chest as I hurried to open the door. He growled, "You think you're funny, Ryan?" The officer looked between us, obviously uncomfortable, and said, "You think mocking your mother is acceptable now?" "Sir, let's keep voices calm," he murmured softly. "Mocking her?" I inquired, still attempting to understand the situation. He shook a crumpled piece of paper in my face and said, "Dad, what are you talking about?" It was a printout of the note I had submitted and the $2 transfer. "This," he growled. "You humiliated your mother. She's been crying all morning. You sent her $2 like she's some kind of beggar." I gazed at him, attempting to comprehend the absurdity of it all. "She asked me for $2,200 for a party that has nothing to do with me," I replied slowly, after skipping her granddaughter's birthday. "That's irrelevant," he yelled. "Your cousin's engagement is family. You've always been selfish, Ryan, always had to make everything about you. Your mother does everything for this family, and you repay everything her with this childish stunt." The policeman cleared his throat. Sir," my dad replied, "this doesn't appear to be a police matter. Maybe you two can talk this out privately." Still furious, Dad turned to face him. He glared at me and replied, "I wanted it documented in case he tries something else." I said again, "Try something else? Like what? Send another $2? He gave me a gaze that could have frozen the space between us. "You keep disrespecting your mother and you'll regret it. We're done protecting you," he said, leaning in close enough for me to hear. Then he stormed away. For a minute, the cop simply stood there, fidgeting uncomfortably. "Sorry about that, sir," he finally murmured. Sometimes families get heated. Yeah, I mumbled as I gazed at my father's disappearing figure as he marched down my driveway. You could say that. My heart was racing as I leaned against the locked door for a considerable amount of time. My dad had been angry with me before, but it was the first time he had brought a police officer. It was a message. They weren't merely angry. They wanted me to feel inadequate, trapped, and guilty. I was looking over old pictures of my parents with Chloe that evening, pictures from when she was a baby, and they still appeared to be concerned. When they used to attend events, I wondered if any of their grins had been genuine as I gazed at them. Perhaps I had been mistaken all along, believing that love entailed being there while they perceived it as a transaction. I could feel something was going to happen even though I didn't reply to any of their follow-up texts. Like the quiet before a storm, the quietness was oppressive. 4 days later, my sister Lauren sent me a note. Just one sentence. Ryan, you need to have just paid your fair share. It didn't have to become ugly. I recognized they weren't finished at that point. By no means. Following Dad's brief stay, the following few days were like being within a silent storm. I could feel something simmering behind the surface quiet. The buzzing on my phone hardly ceased. I received texts from Lauren and Brandon, missed calls from Mom, and even a few messages from family members I hadn't spoken to in months. Their tones were all the same. Concern is a mask for vague disappointment. You really hurt your mother's feelings. You could have just paid your part like everyone else. We're family, Ryan. You can't keep acting like this. I didn't respond to any of them. Not one. I reasoned that keeping quiet was preferable to saying something I couldn't retract. I was boiling on the inside, though. Anger that doesn't blow up. It simmers. I had been the family's fixer for years, picking up the pieces anytime someone made a mistake. I assisted Lauren when she was unable to pay her rent for a month. I revised Brandon's resume and assisted him in finding another employment after he was let go from his third. I gave them a loan interest-free, of course when Mom wanted to remodel the kitchen. And now I was the bad guy since I sent $2 and a courteous will pass. They must have been irritated by my silence because Lauren chose to up the stakes. While I was assisting Chloe with her homework one evening, she gave me a call. I was on the verge of not responding, but I felt that it would be better to do so. Finally, she replied as soon as I answered. I was starting to think you blocked me. Hey, Lauren, I said, trying to remain composed. I'm helping Chloe right now, so if this is about... Oh, don't use your kid as an excuse, she said sharply. You embarrassed Mom in front of the entire family group chat. Everyone saw that $2 stunt. Embarrassed her? I asked again. She texted me asking for almost $2,400 right after skipping my daughter's birthday. I didn't even say anything rude. She didn't skip it, Lauren angrily said. She told me she wasn't feeling well. Right? I replied sourly. And Dad, Brandon, you? She paused for a considerable amount of time. A scoff followed. Don't turn this around on us, Ryan. You always think you're so perfect. You don't get how much Mom does for this family. You think you're better than us because you have a house and a steady job. My pulse began to quicken. This isn't about money, Lauren. It's about respect. Chloe cried for hours after that party. None of you even called her. Not once. You're being dramatic, she remarked. Kids forget things like that. I turned to see Chloe calmly sketching with her crayons while seated cross-legged on the couch. She liked seeing her name in glittery pink letters, so she kept the happy birthday sign posted above her desk. I spoke more softly. No, Lauren. They don't. She let out a sigh. She always let out that long, theatrical sigh when she was done acting as though she cared. Whatever. You do what you want, but don't expect anyone to feel sorry for you when Mom cuts you out of her will for disrespecting her. Thanks for the warning, I bluntly said. Now, if you'll excuse me, my kid needs help with her math homework. I then hung up. Then, at least temporarily, there was silence once more. Maybe the dust was finally settling, I thought, but then odd little things began to happen. First, the neighbors reported that Dad had stopped by to see how things were doing while I was at work. He seemed to have strolled about my land, looking into the backyard as if he owned it. Then Brandon shared some cryptic nonsense on Facebook about self-centered individuals who desert their family when money is at stake. Knowing who he meant didn't require a genius. But a week later, the true blow was delivered. A little family day event was being held at Chloe's school. Nothing extravagant, just parents spending time together, families providing food, and children showcasing their work. I knew Chloe treasured that kind of thing. She had been asking if Grandma and Grandpa would visit this time, and she had been talking about it non-stop. I gently informed her that although they could be busy, I would definitely be there. I received a text from Mom the morning before the event as we were packing her project, a diorama of the solar system that she had created using paint and styrofoam. Just wanted to remind you, it stated, no hard feelings about the engagement party, but please behave at family day today, we don't want another scene. The message made me blink. One more scene. Chloe pulled my hand before I could even comprehend that I hadn't caused any trouble. Daddy, we're going to be late. I chose to ignore it and put the phone in my pocket. I saw them as soon as we arrived at the school. Lauren, Mom, and Dad were all dressed as if they were for a banquet rather than a school function. They were speaking with one of the professors while standing close to the entrance, grinning the phony, courteous smile my mother often wore in public. "Grandma?" Chloe said, her face brightening. Before I could stop her, she bolted forward. Mom hugged her tightly, crouching down with her arms outstretched. She exclaimed, "There's my favorite girl," loudly enough for everyone in the vicinity to hear. "You've gotten so big." It was nearly pleasant for a moment. I witnessed the genuine excitement on Chloe's face as her tiny hands gripped her grandmother's coat. However, Mom's face changed when she looked up and noticed me approaching them. It solidified. She responded, well, and got to her feet. "If it isn't the man who thinks family doesn't matter anymore." "Mom," I muttered. "Not here. Let's just..." With a tense smile, she interrupted me. "Don't worry, Ryan. I won't cause a scene." Beside her, Lauren grinned and sipped her coffee as if she were watching a play. Chloe was too preoccupied with showcasing her project to notice the tension, so I attempted to concentrate on her. She was brilliant as she described how Pluto was still a planet in her heart and how Saturn's rings were composed of glitter. "She's so bright, Ryan. You must be proud," her teacher said in a whisper. "I am," I muttered. However, when I looked back, Mom was laughing and chatting with another parent. "Oh, we're so proud of Chloe," she remarked, "even though her father's been a bit distant lately, you know how it is, work and all." I froze. Far away. She was raised by me alone. I prepared her meals, read her bedtime tales, assisted with her homework, and paid for everything without ever requesting their help. And she dared to stand there and suggest that I was careless. I felt something break inside of me, but I remained silent, not in front of Chloe. I waited until Chloe and her companions had left the event before going up to my parents outside the parking lot. "Don't you ever do that again," I whispered. Mom pretended to be innocent and asked, "Do what?" "Talk about me like that," I responded. "Especially in front of Chloe's teachers." She raised an eyebrow. "If you don't like how people see you, maybe you should change your behavior." Beside her, Dad folded his arms. "You've been nothing but disrespectful, Ryan. You humiliated your mother. You think anyone's going to side with you after what you did?" "I don't care who sides with me," I said, "but you stay out of my daughter's life if all you're going to do is poison it." Mom gave a dramatic gasp, like though I had just cursed at her. "How dare you talk to me like that after everything I've done for you?" "You skipped her birthday," I remarked plainly. "You didn't even call." Something flared in her eyes for a moment. Perhaps frustration, perhaps guilt. However, it disappeared after that. "You always twist things," she remarked. "We were busy. You can't hold that against us forever." "Busy," I said again. "Right?" Lauren rolled her eyes. "You really love playing the victim, huh? You sent that $2 just to start drama, and now you're acting like we're the bad guys." "I sent that $2 to make a point," I said. "Because I was done being used." Dad moved nearer, his face just inches from mine. "You think you're better than this family? Keep it up, Ryan. Keep pushing us away. Don't come crawling back when you realize blood is thicker than pride." I was left standing in the parking lot with my fists clenched so tightly that my palms ached when they left. One of my relatives told me that evening that my parents had been telling everyone that I had cut them off financially. It seems that they had been grumbling about my refusal to uphold family customs, portraying me as a self-centered, avaricious man who had deserted them after receiving a small sum of money. It was bizarre, like witnessing your own reputation deteriorate in real time. My messages were ignored by people I had grown up with. Every weekend, my aunt would call, but she stopped doing so. Brandon even shared a smug statement about ungrateful youngsters being caught by karma on Facebook. Then, one afternoon, Chloe brought a homemade invitation home from school, just when I thought things couldn't get much worse. "It's from Grandma," she grinned. "She invited me to tea this weekend." The text on the pink card was gold. It stated, "Grandma's tea party. Saturday at 4 p.m. Wear beautiful clothes." I couldn't decide whether to scream or laugh. They wanted my 9-year-old to come over by himself, even though they hadn't spoken to me personally in more than a week. "Daddy, are we going to Grandma's on Saturday?" Chloe inquired as I put her to bed that evening. I swept a lock of hair away from her face. "Not this weekend, sweetheart. Grandma and Grandpa need some time to think about how they've been acting." Her eyebrows knitted. "Did they do something bad?" I paused. "They just forgot to be kind. That's all." She gave a serious nod, as though that clarified everything. However, I stared at the invitation in my hand as I sat in the corridor after leaving her room. My family no longer simply treated me disrespectfully. They were grinning through their teeth as they attempted to entice Chloe into it, win her over, and change reality. At that moment, a change occurred within me. I felt alert and no longer pained for the first time. The pink borders of the invitation to Grandma's tea party curled slightly from the humidity in the kitchen as it lay on my counter for days. I considered discarding it, but for some reason, possibly the intentional neatness of the handwriting, I decided to keep it. It was for Chloe, not for me. Even though I had already made up my mind that she wouldn't leave, I couldn't get rid of the idea that my parents were still trying to get back in. Chloe ran into the kitchen on Friday night when I was loading the dishes, holding my phone tightly in her tiny hands. "Daddy, Grandma called," she exclaimed cheerfully. I froze. "She what?" "She said she misses me," Chloe continued, eyes wide and innocent. "And she said she's picking me up tomorrow for the tea party. She already talked to you." A knot started to form in my stomach as I dried my hands on a towel. "No, sweetheart," I cautiously replied. "Grandma didn't talk to me. You can't go anywhere without me, remember?" Her expression darkened. "But, she said you said yes." That was a powerful statement. I picked up the phone carefully and looked at the call history. It turns out that Mom missed a call around an hour ago. A voicemail followed. I put it on speaker. Mom's pleasant, syrupy voice could be heard. "Hi honey, it's Mom. Just confirming I'll be by around noon tomorrow to take Chloe to the tea party. I know you said she's been so excited. And don't worry, I'll drop her back off before dinner. See you then." Halfway through the message, I paused it. It had been more than a week since I had last spoken to her. Chloe pulled on my sleeve. "So, can I go?" I knelt next to her and carefully considered what to say. "Sweetheart, Grandma's not supposed to make plans without asking me. You remember what we talked about asking before going anywhere." Her eyes sparkled as she nodded. "But Grandma said it's just tea. Why would she lie?" "Indeed, why?" I had trouble falling asleep that night. The voicemail kept coming back to me. Mom's fake serenity. She chatted as like nothing had happened, as though she hadn't brought a police officer to my porch a week before. It wasn't merely deceptive. It was computed. She was confident Chloe would believe her. She was counting on it. I decided what I wanted. I would be prepared if she appeared. The following morning, at precisely 11:40, a silver SUV arrived in front of my house. Mom came out wearing a floral dress and big sunglasses, and I observed from the window. She appeared to be on her way to a brunch at a country club. Before she even made it to the porch, I opened the door. "Don't bother knocking," I firmly stated. She grinned as if nothing had occurred. "Good morning, Ryan. I hope you told Chloe to wear something nice." "She's not going," I declared. Her smile wavered slightly. "Oh, don't be ridiculous. She's been looking forward to this all week." "You called her directly," I replied. "You told her I said yes. That's not just overstepping. That's manipulation." "Oh, please," she scoffed, gesturing with her hand. "You always blow everything out of proportion. She's a child, Ryan. She loves her grandmother. You should be grateful she still wants to spend time with family after the way you've been acting." To keep Chloe from hearing, I closed the door behind me as I went outside. "You don't get to go around me. Not ever. You lost that right when you decided your ego mattered more than your granddaughter's birthday." Her facade was finally broken by that. Her gaze became stern. "Don't lecture me about family values," she growled. "You embarrassed me in front of everyone. You made me look like a fool." "You did that yourself," I muttered, "when you decided to treat your granddaughter like collateral in a family power game." She spoke up. "You're poisoning her against us. You've turned her into some weapon to punish me." "I'm protecting her," I declared. She clenched her jaw and gave me a long glare. She turned and strode back to her car without saying anything more. However, I noticed something odd as she drove away. She didn't immediately return home. She parked 3 houses down so that she could still see my driveway. I knew better, but that ought to have been the end of it. I took Chloe out for ice cream that night. We talked about her favorite things, space, unicorns, and her desire to construct a castle house with slides rather than stairs for 90 minutes. It felt normal again for a while. However, a folded note was taped to my front door when we returned. In the handwriting of Mom. "You can't keep her from us forever." I gazed at it for a while. A shiver went up my back, but I made myself remain composed. This was no longer a matter of fear. It has to do with control. They were attempting to regain their hold after losing it. My worst fear materialized 3 days later. It was an afternoon on a Monday. The school number appeared on my phone after I had just ended a work call. With my heart already racing, I responded right away. The principal of the school said, "Mr. Bennett, we had a bit of a situation today with Chloe." My chest constricted. "Is she okay?" "She's fine now," he blurted out, but an older couple came to the school around lunchtime. They claimed they were her grandparents and said they were authorized to pick her up early for a family event. I felt the blood drain from my face. "Did they take her?" I managed to ask. "No," he said. "One of her teachers thought it was odd that you hadn't sent a note, so she called the office to confirm. By the time we verified with your emergency contact list, the couple had already left." Chloe was shaken, though. She thought she'd done something wrong. I gripped the phone so hard my knuckles turned white. "Thank you," I said, my voice trembling. "Thank you for calling me." After I hung up, I sat there in silence for a full minute, staring at nothing. They'd actually tried to take her without permission, without even telling me. I called my mom immediately. She didn't pick up, but I left a message. My voice was shaking, but I kept it steady enough to be clear. Mom, if you ever show up at Chloe's school again, I'll file a restraining order. I mean it. 6 minutes later, she called back. How dare you, she began. You're threatening your own mother. You went to her school, I replied. You tried to take her without my consent. We were invited, she insisted. Chloe told us we could pick her up. She was excited. You think she doesn't call us when you're not around? She misses us. I inhaled deeply. You're not listening, Mom. You can't talk to her behind my back. You can't pick her up. You're crossing legal lines now. On the other end, there was silence. Then a chilly chuckle. Legal lines? She mockingly repeated. You always have to make everything dramatic. You think the courts would side with you? You're the one keeping her from her grandparents. Because you've proven you can't be trusted, I said. This isn't about me, it's about her safety. She's my granddaughter, she snapped. You don't get to erase us just because you've got some inflated sense of pride. You think your little moral high ground will keep her away from her family forever? You'll regret this, Ryan. One day she'll see who you really are. She hung up after that. Chloe said to me that evening, Daddy, did I do something bad? Grandma said I could go home with her today. I froze. She said what? Clutching her plush bunny, Chloe nodded. She said you were too busy and she'd take me home so you could rest. I forced myself to remain composed as I swallowed hard. You didn't do anything wrong, okay? Grandma shouldn't have said that. She cast a downward glance. She seemed sad. I wanted to be honest with her and tell her that it was control rather than sadness. However, how would you explain that to a 9-year-old? How can you let your child know that the people she most trusts are the ones who are taking advantage of her? I visited the school in person the following morning. I told the principal that my parents were not permitted to be near her under any circumstances and provided them with a list of authorized contacts. With sympathy, he nodded. It happens more than you'd think, he replied. I was sick when I left. This was no longer merely a family dispute. Chloe was caught in the midst of psychological warfare. Over the course of the following 10 days, I began to observe minor behavioral shifts in Chloe. Daddy, why don't you want me to see Grandma? Or is it true you don't love your family anymore? Were some of the odd questions she would pose before bed. I froze the first time she asked. The second time, I noticed that Mom had been communicating with her once more, possibly via Lauren or by calling from a blocked number. Then came the actual betrayal. My phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number that Friday night while I was cleaning up after dinner. It was a picture. Chloe is grinning while sitting in my parents' backyard with a teacup in her hand. It was taken that afternoon, according to the timestamp. The room tipped, and I felt it. My heart began to pound. I hurried over to her room. She was there, securely reading. However, the picture was taken not too long ago. Then there was another message. When she is here, she appears to be very content. Why would you steal that from her? A brief video clip was shown after it. Laughing, Chloe spun around in their garden. See? Grandma told you Daddy was just tired, Mom said in a faint background voice. I texted back, my hands trembling. How did you obtain this picture? This was taken when? No answer. I didn't get much sleep that night. I continued to check on Chloe to make sure she was still there and secure. My chest tightened at every creak in the house. Somehow, my parents had managed to get her there. Perhaps it was an old picture. In any case, it was intended to frighten me, and it succeeded. I drove to their home the following morning. Mom showed up at the door as soon as I pulled into the driveway, still composed and holding a coffee mug. I want to know where you got those pictures, I replied. She grinned. Relax, Ryan. It was from a few weeks ago. You overreact to everything. You're using her image to get to me, I said, raising my voice. That's sick. She gave a shrug. Maybe I'm just reminding you that she belongs to more than just you. This time, something inside of me broke permanently as I gazed at her. There was no logic in her. No appealing to love, empathy, or guilt. I saw her for the first time as someone who had chosen control over family rather than as my mother. I realized then that this was not the end. It was a war. Something inside of me changed forever after that day in the driveway. The kind of change you don't immediately notice, it slowly rises and empties you from the inside out. I realized for the first time in my life that my parents would never change when I looked at them. Not out of love, not out of guilt, not even for Chloe. I kept telling myself that perhaps they would settle down for a while, perhaps it was just a bad phase. However, each time I attempted to accept that, something else would occur to remind me of the person I was interacting with. Like most things, it began modestly. Chloe was unusually quiet when I picked her up from school. She would simply shrug and remain silent when I asked if something was wrong. However, I would occasionally come across small hints, such as sketches of Grandma and Chloe holding hands or notes that said things like, Daddy is mad, but Grandma still loves me. Aunt Lauren told me Grandma said that, she replied when I asked where she had heard that. Lauren, the messenger at all times. The initiator at all times. I made another attempt to speak with her. After putting Chloe to bed one evening, I made a call. I told her, you need to stop feeding her their lies, as soon as she answered. She sneered. Lies? You're isolating her, Ryan. You can't keep her from her family and expect her to be okay. She's 9, Lauren. She doesn't need to be in the middle of this. She's in it whether you like it or not, she stated icily. You brought this on yourself. You could have avoided all of it, by being decent to Mom. My skin crawled at the word decent. Without saying anything more, I hung up. After that, the days began to blend together. My hunger vanished. I didn't get much sleep. Every time my phone buzzed, I half expected Mom to send me another text or, worse, a call from the school informing me that she had made another attempt. Just in case, I even put a tiny camera on the front porch. But Chloe saw it all. Children always do. Daddy, are you mad at Grandma? She whispered as she looked up from the counter one evening while I was preparing her mac and cheese. The spoon hovered in midair as I froze. Why do you ask that? Because she said you don't like her anymore, she remarked while swinging her legs. She said you forgot how much she helped you when you were little. I was unable to speak for a moment, my throat constricted. I knelt next to her and gently grasped her hand. Sweetheart, sometimes grown-ups have disagreements, but none of that is your fault, okay? She slowly nodded while looking into my eyes. But she said you told her she can't love me anymore. I struggled to remain composed as I blinked vigorously. That's not true. You can love whoever you want. But Grandma's been saying things that aren't very nice about Daddy, and that's not okay. Her lip quivered. I just want everyone to stop fighting. Me too, I muttered. That evening, after putting her to bed, I sat on the couch and gazed at the dark TV. I thought I was falling apart. My family's words, lies, and phony smiles all felt like a slow bleed. The worst part was that I couldn't even defend myself without making Chloe endure more of it. I made an attempt at therapy. The counselor was patient, kind, and the kind of person who speaks in soothing tones that you don't feel crazy for wanting peace. You're dealing with narcissistic control dynamics, Ryan. They're using guilt and manipulation to keep you tethered. The only real way to win is to disengage, she said, simply nodding after I told her everything. Disengage? Cutting off your family, especially those who raised you, feels like cutting off a limb, despite how easy it may seem. Nevertheless, I made an effort. I stopped answering texts. I turned off group chats. I instructed the school to obtain my written approval before releasing Chloe to anyone. There was silence for 10 days. Too quiet. Then there was a knock on the door one Friday afternoon, not the pounding that was so loud and furious earlier. This was tentative and softer. My brother Brandon was there when I opened it. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, he appeared uneasy. Hey, he said. He wasn't invited in by me. What do you want? He let out a sigh. Look, I didn't come to fight. Mom's been, well, you know how she is. I just thought maybe I could talk some sense into both of you. I crossed my arms. There's no talking to her, Brandon. She crossed the line. She's your mother, he muttered. And I'm Chloe's father, I answered. You'd think that would mean something. He massaged the nape of his neck. She's not trying to hurt anyone, man. She just wants to be part of her granddaughter's life. She says you're making it impossible. I chuckled angrily. She showed up at her school and tried to take her. She sends me threats dressed up as love letters. How's that not trying to hurt anyone? Brandon cast a downward glance. She said that was a misunderstanding. Of course she did, I whispered. For a moment, we stood there silently. Then he said something that turned my stomach. She's talking about getting lawyers involved. Custody visitation stuff. I froze. What? Defensively, he raised his hands. I told her it was a bad idea. I told her you'd never let that happen. But you know how she gets when she's determined. I gazed at him. She's going to try to take me to court for my own daughter. I think it's just a threat, he blurted out. She wants you scared enough to back down. Well, I uttered slowly, mission accomplished. I sat at the kitchen table and stared at the wood grain for almost 90 minutes after he left. There was going to be a storm. I sensed it. Anxiety filled the ensuing weeks. My heart skipped a beat with each knock on the door. My stomach knotted at every unknown number on my phone. Even when I was walking Chloe to school, I caught myself looking over my shoulder. Then the storm struck one evening at around 10:30 p.m. I heard the sound of tires crunching in my driveway while I was half asleep on the couch. Across the wall, headlights flashed. I thought it might be Brandon again, but when I peered out the window, I saw it wasn't his vehicle. Mom owned it. With the lights still on and the engine running, she sat there. I cracked open the door. What are you doing here? She remained silent. After a brief moment of staring at me through the windshield, she turned off the engine and got out. I came to talk, she uttered in a slightly shaky voice. It's late, I remarked. You need to leave. Please, she uttered. Just 7 minutes. I'm not the enemy, Ryan. After hesitating, I moved away. I reasoned that perhaps if I simply listened to her, she would eventually stop bothering me. As if she were going to hold a business meeting, she sat on the couch with her hands neatly folded in her lap. I didn't come to fight, she said. I just want things back the way they were. Then stop lying to my daughter, I replied. She disregarded that. You're not well, Ryan, I can see it. You're tired, angry, paranoid. You're shutting everyone out. That's not good for Chloe. My eyes narrowed. What are you saying? She whispered, I'm saying maybe you should let her stay with me for a while. Just until you get yourself together, 10 days, maybe 2 weeks. You need rest. I looked at her incredulously. You think I'd let you take her after everything you've done? With a sigh, she got to her feet. You're not thinking clearly, you're hurting her more than you realize. I moved in closer. Get out, Mom, now. The tone made her wince, but she didn't protest. She grabbed her purse, made her way to the door, stopped, and walked out. You can't keep her from us forever, she murmured. We'll find a way. After she left, I locked every door in the house and waited for dawn by sitting on the floor next to Chloe's bedroom door. I have no idea why. Perhaps to reassure myself that she was still there, sleeping soundly and oblivious to the war that was taking place outside of her dreams. I had given up trying to reason with them by the end of that week. I called a family lawyer that a friend had suggested and explained everything, including the texts, visits, voicemails, and the attempted school pickup. He patiently listened, and then said, You've got more than enough to file a no-contact order if they escalate. But I'd advise documenting everything, every message, every visit, every word. This isn't just emotional manipulation anymore. It's harassment. That's what I did. I began recording every call, note, and strange encounter in a log. It gave me a sense of power and paranoia, as though I was at last taking back some control of the chaos. However, I was completely destroyed emotionally. I gave up going out. I stayed away from friends who were related to me because I didn't want to hear both sides of the story. My coworkers observed that I was more reserved and quiet. Chloe even began to wonder why I had stopped smiling. Because I'm tired, I said to her one evening. She gave me a strong hug. It's okay, Daddy, I'll smile for both of us. I was on the verge of breaking. I just went through the motions for weeks until one morning I received an envelope in the mail with no return address. One sheet of typed, not handwritten, paper was found inside. It stated, You can't protect her from the truth forever. Not a signature. No sender. I reached my lowest point at that point. It dawned on me that this was a siege rather than merely a family drama. As odd as it may sound, though, that note also turned on a switch in me. I had lost my fear. I was upset. Silently, coldly furious. And in that quiet, I began preparing because I was going to see to it that a war was carried out if they desired one. I felt something that wasn't hollow when I woke up for the first time in months, just a thin line of steadiness that didn't snap right away. Although it wasn't a complete solution, it was a beginning. Rock bottom has the benefit of helping you concentrate. You stop flailing and begin to plan once all shame, fear, and small-time insults have been eliminated. I made a self-promise to focus all of my energy on one thing. Creating a life for Chloe in which she didn't have to avoid the drama of others. That was the only objective that was important. I no longer had to put up with the background noise of guilt trips, anger, and anger's theater. First, the practical aspects. During the first month, I had 4 meetings with my lawyer, each of which helped to somewhat alleviate the feeling of helplessness and numbness. Voicemails, text screenshots, the photo and video they sent, the note on the door, and the school's report regarding the attempted pickup were all arranged as evidence. The lawyer was direct and composed in the way that experts are when you're on the verge of panic. You need a paper trail, he stated. You need to show the court a pattern. Thus, we created one. I printed documents, dated them, noted locations and times, and included brief, factual notes about what transpired and how it affected Chloe's behavior. Every time I recorded something, it felt more like armor than humiliation. I began developing other types of defenses while the legal process proceeded slowly. I set up a modest security system consisting of a few cameras and smart locks. I set up an email filter that flagged anything even remotely related to my family, changed my passwords, and made burner numbers that went to my phone so I could screen calls. The house no longer felt like a stage but rather a safe place thanks to a few small practical changes, which may sound trivial when you list them. I slept better knowing I could check the camera feed at any time, and Chloe slept better when the front door remained locked. Work turned into a haven. I was lucky. I was able to work remotely more frequently because of my job, and the project I oversaw began to take off right when I needed it to. I stopped bringing drama from my family to work. Rather, I focused all of my attention on deliverables and deadlines. Leading a new client pitch, filling in for a sick teammate, and volunteering for a project that no one else wanted were all examples of how I accepted responsibility in a positive way. That was worthwhile. After a few months, I received an offer of promotion from my manager in a private meeting. There was a noticeable increase in responsibility and pay, but it wasn't a spectacular one. In a way I didn't anticipate, it was validating. For the first time in a long time, I received a reward for my efforts without any conditions or demands for appreciation. There was more than just financial gain. I began to consciously rebuild my social life as things at work improved. Because I enjoyed the thought of creating something with my hands, I enrolled in a weekend woodworking class. Additionally, I began attending a local parents' gathering where people discussed school advice and recipes rather than trauma. I made 2 true friends who had nothing to do with my family history, who laughed with me without turning everything into a loyalty lesson, and who listened to me without passing judgment. Despite their small size, those friendships were valuable. These people constructed new bridges after Lauren and Brandon broke them. The way I showed up for Chloe, however, was the biggest shift. I stopped expressing regret for my parenting style. My parents believed they could write a moral ledger, so I stopped responding to it. I began our bedtime routine, which consisted of a silly universe fact, a 3-minute story I made up about a courageous fox, and a thought-provoking question. What did you do today that was the most courageous? It was a small ceremony of identity and safety for us. Her responses were both messy and lovely. She occasionally claimed to have had courage in completing her math assignment. She occasionally claimed that sharing crayons was brave of her. Every response was like a tiny stitch in the fabric we were trying to mend. I recorded the modification. I documented the nights she slept through and the weeks she stopped mentioning Grandma said in the painful way. I also set up therapy for the 2 of us. Someone for Chloe, who specialized in children caught in family strife, and someone for me to learn boundaries that weren't barbed wire. Chloe's therapist was excellent. She was kind, entertaining, and skilled at translating adult manipulations into language that was appropriate for children and didn't place blame on her. People can say confusing things to make us choose sides, the therapist once informed her. But you get to pick safety over drama. Later, when Chloe repeated that line to me, I sobbed into my coffee because it was the best parenting experience I had experienced in a long time. When everyone else tried to move the ground under her feet, I had to teach my child where to stand. The legal track also advanced. We requested a temporary protective order that forbade the school from releasing Chloe to anyone other than me and expressly restricted communication between my parents and her. Without any drama, sufficient proof, or sufficient concern, the judge granted it. The relief was instantaneous and palpable, a tangible document that stated, in the official voice of the court, that my fears were unfounded. My parents were enraged. Naturally, they viewed the decision as more proof of my aloofness. All right. I filed everything we had and let the law do what it was designed to do, establish firm boundaries. Life didn't instantly turn into a peaceful meadow after those boundaries were established. I continued to wake up sweating for extended periods of time, with timelines of retaliation constantly running through my head. However, there were also colorful moments. Chloe giving a talk at the school science fair and grinning as she left the stage. We baked 3 sweet cookies on a lazy Sunday and ate them with an excessive amount of frosting. After learning that I had been going through a difficult time, the new neighbor brought over a bowl of soup. The little, everyday things began to add up to a new life. Building blocks included money, security, and community. However, my self-perception was the most significant shift. You begin to question your fundamental perceptions when your family gaslights you for an extended period of time. You keep asking yourself if you're the bad actor. Winning small things back, privacy, sleep, professional respect, retrained my brain. Instead of seeing someone who was constantly dependent on the expectations of others, I could look in the mirror and see someone who stood up for his child. Despite all of the forward motion, I remained vigilant. My parents escalated in predictable ways, such as sending passive-aggressive letters to my place of employment, portraying me on social media as the estranged son, and having an aunt forward a voicemail that had been altered to a cousin with the message, "We need to talk about his temper." They were taken for granted by me. Every new slight was noted in the file with my attorney. When my neighbors asked awkward questions, I remained composed and resisted being provoked into confrontations in public. The subdued dignity was intentional. Without me carrying out the heavy lifting of retaliation, it made them act and reveal who they were. The court scheduled a hearing regarding custody 4 months after the temporary order was filed. It was a motion to clarify visitation and safeguard Chloe's routines while we worked on the more important tasks. It was not a full custody trial, which would require time and complete evidence. The motion seemed like a significant achievement. The system had recognized that my parents' actions had gone too far. I reasoned that perhaps it would be the moment when things would finally calm down. Then I received a courier envelope slid under my door on a wet Tuesday morning. My parents' affidavits claiming parental alienation, depositions, and a request for their own emergency hearing were all contained in a thick packet of documents. They were attempting to divert the court's focus and use the legal system as evidence of their victimization. The timing was deliberate and meant to knock me off balance. The room seemed to tilt backward as my stomach dropped. I felt lightheaded for a moment, the old panic coming back. What if the judiciary agreed with them? What if everything I had rebuilt fell apart because they were more adept at lying on paper than I was at living a real life? After that, I set the packet aside, sat down at my kitchen table, and turned on my laptop. I created a new folder on my desktop and added all of the notes, screenshots, and counselor reports to it. I made an urgent appointment with my attorney over the phone. I told him that I wanted to be prepared, not spiteful or cruel, in a calm voice that concealed my growing adrenaline. Rising doesn't make you invincible. It's that you get over your fear of standing up and fighting when necessary. Testimony and documents would be the battlefield of the hearing. They could make accusations, I could respond with facts. The way the rest of the family would respond when the court started to take notice was something I was unaware of and that no file could have predicted. Would they go around the wagons? Would Sabrina show up? Or would something else occur that completely altered the nature of the battle? I kissed Chloe's forehead, put her favorite stuffed bunny in my bag, and drove to the courthouse with my lawyer on the morning of the hearing. My hands no longer trembled as much. I had completed the task, secured, documented, and made minor repairs. I was no longer merely getting by. I was making progress. My face lost all color when my phone buzzed with a text message halfway up the courthouse steps. It was one line from an unidentified number. "Everything is going to change because of what we have. Come see us tonight, keep it a secret." The air felt thin as I stood there with the courthouse columns towering behind me. I had gained control, momentum, and safety from the rise, but it had also put me on an unpredictable path. I felt the weight of choice settle in my chest as I glanced at Chloe's bunny in my bag. I could either follow the message into whatever truth or trap it promised, or I could disregard it and let the legal process unfold. I didn't have to make a decision yet. There were papers to present, and the hearing was waiting. However, as I scanned the screen with my thumb, I became aware that the next action would decide whether the progress I had made would be sufficient, or if everything I had rebuilt was going to turn into a new, darker chapter. The second time around, the courtroom seemed smaller because of the weight of everything you are carrying. It wasn't until I walked in and saw the small changes that I realized how much the first hearing had changed me. The way I answered questions without faltering, how I held my shoulders more erect, and how the anxiety that had previously resided in my throat now manifested as a tightness in my jaw. That morning, my attorney gave me a brief nod that conveyed our readiness without using words. I had constructed a packet that was thick enough to dent a table. The timeline, the incidents, the voicemail, and the attempted pickup were the first things we covered. A brief clip of Mom's message, in which she joyfully promised to pick up Chloe, was shown. The judge furrowed his brow. In response, my parents' lawyer asked formal, well-practiced questions concerning access, grandparents' rights, and the ambiguous significance of family. They made an effort to steer the conversation in my direction. Why had I kept them apart? Why did I assume malice so quickly? It was a classic move from a playbook. By portraying boundaries as extreme behavior, you can turn the victim into the villain. However, my attorney then took an unexpected action. He stopped, looked up, and said, "Your Honor, we have reason to believe the grandparents have engaged in a deliberate effort to manipulate school staff and other parties to create appearances that support their claims. We request permission to submit additional evidence uncovered within the last 10 days. He gave a sealed envelope to the bailiff. The judge refused to comply with my parents' lawyer's mocking remarks. "I'll allow it," he replied. "We'll take whatever is permissible under the rules." The air tasted different after hearing that one line, which seemed like a minor victory. There was more in the envelope than I had anticipated. The school's attempted release log, screenshots of group messages, a collection of forwarded texts, and above all transcripts from some unexpected depositions that had been conducted after I had filed were all included. The pivotal moment came with those depositions. Curiosity and guilt had drawn a cousin who had once been close to Mom. She shared with the investigating lawyer tidbits of information she had overheard during holiday meals that, when combined, presented a completely different picture of my parents. Dates, times, and references to unpaid family loans and money transfers were all included in the deposition. It contained references to a family benefit fund that had been whispered about at get-togethers but was not mentioned in any official documents. The judge silently reviewed the documents. As I waited for the gavel to fall in one direction or another, I observed his face. He gestured for my attorney to deliver the paperwork, and for several hours the courtroom became a machine that tore apart lies and the truth. Attorneys asked clear, courteous questions. Wider family members who had been on the periphery of the case were called to clarify innocuous details, such as who had access to shared calendars and who attended which events. Detail after detail was gradually uncovered, revealing a pattern of coordinated behavior intended to control the story and throw me off balance. It was systematic. It was harsh. Importantly, it was now recorded. My attorney grabbed me by the shoulder as we left the hearing. "You're doing what you have to do," he replied. "People can weaponize family stories. We're making sure they don't get the last word. You're doing what you have to do. You're doing what you have to do." It wasn't a speech, it was a report from someone who had witnessed many families similar to mine, where love concealed a list of favors and resentment. Like a surgeon reviewing notes prior to a crucial procedure, I opened every folder I had gathered that night while Chloe was asleep. There were bank transfers that corresponded with references to loans made at family get-togethers, receipts for an engagement party that had been funded by a shell account, and a strange series of emails that connected Madison, the cousin with the big engagement, to a small company that handled the venue costs. It was simultaneously ugly and vindicating. Vindicating since it demonstrated intent and strategy. It was unpleasant because it proved that their family-first rhetoric had a cost, and they were content to make me pay it. Then I got promoted at work. It was the setup's next component. An opportunity that came up when I needed both responsibility and leverage. In addition to giving me access to a team that managed vendor contracts and event compliance checks, my new position placed me in charge of a regional client portfolio. Although I had taken care to keep my personal and professional lives apart, I was surprised by how the organizational, document parsing, and inconsistency spotting skills I gained there applied to the legal field. When I wasn't occupied with custody paperwork, I would arrive home late and spend time poring over invoices and line items, much like someone tracking a river back to its source. I had mastered the art of reading invoices as footprints rather than as numbers. I contacted a contractor I had briefly worked with who specialized in event accounting, using my position in an ethical manner. There was just a professional asking another professional to explain something strange in a public record. There was no hacking or unjustified subpoenaing. For Madison's engagement, the contractor consented to review a few publicly accessible invoices. He sent a brief, cautious note within a day. There's an anomaly. Internal reallocation was suggested by the way some event costs were categorized. You would see a trail if someone gathered bank transfers and event vendor receipts, but it wasn't conclusive. I only needed that permission. I requested formal documents from the legal team using contracts, bank statements, vendor payments, and discovery. It was a painful and slow process of discovery. My family was compelled to reveal their financial situation. Furthermore, lights are uncomfortable for people who are accustomed to surviving on rumors and the kindness of others. A few documents were returned unfinished, others returned with redacted information. However, even redaction has edges, and edges reveal shape if you are persistent and patient. An unexpected source produced the biggest breakthrough. Do you recall the anonymous text? Everything is going to change because of what we have. Come see us tonight, keep it a secret. I had nearly disregarded it. The number was unfamiliar to me. I was also wary of unfamiliar offers following the drama of the hearing. But I felt compelled to respond out of curiosity, and a sliver of hope that someone else might be tired of seeing us steamrolled. We made plans to meet at a small diner across town amid the hum of neon and coffee steam, but the message came from a burner number. The person who arrived appeared older than me and exuded a cautious, worn-out energy. She identified herself as Evelyn, a mother's side aunt I hadn't seen in a long time. "You don't remember me," she said with an apologetic smile. "But I remember you, and I remember what your mom used to be like before the money talk started." She moved a thin envelope across the table with steady hands. Photocopies, ledgers, small notebooks with mom's handwritten entries, a list of family contributions with names and amounts, and one handwritten line that made my stomach turn were all found inside. "Keep Ryan preoccupied. He will always choose the safe path." Payments made to venues for celebrations that the family had presented as communal were connected by bank transfer confirmations to a family events account. Even a faded receipt for a trip that had been marked as a family gift could be traced back to a corporate account, which I later found was managed by a cousin who handled event payments. In a cinematic sense, Evelyn wasn't a whistleblower. She was a reserved woman who had had enough of seeing the same thing over and over. Grand displays, whispered expectations, and the slow extraction of money and loyalty from those who could be counted on. "I can't keep this," she declared. "You're the one who's actually trying to protect Chloe. I don't have the stamina for the fights. But you do. You always did. I never thought I would need that." Allies. A cousin with a ledger and the guts to turn it over, not loud proclamations from a courtroom. Evelyn described how she had seen the family budget shrink and my mother's social circle tighten. She explained how, after praising sacrifice at reunions, Mom would discreetly gather donations for events hosted by cousins who never once offered to help out when someone else needed it. It was a system that rewarded compliance and penalized non-compliance. With Evelyn's packet in hand, I felt as though the rage inside of me was physically connected to my hands. It was more than just righteous pain now. I was able to press it into the record as evidence with edges. When I returned copies to my attorney, he nodded and remarked, "This is good, very good. We can use this to show a pattern of behavior and motive." The dry, precise, slow legal machine started spinning once more. And instead of feeling exhausted, I felt prepared this time. The pieces began to fit together in ways that were almost cinematic. Evelyn's notes and bank records had the same deposit dates. Vendor contracts linked locations where my parents had stated they were just visitors. A cousin thanked Mom via email for managing a venue deposit. "We do things for family." Its tradition, which had been their go-to story, was becoming a liability ledger. However, power is an interesting concept. The emptiness I had experienced at my lowest point was not alleviated by getting it. The battle became more intense as a result. I became more aware of the dangers as a result. I was no longer just a father protecting his daughter from minor mistreatment. I was a fact finder capable of upending a family empire based on emotional blackmail. The more I learned, the more I comprehended the perverse incentive status, invitations to exclusive events, the warm glow of being viewed as the family matriarch while someone else paid the bills that had enabled my parents to act in this way. My lawyer knuckled his forehead and uttered the words I had been waiting for one evening following a demanding day of meetings and document review. If we present this properly, if we show pattern and intent, it shifts the narrative in court. It shows they were conducting a campaign, not operating out of spontaneous family affection. You have leverage, Ryan. Use it wisely. Utilize leverage. Like a tiny, hard stone, the word sat with me. I had a list of their procedures from Evelyn. The gaps had been filled in by discovery. I was able to analyze the data in a way that appeared credible and professional thanks to my promotion and the skills I had acquired. The order for temporary protection had been upheld. My daughter had better sleep. Dinner conversations with my friends were lighthearted and casual. Nevertheless, there was the message from that unidentified number and the thin trail that had brought about Evelyn's bravery in silence. Evidence that allies can occasionally be found in the most unlikely places. Another message blinked across my phone that night as I lay awake considering how to present the next trench of evidence. This one was not like the others. A single line and a location pin. There's more. Eastbridge Warehouse, Sunday, 8:30 p.m. Come by yourself. Not a name. No justification. The only sound in the room as I gazed at the screen was the hum of the refrigerator. My initial reaction was to treat the message with suspicion. That weird metallic pull of possibility was my second. Evelyn had been a real-life example of how assistance could materialize. Perhaps this was the same. It might have been a trap. Perhaps it was the last piece that would blow everything apart. The judge's thoughtful, silent reading of the first packet came to mind, followed by the stacks of papers I had catalogued and Chloe dozing off down the hall. In contrast to the machinery I was starting to see, I remembered my dad's red-faced visit with the cop on the porch and how small that felt now. This went beyond small-time retaliation. It was about exposing a system that had spun kindness without permission after using it as currency. On paper, the decision was straightforward, but in my heart, it was difficult. Go meet someone you don't know at night and risk everything. Alternatively, avoid going and allow the legal proceedings to unfold slowly, possibly failing to strike the raw nerve that could render the entire matter indisputable. Before I put the phone down, I took a picture of the message and sent a single line to my attorney. I understand this. Suggestions? He responded almost instantly. Be careful if you go. Don't travel by yourself. However, it might be the hinge if someone is providing tangible proof. I gazed at the final word. Hinge. It had a gravitational pull on me. Rebuilding and gaining traction had been the focus of the ascent. The preparation for what followed was like being on the brink of a different kind of ascent. Not merely obtaining information, but applying it in a way that might influence power. Across the diner, I considered Evelyn's quiet face. Regarding the ledger, which had seemed like a harsh, unvarnished reality. Everything might change if there was more of that kind of thing, something that would prove the pattern. In the dark, I assured Chloe that my next move would be to keep her safe and create a life in which she wouldn't need to be a pawn. After that, I waited for Sunday while packing a small bag that included a phone, recorder, power bank, and flashlight. I promised myself that I would exercise caution. I promised myself that I would not let my anger dictate my choices. I reminded myself that this was merely a detour, and that the legal route was the main one. When Sunday finally arrived, the sky was gray and low, as if it were holding its breath. I arrived at the Eastbridge Warehouse 12 minutes early, parked 3 blocks away, and watched the door from the comfort of my car. This time, my hands were steady, but when a figure emerged from the shadows and looked around, my heart began to race like a metronome. For a brief moment, I was on the verge of getting up and leaving as they made their way purposefully toward the loading dock. I recognized the silhouette when the figure turned. Tall, a well-known shoulder tilt. There was a tiny, absurd leap in my heart. Brandon was the one. He approached silently, his hands in his pockets and his face unreadable. Before I could stop myself, I said, "What are you doing here?" He gave me the impression that he was clinging to something brittle. He muttered, "You think I support what they did? I didn't used to, but I was." After pausing, he continued, "I was scared." A second car pulled up and headlights cut across the dock before I could respond. 2 individuals emerged. A heavy cardboard box that appeared to have been handled 1,000 times was carried by one of them. The smaller, apprehensive one kept looking at us. With their mouths clenched, they put down the box and retreated. Brandon gave me a look. "Whatever's in there, it's enough to put them away if it's real," said the man. "But promise me one thing. If you open it, don't do it alone." I ought to have inquired further. I ought to have demanded witnesses, a public location, and live cameras. However, I was drawn in by the way the box appeared to be waiting on the concrete. I nodded. Like we were smuggling a relic, we loaded it into my car. The box weighed more than it appeared to. My fingers made tiny imprints on the lid's dust. When we opened it, there was only one sheet on top. A name on a folded piece of paper caused the room to tilt. My breath caught as I unfolded it. It was a list. Names. Dates. Sums. And there was a brief entry at the bottom in handwriting that I knew too well. Keep Ryan preoccupied. I glanced up at Brandon. This is bigger than I thought. He took a swallow. Then we show the judge. We show them everything. We end this. The pieces were finally put together in a way that made me feel lightheaded outside in the dim light of the warehouse parking lot. I grasped the paper as if it were a compass pointer, pointing to a reality I had been attempting to discover. For the first time in months, I felt alive, scared, and steady. My phone buzzed in my pocket after that. An unknown number sent a message. A picture. It showed the open box from a viewpoint that suggested someone had been observing us. One line below it. You ought to have left well enough alone. I sensed the air becoming thinner. It felt colder in the warehouse. Brandon's face went pale. The box sat between us like both a threat and an answer. I had to make a decision immediately after glancing at the paper I was holding and then at Brandon. With what we had, march into court and take a chance on all the unknowns that loomed over us. Alternatively, take a step back and allow the law's sluggish machinery to operate at its own speed. No matter what I chose, the previous state of affairs could not be restored. The revenge setup was ready, thorough, lawful, and filthy. The hinges were now in position. After carefully folding the paper, I slipped it into my jacket pocket. A car door slammed outside. There were footsteps coming. I was still unsure if the footsteps were a sign of assistance or the beginning of something worse. Brandon gave me a single, shaky nod when I looked at him. Let's go, he said. We take this to the judge. We don't let them scare us off. We got out of the vehicle. The smell of rain and spilled oil pervaded the night. A shadow emerged from the darkness ahead of us and moved in our direction. Tall, thoughtful, and acting as though they expected to be obeyed. The week that passed between the hearing and the warehouse meeting seemed like a hazy hallway. I had to keep my eyes closed and take deliberate, measured steps. The following morning, with the box flapping its secrets in the wind, we did not dash to the courthouse. My attorney suggested strategy, compression, and patience. An impetuous public spectacle that a cunning defense could turn into sympathy was the last thing we needed. We therefore created a plan in the same manner that a mason constructs an arch. The entire thing would collapse if the pieces didn't land in the correct order. We started by protecting backups. The ledger, Evelyn's pictures, the box's contents, and the transcripts were all copied, notarized, and timestamped. In addition to requesting permission from the judge to use the new evidence at the emergency hearing later that week, my attorney filed a motion to add the materials to the current case record. In order to stop my parents from using last-minute accusations to weaponize the proceedings, he also asked for limited disclosure, sealed exhibits, and protective measures. That defense was crucial. They had already demonstrated that they would do whatever it took to change the story. Second, we collected eyewitnesses. Evelyn consented to testify about how the ledgers were kept and why she felt obliged to turn them over. I was shocked to see Brandon at the warehouse that evening, but he promised to be honest in court. I didn't act as though he had a perfect conscience. He had his own mess to clean up with the family. However, he was now helpful because he could verify the meetings and transfers pattern. Other family members were quiet, worn-out individuals who had benefited from family favors and would reveal what they had witnessed if prodded. We gave them time to think about what silence would cost. Thirdly, we arranged technical evidence. An expert affidavit regarding the anomalies in the invoices was prepared by the contractor I had contacted through work. The logs and a written statement from the teacher who had refused to let Chloe go were provided by the school. A note detailing the effects of manipulative family behavior on a child was sent by the therapist. Additionally, a private investigator that my attorney hired and paid for with a retainer that I could hardly afford but insisted upon tracked shadow communications and discovered patterns of burner numbers and coincidental check-ins that the family used to coordinate. Like someone putting together an instruction manual for truth, I cleaned and arranged every scrap. The public angle followed. I've always wanted the legal system, facts, hearings, and motions to handle this. However, power is more than what the courts give you. It is a pressure that needs to be applied in specific locations. The public could be where the family's theater collapsed, just as the courtroom could be where the law cleared me. My attorney concurred that caution was necessary. No slander. No outbursts. Just proof and iron. In order to present documents without sensationalizing them, we reached out to a reporter who specialized in local investigative pieces. Under pressure, we guided the journalist through the packet, which included copies of ledgers, dated transfers, vendor invoices, and correspondence outlining who had benefited and who had paid what. After listening and asking insightful questions, she said something that shocked me. This isn't just petty family drama, this is a coordinated pattern with financial implications. I'll look into it. As if static were building, I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. This was not the same as waiting and filing paperwork. This brush had a type of light that could push everything out into the open if it found the right gaps. The courthouse felt like a ship ready for a storm on the day of the hearing. The judge was calm but focused. He was aware of the complex web of family law and accusations that could have led to criminal charges if funds had been embezzled. We delivered the new exhibits in my lawyer's preferred calm, collected manner. He traced dates and amounts after bringing up the ledger pages on the screen. Evelyn was called to the stand by him. She told the story simply while sitting with her hands steady. How family gifts were recorded as contributions. How shell accounts were used to pay vendors. Depending on who needed to appear giving that month, events were designed differently. Like bricks, the words fell. They were heavy. In the gallery, my father sat stiffly. The only time my mother's mask came off was when a transfer under her name appeared in the ledger, coinciding with a family payment the next week. Like someone remembering the taste of mint she'd been trained to conceal, she touched her lips. Brandon's testimony was halting and human when he took the stand. He talked about being shamed for not contributing as much as others and acknowledged feeling pressured to use the system. There were moments when his voice broke, and I felt both guilty and relieved at the same time. I felt vindicated because the truth was no longer solely mine to possess. I apologized because there were still family members involved in this. The judge posed pointed queries. In an attempt to portray everything as miscommunication and family bookkeeping, the defense pushed back. However, the money was a language. Additionally, it spoke in a way that explanations couldn't completely silence when you demonstrated how it moved. The ledgers became a tapestry of motive rather than a single incriminating sheet. They demonstrated that Madison's engagement party, which served as the impetus for the entire story, was more than just a celebration. Rather, it was a hub in a web of transactions that left some family members eternally indebted to others. By covering things up, it clarified the pressure tactics. We anticipated that the judge would take some time to reflect after the hearing was adjourned. Rebuttals and motions were anticipated. The call from the reporter who had sat with the documents, who said she had a piece almost ready and wanted to run it that evening, caught us off guard. She was writing a piece that would explain the ledger and the pattern to people who had only ever seen the glossy Facebook photos of parties and family smiles, and she had verified what we'd provided with public records. She gently assured me that the piece would not violate the decorum of the court. Now that motions had been filed, it would merely display what was already in the public domain. I gave her the freedom to complete her tasks. My attorney had given me the same advice. These things have a rhythm. You allow the facts to be exposed by the public and bound by the legal system. I experienced a long, icy satisfaction as well as fear. Fear of the potential consequences of exposure. Satisfaction because it's difficult to ignore a pattern once it's seen. I read the article as it went live that night while Chloe slept. The reporter had fulfilled our expectations. She gave readers a rundown of the timeline, described the ledger, and explained how events were funded and who benefited. My parents weren't depicted by her as monsters. The ledger spoke for itself as she presented the names, facts and documents in a somber manner. Like a silent infection, the piece spread through local feeds. I saw it ricochet from groups of neighbors to longtime friends, to extended family members who had never fully comprehended the strain my family placed on the rest of us. The phone calls then began. At first, they didn't come for me. They visited my parents. Friends and acquaintances started to inquire. First innocent, then more acute. My mother received a call from an aunt I hadn't spoken to since the breakup, asking for a meeting to work things out. Requests for copies of contracts suddenly flooded the business inbox of a cousin who had been making money from event arrangements. The seams began to show in the family's well-curated image, with arms around each other in holiday pictures and hands clasped at weddings. My parents' panic was almost cinematic. The phone calls. The texts. The abrupt attempts to limit harm. They called family gatherings that focused more on public relations than on reconciliation. There were desperate appeals to the media to stop reporting, ambiguous privacy threats, and most telling of all an offer from mom to put things right if we just got together and spoke like family. I understood what that meant. The script was identical to the previous one. It was a staged olive branch that forced me to let go of my boundaries and return to their story. No. I pushed things in the direction I desired by using the panic. Subpoenas for any remaining documents connected to the shell accounts were requested in follow-up motions filed by my attorney. Already aware of the importance of the ledger, the judge approved a number of them. The previously sluggish process of discovery turned into an engine that brought more artifacts to light. Invoices and statements were now required to be produced under oath by vendors who had previously been paid through mysterious accounts. Those who had remained silent now had to make a decision. Be completely honest, or run the risk of perjury. When the right conditions are met, the truth has a way of coming to light. The ostentatious event that had sparked so much of this was Madison's engagement party, which was set to take place at a pricey venue downtown 2 weeks after the article. It was going to be a weekend filled with speeches, pictures, and carefully planned happiness. The ideal setting where a family's reputation was typically handled with care. My parents were counting on the celebration to change the story and present a different image of themselves to their friends. They anticipated social media posts that would portray them as giving hosts and cameras that would capture beautiful images. My choice was like pulling a thread and seeing a meticulous pattern start to fall apart. I reached out to the director of the venue, not to make a fuss, but to give them a courtesy copy of the documents and to ask for a straightforward request. Complete cooperation with my attorney in the event that any statement or document pertaining to the event's finances is needed. I did this openly and in the same circumspect manner that we had employed in court, rather than in secret. Naturally, the venue had legal representation and a responsibility to safeguard its own interests. Off the record, the director informed me that they had no desire to be involved in legal proceedings or to be the site of a purported financial scandal. We devised a legal strategy that was as silent as a scalpel strike. Our attorney filed a motion the day before the engagement, asking the venue to hold specific documents and limit the use of specific marketing materials while discovery is ongoing. The court was asked to preserve evidence in this narrow, legally based motion. It was signed by the judge. The location complied. The word spread throughout the family the following morning. Documents would be examined. Some payments would be closely examined. Fear replaced panic. Madison's party seemed to be going well. Due to the large number of diners, the venue was unable to cancel without serious consequences. However, nothing remained the same behind the scenes. Important invoices were still in escrow. Some VIP lists were questioned. Vendors were contacted. The family's PR-conscious cousins' planned social media posts were postponed. Instead of the coronation that the family had anticipated, they were asked pointed and courteous questions about who had really paid for the flowers and whether any one family member had sponsored, loaned, or advanced the event. Once comfortable conversations turned brittle and thin. I stood with Brandon and Evelyn in a tiny cafe across town on the night of the celebration. We waited while keeping a safe distance from the feed. The intention was not to publicly humiliate in a fit of rage. That would be inexpensive, simple, and counterproductive. The idea was to let the system take care of itself, and use the truth as an undertow to progressively undermine the family's performance. We allow questions from the media. Allow vendors to answer honestly. Let the legal proceedings go on. However, I also had one additional tool on hand. The ledgers and photocopies in the box demonstrated the pattern of benefits and transfers. The ledger could be used as a detonator if the press and the court were working slowly and steadily. Something last. Something that cannot be disputed in public. The operations manager of the venue, who had been helpful in private, approached the event host with a formal letter late in the evening as speeches were taking place and champagne was being poured. There was silence in the room. The slow, courteous letter made the atmosphere seem thinner, but nobody anticipated drama. As part of the ongoing legal proceedings, a vendor had subpoenaed confirmation of payment. The manager clarified that some accounts would be frozen while documents were released in accordance with a court order. The music faltered. Discussions faded into quiet. I saw the caterpillar effect in action. A single thread was pulled. Everything else became more rigid. My cousin, the host, who had made a living by planning events, appeared to have had their cards discreetly taken from them. Visitors moved. Instead of being used for filming, phones were used for whispering. After practicing smiling through everything, the family now practiced being surprised. My phone vibrated after that. One line from an unidentified sender. The rest are known to us. Don't give up now. A picture from inside my mother's party at the head table was placed beneath the text. Cover her mouth with your hand. Wide-eyed. My cousin was sitting motionless in the background, gazing at a laptop screen with the vendor portal open. The picture was a microsecond captured in a bigger unraveling. Something steady and cold began to unfold inside of me. This was the reward, set up by a methodical, patient series of actions that pulled back the curtain rather than by retaliation for the sake of retaliation. The room began to tilt. The ledger, transfers, and pattern that people were seeing had the potential to alter how future handshakes and family gestures would be interpreted. A woman stood across the party hall, speaking loudly into the microphone. She started talking about generosity, loyalty, and family, words that would have elicited applause in earlier weeks. They fell into a pool tonight like tiny stones. Visitors moved around in their seats. The cameras panned. A murmur about legal paperwork was made by someone in the crowd. Like oil, a hush spread. Once more, my phone buzzed. One more picture. A copy of the ledger page with my mother's signature at the bottom. Across the page, the line that had been a subdued directive now screamed like an indictment. I typed a single response. Right now. I looked up after putting the phone away. My mother got up from her chair at that precise moment, when the room had the brittle edge of someone about to smash something. With a tremor I had never seen before, she approached the microphone. Her normally calm face was backlit like thin paper. She raised the microphone to her mouth and spoke. I briefly believed that my mother might deny everything when she took the stage that evening. Her instinct was to do that. Her superpower. Before the story has a chance to fully develop, rewrite it. She didn't have a script this time, though. No family conflict could have cornered her like the ledger, subpoenas, and media attention had. For once, she wasn't being admired by everyone in the room. They were waiting for an explanation. Her throat was cleared. The microphone went off. "I know there's been talk," she said, her voice trembling. "Rumors that have gotten out of hand. I just want everyone to remember, family is complicated, and sometimes people make things look worse than they are." The audience sensed that it had a poor start. The room was filled with murmurs. Every tremor and blink was captured by cameras. I was discreet enough to observe the spectacle from the back, close to the exit. My heart was steady. She shouldn't grovel, in my opinion. I wanted her to experience losing control. Dad stood next to her, silent but flushed. He appeared to be grinding his teeth as his jaw moved. Madison, poor thing, appeared ashamed. Her flawless engagement party was becoming a live news event, not because she had been involved in corruption. Mom gave it another go. "Ryan's been hurt, misled. We all have. These documents, they were taken out of context. Yes, we moved money around, but it was never for selfish reasons." "Then why did you tell me to lie to the court?" exclaimed Brandon, who was seated close to the stage. The room fell silent. Mom froze. She didn't have a prepared response for the first time in my life. With her shoulders hunched and her eyes darting, she appeared diminutive in the spotlight. "What did he just say?" someone in the crowd muttered. And the tension broke. Dad growled, "Brandon, not here," and moved forward. However, it was too late. The harm had already been done. All of the attendees in that ballroom had just seen the family's reputation collapse in real time. More quickly than any article, the rumors would circulate. I didn't have to speak. I simply turned and left. The fallout started the following morning. The event-related article went viral. It wasn't garbage from the tabloid. The same reporter who had covered the initial piece conducted a surgical follow-up. Inside the scandal that destroyed a legacy was a family of delusions. It included screenshots from the court documents, referenced public records, and quoted witnesses. The ledger pages reappeared, clear, damning, and neatly cropped. The plot was no longer about small-time retaliation. It was about responsibility, how authority changes behind closed doors, and how family allegiance can turn into a leash. A quiet storm centered on my parents. Former acquaintances stopped phoning. In a statement, the reputable charity board that my mother served on distanced itself. Contracts with my father's consulting clients were terminated. Like smoke, the cousins who used to swarm to their parties disappeared. The moment they lost control of the story, all of their years of manipulation, guilt trips, and emotional games vanished. The court proceedings quickened in the meantime. The whole package: financial misconduct, false statements, and witness coercion was presented by my attorney. The judge was getting impatient, even though it wasn't yet criminal. He added clear provisions prohibiting any direct or indirect contact with Chloe until she turned 18 and permanently extended the protective order. I looked at Mom when the order was read out loud. She appeared hollow rather than angry. She didn't even look in my direction. With a shaky voice, Dad attempted to object, but the judge cut him off with a single cutting sentence. "This is not a negotiation, Mr. Bennett, this is a boundary." The calls ceased after that day. The letters came to an end. At last, the world became silent. I waited for the anger to subside for months. Instead, however, a peculiar kind of tranquility emerged. Not happiness. Not victory. Just silence. In that silence, Chloe flourished. I was informed by her therapist that she was progressing remarkably. She began to smile more, sleep better, and laugh at small things once more, like how my pancakes tasted great but had an odd shape, or how the neighbor's cat constantly fell off the fence. We gradually rebuilt our lives. I purchased a smaller home nearer the lake after selling the old one. There are no ghosts in the walls. I have no recollections of voicemails I didn't want to hear or doors that were slammed. Just space to breathe, sunlight, and quiet. After supper, we would occasionally stroll down to the water to toss pebbles and observe the fading ripples. "Do you think Grandma and Grandpa miss us?" Chloe inquired one evening. I stopped and replied, "Maybe. But sometimes people don't understand how much damage they cause, until they have to sit in the silence they created." After giving it some thought, she nodded. "That's kind of sad." "It is," I replied. "But it's not our job to fix them anymore." Small and wise beyond her years, she grinned. "Good. We're too busy having fun anyway." The aunt who had given me the ledger, Evelyn, sent me an unexpected email a few months later. For a follow-up case, she had received a subpoena. It seems that some of the family accounts had caught the attention of the IRS. Her message ended by saying, "You did the right thing, Ryan. Sometimes it takes one person refusing to play along to make everyone else see the game." Before shutting down my laptop, I read that line 3 times. I didn't feel resentful. I simply felt finished. However, fate ties loose ends in an amusing way. After work one afternoon, I went to the neighborhood grocery store. My mother was standing by the door as I was heading out. Her posture was no longer commanding, her hair was streaked with gray, and she appeared thinner and older. She had a loaf of bread and some instant noodles in a little basket. She didn't recognize me for a moment. Then our gazes locked, and a flicker appeared in hers. Perhaps shame. She seemed to want to say something, but nothing came out of her mouth. I could have approached her and said something courteous, perhaps even forgiving, but I no longer knew her that way. I simply nodded slightly, acknowledging her rather than offering forgiveness, and moved on. I caught a glimpse of her lowering her head and averting her eyes in the automatic door's reflection. The family's reputation had vanished by the end of that year. The nonprofits ended their collaborations. In business directories, my father's name quietly vanished. Madison used family stress as an excuse to postpone her wedding indefinitely. The cousins who used to boast about belonging to the Bennett clan completely stopped using the last name. My parents moved into a small condo 3 towns away after selling the large house. Through the grapevine, I learned that they were largely private. They never made another attempt, and I never got in touch. Personally, I didn't grow resentful. I didn't get chilly. I recently discovered the distinction between silence and peace. One is merited. The other is enforced. At last, I had the first one. The living room was crowded with friends, neighbors, and even Chloe's teacher on her 10th birthday. She had insisted on decorating the cake herself, and the result was a disorganized rainbow mess. There was genuine, boisterous laughter that didn't need to mask tension. She turned to face me after blowing out the candles and said in a whisper, "You kept your promise, Daddy." I grinned. "Which one?" "That you'd make this year better than the last." I gave her a hug and held on for a bit longer than normal. "I told you," I whispered. "We don't need everyone to show up. We just need the right people, too." She ran off to play, giggling. As I watched the balloon swing against the ceiling fan for a while, I became aware of something subtly lovely. Destroying them had not been the goal of revenge. It had been about taking back what they had attempted to take: our story, our peace, and our unconditional right to choose love. Justice was not a thunderous roar. Like a door finally shutting, it whispered. I went outside to get some evening air as the laughter erupted once more. Behind the hills, the sun was sinking. The sky was streaked with rose and gold. I pulled out my phone and checked the last unread message in my inbox, one that I had archived rather than deleted. Before the fallout, months ago, it came from my mother. "Family always manages to reunite." I read it again, grinned a little, and hit delete. After that, I put my phone back in my pocket, gazed out the window at our house's glow, and muttered to myself something akin to a prayer. You finally understand. Family does find its way back together once you remove the rot.
My brother caused a collapse that killed 4 men. He let me serve his 4-year sentence. I found his secret ledgers. The day I got out, I took everything back. My family sentenced me to 4 years in prison for admitting responsibility for a building collapse caused by my brother, which killed 4 innocent people. In court, my father stared at me coldly and said, "You've always been jealous of him." My brother leaned in and said, "Now you pay." I didn't cry in 4 years inside bars. I did not beg. I denied every visit. I just did one thing. I prepared. And the moment those prison gates opened, his empire began to crumble. I am so grateful you are here. Leave a comment below and tell me where you're watching from. I'm creating a global map of listeners and would like to include your city on it. Quick note, this story combines strong lessons with fabricated drama to create emotional impact and thought. Any resemblance to actual persons or events is entirely coincidental, but the message I'm sharing with you is yours to retain and pass on. The concrete seems cold to my fingertips. I pressed the edge of a plastic spork stolen from breakfast 4 months ago and sharpened on the floor every night since into the wall beside my bunk. The scratching sound is mild and rhythmic. It's become a form of meditation. 241. The final mark. I take a step back and look at the grid that I've carved into the gray concrete over the last 4 years. 5 marks, followed by a diagonal slash. Repeat, repeat, repeat. 268 groupings. Every day that I've been locked inside Lincoln Correctional Center, I've added a line. Every day, I remind myself why I am here. Not because I am guilty. My family wanted me gone. The fluorescent light above me flickers. It's January in central Illinois, so the heating system barely works and the windows fog up by sunrise. My cellmate Isabella Cruz is still sleeping on the top bunk. One tattooed arm was stretched over the side. She's serving 8 years for armed robbery. She's the closest thing I have to a friend in here. I run my thumb over the last mark. The plaster dust adheres to my flesh. Tomorrow at 6:30 a.m., I'll walk out. And tomorrow afternoon, Sebastian Kensington's entire world begins to crumble. I sit on the edge of my bunk and take the notebook from beneath my mattress. And I have 143 pages. I name it the playbook in my head, but the cover just states legal notes in block letters. It has taken me 4 years to compose. Every action Julian Mercer will file, every account that will be frozen, and every lie Sebastian said that I will unravel, line by line, until only the truth remains. I go through it one last time. Phase 1. Freeze assets. File an emergency move within 8 hours of release. Phase 2. Disclose the design theft. Timestamps from the cloud server, original blueprints, and the reward that should have been mine. Phase 3. Cite evidence, concrete samples. Inspector Anthony Keller's bribe of $92,000, wired in 3 installments. I know every word by heart now. I've read this notebook several times, and the pages are as smooth as cotton. However, I cannot take it with me. Prison rules. Only official mail is used to transport paperwork. Even then, they're copied, scanned, and logged. I'm not providing the guards a road plan for what I'm going to do, so I am going to burn it. At 7:45, the intercom crackles. Bradford, make a phone call. I look up at Isabella. She's awake and sits on the side of her bunk, combing her hair. Your lawyer? She inquires. Yeah. She gives a nod. Good luck out there, Delaney. I look her in the eyes. Isabella is not a talker, but she is solid. She watched my back when I first arrived and had no idea how things worked. She remained silent, as I spent hours at the library researching case law and engineering reports. She never inquired about my plans. Thanks, I respond. Don't come back. I almost smile. I won't. The phone bank is a row of scratched plastic booths in the corridor. I pick up the receiver and enter Julian's phone number. It rang twice. Delaney. His voice is sharp and concentrated. Julian Mercer, 45, a Harvard Law graduate, was the sole lawyer who responded to my letters when I was first held up. He did not believe I was guilty. He thought I'd been framed. And he was correct. Julian, tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m., I'll be there. He responds, everything's ready. The motions are drafted. Doctor, Langford has the financial forensics queued up. As soon as you're out, we file. I close my eyes. I can see that really plainly. Sebastian sits at his desk in the corner office that used to be mine, sipping coffee and skimming through emails. Then his aide enters with an emergency court notice. All corporate accounts are suspended pending an investigation. Effective immediately. He's not going to see it coming. I say quietly. He's an idiot if he doesn't. Julian says. You've got 18 minutes on this call. Walk me through phase 1 again. I need to make sure we're airtight. I'll do that. I recite the filing approach, account numbers, and legal precedents. Julian takes notes. He asks 3 questions. I respond to all of them. When the automated voice says, 3 minutes remaining, he continues, get some sleep tonight, Delaney. Tomorrow we go to war. I've been at war for 4 years. I tell him. Tomorrow, I'll just start winning. I hang up before he can respond. Back in the cell, I take out the pages of the notebook one by one. Isabella is standing by the door, arms crossed, looking down the corridor. Anyone coming? I inquire. You're clear, she says. Make it quick. I crouch next the small metal garbage can we're permitted to keep under the sink. I take out the lighter I traded 3 weeks worth of commissary goodies for, a small green bic. There's barely any fluid left. I flick it once or twice. The flame catches. I touch it to the corner of the first page. The paper twists and blackens. The ink runs. 4 years of planning have turned into ash. I slowly feed in the pages, one at a time, allowing each one to burn before adding the next. The smoke is thin and unpleasant. Isabella coughs once but does not shift from her position. When I finish the last page, I crush the ashes in my palm and flush them down the toilet. Isabella returns my gaze. Do you feel better? Yes, I respond, really. Everything I need is in my thoughts right now. Every date, name, and number. I don't need this notepad anymore. I just needed the discipline to write it down. That night, I lay in my bunk and stared at the ceiling. The prison is never really silent. There are constant footsteps, conversations, and the clanging of metal doors. But tonight feels different. Tomorrow, I'll leave here. Sebastian Kensington will find out tomorrow what 4 years of preparing looks like. He believed prison would break me. He expected me to come out weak, needy, and beg for forgiveness. He felt he had won. He was wrong. I close my eyes and envision his face. My brother. The individual responsible for sabotaging a construction site and killing 4 innocent workers. The individual who falsified my signature and accused me of manslaughter. My parents stood by the man in court, while I sat alone at the defense table. He has no idea what is coming, but he will. Before you hear how I destroy him, you should know how I got here. You should know how I established an empire from nothing, how I became one of Chicago's most regarded architects, how I trusted my family, and how they deceived me. 8 years ago, I had everything. My name is Delaney Bradford, and I am an architect, or at least I was. I graduated from MIT in May 2016 with a master's degree in architecture and a portfolio that prompted 4 Boston firms to approach me before I even went across the stage. I turned them all down. I wanted to go home to Chicago. I wanted to construct something on my own. My father didn't attend the ceremony. My mom did. She sat in the 4th row, grinned as they shouted my name, and took a photo with her phone. However, that night, back at the hotel, my father called. I could hear him through the wall in my mother's room. It's a shame she wasn't born a son, Eleanor. A son would have taken over the firm. I had just turned 25. I had recently completed my graduate studies at one of the world's top institutions. My father's first thought was that I had been born in the wrong gender. Instead of crying, I became enraged, and I decided to create something so successful that he would have no choice but to see me. Bradford & Associates was founded in the fall of 2017, and it operates out of the garage at my parents' estate in Lake Forest. My father had retired 3 years prior, closing the small residential firm he had owned for 35 years. The garage still housed his old drafting table, a faded schematic of a house he drew in 1989, and a space heater that barely operated. I didn't care. I had a laptop, a cell phone, and a dream. My first client was the owner of a boutique hotel in Wicker Park. She intended to transform a century-old structure into something modern but welcoming, complete with exposed brick and floor-to-ceiling windows. I worked 18-hour days for 4 months. She cried when the project was finished. She described it as the most beautiful sight she had ever seen. She introduced me to 2 more clients. By 2019, I'd moved out of the garage and into a small office in Streeterville, overlooking the Chicago River. I had 5 staff. I had 15 active projects. I had a reputation and had my brother's attention. Sebastian Kensington is 4 years older than me. He studied architecture at the University of Illinois, not MIT, and spent his 20 cents moving about mid-level businesses, never quite becoming a partner or striking out. When I started Bradford and Associates, he congratulated me over dinner and expressed his pride. 3 years later, he asked to join the firm. I should have answered no, but he was my brother, and my parents had been asking me every Sunday dinner if I had considered bringing Sebastian on board. My father said it in the deliberate, dissatisfied tone he always used when speaking to me. My mother said that while pouring wine, her voice quiet and remorseful, as if she were beseeching me to forgive her for something. So, I said sure. Sebastian joined Bradford and Associates in January 2020. I granted him the title of senior associate. I gave him his own office. I assigned him 4 tasks to manage. Within 8 months, I understood he was not good. He missed deadlines. He alienated clients with his attitude. He made design decisions that did not function structurally, artistically, or financially, and then blamed the engineers when things went wrong. I spent more time correcting his blunders than on my own job, but I didn't fire him since the thought of it made me hear my father's voice in my brain. Family comes first, Delaney. Sunday dinners on the Lake Forest estate were a Bradford family ritual. My mother prepared roast chicken or prime ribs. My father opened a bottle of wine from his collection. Sebastian brought his wife Claire. Lucas, my younger brother, was always late, still wearing his work boots from the building site where he had been advising that week. I went because I felt obligated, but I eventually stopped liking it. One night in spring 2021, I excused myself to go to the restroom and wandered past my father's study. The door was cracked open. I heard voices within. Sebastian should be leading the firm, my father said. He's older. He's a man. Clients respect that. My mother responded. She built it, William. Her voice was soft and unsure. She got lucky, my father explained. Sebastian has the experience. He just needs the opportunity. I stood in the hallway, my hand on the doorframe, and felt a crack in my chest. I did not challenge them. I strolled back to the dining room, finished my lunch, and drove home silently. I didn't tell anyone what I'd heard, but I began keeping Sebastian away from the company's most essential initiatives. In March 2022, the Chicago Tribune published an article on rising architects in the Midwest. The headline read, "The Queen of Chicago Architecture, Delaney Bradford's Meteoric Rise." It included a photo of me standing in front of one of my buildings, a glass and steel mixed-use tower in the Loop that had received 3 design prizes. The article described me as visionary, courageous, and one of the most promising minds in modern American architecture. I took a copy of the newspaper to Sunday supper that week. Sebastian was already present, seated at the table with a tumbler of scotch. He picked up the Tribune, read the headline, and then set it down without saying anything. But I did see his hand. His knuckles were white. His jaw was tense. He did not congratulate me. He said nothing at all. That spring, I was nominated for the National Architecture Award, which is one of the most important awards in the industry. The ceremony took place in June at the Art Institute of Chicago. My mother purchased a new clothing. Lucas donned a suit for the first time in years. Sebastian and Claire arrived together. My father did not come. He mentioned that he had a golf excursion scheduled. I won. When they called my name, I stepped to the platform, accepted the Crystal Trophy, and gave a brief statement thanking my team, clients, and family. I peered out into the audience and saw Sebastian in the 5th row. He was clapping, but his eyes remained cold. That night, after the reception, I stood in the lobby of the Art Institute, watching my family leave. My mother gave me a hug and told me she was proud. Lucas shook my hand and said, "You earned it." Claire smiled graciously and added, "Congratulations." Sebastian was the last person to depart. He paused in front of me, looked at the trophy in my hands, and said, "Enjoy it while it lasts." I didn't understand what he meant, but I should have. For that night my brother decided I needed to disappear. The call arrived on October 18, 2022, at 7 a.m. That morning transformed everything. Sebastian's voice sounded overly calm. I was in my Lincoln Park apartment when my phone rang at 7 a.m. I'd been up for 12 minutes, standing in the kitchen with a cup of coffee and watching the sunrise over the lake. It was October 18th, a Thursday, cold and dismal, the kind of morning when the wind from Lake Michigan ripped straight through you. "Get here now, Delaney," Sebastian instructed. There's no greeting or explanation, just 4 words. Column B7's got a problem. My stomach dropped. Column B7 was part of the structural core for the Gold Coast project, a 3-2-story luxury apartment tower located at 13,400 North Lakeshore Drive. It was the largest job Bradford and Associates had ever taken on. $280 million. Our reputation depended on it. "What kind of problem?" I inquired. "Just get here," he hung up. I grabbed my coat, hard hat, and keys and drove to the site, going 18 miles per hour over the speed limit the entire time. I came at 7:35 a.m. The construction site was a tangle of scaffolding, steel beams, and concrete forms that rose into the hazy sky. Workers in fluorescent vests moved around the lower floors, their voices booming through the building's half-finished shell. I parked on the street, fastened my site badge to my jacket, and entered via the main gate. Diego Alvarez, the site foreman, greeted me at the entrance. He was a stocky man in his late 40s, with a worn face and firm hands. He'd worked in construction for 24 years. I trusted him more than any other person on this assignment. "Miss Bradford," he murmured with a tense voice. "We've got a situation." "Where's Sebastian?" "Where's Sebastian?" "Up on the 8th floor. He's been here since 7. That woke me up. Sebastian was never on site before 9. He despised early mornings. "Show me," I asked. We rode the construction elevator up. The ride was slow and noisy, with the wind whipping through the open sides of the shaft. When we reached the 8th story, I noticed Sebastian standing in the east corner, arms crossed, staring at a large steel column rising through the center of the floor. "Column B7. I stepped up to him. What's going on? He looked at me. His face remained expressionless. The column's wrong. What do you mean by wrong? The dimensions, he replied, are off. The rebar is too thin. The concrete mix isn't up to spec. I took out my phone and accessed the digital plans. I moved down to column B7 and compared the specifications on my screen to those in the column ahead of me. He was correct. The column was incorrect, but my phone's specifications did not match the original design I approved 8 months ago. I looked at Sebastian. He shrugged. This isn't my design. I optimized it. We saved $2.4 million on materials. My blood ran cold. You what? I adjusted the load calculations, he answered, as if it were the most logical thing in the world. We didn't need as much steel. The column still meets code. You can't change structural components without my approval. I was raising my voice. Diego moved back, his gaze flitting between us. This is my project, Sebastian, my design, my responsibility. If this column fails, it won't fail. You don't know that. A worker walked by us, carrying a length of rebar. Another person was working a concrete mixer 25 feet distant. There were at least 18 persons on the floor. I turned to Diego. Evacuate everyone now. Delaney, you're overreacting, Sebastian said. Now, I snapped. Diego nodded and removed his radio from his belt. All personnel leave the 9th floor. Everyone, get down to ground level. Move. The evacuation took 4 minutes. Workers filed toward the elevator and the emergency stairs, their boots ringing against the metal grating. I stood near column B7, my heart hammering. Something wasn't right, I could feel it. At 7:58 a.m., I heard the snap. It began softly, with the sound of ice shattering on a frozen lake. I looked up. Oh! The top of column B7 was changing. Run! I yelled. The crack developed into a rumble. The column snapped, and a 3-ton steel beam broke off from the ceiling and fell like a tree. I turned and sprinted toward the stairway, but the floor shook, and I lost my balance. The beam struck the earth behind me. The shockwave knocked me forward. My head hit the edge of a concrete form. I felt a sharp, blinding pain, and then I was on the ground, my vision blurred and blood flowing into my left eye. The world fell silent. And then I heard screaming. I'm not sure how long I was on the ground, maybe 45 seconds or a minute. I sat up, and the air was thick with dust. My ears were ringing, my head was throbbing. I reached up to touch my forehead. My hand came out red. I looked around, the column had collapsed. The steel beam had crushed a portion of the floor. 4 bodies lay 12 feet away from me, half buried under a pile of rebar and concrete. Michael Parker, 48 years old, is a steel worker. He had a wife, Emily, and a 4-year-old daughter. Andrew Collins, 36, a crane operator. His mother resided in Neepville. Carlos Ramirez, 44, is a site supervisor. He had worked for Diego for 15 years. A 4th worker was buried beneath the shattered rebar, his safety vest torn and stained with blood. I knew all of their names. I crawled towards them. My hands were shaking. There was blood on the concrete, so much blood. And I kept thinking, this isn't real, it can't be real. But it was. Michael was the first person I reached. I pressed my fingertips against his neck, looking for a pulse. Nothing. Andrew? Nothing. Carlos? Nothing. What about the 4th man? Nothing. I knelt on the shattered floor, blood on my hands and dust in my lungs, unable to breathe. I was responsible for the deaths of 4 people. The siren began at 8 a.m., ambulances, fire trucks, and police. The site was packed with first responders. Someone helped me to my feet and led me down the street. A paramedic applied a bandage to my head and asked me questions I couldn't answer. I sat on the back of an ambulance, staring at the building. Diego was speaking to a police officer. Sebastian stood near the fence, phone to his ear. Workers were gathered in small groups, some crying. I saw a man in a gray suit walk past Anthony Keller, the city's building inspector. He gave me a quick glance before continuing to walk. I reflected on column B7, Sebastian's voice on the phone that morning, which was too calm and controlled, the fact that he had arrived on site at 7 a.m., an hour before anyone else, and the design changes he had made without my approval. 4 people had died. That, however, was not my design. Sebastian knew this. The police arrived at the hospital 4 hours later. They questioned me while the blood on my forehead remained wet. I was sitting on a gurney in Northwestern Memorial Hospital's emergency room when Detective Ryan Carter walked in. He was a tall man in his mid-40s wearing a gray suit and no tie, with a face that had seen far too many crime scenes. He flashed his badge and introduced himself. Then he pulled up a chair and asked me to explain what had occurred. I told him everything. I told him about the phone call at 7 a.m., arriving at the site and finding Sebastian already there. Column B7, the design changes Sebastian had made without my permission, the evacuation order I had issued, the collapse, and the 4 men who died. Detective Carter took notes. He nodded. He asked clarifying questions before saying, "Who signed off on the modified design?" I paused. Sebastian changed it. I never approved it. But your firm is the architect of record, says Carter. So, someone had to sign the structural drawings before they were submitted to the city. That's the law. I know, I replied. But I did not sign those drawings. Sebastian must have. Carter took a folder from his briefcase and slid a sheet of paper across the table. It was a blueprint. Column B7 is the modified design, which failed. At the bottom, in the signature block, was my name, handwriting, and signature. I stared at it. Whose signature is this? Carter inquired. That's mine, I replied slowly, but I never signed that. Carter's expression remained unchanged. Miss Bradford, this document was submitted to the Chicago Department of Buildings 8 months ago. It has your signature. It has your license number. Are you telling me you didn't sign it? I'm telling you, I never saw that drawing before today. He leaned back in his chair. Then how did your signature get on it? I was stumped. They kept me at the hospital for an additional 2.5 hours. The paramedics had stitched the cut on my forehead. 9 stitches, neatly placed just above my left brow. I suffered a mild concussion. They offered to keep me for observation, but I declined. I needed to return to my office. I needed to find the original files. I phoned Lucas from the hospital lobby. He answered the second ring. Delaney. Oh my God. Are you okay? I heard about the collapse. Lucas, I need you to do something for me. I couldn't speak clearly. Go to the office. Go to my computer. Find the original design files for the Gold Coast project, the ones I submitted in April. I need those files. Okay, I'm on my way. And Lucas, I paused. Don't tell Sebastian. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Delaney, Lucas replied quietly. What's going on? I asked. Just find the files. Lucas called me back after 55 minutes. They're gone, he explained. I felt my stomach drop. What do you mean, gone? The files aren't on your computer? I checked the cloud backup. I checked the shared server. They're not there. They've been deleted. That's impossible. We have automatic backups. Everything gets saved. Someone erased them. Lucas told me. They also erased the backups. I closed my eyes. My head was pounding. Lucas, who has admin access to the server? You, me, and Sebastian. Of course. Detective Carter phoned me at 1:45 p.m. and asked me to come to the station and make a formal statement. I told him I would be there in 25 minutes. I wasn't arrested. Not yet, but I sensed it coming. The police station was a small brick structure on South State Street. Carter greeted me at the front desk and directed me down a long hallway to a small room with a table, 2 chairs, and a mirror on one wall. I knew what the mirror was. I'd seen enough crime shows to know that someone was watching from the other side. Carter sat across from me. He activated a recording device and read me my rights. I told myself to remain calm. I told myself I had done nothing wrong, but my hands trembled. Carter asked me the same questions he had asked in the hospital. I gave him identical answers. Then he continued. Miss Bradford, we've been interviewing other witnesses from the site. Your brother Sebastian Kensington gave us a statement this morning. I craned my neck. What did he say? Carter scanned his notes. He stated that he raised concerns about the structural modifications 4 weeks ago. He said he sent you an email recommending that you consult with an independent engineer before proceeding, but you told him the budget didn't allow it. I felt the blood drain from my face. That's a lie. We pulled the email, Carter said. It's dated September 28th. It was sent from Sebastian Kensington's company account to yours. I never received the email. It is in your inbox. I stared at him. That is impossible. He is lying. He must have fabricated it. Miss Bradford. Carter replied. 4 men are dead. We have a signed blueprint with your name on it. We have an email showing you were warned about the risks. We have testimony from your brother saying you ignored his concerns. He leaned forward. Help me understand. What am I missing here? I couldn't say anything because I finally understood. Sebastian had not just changed the design. He'd planned it. He had forged my signature. He had deleted the original files. He had fabricated emails. He had framed me for manslaughter. And he had done it perfectly. They arrested me around 3:15 p.m. Carter stood up and announced, Delaney Bradford, you're being arrested for involuntary manslaughter and criminal negligence. He read me my rights again. Another officer came in and placed handcuffs around my wrist. The metal was cold. I did not resist. I did not say anything. I just stood there, staring at the wall, as they led me out of the interrogation room and down the hall to the booking area. And then I noticed the cameras. Reporters were waiting outside the station. There are at least 15 of them, possibly more, equipped with cameras and microphones. They must have been tipped off. They began shouting questions the moment I walked through the door. Miss Bradford, did you know the column was unsafe? Do you have anything to say to the families? Were you trying to cut costs? The officer holding my arm asked. I kept my head down. The cameras flashed. I heard the click, click, click of shutters and the whirring of video cameras. It was a perp walk. They paraded me in front of the media, as if I were already guilty. I thought of Michael Parker's widow, Andrew Collins' mother, and Carlos Ramirez's sister. They'd see this on the news tonight. They would see me handcuffed. They would believe I had killed their loved ones. And perhaps I had. They loaded me into the back of a police car and drove me to the Cook County Jail for processing. I sat in silence, looking out the window. We passed by my office building, 910 North Michigan Avenue, 38th floor, where Bradford and Associates had its headquarters. I looked up. Sebastian was standing by the window. He was watching the car and me, and he was smiling. It wasn't a big smile, but rather a small, satisfied curve of his lips. But I saw it. That smile conveyed everything. He had planned every step of this, from the forged signature to the deleted files, the fabricated email, and the phone call this morning, which was perfectly timed so that I arrived just before the column failed. 4 deaths. He'd orchestrated everything, and I'd walked right into his trap. I expected my family to help me. I assumed my parents would believe me. I expected someone to stand by my side and say, Delaney didn't do this. I was wrong. Cook County Jail smelled of disinfectant and despair. My mother paid me a visit after I had been there for 6 days. I sat in the visitation room on a plastic chair, staring at the glass wall that separated me from the outside world. The room was painted beige. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. There were 15 other inmates in the room, talking to their families on phones with their hands pressed against the glass. My mother walked in, and I felt something crack open inside my chest. I assumed she was here to tell me she believed me. I assumed she was here to say she had hired a lawyer, had spoken with Sebastian, and knew I hadn't done this. I was wrong. She sat down on the opposite side of the glass. She picked up the phone. Her face was pale, and her eyes were red. She appeared older than I remembered. Delaney, she answered. I pressed the phone to my ear. Mom, thank God you're here. I need you to. If you made a mistake, she interrupted, you need to take responsibility. I stopped breathing. What? Sebastian explained everything to me, she said, her voice soft and apologetic. He said you were under a lot of pressure. He said you'd been working 8-hour days. He said maybe you forgot you signed the drawings. It happens, sweetheart. You were stressed. You made a mistake. I felt like I'd received a gut punch. Mom, I did not sign those drawings. Sebastian forged my signature and deleted the original files. He framed me, she said, shaking her head. Delaney, that's your brother. He wouldn't do that. He did. Honey, I know you're scared, but blaming Sebastian isn't going to help. You need to talk to your lawyer. You need to figure out how to make this right. I was staring at her. Mom, 4 people died. Sebastian killed them. He sabotaged the column, framed me for it, and you expect me to accept responsibility? Her eyes welled up with tears. I don't know what else to say. You could say you believe me. She wasn't going to. She hung up the phone, stood up, and left the visitation room without looking back. 3 days later, my father and Sebastian came to see us. I should have understood what that meant. My father sat across from me. Sebastian stood behind him, arms crossed, face concerned. My dad picked up the phone. Deli, he replied. No greeting or warmth, just my name. Dad, this situation is a disaster, he told me. The media is damaging the company's reputation. Clients are canceling contracts, and the board is discussing liquidation. I felt a rush of rage. 4 people are dead, and you're worried about the reputation? I'm worried about survival, he replied with anger. Bradford and Associates employs 74 people. Those people have families. They have mortgages. If the firm collapses, they lose everything. Then help me prove I didn't do this. He shook his head. Sebastian is going to take over as CEO. He'll stabilize the company. He'll reassure the clients. He'll make sure the firm survives. I looked at the man. He was looking at me with the same calm, satisfied expression he had when he stood at the window, watching the police car drive me away. You can't do that, I replied. I'm still the majority shareholder. You're in jail? My father responded. You can't run the company from here. I own 52% of the shares. You can't just take it from me. We're not taking it, Sebastian announced. His voice was soft and reasonable. We're asking you to transfer your shares to me temporarily, until the situation is resolved. I laughed. It was a bitter and hollow sound. You're insane if you think I'm giving you my company. It's not your company anymore, my dad told me. You destroyed it. I hung up the phone. That night, I called Julian Mercer from the jail's payphone. I had scraped together enough money from my commissary account to pay for a 7-minute phone call. He responded on the 3rd ring. Delaney, Julian, I need you to represent me. There was a lengthy pause. I can't. What? Your accounts have been frozen, he replied. The court issued an order. Your business assets, your personal accounts, everything. I can't take your case if you can't pay me. But you said you'd help. I said I'd help if I could. Delaney, but I have a practice to run and bills to pay. I apologize. He hung up. I stood in the hallway, holding a dead phone and staring at the concrete wall. I had no lawyer, no money, and no family. I was alone. The court appointed me a public defender the following day. His name was Eric Donovan. He was 31 years old, fresh from law school, with bags under his eyes and a wrinkled suit. We met in a small conference room in the jail. He placed a stack of files on the table and sat across from me. I'm handling 102 active cases right now. He explained, I'm not going to lie to you, Miss Bradford. I don't have time to mount a full defense. The prosecution's case is solid. You signed the drawings and had authority over the project. 4 men died as a result of structural failure. If we go to trial, you will lose. I did not sign those drawings, I replied. Can you prove that? No. The original files were deleted. Then we need to negotiate a plea deal. A plea deal? I was staring at him. I didn't do this. It doesn't matter, Donovan responded. What matters is what the jury will believe. And right now, the jury is going to believe you're guilty. He left 15 minutes later. He did not even take notes. Lucas came to see me 10 days later. He arrived alone, late in the afternoon, when the visitation room was nearly empty. He sat across from me and picked up the phone. Delaney, he replied quietly. I believe you. Tears welled in my eyes. Lucas, I know Sebastian did this, the man responded. I don't know how yet, but I know, and I'm going to help you. How? I'm not sure yet, but I'll figure it out. He looked over his shoulder and leaned closer to the glass. I just need more time. Can you hold on? I gave a nod. Yeah, I can hold on. He hung up the phone, but before standing, he pressed his hand against the glass. I pressed mine against the opposite side. That night, I sat on my bunk in my cell, gazing at the concrete wall. I remembered my mother telling me to take responsibility. I recalled my father asking me to hand over my company. I imagined Sebastian standing behind him, smiling. I reflected on the 4 men who had died, Michael, Andrew, Carlos and the 4th man, as well as the 1,460 days I would spend in this place. I took the sharpened edge of a plastic spork from under my mattress and pressed it into the wall. 1 mark for day 1, 1,459 to go. I stopped praying for rescue. I had no hope that my family would save me. I began plotting revenge. The trial started on January 16, 2023, coldest day of the year, 5 weeks. The jury took 4 hours to destroy my life. But I remembered every lie, every word, and every witness who took the stand and lied through their teeth. I'd need those lies later. The courtroom was packed. The victims' families are in the front, with the media in the back. Emily Parker, Michael Parker's widow, sat 4 rows behind the prosecution, holding a tissue. She never looked at me. I sat next to Eric Donovan. He'd done his best, but it wasn't sufficient. Rachel Whitmore, the prosecutor, was 48, sharp, and ruthless. In her opening statement, she pointed at me and said, "This is a case about arrogance. A woman who built an empire and thought the rules didn't apply to her. A woman who cut corners, ignored warnings, and sacrificed safety for profit. Because of her choices, 4 men are dead. I sat perfectly still. I'd learned that any emotion I expressed could be used against me. Sebastian took the stand on day 4. Gray suit, blue tie, and a look of deep sorrow. He resembled the ideal grieving brother. Rachel Whitmore inquired about me. Delaney's brilliant, Sebastian responded, his voice soft and pained. She created Bradford and Associates from nothing. But over the last year, I began to worry. She was working 8-hour days, not sleeping, and she kept talking about proving herself, proving she was as good as our father. I wrote everything down. Whitmore inquired if he had any concerns about the structural design. Yes, 4 weeks before the collapse, I emailed her and suggested we hire an independent engineer. I was concerned that budget cuts were affecting safety. And how did Miss Bradford respond? She told me we couldn't afford it. She said I was paranoid. That was a lie. I underlined it in my mind. Donovan was cross-examined. Mr. Bradford, do you have any structural engineering credentials? No. So, you're not qualified to assess whether a column design is safe? But I know when something doesn't feel right. Yet, you haven't reported your concerns to the city. Sebastian paused. I thought my sister would handle it. Donovan sat down. He had barely made a dent. My father testified on the 8th day. He looked older and thinner. He did not look at me. Whitmore inquired about me. Delaney's always been driven, he explained, his voice flat. She always wanted to prove herself. I think she felt she had something to prove because she's a woman in a male-dominated field. Did that drive ever concern you? She could be reckless at times, taking on projects that were too big, too risky. I warned her about the Gold Coast project, telling her it was out of her league, but she didn't listen. I memorized every word. My mother testified on day 10. She cried the whole time. Whitmore asked if she thought I was capable of negligence. My mother looked at me. Her eyes were red. Her hands shook. I love my daughter, she stated, but 4 men have died. 4 families are grieving. If Delaney made a mistake, she needs to accept the consequences. I didn't cry, I just stared at her. She looked away, and I saved that moment for later. On day 12, Claire took the stand, bringing financial records, and testified that I'd been stressed about money, arguing with Sebastian about budget overruns, and saying we needed to cut costs. I took notes on each claim. On day 14, Anthony Keller, the city building inspector, took the stand. He claimed that I had pressed him to approve the drawings, that I had been insistent and aggressive. I knew the truth. Sebastian had bribed him with $92,000, but I had no proof at the time, so I kept a close eye on him. I'd remember the way he avoided eye contact and fidgeted his hands when I took the stand on day 17. Eric asked me to tell my side of the story, and I did. Sebastian had changed the design without my permission. The files had been deleted. The signature on the blueprints was not mine, and I'd been framed. Rachel Whitmore stood for cross-examination. If the blueprints were forged, Miss Bradford, where are the originals? They were deleted. By who? By Sebastian. Do you have any proof? No. Do you have any proof that your brother framed you? The files were removed from the server. That is evidence. Or, Whitmore said, you deleted them yourself to cover your tracks. No, I did not. You signed the blueprint 8 months ago, with your name and license number, and now, after 4 men have died, you're claiming you were framed. Isn't it convenient? I didn't respond. Isn't it true, Miss Bradford, that you were under financial pressure and cut corners to save money? No. So, why did you approve the column modifications? I did not. But your signature appears on the drawings. It's forged. Do you have a handwriting expert to confirm this? Eric hadn't been able to afford one. No, I said. Whitmore smiled. No further questions. I returned to my seat. I knew how that looked to the jury, but I also knew every question Whitmore had asked, every trap she'd set. On day 35, Eric argued that there were too many unanswered questions, that the evidence was circumstantial, and that reasonable doubt existed, but Whitmore was better. 4 men are dead, she said. Michael Parker, Andrew Collins, Carlos Ramirez, and the 4th worker whose family would never see him come home again. They were fathers, brothers, and sons. They went to work that morning and never returned home. Why? Delaney Bradford signed off on a design she knew was unsafe, putting profit ahead of safety. The jury deliberated for 4 hours, and when they returned, I didn't feel nervous or scared. I just felt empty. The foreperson stood, and Judge Thomas Caldwell asked for the verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter in the first degree, count 1, count twice, count 3, count 4. The courtroom erupted. Emily Parker sobbed. My mother gasped. Sebastian sat perfectly still, his face blank. Judge Caldwell banged his gavel and sentenced me to 4 years in state prison, 1 for each life. When the bailiff came to handcuff me, I stood up, didn't cry, and didn't say anything. As they led me out of the courtroom, I turned my head and saw Sebastian shaking hands with Rachel Whitmore, smiling. I made a promise to myself right then and there. I would survive this, and then I would take everything back. Lincoln Correctional Center smelled of rust, regret, and forgotten dreams. I carved the first mark on day 1, and by day 120, I had a plan. The prison library became my sanctuary, and case law became my weapon. On day 1, I didn't carve a mark. Instead, I cried. I lay on the bottom bunk in my cell, staring at the concrete ceiling and crying until my ribs ached. Isabella, my cellmate, said nothing. On day 36, the guard informed me during breakfast that my mother had requested a visit. She simply turned off the light and allowed me to cry. I was reminded of Michael Parker's 4-year-old daughter, Andrew Collins' mother in Neepville, Carlos Ramirez's sister, and the families who believed I had killed their loved ones. I stared at the form for 12 minutes before checking the box marked refused and returning it. Isabella watched me from across the table and didn't ask why. She already knew. On day 120, Isabella asked me why I was really here. We were sitting on our bunks after lights out, and the prison was never truly silent around us. I told her everything. The collapse, Sebastian's phone call at 7 a.m., the forged signature, the deleted files, the fabricated emails, the trial. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she said, "You got framed." "Yeah. You going to do anything about it?" I had no idea how to respond. I didn't have any money, a lawyer, or evidence. I was just inmate 851604 at Lincoln Correctional Center, serving 4 years for crimes I didn't commit. On day 180, Isabella said, "You need to fight back." "How?" I asked. "I have no money, no lawyer, and no evidence." "Then get some." She made it sound so simple, but I didn't know where to begin. On day 240, I discovered the prison library. A small room on the second floor of the education wing was lined with metal shelves and fluorescent lights that hummed constantly. The majority of the books were donated paperbacks, romance novels, thrillers, and self-help books with cracked spines and dog-eared pages. But in the back corner, on the bottom shelf, almost hidden behind a stack of old magazines, were law books. I checked out 3 of them that day: criminal procedure, evidence, and appeals. I read them at night, sitting on my bunk with a weak overhead light while Isabella slept above me, taking notes on scraps of paper I saved from the commissary, and memorizing case names, precedents, and procedural requirements. By day 480, I'd read over 65 law books. Mrs. Margaret Hughes, the prison librarian, was 69 years old, with silver hair and kind eyes. I knew more about the legal system than I had during my own trial. I knew how Eric Donovan had failed me, I knew how Rachel Whitmore had manipulated the jury, and I knew how Sebastian had constructed his ideal frame. She was a paralegal before retiring, and she noticed me checking out the same books week after week. One afternoon, she approached me at the circulation desk and said, "Are you serious about this?" It wasn't a question, she said. "Yes, ma'am." She began bringing me books that weren't in the library: case law textbooks, precedent guides, and legal strategy manuals. She never asked why I wanted them. She just smiled and said, "Knowledge is power, dear." Day 620. I wrote a letter to Julian Mercer, telling him I'd been studying, that I'd discovered procedural errors in my trial, that I'd found forged signatures, deleted files, and fabricated emails, and that I asked him to reconsider representing me. I mailed it on a Monday and waited. He didn't respond. On day 680, Julian came to visit. He sat across from me in the visitation room, his tie loosened, his face tired, dark circles under his eyes, and he looked older than I remembered. "I got your letter," he said, "and I'll take another look at your case." I felt something crack open in my chest. Hope, the dangerous kind. On day 730, I received a letter from Lucas, who asked if I remembered Dad's old blueprints in the basement, where William used to store project files from the firm before he retired. Because the prison censors read all our mail, Lucas wrote in code. I understood right away. Lucas found the original design files that Sebastian had deleted from the server, the ones that proved I didn't authorize the column modifications, and the ones that would prove my signature. I mailed the letter and hoped the censors wouldn't understand. I sat on my bunk and read those 2 words over and over until Isabella asked if I was okay. "I'm going to win," I told her. She smiled. "Damn right you are." The 4th year, everything came together like pieces of a puzzle I'd been assembling in the dark. Day 1050. I finished writing the playbook, which was 143 pages. Every motion Julian would file, every account we'd freeze, every piece of evidence we'd expose, every step of my revenge, I'd write it in a spiral notebook I'd bought from the commissary. To save space, my handwriting was small and precise, and I kept it hidden under my mattress, wrapped in a plastic bag. On day 1200, Julian returned with a folder 4 inches thick. "This is enough for an appeal," Julian said. "I don't want an appeal," I told him. "I want to walk out of here in 110 days and destroy him." Julian studied me for a long time. Inside were copies of the original design files Lucas had discovered, including my specifications, calculations, and my real signature on the cover page, not the forgery. Then he stated, "I will take your case pro bono. We will file the motions on the day you are released." "Why?" "Because I should have believed you the first time." Day 1250. Lucas sent me 104 documents, carefully coded in letters that looked like family updates. Building permits, financial records, email chains, wire transfer receipts, everything I needed to prove Sebastian had embezzled $22.4 million from Bradford and Associates over 4 years. We still communicated in code. Lucas called it organizing the archive, I called it building a case. Day 1420. Sebastian asked for a visit for the first time in 4 years, and I agreed. I needed to see his face, and I needed to know if he suspected anything. I walked to the visitation room, sat at station 5, and picked up the phone. Sebastian walked in, wearing a charcoal suit and a Rolex. He looked exactly the same, confident, successful, and untouchable. He sat across from me, separated by a glass partition. "Delaney," he said, his voice soft and concerned, almost loving. "How are you doing?" "Fine. I have been thinking about you. I know this has been difficult. I understand your anger, but once you leave, we can move on. You are welcome to return to the firm. We can rebuild together, like a family." I stared at him. He thought I'd forgiven him, that I'd come crawling back, broken but grateful. "Sure, Sebastian," I said, my voice calm and empty. "We'll rebuild." He smiled, the same satisfied smile I'd seen through the police car window 4 years ago. He thought he'd won. Day 1459. I sat on my bunk and pulled the playbook out from under my mattress. I read it one more time, every phase committed to memory. Isabella stood by the door, arms crossed, watching the hallway for guards as the pages curled and blackened, the ink ran, and 4 years of planning turned to ash. I tore out the pages one by one and burned them in the small metal trash can under the sink. I crushed the last page with my palm and flushed it down the toilet. Do you feel better? Isabella asked. Yeah, you don't need it anymore. No, I tapped the side of my head. Everything's here now. That night, I carved the final mark on the wall beside my bunk, 1459. I ran my fingers over the grooves. Every single day was accounted for. Tomorrow was day 1460, and I would stop counting days. At 2:30 p.m., the guard knocked on my cell door. Bradford, you got visitors. Isabella looked up from her bunk. You sure about this? Yeah. Do you want me to wait up? No, I'll be fine. I walked to the visitation room where the winter light was already fading through the high windows. I sat down at the booth, picked up the phone, and waited. They came in one by one, Sebastian first, in a charcoal suit and a gold watch, and Claire beside him, in a cream sweater and pearls. My father, in his navy blazer, his jaw set. My mother, her eyes already red, they sat down across from me, Sebastian in the center, the rest flanking him like soldiers. He picked up the phone. Delaney, he said. His voice was warm, almost cheerful. You look well. I didn't respond. We've missed you, Claire added, leaning into the frame. Her smile was bright, practiced. It's been too long. I stared at her. 4 years ago, she'd testified that I'd been stressed about money, that I'd cut corners, that I'd sacrificed safety for profit, and now she was acting like we were family. My father cleared his throat. Delaney, the company is struggling. Clients are leaving due to a lack of stable leadership. The board is discussing restructuring. We need to act quickly. How? I inquired. Sebastian leaned forward. We need you to sign over your voting shares temporarily, just until you get back on your feet. We can revisit the arrangement once you're out and have had time to recover. I almost laughed. Sign over my shares, I repeated. It's for the good of the company, my father explained. Bradford and Associates has been in our family for 35 years. Your grandfather built it. I grew it. You and Sebastian have carried it forward. We can't let it fall apart now. My mother pressed a tissue to her eyes. Delaney, please consider your grandfather's legacy. Consider everything we've built. Everything I've built, I said quietly. Sebastian's smile tightened. We all built it, Delaney. Claire nodded. It's time to move on from this. Let go of your anger. Let go of blame. Sign the papers, and we can begin to heal as a family. I looked at each of them, including my father, who had told the jury I was reckless. My mother, who'd said I needed to accept the consequences. Sebastian, who'd framed me for murder. Claire, who'd lied on the stand they actually thought I'd give them my company. The door to the visitation room opened, and Lucas walked in. He was late, right on schedule. He sat down at the end of the row, picked up the phone on his side, and said, Sorry, I'm late. Traffic. Sebastian looked at him and nodded. Lucas, good. Lucas looked at me with a neutral expression. Delaney, I know you're angry. I get it. But family is about survival. Sometimes we have to leave the past behind and move forward for the sake of the business. For the sake of everyone who depends on us. Sebastian smiled. He thought Lucas was on his side. But I saw it. The flicker in Lucas's eyes. The slight tilt of his head. The message he was really sending. We're ready. I held his gaze for 1 second, then I looked back at Sebastian. No, I said. Sebastian blinked. What? I'm not signing anything. My father's expression hardened. Don't be foolish, Delaney. If you refuse, the board may vote to remove you. You'll lose everything. I lost everything 4 years ago. I said. When you let them send me to prison for something I didn't do. My mother sobbed. Delaney, please. I spent 1,459 days in here, I said, my voice calm and cold, carving marks on a wall. 1,459 days spent thinking about what you did to me, and you think I am going to give you my company? Sebastian leaned back, his smile gone. You don't have a choice. Yes, I do. Delaney, my father said, his voice low and dangerous. You're throwing everything away. No, I said. I'm reclaiming what you stole. I stood. The phone was still in my hand. Consider this goodbye, I said. I hung up. Sebastian stood. He pressed his hand against the glass. Delaney, wait. I turned and walked toward the door. My mother screamed my name. My father shouted something I didn't hear. Sebastian pounded on the glass, and I didn't look back. Lucas whispered something to Sebastian. I couldn't hear it through the partition, but I saw Lucas's lips move. I tried. He was confirming it to me, not Sebastian. Everything was in place, so I walked back to my cell, where Isabella was sitting on her bunk, reading a paperback. How did it go? She asked. Perfect. She grinned. Tomorrow's the big day. Yeah. Are you ready? I looked at the wall, at the 1,459 marks I'd carved over 4 years, at the space where the 1,460th mark would go. I've been ready for a long time, I said. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay on my bunk and stared at the ceiling, thinking about tomorrow, when the prison gates would open. At 9:10 a.m., on Wednesday, the prison gates opened, and I walked out, carrying a plastic bag and 4 years of planning. Sebastian would see what 4 years of planning looked like, and they would never underestimate a woman who has nothing to lose. Julian Mercer had arrived early, and at 8:30 a.m., I stood in my cell for the last time. Isabella sat on her bunk, watching me, and asked, How are you? She asked. Yeah. Do you know what you're doing at every step? She asked, smiling. Go out there and destroy them. I nodded but didn't say thank you. We both knew words didn't matter. The guard arrived at 8:50. He unlocked the door and led me down the hallway to processing, where they returned my personal belongings, a wallet, a phone that hadn't worked in 4 years, and a set of keys to an apartment I no longer owned. After signing the release forms, I changed out of my prison uniform into the clothes Lucas had sent me, a black coat, dark jeans, and boots. At 9:05 a.m., they led me to the front gate, where I saw the media, over 18 reporters, cameras, microphones, a circus, and my family. William stood at the front, wearing his navy blazer, Eleanor beside him, holding white tulips, Claire in a designer coat, her hair perfect, Sebastian in a charcoal suit, his hands in his pocket, smiling. This had been staged. A photo opportunity, a loving family welcoming home the convicted daughter. Forgiveness, redemption. I almost laughed. Lucas stood far to the left, away from the others. He didn't approach. That was the plan. He watched me, his face carefully neutral. The gate opened. The cameras flashed. Eleanor stepped forward, her arms outstretched, the tulips trembling in her hands. "Sweetheart," she said, her voice loud enough for the microphones to pick up. "Welcome home." I walked straight past her, not slowing down, not looking at her, not taking the flowers, and hearing them fall to the pavement behind me. William reached out. "Delaney." I walked past him as well. Sebastian's smile faltered. He stepped forward, blocking my path. "Delaney, we need to talk." I met his eyes. For 4 years, I'd imagined this moment, what I'd say, what I'd do, but I didn't say anything. I just looked at him, stepped around him, and kept walking. The black Audi pulled up to the curb, and Julian stepped out of the driver's seat and opened the back door. "Your car is ready, Miss Bradford," he said loudly enough for the cameras. I slid into the back seat. The door closed. The noise, the shouting reporters, my mother's voice calling my name, the cameras clicking, all of it was cut off. Through the tinted window, I watched the scene unfold. The reporters swarmed my family, Eleanor's hand hung limp at her side, the tulips scattered on the ground. Sebastian's jaw tightened as he stared at the license plate. Julian got into the driver's seat and pulled away from the curb. We didn't speak for the first 7 minutes, and I stared out the window. The landscape changed from flat, empty fields to suburbs, then to the Chicago skyline rising in the distance. Julian glanced at me in the rearview mirror. "The penthouse is ready. Dr. Victoria Langford is waiting." "Take the long way," I said. "I want to see the city." Julian nodded and took the exit toward downtown. We drove through the loop, past the glass towers and limestone facades, past the buildings I designed, the mixed-use development on Wacker Drive, the office tower on LaSalle Street, the hotel in River North. They were all still standing. My work, my legacy. Then we turned onto Lakeshore Drive, and I saw it, the Gold Coast Tower, 1,350 North Lakeshore Drive. It was finished, 32 stories of glass and steel gleaming in the winter sun. "Stop here," I said, and Julian pulled over. I got out of the car and stood on the sidewalk, staring up at the building. Sebastian had killed 4 men here, Michael Parker, Andrew Collins, Carlos Ramirez, and the 4th man whose face I could still see in my sleep. He had sabotaged column B7, framed me, and walked away clean, but not anymore. "Today," I said quietly, "everyone will know the truth." Julian stood beside me. "How long until Sebastian realizes the accounts are frozen?" I turned to face him. "What time is it?" 9:45. "He's giving a keynote speech at the AIA conference at 2:30 this afternoon. The corporate card will decline when he tries to pay for lunch around 12:30. Julian raised an eyebrow. "You timed it for the middle of his speech." "No." I smiled, the first time I had smiled in 4 years. "I timed it so he'll be on stage in front of 350 architects when his assistant walks in and tells him his accounts are frozen." Julian looked at me, then laughed. "You're terrifying." "Good." We got back in the car, and Julian drove south on Lakeshore Drive, toward the loop. "Phase 1 begins now," I said, and Julian nodded. "Dr. Langford has the forensic audit ready. I drafted the emergency motions. We file as soon as we arrive at the penthouse." "How long does it take the court to process them?" 5 hours, perhaps 6. "The freeze will be in effect by 2:30 p.m. "Perfect." We drove in silence for a few minutes before Julian asked, "Danny, are you sure you want to do this? Once we file, there is no going back. Sebastian will know. Your family will find out. This will get ugly." I looked out the window, where the Chicago River glittered in the sunlight. "It's already ugly," I said. "I'm just evening the score." The penthouse overlooked the Chicago River. Floor 48, floor-to-ceiling glass, a war room disguised as luxury. Phase 1 had just begun. By tonight, Sebastian would lose the first thing he stole, control. I stood in the penthouse bathroom for 12 minutes before turning on the shower. I hadn't had privacy in 4 years. I'd showered in a concrete stall with 5 other women, cold water, 4 minutes max, and now I stood in front of Italian marble and polished chrome. The water was hot, the towels were soft, and I closed my eyes and let the steam fill the room for 45 seconds. The relief, the exhaustion, the weight of 1,460 days, and then I stepped out, dried off, and got dressed. There was work to be done. The war room was a corner office with a mahogany table, 3 laptops, and stacks of documents. Julian was already there, typing, and a woman I didn't recognize stood by the window, holding a tablet. When I walked in, she turned. She was 61, with sharp gray eyes and a no-nonsense posture, and she wore a black blazer and a slight smile. "Delaney Bradford," she said. "I'm Dr. Victoria Langford, former federal prosecutor, current pain in the ass consultant." She extended her hand. "Welcome back. Let's destroy them." I shook her hand. "I'm glad to be here." Julian looked up from his laptop. "Delaney, I have drafted the emergency motions. Freeze all corporate accounts linked to Sebastian's signature authority. Injunction prohibiting board actions without a forensic audit. We're ready to file." "Okay." I sat down at the table. "Show me the documents." Julian slid a folder across the table. 104 pages of financial records, wire transfers, email chains, building permits, everything Lucas had collected over 4 years. I began reading, but after 20 minutes, I stopped. "Julian, this email from Sebastian to Anthony Keller, the one about the inspection approval. What about it?" The metadata indicates that it was sent on September 14th, but the timestamp in the email header says September 28th. Julian frowned. "That's a typo." "No." I opened the file on my laptop. "It's not a typo. This email was backdated. Sebastian created it after the collapse and made it appear as if he had sent it previously. Victoria leaned over my shoulder. That's forgery. That is evidence tampering. That is a federal crime. I looked at Julian. Can you prove it? Perhaps, but it will take time. How much time? 1 week? Maybe more. We don't have a week. I took out my phone and dialed Lucas. He answered on the second ring. Delaney. Lucas, I need you to pull the server logs for Sebastian's email account from September to October 2022. I need the creation timestamps for all messages he sent to Anthony Keller. Why? Because he forged evidence, and I need proof in the next 25 minutes. Lucas paused for 4 seconds before saying, I'll call you back. At 1:45 p.m., Lucas called back. I have it. The email was created on October 22nd, 3 days after your arrest. Sebastian backdated it to appear as if he had warned you. I closed my eyes. Send it to Julian now. Julian's laptop beeped. He opened the file, read it, and looked up at me. This is enough. If we include this in the motion, the judge will grant all of our requests. Good. I checked my watch. What time is Sebastian's keynote? 2:30 p.m. He is presenting alongside the CEO of Midwest Development. They're announcing a partnership, a $210 million contract. I smiled. File the motions at 2:10. Julian stared at me. Delaney, that's cruel. He framed me for manslaughter, I said. He let me rot in prison for 4 years. I want 350 architects to watch him fail. Victoria laughed. I like you. Julian agreed. At due support p.m., Julian electronically filed 3 emergency motions: freeze all corporate accounts under Sebastian Kensington's authority, injunction against board meetings, and mandatory forensic audit. At 2:12 p.m., Victoria called Judge Thomas Caldwell and said, Thomas, this is Victoria Langford. I'm requesting that favor from the Meridian case. She paused. I need you to sign an emergency freeze order today. The court order was signed at 2:15 p.m., the freeze notice was delivered to the bank, and the AIA conference livestream was shown on the War Room's big screen at 2:30 p.m. Sebastian stood on stage in a charcoal suit, smiling, with the CEO of Midwest Development standing beside him. Behind them, a slide read, Bradford and Associates, plus Midwest Development, redefining Chicago's skyline. Sebastian spoke into the microphone. We're thrilled to announce this partnership. We will work together to shape this city's future. The CEO shook Sebastian's hand. To celebrate, drinks are on Bradford and Associates. Sebastian laughed and pulled out his corporate black card, which he handed to a server on the side of the stage. The server swiped it, frowned, and swiped it again. At 2:35 p.m., she leaned over and whispered something to Sebastian. Sebastian's smile froze. He took the card back. He tried it himself at a payment terminal on the table. He declined. He tried again. He declined. He tried a third time. He declined. The audience began whispering. The CEO of Midwest Development stopped mid-handshake and stepped back. Sebastian's phone rang. On the live stream, we could see him utter the words, "What the fuck?" I closed the laptop. Phase 1 complete, I said. Julian exhaled. Jesus. Victoria raised her coffee cup. To revenge. That night, I stood at the penthouse window and looked out at the city. The lights of Chicago stretched out in every direction, the river glittered below, and Julian came to stand beside me. What's next? This is phase 2. Tomorrow, Diego Alvarez will hold a press conference. He is going to tell the truth about what he witnessed on October 18th. The forensic report becomes public, and phase 3. I smiled. Claire discovers Lily Monroe. Julian raised an eyebrow. Sebastian's mistress. Yes, Lucas has the hotel receipts, text messages, and photographs. Claire is going to flip. And when she does, she'll hand us everything. You've thought of everything. I had 4 years. Sebastian's phone rang 3 times before sunrise. By 9 a.m., the Chicago Tribune headline screamed, "Structural sabotage in Gold Coast deaths." Sebastian awoke at 7 a.m. to 53 missed calls from board members, clients, the bank, his lawyer, and reporters. Julian informed me that he had been monitoring Sebastian's phone records since yesterday. Sebastian sat up in bed and opened the first link his assistant had sent him, a leaked forensic report. By 7:30 a.m., Claire was standing in the doorway of their bedroom, holding her phone. Expert analysis proved that the signature on the modified blueprints was forged, and metallurgy reports showed that the rebar in column B7 was 35% weaker than the code required. Financial records revealed that Sebastian had embezzled $22.4 million over 4 years. Have you forged it? She inquired. Sebastian looked up. It is complicated. Did you forge it? Claire, listen. Answer the question. He didn't. She walked out. At 8 a.m., the Chicago Tribune ran a story on the front page, side-by-side comparison of my original blueprints and Sebastian's modified version. According to an anonymous structural engineer, the changes reduced load-bearing capacity by 35%. By 8:45 a.m., every major news outlet in Chicago had picked up the story. At 9 a.m., Diego Alvarez held a press conference, which I watched from the penthouse. Julian sat beside me, laptop open, and Victoria stood by the window, arms crossed. Diego stood in front of his small brick bungalow in Pilsen, surrounded by a chain-link fence. He was wearing a flannel shirt and jeans, and his hands were shaking. 15 reporters crowded the sidewalk, cameras rolling. My name is Diego Alvarez, he said, his voice quiet and unsteady. I was the site foreman on the Gold Coast project. I was there on the morning of October 18, 2022. I witnessed what happened. He paused and looked down at his hands. I saw Mr. Sebastian Kensington arrive at the site at 7 that morning, an hour before Miss Delaney Bradford. He informed me that he had modified column B7. He claimed it would save money. I told him it did not appear safe. He instructed me to keep my mouth shut. He said, "Don't tell Delaney." A reporter shouted a question, and Diego raised his hand. I should have said something. I should have reported it, but Mr. Kensington threatened my employment. He said if I caused trouble, he'd make sure I never worked in construction again. Diego's voice cracked. But 4 people died. Michael Parker, Andrew Collins, Carlos Ramirez, and one more man whose family has yet to recover. They were my friends, and Miss Delaney Bradford was imprisoned for something she did not do. I can't be silent anymore. He stepped back. The reporters rushed forward, shouting questions, but Diego didn't respond. He walked inside and closed the door. Julian looked at me. He did great. Yeah. Are you okay? I nodded. Good people can only remain silent for so long. Victoria turned from the window. The board will meet in an hour. Emergency session. They're going to try to remove Sebastian. Let them, I said. At 10 a.m., the Bradford and Associates office was under siege. Reporters lined the sidewalk, and security had to block the entrance. Inside, the board convened on the 38th floor. I wasn't there, but Lucas was, and he sent me updates every 20 minutes. A reporter cornered Sebastian in the lobby of the building at 11:20 a.m., and the footage went viral within minutes. At 11:05 a.m., the board wants a forensic audit before voting, and Sebastian's lawyer is stalling. Mr. Kensington, have you framed your sister? Sebastian's face was pale, his jaw tight. No comment. Have you forged her signature? No comments. Did you sabotage the Gold Coast project? Sebastian shoved past the reporter and walked out. By 12:30, the stock price had dropped 22%. Midwest Development issued a statement. We are pausing all partnership discussions pending the outcome of the investigation. At 1:30 p.m., Lucas held his own press conference outside the Bradford and Associates building. Wearing a suit. His face somber. Effective immediately, I'm resigning from Bradford and Associates. He said. I can't work for a company that prioritizes profit over safety. 3 clients canceled their contracts, and 2 more demanded meetings. I can't work for a man who framed his own sister. It was a performance. We'd planned it 3 days ago. Lucas was publicly burning bridges with Sebastian, which would make it easier for him to testify later, but to the media, it looked like a family member turning against Sebastian. It was perfect. At 2:30 p.m., the FBI released a statement. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has launched an investigation into allegations of fraud, embezzlement, and evidence tampering involving Bradford and Associates and the October 2022 Gold Coast construction collapse. We collaborate closely with the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. 1. There have been no arrests at this time. Within an hour, a federal judge signed a warrant freezing Sebastian's personal and corporate assets pending the investigation. By 3:30 p.m., Sebastian was unable to access his bank accounts, use his credit cards, or sell his car or house. He was trapped. I stood at the penthouse window and watched the sunset over the city. Julian approached me and said, "It's working." "Yeah. What happens next, Claire?" I said. "Do you think she'll change her mind?" "I know she will." Victoria walked over, holding a glass of wine. "What makes you so certain?" I smiled. "Because tonight, she'll discover Sebastian's been cheating on her." At 8:30 p.m., a courier delivered an envelope to Sebastian and Claire's Lincoln Park townhouse. Claire opened the thick, plain, unmarked envelope, which contained 15 photographs of Sebastian and Lily Monroe, the 31-year-old junior architect who worked on the Gold Coast project, kissing in a hotel lobby, holding hands in a restaurant, and walking into a room at the Peninsula Hotel. The photos were dated within the last 8 months. At the bottom of the envelope was a handwritten note on plain white paper. "He lied to you, too. Let's talk, DB." Claire called at 11:23 p.m., her voice shaking. "The world now knows the truth, but before I reveal who delivered the final blow, the person Sebastian never saw coming, leave a comment. Who do you think betrayed him next? Let me see your guess." As a quick reminder, this story combines powerful lessons with dramatic events for impact. If heavy themes of betrayal are not your style, you can pause here. Ready for the twist? Let's go. Where do you want to meet? Claire's voice was shaking. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and Sebastian was about to learn this lesson twice. I gave her the address of a small cafe in Logan Square, the kind of place that stayed open late and didn't ask questions. When I arrived at 11:30, Julian was already there, sitting at a corner table with a laptop and a folder. The rain was cold and steady, drumming against the windows, and the cafe was nearly empty. A barista wiped down the counter. Claire walked in at 11:45 a.m., looking like she hadn't slept. Her eyes were red, her mascara was smudged, she was wearing a black coat over sweatpants and sneakers, and her hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She looked nothing like the polished woman who had testified against me 4 years ago. She sat across from me and did not remove her coat. "You sent those photos," she said. "Yes. How long have you known?" "In 3 weeks. I hired a private investigator. He followed Sebastian. All of the photographs were taken in public. It is legal." Her jaw tightened. "Why tell me?" I leaned forward. "Because you helped destroy me. Now he is destroying you. We can help each other. I don't trust you. You're not required to. You just have to hate him more than you hate me." She stared at me, then looked down at her coffee, which she did not drink. "I loved him," she said quietly. "When he showed me the evidence against you, I believed him. He had emails. He kept financial records. He claimed you were cutting corners. He claimed you were reckless. He said you framed him. And you believed him? He's my husband." Her voice cracked. I was supposed to believe him. I didn't say anything. Claire wiped her eyes. "He asked me to help. He requested proof of your negligence. He asked me to modify some contractor invoices. Just minor changes in dates and amounts. He said it was to prove you'd been lying about the budget." I felt my chest tighten. "You forged documents." "Yes." She looked up at me, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I helped send you to prison." "And he was with her the whole time." Her voice broke with the last word, and I sat back, expecting anger and denial. "I wasn't expecting this. How long has it been going on?" I inquired. 8 months, possibly longer. I'm not sure. She pulled a tissue from her pocket and pressed it to her eyes. He told me he was working late. He said he was meeting clients, and I believed him. Because I'm an idiot. You aren't an idiot. You are a woman who trusted her husband. She laughed bitterly. Look where that got me. I slid a piece of paper across the table. This is an immunity agreement. Julian drafted it. If you cooperate, fully testify, provide evidence, and answer all questions, the DA will recommend 6 years rather than 15. Claire stared at the paper. 6 years? You have 2 kids, ages 7 and 9, right? She looked up sharply. How do you know that? I understand everything, Claire. You'll be out before they turn into teenagers. You'll still have a life. If you don't cooperate, you'll go down with him. 15 years, conspiracy, fraud, and obstruction of justice. By the time you graduate, your children will be adults. She picked up the paper, her hands trembling. How do I know you'll keep your promise? I met her eyes. Because, unlike him, I don't lie. The silence stretched between us. What do you require? She finally asked. Everything. Emails, financial records, offshore accounts, falsified documents, timeline, and names. I need proof that Sebastian planned this. I need proof that he used you. Claire reached into her purse and took out a USB drive, which she placed on the table. I started copying files 3 months ago, she said, and I had no idea why. I had a feeling something was wrong. I suspected he was hiding money. I had no idea about Lily. I picked up the drive. What's going on here? I and Sebastian exchanged 172 emails discussing the frame-up and coordinating testimony. He told me exactly what to say on the stand. What else? Statements for offshore accounts. Vine do dollars. Cather million. He has been embezzling for 4 years. Wire transfer receipts, shell companies in the Cayman Islands. My pulse quickened. This was more than I could have hoped for. There's more. Claire said. The original forged contractor invoices, which I altered. They have my handwriting on them. I kept copies because I was afraid he'd blame me if something went wrong. She laughed bitterly. It turns out I was right. Julian walked over and opened a folder on the table. The immunity agreement was 4 pages long, with legal language and signatures at the bottom. Read it carefully, Julian said. Once you sign, you're committed. Claire read it for 6 minutes before looking up at me. I want one more thing. What? Immunity includes testimony about the affair. I want to testify about Lily, the hotels, and the lies. I want the world to understand the kind of man he is. He deserves to lose everything. I looked at Julian, who nodded. We can add that. Julian took out a pen and wrote a clause at the bottom of the agreement, which Claire read and signed before sliding the paper back across the table. Done. I picked up the USB drive and held it in my hand. It was small, light, and felt like nothing, but it was everything. Julian put the signed agreement in his folder. This will end him. I looked at Claire. Do you hate me? She remained silent for a while before saying, yes, but I despise him even more. That's enough for now, I said, nodding. For now, that's enough. 4 days later, FBI agents arrived with a warrant. Claire's testimony was 53 pages long, and every word was true. At 6:30 a.m. on Thursday, 20 agents descended and filed Box's search warrant. By 12:30 p.m., 3,120 documents had been seized. And Sebastian was arrested by nightfall. Agent Sarah Coleman, the lead investigator, walked straight to Sebastian's office on the 38th floor, where he was already sitting at his desk, staring at his laptop. I wasn't there, but Julian called me at 6:45 a.m. and told me everything. The FBI arrived in 7 black SUVs and flooded the lobby of Bradford and Associates without knocking. Sebastian had been up all night, and when the agents walked in, he tried to delete files, his hands shaking frantically. Agent Coleman grabbed his wrist and said, "Step away from the computer. This is my office." "Not anymore. Step back." They took his laptop and phone, opened his filing cabinets, and began extracting files, contracts, blueprints, financial records, and everything else. By 8 a.m., they'd filled 27 boxes. At 8:15 a.m., Agent Coleman read Sebastian his rights. "Sebastian Kensington, you are under arrest for wire fraud, embezzlement, perjury, and evidence tampering." They handcuffed him and led him through the office, past employees who stared silently, past the elevator, and down to the lobby, where the cameras were waiting. Sebastian's face was pale, his eyes wild. As they let him out, he turned to the cameras and screamed, "My sister is lying. She is a murderer." At 9 a.m., my parents sat in the living room of the Lake Forest house, watching the news. Julian had planted a source inside their home, a housekeeper who kept me updated. The footage went viral within an hour. She texted me at 9:15, "Eleanor is crying, and William hasn't said anything." At 9:30, she texted again, and Eleanor simply said, "How did this happen?" William said, "My God, what if she was telling the truth? Eleanor, what did we do?" I stared at the text for a long time, before putting my phone down. At 11:20 a.m., I walked into the Bradford and Associates office for the first time in 4 years. The lobby was still a mess, with broken glass from the battering ram and FBI agents moving in and out with boxes. Employees huddled in small groups, whispering. When I walked in, the room went silent. They stared. Some looked guilty, some looked relieved, and a few clapped quietly. I didn't acknowledge them as I walked to the elevator and took it to the 38th floor, where Sebastian's office was full of FBI agents. "Miss Bradford," she said, "we need you to identify which designs are yours and which were altered." I looked around the room. The conference table was covered in blueprints, all of which I had created over the course of 4 years. Every original design is mine. Sebastian is responsible for anything that deviates from code or reduces structural capacity. Coleman nodded. "Thank you. We'll need you to sign affidavits for each one." "I'll do it." I spent the next 2.5 hours going through blueprints, noting each change and signing my name. At 2:30 p.m., The board held an emergency meeting with 14 members, 8 in person and 6 via Zoom. Julian and I sat at one end of the table, Lucas beside me. Julian stood and presented a summary of the evidence, including forged signatures, embezzled funds, offshore accounts, Claire's testimony, Diego's statement, and the forensic report. My sister's original design specified a W14 by 90 steel beam, Lucas stated calmly, but Sebastian changed it to a W12x65. That represents a 35% reduction in load-bearing capacity. One of the board members leaned forward. How do you know Sebastian made the change? Lucas pulled out his phone and projected a photo onto the screen. A handwritten note. Sebastian's handwriting. Change B7 to W12x65. Save $52,000. I photographed this 4 years ago, Lucas said. The day after the collapse, I knew something was wrong. I just didn't have proof yet. The room erupted, and board members talked over each other. Someone asked if Lucas had more evidence, and another asked why he hadn't come forward sooner. Lucas waited for them to calm down before saying, my sister's design was safe, Sebastian's design killed 4 people, and then he blamed her for it. At 4:30 p.m., I stood in my old office, now Sebastian's, and looked out over the city. The motion to remove Sebastian Kensington as CEO was unanimous, as was the motion to restore Delaney Bradford's voting shares and board seat, which was 12-2. The motion to refer all findings to federal authorities was also unanimous. Julian joined me. You're back. Not for long, I responded. What? The company is tainted. Sebastian ruined its reputation. I am not going to spend the rest of my life rebuilding something that is already dead. So, what are you going to do? Start over. Transfer control to Lucas. He deserved it. He's the one who remained. He's the one who collected the evidence. Let him run it. Julian examined me. And you? I'll design somewhere new, somewhere clean. By 6:30 p.m., the news had exploded, and every outlet in the country was running the story. Delaney Bradford had been exonerated, and his brother had been arrested. My phone rang 149 times before I turned it off and sat in the penthouse, watching the sunset and the city glittering below. Julian poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to me. What's next? He asked. I smiled. Tomorrow, we reclaim the house. He raised an eyebrow. The Lake Forest home. It is a premarital asset under my name. I bought it 12 years ago, before I learned about Sebastian's schemes. My parents moved in after I was imprisoned. They forgot it was mine. I took a sip of wine. I didn't. At 2:30 p.m. Tuesday, 2 moving trucks and a sheriff's SUV arrived. I stepped out in a black suit, Julian beside me, a new eviction order in hand. I'd imagined this moment every night in prison. The Lake Forest house stood at the end of a long circular driveway. 2 moving trucks were already parked in the driveway, and Deputy Sheriff Sean Gallagher stood on the front steps, clipboard in hand. Neighbors stood on their lawns, phones out, filming. The house was 9,200 square feet, made of limestone and glass, with a manicured lawn and a fountain in the front yard. My family had already packed. 4 suitcases and 3 duffel bags sat on the front steps. Eleanor stood beside them, her hands shaking. William stood behind her, his face pale, his jaw tight. Claire sat on the stone bench near the door, staring at her phone. No one had called Lucas yet. Or perhaps they had, but he hadn't answered. I got out of the car, Julian followed, and we walked up the driveway. Deputy Gallagher nodded at me. Miss Bradford, deputy. He read aloud the eviction order. By order of the Cook County Circuit Court, William and Eleanor Bradford are to vacate the premises immediately. Personal belongings only. All property acquired with corporate funds or under investigation for asset forfeiture must remain. Eleanor broke first, dropping the jewelry box she was holding, which clattered on the stone steps, and running toward me, arms outstretched. Delaney, please. This is our home. Think about your father's health. Think about. I walked straight past her, not stopping, slowing down, or looking at her. Eleanor collapsed on the steps, sobbing. William tried to keep it together, straightening his shoulders and clearing his throat. Consider what you're doing. The news, the stock, the family name. I turned to him, my voice cold. The news is already full of it. I don't care about the stock or the family name. I smiled. You destroyed it yourself. William's face crumpled. Lucas's car arrived 12 minutes later. He got out slowly, his face carefully neutral, and walked to the steps, placing his hand on Eleanor's shoulder. Mom, he said quietly, she's angry. Let her be. Eleanor looked up at him, her face streaked with tears. Lucas, talk to her. Make her understand. Lucas turned back to Eleanor. I can try. He walked over to me and spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear. Delaney, please calm down. They're still our parents, but his eyes said otherwise. You're doing the right thing. William grabbed Lucas's arm. Tell her, Lucas. Tell her she's being unreasonable. Lucas looked at him, then at the house, and finally back at William. You made your choice, Lucas said quietly. You testified against her. You allowed Sebastian to frame her. You chose him. Claire stood up, picked up her small black suitcase, and walked to the curb, pulling out her phone and ordering an Uber. Eleanor called after her. Where are you going, Claire? Claire didn't turn around. Somewhere honest. 4 minutes later, an Uber arrived, and Claire got in and left without looking back. At 3 p.m., the movers began walking through the house, loading furniture onto trucks, including sofas, chairs, a dining table, gym equipment, and art from the walls. Eleanor screamed when they took her mother's favorite landscape oil on canvas painting from the living room. That's my mother's painting, she yelled. You can't take that. Deputy Gallagher checked his clipboard. Purchased in 1996 with a Bradford and Associates corporate American Express card. It is subject to asset forfeiture. But it was a gift. It was bought with embezzled money, ma'am. Eleanor sank onto the steps again, her face buried in her hands. At 3:30 p.m., William clutched his chest. He staggered, his face turning white, and leaned against the doorframe, breathing hard. I paused, for the first time since I'd arrived, as Deputy Gallagher stepped forward. "Sir, are you okay?" William waved him off. "I'm fine." He looked at me, his eyes wet, and said, "It's just what it feels like to be betrayed by your daughter." I stared at him, and for a moment, I saw him the way I used to, my father, the man who taught me to draft blueprints, the man who told me I could be anything. But then I remembered him on the witness stand, saying I was reckless, telling the jury I'd ignored his warnings, and choosing Sebastian over me. My face hardened. "You chose this," I said. I turned and walked back to the house. Behind me, I heard Deputy Gallagher calling an ambulance. I heard Eleanor crying. I heard William saying he was fine. He didn't need help, he just needed his daughter to stop destroying the family. I didn't look back. By 4 p.m., the trucks had loaded. Eleanor stood outside the gate, her coat pulled tight against the cold. She called a taxi. William stood beside her, silent, staring at the ground. The news vans filmed everything. Dr. Carter next door held up his phone. Mrs. Davis stood on her porch, arms crossed, watching. The electronic gate closed with a soft, final click, and I stood in the empty house, the walls bare, the floor scuffed where the movers had dragged furniture, and the air still smelled faintly of my mother's perfume. Lucas approached me and asked, "Are you okay?" I nodded and he squeezed my hand. "You did the right thing." I didn't respond. Lucas left a few minutes later. He needed to return to the office. He was now running Bradford and Associates. The board had voted him in as interim CEO. I stood alone in the foyer, walking to the wall where the family photos used to hang. Graduation photos, holiday photos, the 5 of us smiling and pretending we were happy. I took down the last one, my college graduation, and turned it face down against the wall. Through the window, I watched the taxi pull up, my parents get in, and drive away. One tear slipped down my cheek, which I quickly wiped away. "This is what justice looks like," I said quietly. "It doesn't feel like I thought it would." The headline the next morning, "Bradford family evicted from estate," would have felt like victory 8 months ago, but now it just felt empty. The trial began in 3 weeks, and that's when it would truly end. United States versus Sebastian Kensington, Federal Court. The Dirksen Federal Building, Courtroom 271, with its floor-to-ceiling wood paneling, high ceilings, and an American flag behind the judge's bench, was the kind of courtroom where federal cases were won and lost. I sat in the front row every day, wanting him to see my face. The first trial had taken my freedom, and this one would take his. The gallery was packed, with media in the back rows, victim families in the front, and public observers standing along the walls. Julian sat beside me, a legal pad on his lap. Judge Thomas Caldwell presided, a 64-year-old with silver hair and a reputation for fairness, who had signed the emergency freeze order in January, and was now overseeing the trial that would determine whether Sebastian Kensington would spend the next 28 years in prison. Rachel Whitmore, the federal prosecutor who had prosecuted me 4 years ago and convinced a jury that I was guilty, was now on my side. The irony was not lost on me. Sebastian sat at the defense table in a gray suit, his face pale and his hands folded. During the first week, I took notes on each of the 14 jurors and 5 alternates, who included an architect, a teacher, a retired firefighter, an accountant, and a social worker. Daniel Foster, his lawyer, was 55 years old, expensive, and experienced, but he knew he was playing a losing hand. On the 5th day of the trial, Rachel Whitmore stood in front of the jury. "This is a case about greed disguised as family loyalty," she said, her voice calm and measured. Sebastian Kensington did not simply cut corners to save money. He sabotaged a construction project, forged his sister's signature, killed 4 men, and then imprisoned his sister for it. She pulled up side-by-side blueprints on the screen behind her, my design and Sebastian's modified version. 4 people have died. This was not an accident. This was a calculated cost reduction. And the defendant knew exactly what he was doing, said Daniel Foster, representing the defense. "This is a case about a vengeful sister destroying her brother." He stated, "Business decisions are not criminal acts." Delaney Bradford served 4 years in prison. She is angry. She wants vengeance. And she's using the full weight of the federal government to get it. The jury looked at me, and I maintained a neutral expression. On Monday morning of the second week, Rachel Whitmore asked Diego to describe October 18, 2022. Diego spoke quietly, hands folded in his lap. Mr. Kensington arrived early, at 7 a.m. He told me he had made changes to column B7. He stated that Miss Bradford had approved it. I requested the approval in writing. He replied, "Don't question me. I am a Bradford." "What did you do?" "I called Miss Bradford. She arrived at 7:35. She wasn't aware of the changes. She ordered an evacuation, but it was too late." The cross-examination was brutal. Daniel Foster accused Diego of lying to save himself. Diego didn't flinch. "I should have spoken up 4 years ago," Diego said, "but Mr. Kensington threatened my job. I have 5 children. I was scared. This does not make me a liar. It makes me human." I caught Diego's eye as he left the stand. I nodded, he nodded back. Anthony Keller testified on Tuesday. He admitted everything. The $92,000 bribe, the 4 wire transfers, the falsified inspection reports. Rachel Whitmore displayed the bank records on the screen. 4 deposits, March 16th, April 12th, May 24th, and June 3rd. "Mr. Kensington told me it was a consulting fee," Anthony said. "He told me Mrs. Bradford was aware of the changes. I believed him." Daniel Foster pounced. "You're testifying to get a shorter sentence, aren't you?" "Yes." "Then why should the jury believe you?" Anthony looked at the jury. "Because it's still the truth." By the end of the second week, the prosecution had summoned Dr. Samuel Brooks, a 66-year-old MIT structural engineer with 34 years of experience and wire-rimmed glasses, walked the jury through my original design. Miss Bradford's specifications called for a W14 by 90 steel beam. "This design complies with all safety codes. It's excellent work." He brought up Sebastian's modified design. Mr. Kensington changed it to W12X65. That represents a 35% reduction in load-bearing capacity. A first-year engineering student would know that's dangerous. He showed a 3D animation of the collapse, and the jury leaned forward, riveted, as the column buckled and the beam fell. Dr. Brooks stated that Mr. Kensington's decision to prioritize profit over safety resulted in the deaths of 4 men. The jury rejected the defense's expert, who was weaker and less convincing. The victims' families testified on Friday afternoon of the third week. Emily Parker, 41, was the first to take the stand. She wore a black dress and gripped the microphone with trembling hands. "My husband, Michael, died because of greed," she said, her voice breaking. "Our daughter was 4 years old. She can't remember what her father's face looks like. Sometimes she asks me. I show her pictures, but it's not the same." She looked at Sebastian. "You took him from us for money." Andrew Collins' mother spoke next. "My son was 36, she said, and he was about to propose. His girlfriend still holds the ring. She stores it in a box. She can't bring herself to look at it." Carlos Ramirez's sister testified last. "My brother was a supervisor," she said. "He died trying to save the other men. He wasn't even supposed to be present that day. He arrived early because he cared." The courtroom was silent. Sebastian stared at the table, not looking up or meeting their gaze. "I cried quietly, the first time anyone had seen me cry since the trial began. Julian handed me a tissue, and I wiped my eyes and continued watching. Week 4 was Claire, and week 5 was Lucas presenting the technical evidence. But week 5 was what I was waiting for. Sebastian would take the stand, and I'd finally get to hear him explain how he justified 4 lives. In week 4, Claire Bradford took the stand, and Sebastian's face turned white. Claire wasn't just going to testify about embezzlement. She was about to reveal the murder conspiracy, and every word she said buried him deeper. Claire took the stand on Monday morning of week 4, wearing a plain gray dress, no makeup, and her hair pulled back in a ponytail. She did not look at Sebastian, but at the jury. Rachel Whitmore stood up and asked, "Miss Bradford, what was your role in this conspiracy?" Claire's voice was steady. "I assisted my husband in embezzling $22.4 million. I forged contractor invoices. I falsified financial records, and I helped frame my sister-in-law." Whitmore displayed the emails on the screen, 172 of them. Claire walked the jury through each step of the plan, the offshore accounts, the shell companies in the Cayman Islands, and the fabricated paper trail. Whitmore then pulled up an email from 3 months before the collapse. From Claire Bradford to Sebastian Kensington. Subject: problem. We need to get rid of Delaney. She'll never give up control. She's too stubborn. We need another option. Sebastian's response: working on it, trust me. The courtroom fell silent. Daniel Foster stood for cross-examination. "You're testifying to save yourself, aren't you?" "Yes." "You discovered that your husband was cheating. Isn't this revenge?" Claire looked at him. "Both, but it doesn't make the truth any less true." The jury believed her. Lucas testified on Tuesday of week 5, dressed in a dark suit. His hands were steady as he was sworn in, but I could see the tension in his jaw. Rachel Whitmore asked him to walk through the technical evidence, the blueprint modifications, the steel beam specifications, and Lucas explained everything clearly and methodically. Whitmore then asked, "When did you first suspect your brother?" Lucas paused. 4 weeks before the collapse." "Why?" Lucas pulled out a document. "I discovered Sebastian's calendar. He had scheduled a site inspection for 8 a.m. on October 18, 2022. Whitmore leaned forward. "What's the significance of that?" "Sebastian called my sister around 7 a.m. that morning. I told her there was a problem with column B7. She arrived at the site at 7:35. The collapse occurred at 7:58. The courtroom was dead silent. "Mr. Bradford," Whitmore said slowly, "do you mean your brother expected your sister to be standing near column B7 when it collapsed?" Lucas's voice cracked. "He attempted to kill her. When she survived, plan B was to frame her." The courtroom erupted. Judge Caldwell banged his gavel. Whitmore displayed another document. Handwritten notes in Sebastian's handwriting. "Call D to site early. Make sure at B7. If accident happens, problem solved." Daniel Foster shot to his feet. "Objection. Speculation. This is overruled," Judge Caldwell said. "The witness may continue. I sat frozen in my seat. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. My brother had tried to kill me." Julian put his hand on my shoulder. I was shaking. Sebastian took the stand on Thursday. A desperate move. Daniel Foster had advised against it, but Sebastian persisted. Foster asked the scripted questions. "Did you change the design?" "I optimized it. I am a licensed architect." "Did you intend to harm your sister?" "Definitely not." Lucas is lying. He's always been jealous. Rachel Whitmore stood for cross-examination and didn't raise her voice because she didn't have to. "Kensington, please explain this note. Call D to the site early." Sebastian hesitated. D could be anyone. For example, Douglas, the inspector, at 7 a.m., before work? "I don't remember." "You don't recall attempting to kill your sister?" "I did not try to kill anyone. But you did try to frame her." Sebastian's face flushed. "She was taking everything. The company should have been mine. My father built it. I deserved it." The courtroom fell silent, and Daniel Foster dropped his head into his hands. Sebastian realized what he'd said and tried to backtrack. "I didn't mean." But it was too late. Rachel Whitmore stood up for closing arguments on Friday of week 6. Sebastian Kensington didn't simply cut corners. He cut people's lives short. 4 men, and he intended to make his sister the 5th. She pointed at Sebastian. Greed, envy, attempted murder, fraud, all proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Daniel Foster's closing argument was weak. He talked about overreach, vindictiveness, and reasonable doubt, but the jury didn't buy it. The jury deliberated for 9 hours over 2 days, and I waited in the witness room with Julian. "No matter what happens, the truth is out. I need a conviction," I said. "He has to be found guilty." Julian nodded. He will be. On Wednesday afternoon, the bailiff summoned us back to the courtroom, which was packed. Sebastian sat at the defense table, his face pale. Judge Caldwell entered, and we stood. Has the jury reached a verdict? Caldwell inquired. The foreperson stood. We have, Your Honor. The clerk handed the verdict forms to the judge. Caldwell read them silently, his expression unchanged. The defendant will rise. Sebastian stood up, his hands shaking. Count 1, involuntary manslaughter in the deaths of Michael Parker, Andrew Collins, Carlos Ramirez, and the fourth victim. How do you find? Guilty. Count 2 for wire fraud. How do you find? Guilty. Count 3 for embezzlement. How do you find? Guilty. Count 4, attempted murder. How do you find? Guilty. The courtroom erupted. It's over. Judge Caldwell banged his gavel. Order. Families cried and hugged each other, and reporters rushed for the exits. Sebastian collapsed into his chair, head in his hands, and I closed my eyes, tears streaming down my cheeks. Julian squeezed my hand. Sentencing will take place in 3 weeks, on December 18th. The defendant is remanded into custody. 2 marshals handcuffed Sebastian and led him out of the courtroom. He didn't look at me. I walked out of the courthouse into the cold December air, Julian beside me. Media swarmed us, shouting questions. Julian waved them off, and then I saw them, my parents, waiting beside a car at the curb. My mother took 1 step forward, and I paused for the first time in 4 years. The sentence was set for December 18th, and the judge wasted no time saying, Mr. Kensington, you have betrayed every oath you ever swore. This was the last time I saw Sebastian as anything resembling free, the next time would be behind bars. On December 18th, the courtroom was packed for the final time. My parents were in the back, separated from us by rows of wooden benches and 4 years of betrayal. It was cold outside, the kind of Chicago winter cold that seeped into your bones, and Christmas lights were strung up on Michigan Avenue, with shoppers crowding the sidewalks. Sebastian was led in by 2 federal marshals, dressed in an orange jumpsuit, his hands cuffed in front of him, his face pale, his eyes hollow, his shoulders slumped. He looked smaller than I remembered, diminished, and he didn't look at me. We stood as Judge Caldwell entered. Be seated. The room settled into silence, the kind that felt heavy and final. Judge Caldwell looked at the victim families. The court will now hear impact statements. Emily Parker went first. She stood at the lectern, her hands gripping the edges, and she wore a black dress. Her daughter, now 5 years old, sat in the front row with Emily's mother. 4 years won't bring my husband back, she said, her voice steady and practiced, as if she'd rehearsed it 100 times. But my daughter will know that justice exists, that those who prioritize greed over human life will be held accountable. Michael was a good man, he deserved better, we all did. I felt a tightening in my chest. 4 years ago, I sat in a courtroom and heard a prosecutor say I was responsible for Michael's death. Now, I was watching his widow speak the truth. Andrew Collins' mother spoke next. She was 75 years old, her hair white, her hands shaking as she gripped a piece of paper. My son was 36, she stated. Her voice trembled. He was about to propose. His girlfriend still holds the ring. She keeps it in a box because she can't stand to look at it. Andrew was kind. He was loved. And you? She looked at Sebastian. You took him away from us for money. I hope prison teaches you the value of my son's life, Carlos Ramirez's sister said last. She was in her late 40s, dressed in a navy suit, with her jaw set. My brother didn't just die that day, she said. He was trying to save the other men when the beam came down. He died as a hero. But you, she pointed at Sebastian. You did not just kill 4 people. You destroyed their futures, their families, and the lives they would have touched. That's what I'll never forgive. She sat down. The courtroom was silent, except for the sound of someone quietly crying in the back. Judge Caldwell looked at me. Courtroom was silent. Courtroom was silent. Miss Bradford, you have the right to make a statement. I stood, my legs unsteady, and walked to the lectern. I didn't bring notes, I'd spent a year planning what I'd say. Sebastian stole 4 years of my life, I said, but it was more than that. He stole my family, my trust, and my sense of security in the world. He attempted to kill me. And when that failed, he sentenced me to prison for crimes he committed. I looked at Sebastian. He stared at the table, and his lawyer, Daniel Foster, sat beside him, exhausted. For a long time, I wanted revenge, I said. I wanted him to suffer as much as I did, but I don't want that anymore. I seek accountability. I want these families to find peace. I want Sebastian to spend every single day in prison, knowing he did this to himself. That every choice he made, every lie, every betrayal, every act of greed led him here. I paused. And I want him to know that I survived, that I rebuilt my life, that he didn't break me. I sat down. Sebastian didn't look at me, but I noticed his hands were shaking as Judge Caldwell opened the sentencing file. He adjusted his glasses and gazed at Sebastian. Mr. He said, Sebastian Kensington, you are a licensed architect. You took an oath to ensure public safety. You broke that oath in the worst way possible. 4 men died because you prioritized profit over human life. Your sister served 4 years in prison for your crimes. You tried to murder her. You embezzled almost $22.4 million. You lied under oath. You showed no remorse. He paused, and the courtroom fell silent. This court sentenced you to 28 years in federal prison. You are ineligible for parole for 19 years. You are ordered to pay $22.4 million in restitution for embezzlement and $13.2 million to Miss Delaney Bradford for wrongful imprisonment. Daniel Foster stood up. Your Honor, we respectfully request leniency based on. Denied. The defendant is remanded into custody. 2 marshals stepped forward and took Sebastian by the arms. He stood slowly, his movements stiff, and looked at the judge. Then, for the first time that day, he looked at me. Our eyes met, and I didn't say anything. I didn't smile. I didn't cry. I just looked at him, and he looked away. He was led out of the courtroom, and the door closed behind him with a heavy, final sound. Judge Caldwell went on, Claire Bradford, in recognition of your substantial cooperation with federal authorities, this court sentences you to 6 years in federal prison. You will be eligible for parole in 4 years. Claire stood, nodded once, and was let out without looking at anyone. William and Eleanor Bradford, you are both sentenced to 20 months in federal prison for perjury and obstruction of justice. You will surrender to the Bureau of Prisons in 30 days. My parents did not relocate. My mother cried, her face buried in her hands, while my father stared straight ahead, his jaw tight. Anthony Keller, 4 years in federal prison. You are permanently barred from working in public works inspection. Anthony nodded. He was led away. Judge Caldwell closed the file. This court is adjourned. The gavel fell, outside. The December wind cut through my coat. Julian and Lucas walked beside me. Reporters yelled questions. Cameras flashed. I didn't stop. I didn't answer. Then I saw them, my parents, standing near the curb beside a black sedan. Eleanor stepped forward, her face red, her eyes swollen. Delaney, please, it was a terrible mistake. We did not realize he was lying. Please, can we? You had 4 years to believe me, I said, my voice calm and firm. I'd practice this as well. You had 4 years to come to me, ask questions, and doubt him. You decided not to, you chose him. That decision is something you'll have to live with for the rest of your life. William stepped forward. I'm sorry. We were wrong. Can we speak? Please. I looked at him, at both of them. I felt nothing. No anger, no sadness, just empty space where my parents used to be. No, I said. I walked past them. Lucas and Julian followed. Julian glanced at me. You okay? I will be. 3 days later, I was sitting in a conference room at Julian's law firm. Lucas sat across from me, a stack of transfer documents between us. Bradford and Associates is yours, Lucas, I said, signing the final page and sliding the documents across the table. Lucas looked at the papers. Are you sure? I'm going to build something new, something personal, something clean. You deserve this company. You stayed when everyone else had left. You fought when nobody else would. Make it right. Lucas stood and walked around the table, hugging me, which was unusual because neither Lucas nor I were huggers. Thank you, he said quietly. Take care of it, I said. That night, I sat alone in the penthouse and watched the evening news. Bradford had been sentenced to 28 years in federal prison. I turned off the TV, sat in the dark, and looked out at the city. The lights of Chicago stretched out below me, the river glittered, and the buildings I designed still stood. It was over, but it didn't feel like it. 18 months later, I received a visitation request from FCI Greenville, South Carolina, prisoner 88214-031, Sebastian Kenz. I looked at the form for 4 days, put it on my kitchen counter, picked it up and put it down, asked Julian what he thought, and he said it was my choice. On the 4th day, I picked up a pen and checked the box. Yes, the visitation room at FCI Greenville was cleaner and quieter than Lincoln's, but it was still a cage. My new office, Bradford Design Studio, is located on the 4th floor of an old brick building in River North. It is smaller, cleaner, and more independent, with 10 employees and boutique projects. I came here to close everything, but I am still scarred. The award from the Rebuilding Chicago Architectural Foundation hangs behind my desk. I received it last month. Julian sent a card, and Lucas sent white tulips, not for a funeral, but for a new beginning. I am happy at my drafting table, designing again, creating something from nothing, and no one can take it away. I decided to go to Sebastian after a week of deliberation. Julian said, you don't have to do this. I responded, I understand. I am in need of closure. I drove 5 hours south from Chicago to Pekin, Illinois. On a December morning, the sky was overcast, and a cold wind blew across the empty parking lot. I sat in my car for 7 minutes, hands gripping the steering wheel and breathing deeply. The waiting room was small, with fluorescent lights glaring, a metal detector, an ID check, and a visitor log. The guard, a large black woman with short gray hair, called my name. Hayes, Delaney. I stood. Prisoner 88214-031, Station 8. I walked in. Memories of Lincoln flooded back, the smell of bleach, the clanging of keys, the hollow eyes of those who had lost hope. But this time, I was a visitor, and I could walk out. The visitation room at FCI Pekin was cleaner and quieter than Lincoln's, but it was still a cage, with 2 rows of seats, thick glass, and old phones mounted on the wall. I sat at Station 8 and waited until the door on the other side opened, and Sebastian entered. I almost didn't recognize him. His beige federal uniform hung loose on his frame. He had lost 38 pounds. His cheeks were sunken. His shoulders were bony. Gray streaked his temples. His hands trembled as he sat down and picked up the phone. He couldn't look me in the eye. You came. His voice was hoarse. I didn't think you'd come. I almost didn't. I said. Silence. Sebastian swallowed. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. He looked down at his hands, which had once worn a diamond ring but were now bare and skeletal. Delaney, I apologize. I realize it's never enough. Sorry. I said nothing and waited. I've had 18 months to think. He inhaled shakily. I was envious. You've been smarter and more talented than me since we were kids. Dad wanted a son who could lead, but you were superior. I could not accept it. Mom and Dad's expectations broke something in me. His voice cracked. That is not an excuse. I killed 4 people. I tried to kill you. He cried. I destroyed our family. I destroyed you. I am not asking for forgiveness. I only need you to hear me say it. I apologize. I sincerely apologize. I sat in silence for a long time, watching him cry in the glass between us. I didn't feel pity or anger, just empty. Sebastian, I said calmly. I came to tell you one thing. He looked up, his eyes red. There will be no forgiveness. Not now, not ever. He froze. You didn't just take 4 years. I added. You took away my ability to have children. Sebastian looked up, stunned. Stress and trauma. Doctors confirmed this. You took my family, my company, my freedom, and my future, I said as I stared into his eyes. Sebastian shook his head, tears falling. You did it while looking me in the eye and smiling. I did not know. I did not. I will not forgive you. I cut him off. Forgiveness is for those who make mistakes. You made calculated, deliberate choices. You chose greed over integrity, power over family, and ego over 4 human lives. I leaned forward, my voice cold as ice. Choices have consequences. Here's what happens after 28 years. I will never forgive you. He stared at me as if I were a stranger. Do you hate me? I thought about it for a moment before answering honestly. No, I no longer hate you. Hate necessitates care. I don't care about you anymore. You are a stranger who happens to share my DNA. That's it. I paused, the brother I thought I never had. He exhaled, trembling. Mom and Dad ask about you in every letter. I smiled coldly. William and Eleanor Bradford are no longer my parents. I legally changed my name about 8 months ago. I'm Delaney Hayes now, my mother's maiden name. I paused. The Bradford family ends with you in prison. Lucas keeps the company name to ensure business continuity. Goodbye, Sebastian. That's the only Bradford legacy left. I stood. This is our final conversation. Wait. He stood up abruptly, pressing the phone to his ear. Are you happy? I considered it. I'm creating something new, clean, and mine, based on truth rather than lies. So, yes, I am making progress. He nodded, tears streaming down his cheeks. I'm happy. You deserve to be happy. I know, I said, and hung up. Sebastian pressed his palm against the glass, mouth open, and I walked straight out. The guard held the door. Will you be back? Never, I said. As I was driving back to Chicago, my phone rang. Lucas. How did it go? He asked gently. Exactly what I needed. He remained silent for a moment. Bradford and Associates recently closed the Millennium Tower contract. $210 million, the largest yet. I smiled. You did it, Lucas. I'm proud of you. Me, too. He said, my life now looks like this. Bradford Design Studio, 10 employees, boutique projects, private homes, small shops, small offices, no skyscrapers, no pressure, and no heavy Bradford name on my shoulders. We recently designed a low-income housing project on Pilsen's south side, where Diego Alvarez lived. Sebastian's greed caused the deaths of 4 men, and the project is dedicated to their memory. Michael, Andrew, Carlos, and a 4th man. This is how I give back. I'm dating Noah Bennett, a structural engineer whom I met at a conference 6 weeks ago. He is kind, patient, and does not rush. We haven't discussed the future, but perhaps that's okay. I attend therapy every week. Dr. Laura Bennett says I've made excellent progress. She asked how I felt about seeing Sebastian today. I said relieved. I do not contact my parents. They tried 3 times with Lucas. I declined each of them. Some bridges remain burned. Lucas comes once a month. We have dinner, laugh, and discuss design. He does not inquire about family. He understands. People have asked me if I regret not forgiving. They say forgiveness is for yourself, not others. But I disagree. Refusing to forgive is self-protection. It declares that what you did is unforgivable. It is deciding to protect what is left of me. Some wounds do not heal. They leave scars. Some debts cannot be repaid. Some people never deserve forgiveness. Tonight I sit at my drafting table. Pilsen's new community center will provide safe shelter for children, families, and those in need. I want to flood it with light. I want it to be a source of hope. Working late, the city lights twinkled outside my window. The Chicago skyline stretches out, resembling a galaxy. My phone rang. Lucas, just checking. You okay? I'm okay. Really? Okay. Good. Love you. Love you, too. We left a message. Return to drawing. The camera pulls away. The Chicago skyline. My drawing depicts a woman who was once destroyed and is now rebuilding herself one line at a time. Certain losses are permanent. Some decisions have an indelible impact on our lives. However, true survival entails deciding who stays and who leaves your life, and then living with that decision without apologizing to anyone. And as you listen to this story, remember that family betrayal cuts deeper than any stranger's knife. I learned the hard way. I prayed 3 times to God in that prison cell. On day 1, I cried into my pillow. On day 730, I thought I couldn't breathe anymore. On day 241, they asked for strength rather than rescue. God did not answer with miracles. He responded by instilling in me the will to survive. Family revenge is a 2-edged sword. I received my justice. Sebastian is currently incarcerated. My parents have lost everything. But at what cost? I lost the family I thought I had. Was it worthwhile? Yes. Because the truth was more important than the lie of family loyalty. Here is my advice. Do not be like me. Do not wait 4 years in silence. Do not let betrayal fester. Speak up early. Set hard boundaries. Walk away from people who prioritize greed over integrity, even if they share your blood. Forgiveness is optional. Self-protection is not. I spent 1,460 days plotting family vengeance because I had nothing else. You do not have to. Learn from my mistakes. Trust gradually. Always verify, and never let anyone, family or otherwise, steal your voice. Furthermore, family betrayal taught me that family is not based on DNA, it's about loyalty. Lucas put everything at risk. Isabella had my back. Julian believed me when no one else did. Create your family with people who choose you every day.
I'm a retired social worker. I found a 7-year-old girl locked in my son's attic. Daddy said I'm a secret. She wept. I testified against him. He got life. I hired a cleaning lady while my son and his wife were on vacation. An hour later, she called in terror. Sir, there is someone crying in the attic. It's not the television. I hurried in. and revealed their dark secret. Before you continue, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment with the current time in your area. My name is Walter Bennett. I'm 67 years old and live in Portland, Oregon. I spent 35 years as a social worker before retiring 3 years ago. I've always felt that you could spot trouble in a family from a mile away. Broken eye contact, anxious laughter, and children who recoil as adults move too quickly. 35 years of entering into homes where things were not as they appeared taught me to trust my senses. But I never imagined I'd need such instincts for my own son. Ryan is my only child, 39 years old, and works as a sales manager for a software company, earning approximately $102,000 per year. Not bad for a kid who barely made it through community college. He wasn't always as distant. When he was 9 years old, he used to wait by the window every evening for my car. As soon as I arrived into the driveway, he'd come running out, inquiring about my day and sharing his experiences at school. Those phrases used to be my favorite part about getting home. This changed around 5 years ago, when he met Vanessa Cole. Vanessa Bennett, who is 32 years old, now works as an Instagram influencer, which, as far as I can understand, means she shoots pictures of herself in fancy clothes and is compensated in some way. She has over 52,000 followers and is always talking about their look and brand. The first time Ryan took her to my apartment for dinner, she spent 15 minutes photographing her plate from various perspectives before the meal became cold. I should have noticed the red flags then. But you want your child to be happy, don't you? 5 years ago, I did something I considered generous. I owned a house on Cedar Hill Drive in the suburbs. 4 bedrooms, a good yard, nothing spectacular, but sturdy. I had been considering downsizing anyhow, so I handed over the deed to Ryan. Okay, not quite. I maintained the property in my name, but gave them full renter's rights. Call it a father's instinct, or perhaps my decades in social services taught me to always have a backup plan. Ryan had said, "Dad, this is incredible," as I handed him the keys. Vanessa and I will not forget this. It's funny how people's memories function. Since then, the calls have become less frequent. It started with every week, then every other week, and then simply holidays and birthdays. The invitations to visit ceased altogether about 16 months ago. Ryan would remark, "We're just too busy with work, Dad," when I suggested going by. In any case, the house is a complete mess. Perhaps next month. Next month never arrived. That is why I was shocked when my phone called on the morning of June 8th and Ryan's name appeared on the screen. "Hey Dad. I have a favor to ask," he added, bypassing any greetings. "No. How are you doing?" "No. Small talk. Let's get right to business." "Sure. What do you need?" "Vanessa and I are departing tomorrow morning for a 9-day trip to Hawaii. The house is a mess, and we want it cleaned while we're gone. You are familiar with deep cleaning. Do you mind hiring someone to do it?" "Of course we'll compensate you." I halted, the coffee cup halfway to my lips. They couldn't spare 2 hours for their father's visit in 16 months, but now they required me to arrange for cleaning services. The irony was not lost on me. "Why can't you hire someone yourself?" "We've been so busy preparing for the vacation," Ryan stated. His voice had an edge to it, a protective tone that had acquired over time. "It's simply easier if you handle it. You are retired. You have the time, right?" I could have said no. Should have said no. But when your child asks for aid, even if he is distant and resentful, you say yes, fine, I will take care of it. Great. Simply make sure they are comprehensive. Vanessa wants everything pristine. Baseboards, windows, the attic, and everything. I will text you our flight information. The call has ended. No, thanks. No, I love you, Dad. Simply click. I sat for a time, staring at my phone. Then I called Carmen Alvarez, with whom I had previously worked on a case involving a dilapidated home. She had stopped social work to start a cleaning business. She said it was healthier for her mental health. She is a smart woman. We stayed in touch, exchanged Christmas cards, and so on. "Carmen, it's Walter Bennett. I need a favor." She agreed to undertake the work. She said she might start the next morning. I gave her Ryan's address and the spare key I had from when I owned the house. "Just a thorough cleaning," I informed her. "They want everything done, even the attic." "Not a problem, Mr. Bennett. I will take care of it." The following morning, June 9th, I drove over to Cedar Hill Drive to let Carmen in and show her around. Ryan and Vanessa had already departed for the airport. They probably couldn't risk running into me. The house appeared the same from the outside, but the inside was different. Everything was white, gray, and sterilized. Vanessa's style, I think. Photographs of the two of them adorned the walls. Beach holidays, restaurant dinners, hiking trips, all smiling and lovely. I wasn't in any of the pictures. Carmen responded nicely. "It's a beautiful home," but I could tell she was taking in the chilly showroom quality of it all. "It used to be," I mumbled. "Okay, I'll let you go to work. Call me if you require anything. I drove back to my downtown Portland apartment in around 22 minutes with regular traffic. My place was tiny, with one bedroom near Lloyd District, but it was mine. No pretense, no brand, simply a room where I could restore old furniture in peace, which has been my interest since retirement. I'd been removing decades of paint off a 1950s dresser I purchased at an estate sale to uncover the oak beneath. I had been at it for about an hour when my phone called. Carmen's name appeared on the screen. Mr. Bennett. Her voice shook. I need you to come back here right now. My stomach fell. Carmen's voice has never sounded like this in all of my years of knowing her. What is wrong? What happened? There is someone in the attic. Someone is crying. I initially assumed it was a television or a radio that had been left on, but I checked. Mr. Bennett, there is someone up there. A real person is crying. The dresser, my coffee, and everything else had fled from my consciousness. I am on my way. Do not go up there. Stay downstairs. I'll get there as quickly as possible. I grabbed my keys and ran. I drove for 12 minutes. Do not ask me how. The streets of Portland melted together. Traffic signals were only suggestions. My hands clenched the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles became white. Someone is crying in the attic at my son's house. My mind was racing through possible outcomes, each one worse than the last. With 35 years of experience as a social worker, you see things. You stroll into houses with youngsters in closets and elderly folks confined in basements, where the worst of humanity is concealed behind closed doors and drawn curtains. I promised myself I was done with that world, retired and free. However, old impulses do not retire. They simply wait. Carmen was standing on the front porch as I pulled up. Her face was pale, her eyes were wide, and she held her phone in both hands. She had witnessed something that disturbed her. Carmen had been in social work for 17 years before quitting. She wasn't easily rattled. It's still going, she replied as I approached the front steps. The crying. It paused for a moment, but then resumed. I opened the door. And we entered. The home was quiet save for the hum of the air conditioner, and a faint hiccuping sound coming from somewhere above us. A child's wailing is obvious after hearing it as many times as I have. The attic was accessed via a pull-down ladder from the hallway ceiling. I yanked the cable, and the stairs opened with a creak that seemed excessively loud in the solitude. Carmen remained at the bottom, watching as I climbed up. The attic was dimly lighted, with light streaming through a small circular window at one end. Boxes were packed along the walls. Christmas decorations, outdated clothes, 5 years' worth of accumulated garbage. Even after ventilation, the air was stagnant and hot. I saw it in the far corner. An ancient wooden cupboard, similar to those found in Victorian homes, looks entirely out of place up here. The crying was coming from within it. My hands shook as I walked through the attic. Every step felt like it took an hour. I'd been in similar circumstances before, searching for hidden children, uncovering secrets, and locating families who had been imprisoned. But this was different. This was my son's house, his attic, and his secret. I opened the closet door. There was a tiny child inside. She could not have been more than 6 years old. Too thin. Her brown hair was knotted and unkempt. She was wearing a dirty pink t-shirt and shorts that were too small for her. Behind her, I noticed a tiny mattress on the floor. Some plastic plates with dried food residue, and a half-empty water bottle. She was jammed into the corner, knees brought up to her chest, and her eyes were big and terrified. For a time, I couldn't breathe, think, or comprehend what I was seeing. This was every horror scenario I'd worked on in my career, only it was happening in my own home, to a child I had no idea existed. I squatted down slowly, making myself smaller and less intimidating, as old training kicked in instinctively. "Hey there," I whispered softly. "My name is Walter. I will not hurt you. Can you tell me what your name is?" She shrank back even further, her breathing quick and scared. "It's fine," I continued, my voice calm and steady. "I'm here to help. Are you hungry? Thirsty? I can get you something." She gave me a long look before whispering, "Are you the cleaning lady's friend?" "Yes, Carmen called me. When she heard you weep, she became concerned." I tried to remain silent. The girl murmured, new tears streaming down her face. I tried really hard, but I got terrified. "It's dark up here at night, and I heard noises, so maybe it's all good. You don't have to keep quiet anymore. What is your name, sweetheart?" Another pause. Then, "Chloe? My name is Chloe." Chloe? The name didn't mean anything to me. I had never heard Ryan mention Chloe. Vanessa never mentioned any children. "How old are you, Chloe?" 6. "I'll be 7 in August." "That's an appropriate age. And, Chloe, could you tell me whose house this is? Who brought you here?" Her gaze lowered to the floor. "My father, Ryan. He told I needed to stay up here while he and Vanessa were gone. He told them to stay quiet and not come down, and that he would be back shortly." Her voice crackled. He stated I needed to stay hidden because I wasn't allowed to be here. The cold that had been growing through my chest since I opened that closet door became ice. My father, Ryan. This was my granddaughter. Ryan has a daughter, and had been hiding her in his attic. My granddaughter was kept hidden in a closet in the dark, as if she were a secret or something shameful. And I knew nothing. Nothing. Chloe, I murmured, trying to keep my voice quiet. I am Ryan's father. This makes me your granddad. And I guarantee you that you will not be staying in this attic any longer. Her eyes expanded. Are you my grandpa? Yes, sweetheart. I am, and we will get you out of here right now. I helped her stand. She seemed wobbly on her feet, as if she hadn't walked much recently, and I directed her to the attic stairs. Carmen gasped as she spotted Chloe, her hand rushing to her lips. Call 911. I ordered Carmen, my voice harsher than I had intended. Tell them we discovered a child being kept in an attic. Tell them we need police and kid protection services. Now. Tell. Carmen nodded and took out her phone, starting phoning. I brought Chloe downstairs. She weighed nearly little, so I sat her on the couch. I got her water and crackers from the kitchen. She ate as if she were hungry, which she probably was. While Carmen spoke with the 911 operator, I sat next to Chloe, and bits of my life rearranged themselves into a dreadful new picture. My son had a daughter, but he kept her concealed from me and everyone else, locking her in an attic as if she were something to be ashamed of. My son, who I had raised to be better and more kind, had done this. The siren started in the distance and became louder. Chloe flinched at the sound. It's okay, I said, grasping her small hand in mine. These are the good folks, they're on their way to help. She stared up at me, terrified. Will Daddy be mad? I saw Ryan on a beach in Hawaii, sipping drinks and posting lovely images with Vanessa, while his daughter sat in darkness in an upstairs closet. Don't worry about your daddy, I murmured calmly. I'll handle him. The cops would arrive in minutes. Child services would follow. The system I had worked in for 35 years was about to wreak havoc on my son's pristine home and life, and I was determined to make sure that happened. Officer Daniel Mercer came first, followed 4 minutes later by a white vehicle bearing Department of Human Services plates. I recognized the protocols right once, the cautious attitude, and the way Mercer's eyes scanned the area, documenting everything. The DHS caseworker was Grace Kim, a woman in her 50s with whom I had worked on only 3 cases before retiring. She knew me, immediately. Walter Bennett? She appeared confused, then concerned. What are you doing here? This is my son's house. I explained. The words tasted like ash. That's my granddaughter on the sofa. I didn't know she existed until an hour ago. I watched Grace's expression change between surprise, understanding, and professional detachment. She'd seen enough in this work to realize that families could hide anything. We'll need your statement, she explained, pulling out a tablet. Everything since the beginning. I informed her about Ryan's call to request cleaning services, Carmen's discovery of Chloe, and the attic closet. Grace took notes and occasionally asked clarifying questions. Officer Mercer photographed the attic, closet, and mattress on the floor. Carmen delivered her statement, her voice still shaking. Then they transported Chloe to the hospital for assessment. When the paramedics approached, she held to my hand, smiling brightly and speaking softly. It's okay, I said. I will follow immediately behind you. I am not going anywhere. Promise? Her voice was so little. Promise? At Portland Providence Medical Center, they did every test possible. While the physicians examined Chloe, I sat in the waiting room with Grace. That's when the actual picture emerged. We pulled the records, Grace explained, her tone carefully bland. Chloe Bennett, mother, died 3 years ago. Cancer. Father Ryan Bennett was given full custody. There are no red flags in the file. 3 years. Ryan had hidden his daughter for 3 years. Ever when Vanessa entered the picture. How about child support? I asked. Grace browsed over the tablet. Ryan Bennett makes monthly contributions of $1,450 to an account in Chloe's name. Let me suppose that he had access to that account. She gave me a stern glance. How do you know? Because that's what people do when they want something to appear credible on paper. I have seen it a dozen times during my career. Parents create accounts for their children, and then drain them for personal use. Check his bank statements. I bet you'll find withdrawals that equal his own costs. Grace made a note. We'll look into it. The doctor appeared 4 hours later. Chloe was emaciated, dehydrated, and exhibited symptoms of chronic stress and isolation. There was no physical abuse, little mercy, and obvious neglect. They planned to keep her overnight for observation. I went inside to see her. She was in a hospital bed that appeared far too large for her small frame, hooked up to an IV. Her eyes were closed, but they opened when I sat down next to her. Grandpa. The word was tentative, as if she was trying it out. I am here, sweetheart. Will they make me go back to the attic? The question shattered something in my chest. No, never. I promise you that. She fell asleep again in minutes. Exhausted, I sat there watching her breath. I had no idea this little girl existed, and rage welled up in my bones like a slow fire. Not the hot, explosive kind, but the cold, calculated kind, which plans, waits, and strikes when the time is right. My phone vibrated. Grace texted me. Initial findings support the neglect claim. We are starting a formal investigation. DHS will contact you tomorrow. Regarding emergency placement options. I replied, I want her placed with me. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I drove home around midnight. My apartment felt different, smaller and quieter. I made coffee but did not drink it and sat at my kitchen table, staring at nothing. On the shelf above my desk was a box of old work files, and on top of that box was my DHS badge from my last day at work. They'd let me keep it as a retirement gift, laminated with retired stamped across it. I picked it up and turned it over in my hands. Walter Bennett, a social worker with the Department of Human Services. 35 years of walking into homes like Ryan's, but I was always on the outside looking in. I'd always been the one who documented the abuse, gathered evidence, and built a case to protect children from their own parents. Now I was on the other side, as the abuser's father and the victim's grandfather. But I still understood how the system worked. I was familiar with the laws, procedures, and loopholes. I knew what evidence would stand up in court, and what would not. I knew how to construct a case that could withstand any defense attorney's challenges. More importantly, I knew Grace and other department employees who remembered and respected me. Ryan believed that he could hide his daughter from the world, as well as his shame and cruelty, behind closed doors and perfect Instagram photos. He believed no one would ever find out. He made a mistake by asking me to hire that cleaning service. But that was simply carelessness. His real mistake was far more serious. His biggest mistake was being my son, because I knew who he was and what I needed to do about it. I put the badge down and opened my laptop. It was time to start doing what I did best, building a case. This time, it was personal. The next morning, I got up at 6:30. The first call was to Grace at DHS. She answered on the second ring, while already at her desk. I want to apply for emergency kinship care, I informed her. For Chloe? There was a pause. Walter, you understand the process. I do. I helped write some of it, remember? Chloe is my granddaughter. Aside from Ryan, I am her closest relative, and he is being investigated for neglect. I am a retired social worker with a clean record and a stable living situation. Emergency kinship care was specifically designed for situations like this. It still requires approval and background checks, which I will complete. Grace, I am not asking for favors. I'm asking that you follow the proper procedures to keep my granddaughter out of foster care while this is resolved. You, like me, understand that placement with family is always preferable when possible. Another pause. I'll send you the paperwork, but Walter, this is not going to be simple. Ryan is her legal father. He will fight this. Let him fight. I will be ready. I received the paperwork via email within an hour. I meticulously filled out each line and question. By noon, I had returned it to Grace. By 4 p.m., she had called to say the preliminary background check was complete, and that they were expediting the review due to Chloe's circumstances. She can be released to you this evening, Grace said. Temporary placement, pending a full investigation. You will need to check in with DHS on a regular basis, and Chloe will require medical and psychological follow-ups. Whatever it takes, Walter. Her tone softened. I'm sorry about everything. Not your fault, but thank you. My second call was to Evelyn Carter, a family law attorney whose name I had learned from a colleague years before. Her office was located downtown, in one of the glass towers near Pioneer Courthouse Square. I scheduled an appointment for that afternoon. Evelyn Carter was in her late 50s, sharp-eyed and direct. Her office walls were covered in framed degrees and certificates. She listened to my story without interrupting and took occasional notes on a legal pad. When I finished, she sat back in her chair. Mr. Bennett, I will not sugarcoat this. What you're describing is a strong case for neglect and possibly criminal charges, but Ryan remains Chloe's legal father. If he wants to fight for custody, he can. Can he win? Not if we present the evidence correctly. Medical records show malnutrition and neglect. Testimony from the cleaner, who discovered her. Police and DHS reports detail the conditions in which she was held. Evelyn tapped her pen on the legal pad. But here's what we should aim for. Not just temporary custody for you, but permanent guardianship and, if possible, termination of Ryan's parental rights. How do we accomplish this? We document everything. Every instance of neglect, every medical finding, and every financial record that demonstrates he was spending Chloe's money on himself. We build such a strong case that no judge could possibly rule in his favor. It will be slow and expensive. My retainer for a case like this is $9,200, with an hourly rate of $400. I had approximately $82,000 in savings. It would hurt, but Chloe was worth every penny. When do we start? Evelyn smiled, not warmly, but contentedly. We already have. I will file the necessary motions tomorrow. In the meantime, please gather everything you can. Photos of the attic space, copies of all DHS and police reports, and Chloe's medical records as they become available. If you can obtain bank statements proving Ryan's misuse of her funds, that would be extremely powerful. I understand how to document a neglect case. I am sure you do. Furthermore, once Ryan realizes what is going on, he will seek legal counsel. Prepare for him to paint you as the problem, claiming you're overstepping, and that this is all a misunderstanding. He will attempt to manipulate the narrative. Allow him to try. Evelyn looked at me for a moment. You're not doing this solely for Chloe's benefit, are you? This is personal. My son locked a 6-year-old child in an attic closet for months, possibly years. He stole her money. He concealed her from anyone who could have helped her. Yes, it is personal. It's also correct. Good. I work better with clients who are clear about their goals. She stood up and extended her hand. I'll be in touch tomorrow with the initial filings. I picked Chloe up from the hospital that evening. She only had a small bag of belongings, some clothes provided by the hospital, and a stuffed bear from one of the nurses. Everything she owned in the world fit into a plastic shopping bag. She was quiet during the drive to my apartment, staring out the window at the Portland streets. Where do we go? She finally asked. Come to my place. You're going to be with me for a while. Will Daddy come get me? I gripped the steering wheel more tightly. Not right now. Right now, you are safe with me. With a 6-year-old in the house, my one-bedroom apartment suddenly felt cramped. She stood in the doorway, unsure, as I tried to figure out sleeping arrangements. The couch would have to be adequate for my needs. She could have the bedroom. Are you hungry? I asked. When was the last time you ate something other than hospital food? She thought about it. I don't remember. I ordered pizza with pepperoni, assuming it was a safe bet. While we waited, Chloe took careful, quiet steps through the apartment, as if she was afraid to make too much noise. She came to my workbench, where I had been restoring an old dresser. What is this? She asked. I repair old furniture, make it pretty again. She ran her finger across the smooth wood. It's nice. Do you like art? Drawing, painting, and the like? A slight nod. We will get you some supplies tomorrow. Paper, crayons, or whatever you want. The pizza arrived, and she ate like she was starving, which she most likely was. She went 4 slices before slowing down. I looked at her, this little stranger who was my granddaughter, and felt the weight of what I had taken on. I was 67 years old. I had been looking forward to retirement, to quiet days spent working on furniture projects and perhaps some travel. Instead, I was about to become the full-time guardian of a traumatized 6-year-old. But when I looked at her, I felt no regret. I felt purpose. After dinner, I set her up in my bedroom. She sat on the edge of the bed, small and disoriented in the space. Grandpa, she said quietly, thank you for getting me out of the attic. No need to thank me, Chloe. You should not have been there in the first place. Vanessa told me I needed to stay hidden. She claimed that my mere existence had ruined everything. My hands clenched into fists. I kept my voice calm. Vanessa was wrong. You did not ruin anything. You are not something to hide away. She looked up at me with those large eyes. Are you sure? I'm absolutely certain. Later, after she was asleep, I sat in my living room with my laptop and began planning. Evelyn was correct. Documentation was everything. I compiled a list of everything I needed. Copies of police reports, DHS investigation records, Chloe's medical files, and bank statements demonstrating financial fraud. I knew what forms to request, which departments to contact, and how to navigate the bureaucracy. Ryan had made a critical mistake. He'd hidden his daughter from everyone, including me. But in doing so, he revealed something else. He had no idea who his father was, or what he was capable of. And that's when I realized exactly how to repay them for what they had done to Chloe. 3 days after Chloe arrived to stay with me, my phone rang at 8 a.m. Unknown number. I responded anyhow. Dad. Ryan's voice was sharp, controlled fury barely contained. What the hell have you done? So they knew. The Oregon State Police must have located them in Hawaii. I imagined them getting the call on a sunny beach, with fruity drinks in hand. The consequences of their decisions cut short their perfect vacation. The image almost made me smile. Good morning to you, son. Do not play games with me. The police called us. Chloe was found in our house and is now in the hospital. Vanessa shouted in the background that you had called CPS on us. I called 911 after discovering a malnourished child locked in a closet in your attic. What were you expecting me to do? She's my daughter. You had no rights. I had every right. I am her grandfather. You didn't bother to mention her existence to me. There was a pause, and I could hear them arguing, Vanessa's voice rising. Then Ryan returned. We're driving home today, and when we arrive, you'll return Chloe. She's not a borrowed car, Ryan. She is a child. And no, I am not returning her to the people who kept her in the attic. You cannot do this. You can't simply take someone's child. I didn't take her. The state placed her with me under emergency kinship care. Everything is legal and documented, but please come home. I'm sure the authorities would enjoy speaking with you in person. He hung up without saying another word. I stood there, holding the phone, feeling cold satisfaction from my first small victory. They were cutting short their vacation and returning to Portland to face the consequences of their actions. Good. Chloe was still sleeping in my bedroom. I brewed coffee and called Evelyn. They know, I informed her. Ryan has just called. They're returning early, as expected. They will hire an attorney and try to reclaim emergency custody. We need to be prepared. I overheard papers rustling on her end. I'm filing our motions today. Your petition for temporary guardianship and a thorough investigation into neglect. The medical reports from the hospital are damning, Walter. Severe malnutrition, dehydration, and evidence of prolonged isolation, combined with photographs of where she was kept. How about the financial records? Working on it. I served Ryan with a subpoena for his bank statements. If we can prove he was diverting Chloe's support funds to his own accounts, that is financial exploitation of a minor. In Oregon, that is a felony. How long is it until the hearing? 3 weeks, possibly less if we apply for emergency status. I'll call you when I have a court date. The next few days followed a strange routine. Chloe was quiet and watchful. She'd wake up in the middle of the night, panicked and disoriented, and I'd have to remind her she was fine. During the day, she stayed close to me, following me from room to room, as if she was afraid I would leave. I took her shopping for clothes. She had been living off hospital donations. At the store, she looked at the racks of children's clothing as if she'd never seen anything like it before. Perhaps she hadn't for a long time. I told her, pick whatever you want. She touched a pink dress with butterflies on it, then drew her hand away. Vanessa says pink is tacky. Vanessa is not here. Do you like it? A small nod. Then it is yours. We filled the cart. Dresses, jeans, t-shirts, cartoon-themed pajamas, and shoes that fit her. At the checkout, the total was $463. I handed over my credit card without hesitation. Chloe looked at the bags pile up with wide eyes. Is this all for me? She whispered. All for you, sweetheart. While loading bags into my car, I noticed a man staring at us from across the parking lot. For a brief moment, I tensed. Then I realized he was just a random stranger, probably wondering why a 6-7-year-old man was shopping with a young girl. The world was filled with judgments and assumptions. Let them wonder. Ryan and Vanessa returned to Portland 4 days after making their first phone call. Ryan showed up at my apartment that evening, pounding on the door so hard that the frame rattled. Chloe froze on the couch, where she had been coloring. It's okay, I said quietly. Stay here. I opened the door, but left the chain on. Ryan stood in the hallway, looking as if he had not slept in days. His hair was a mess, and his expensive polo shirt was wrinkled. Vanessa was on her phone behind him, most likely photographing the door for her social media followers. Even in the midst of a crisis, she was thinking about content. I want to see my daughter, Ryan insisted. No, you cannot keep her from me. I am her father. I have rights. You had rights. You gave them up when you locked her in an attic. You now have a court date and plenty of explaining to do. His face turned red. You self-righteous. We were going to fix that space. Make it an appropriate room for her. We only needed time. 9 months. That's how long the neighbors claim they haven't seen a child at your house. Chloe spent 9 months living in a closet. While you and Vanessa shared vacation photos and restaurant reviews, I leaned closer to the opening in the door. Did it ever occur to you that I had spent my entire career protecting children from people just like you? I'm calling my lawyer, Vanessa said from behind him while still filming. This is a kidnapping. We are documenting everything. I also have documentation, including hospital records, police reports, photographs of that closet, and soon your bank records, which will show exactly where Chloe's money went. That Tesla in your driveway didn't happen to cost $52,000, did it? Ryan's face changed from red to white. Vanessa lowered her phone. Get off my property, I said calmly, before I call the police and report you for harassment. This isn't over, Ryan said, but his voice had lost its edge. No, it is not. It's just the beginning. Thank you. See you in court, son. I closed the door. My hands shook, not from fear, but from the excitement of finally confronting them. Behind me, Chloe was standing, clutching her coloring book. Was that Daddy? Yes, but he is leaving now. Is he angry at you because of me? I kneeled down to her level. Listen to me, Chloe. Your father is mad because he was caught doing something wrong. That is not your fault. None of this is your fault. Do you understand? She nodded, but I could see doubt in her eyes. Children always blame themselves. I had seen it 1,000 times. That night, after Chloe was asleep, I obtained the bank records Evelyn had subpoenaed. She'd sent them as a PDF, and I spent 2 hours going over them with the meticulous attention I'd developed throughout my career. Every transaction, withdrawal, and transfer was there, as clear as day. Monthly deposits of $1,450 into an account in Chloe's name, child support that Ryan was legally required to pay as her custodial parent, money for her care, and monthly withdrawals, the majority of which matched Ryan's personal expenses, a payment to a car dealership, restaurant charges, clothing stores Vanessa frequented, and travel bookings. They had been using their daughter's money as a personal ATM. I organized everything in a spreadsheet, cross-referencing dates and amounts. Evelyn would present this in court, and there would be no talking out of it. The court date came 9 days later. The Multnomah County Courthouse was downtown, a stark concrete structure that had seen thousands of family disputes played out in its courtrooms. I'd been here several times before, sitting on the other side as a state witness. Today was different. Today, I was the petitioner, fighting for my granddaughter. Evelyn greeted me in the lobby, briefcase in hand, dressed in a sharp gray suit. Ready, as I will ever be. Ryan and Vanessa have already arrived with their attorney, Victor Hale. Good lawyer who mostly does corporate work. He will try to portray this as a family misunderstanding. Claim that you've gone too far. Do not interact with them, in the hallway. We took the elevator to the 3rd floor. I saw them in the waiting area outside the courtroom. Ryan wore a suit that probably cost more than my monthly rent. Vanessa wore a conservative dress that was unlike her usual style. Someone had coached them on how to appear in court. Their lawyer, Hale, was reviewing documents and occasionally speaking to them in low tones. Vanessa saw me first. Her eyes narrowed as she whispered something to Ryan. He turned, and our gazes briefly met. I saw anger, but there was also fear. He realized he was in trouble. We were called in at precisely 2:30 p.m. Judge Margaret Holloway presided, a woman in her late 50s with silver hair and a reputation for refusing to accept nonsense. I'd previously appeared in her courtroom 3 times, all years ago. She didn't remember me, but that was okay. I was not looking for favors or justice. Evelyn presented our case methodically. Chloe was discovered in an attic closet. Medical reports indicate malnutrition and signs of prolonged neglect. Carmen's account of finding her. The photographs depict the living space, if you can call it that. A thin mattress, plastic dishes, and one overhead light bulb. Judge Holloway's expression hardened with each piece of evidence. Hale attempted his defense. Your Honor, this is a gross misrepresentation of the facts. My clients were renovating their home. The attic space was temporary, while they built a proper bedroom for Chloe. Mr. Bennett gestured at me, jumped to conclusions, and created this entire crisis based on a misunderstanding. Evelyn stood. If I may, Your Honor. She took out a thick folder. We received statements from 3 neighbors at 1926 Cedar Hill Drive, the Hendersons, who have lived next door for 7 years. The Patel family is across the street. The Johnsons are 2 houses down. All 3 claim to have never seen a child at the Bennett residence in the previous 9 months. There are no children playing in the yard. No child is being taken to school. There are no children visible through the windows. The Hendersons point out that they frequently see Mr. and Mrs. Bennett leaving for dinners and social events alone. She then put another document on the judge's bench. These are Chloe Bennett's medical records from the Portland Providence Medical Center. The examining physician observed severe malnourishment consistent with prolonged undernutrition, dehydration, and vitamin deficiencies. The psychological evaluation reveals evidence of trauma consistent with isolation. Ryan was pale, his jaw clenched. Vanessa's hands were so tightly clasped in her lap that her knuckles were white. Hale was going through papers, looking for something to counter with. Then Evelyn dropped the hammer. Finally, Your Honor, here are Mr. Ryan Bennett's bank records from the last 26 months. She held up the spreadsheet I had created. Every month, Mr. Bennett deposits $1,450 into an account ostensibly for Chloe's care, which he is required to do as her custodial parent. Every month, that money is withdrawn and spent on personal expenses such as a $52,000 Tesla Model 3, as well as vacations to Hawaii, Mexico, and the Caribbean. High-end restaurant fees, designer clothing purchases. She turned to face Ryan directly. Mr. Bennett has been financially exploiting his daughter while subjecting her to conditions that can only be described as imprisonment. Judge Holloway looked Ryan over her glasses. Mr. Bennett, is this correct? Have you spent your daughter's support money on personal expenses? Ryan opened and closed his mouth, then opened it again. Ryan shook off his lawyer's hand as he leant in to whisper something to him. The money was there. We had expenses, and I planned to pay it back. Were you going to repay your 6-year-old daughter? The judge's voice was icy. You kept your daughter in an attic closet. We were renovating. Vanessa burst out, standing up. We were going to design her a lovely room. This is all a major misunderstanding. His father, she pointed out, is manipulating everything. He has always hated me. I always thought I wasn't good enough for Ryan. And now he's using Chloe to divide our family. I observed her performance with detached interest. The trembling voice, the tears welling up, the wounded innocence. She had probably done this routine 1,000 times on social media, eliciting sympathy from her followers. It may have worked there. It did not work on Judge Holloway. Mrs. Bennett, please sit down. The judge's voice cut through Vanessa's drama like a knife. I reviewed the photographic evidence of where this child was kept. That wasn't a renovation in progress. The closet contained a mattress on the floor, used dishes, and a single light bulb. If you were planning improvements, you would have relocated the child to a different room in your 4-bedroom house while you worked. You did not do that. Vanessa sat down hard, her face crumpling. The judge turned to me. Mr. Bennett, the elder. You applied for emergency, temporary guardianship. Yes, Your Honor, Evelyn responded for me. My client is Chloe's grandfather, a retired social worker with 35 years of experience in child welfare, who has provided a safe and stable home for her since she was removed from the defendant's home. We are requesting that he remain under temporary guardianship, pending a thorough investigation. Judge Holloway wrote notes on her legal pad. The only sound in the courtroom was the scratch of her pen. Ryan and Vanessa sat motionless, waiting. Hale appeared to be calculating how to minimize the damage. Eventually, the judge looked up. I've ordered a full psychological evaluation of Chloe Bennett, the minor child, to be performed by a court-appointed psychologist within the next 4 weeks. Walter Bennett continues to hold temporary guardianship. Mr. Ryan Bennett and Mrs. Vanessa Bennett are barred from contacting the minor pending the outcome of the evaluation and subsequent hearings. Ryan's face became slack with shock. Vanessa made a small sound that was quickly stifled. Furthermore, Judge Holloway stated, I am referring this case to the District Attorney's Office for review of potential criminal charges. The evidence presented today suggests possible child neglect and financial exploitation of a minor. She slammed her gavel. We'll meet again in 4 weeks to discuss the psychological evaluation results. Court has adjourned. Evelyn gathered her papers, professional and composed, but I could see a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. We had won the round. Evelyn. Ryan caught up with us in the hallway outside. Dad, please. You need to understand. I understand completely. I came to a complete stop, and turned to face him. I understand that you had a daughter who needed you, but instead of being her father, you kept her hidden away like a shame. I understand you stole from her. I understand that you prioritized your image, lifestyle, and perfect little Instagram world over your child. Vanessa appeared behind him, her mascara running. You have ruined our lives, old man. I looked at her, really looked at her. The designer dress, the manicured nails, the face that had smiled in thousands of photos, all while a little girl sat alone in the dark above her head. Your life was ruined the moment you decided a child was disposable, I explained quietly. I did not do this. You did. I simply made sure everyone could see it. We walked away, leaving them standing in the courthouse hallway. Evelyn was already on her phone, likely updating her notes. Chloe was waiting at my apartment with a neighbor I had hired to watch her during the hearing. That went well, Evelyn told us as we approached the elevator. It's not over. No, but we're winning. When the doors closed, I leaned against the elevator wall, exhausted. Winning. Yes, we were winning. But it did not feel like victory yet. It felt like the start of something bigger, harder. Still, when I remembered Vanessa's expression when the judge ordered them to stay away from Chloe, and Ryan's shock at having his financial exploitation exposed in public court, I couldn't help but feel a grim satisfaction. They had underestimated me. I thought I was just a retired old man who would give in and accept their version of events. They were learning otherwise. Dr. Rebecca Lawson, the court-appointed psychologist, came to my apartment 1 week after the hearing. She was in her late 40s, with kind eyes and a gentle demeanor that immediately put Chloe at ease. Over the next 9 days, she met with Chloe 5 times, playing games, drawing, and talking in that careful way that psychologists use to make children feel safe enough to share their truth. I stayed out of the sessions to give them privacy, but I could occasionally hear Chloe's voice through the door, small, hesitant, and sometimes crying. Each sound was a knife in my chest, as well as ammunition. Every tear, every fearful word, and every traumatic memory drove another nail into Ryan and Vanessa's coffin. Dr. Lawson provided me with a preliminary update following the fourth session. Mr. Bennett, I need to be honest with you. What this child has gone through is severe isolation, neglect, and emotional abandonment. She'll need extensive therapy. She'll get what she needs. The final report will be ready for the upcoming hearing, but I want you to know that Chloe feels safe with you. That is significant. There is no fear in any of my sessions with her when she mentions you. That meant more to me than any legal victory could. The second hearing was scheduled 9 days later. During that time, Evelyn and I collected additional evidence. She had obtained security camera footage from Ryan's neighbors, the type of smart doorbell cameras that record everything. We went through hours of footage documenting every time Ryan and Vanessa left the house, including dinner dates, shopping trips, and morning jogs, all alone and never with children. Evelyn also demanded their credit card statements. The spending patterns were damning. Over 3 years, they spent $31,000 on restaurants, $26,000 on travel, and $16,000 on clothing, the majority of which came from stores Vanessa frequented. Meanwhile, there were no purchases for children's items, no toy stores, no children's clothing, and no pediatrician visits that exceeded the legally required minimum. They pretended she didn't exist, Evelyn explained as she reviewed the documents, and they funded their lifestyle with her money. The hearing arrived as a reckoning. This time, the courtroom was overcrowded. Word had spread, most likely through Vanessa's social media posts, in which she made vague references to family struggles and persecution. A few reporters sat in the back row with notebooks ready. Judge Holloway called the court to order, and Evelyn rose to present our case. She began with Dr. Lawson's psychological evaluation, which she entered as evidence. The report was 41 pages long, filled with clinical observations and diagnoses. Evelyn read key excerpts aloud. Chloe Bennett exhibits symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, such as hypervigilance, nightmares, and extreme anxiety when separated from her current guardian. She has social anxiety disorder and exhibits significant delays in speech development for her age. The child exhibits behavioral patterns consistent with long-term emotional and physical neglect. Judge Holloway was reading her copy, her expression becoming more grim with each page. Evelyn added, Dr. Lawson concludes, and I quote, "This child has experienced systematic isolation and deprivation. Her confinement conditions, which include living in an attic closet with little human contact, inadequate nutrition, and no educational or social stimulation, are severe abuse. The psychological damage is severe, and will necessitate years of intensive therapeutic intervention." I observed Ryan from across the courtroom. His face had turned pale, and his expensive Hawaiian tan appeared sallow under the fluorescent lights. Vanessa was staring at her hands, tears running down her cheeks, but I noticed she'd positioned herself so that the reporters could see her cry. Even today, they are still performing. Then Evelyn displayed the security footage. She had edited it into a compilation. Ryan and Vanessa left their house on various dates and times over a 9-month period. The timestamps were visible. Morning, afternoon, evening, weekend brunches, weeknight dinners, it's always just the two of them. The silent and damning video was shown on a screen in the courtroom. Your Honor, Evelyn stated, this footage spans a 9-month period. Not once do we see Chloe Bennett leave that house. Not for school, recreation, medical appointments, or anything else. While her father and stepmother lived freely, this 6-year-old child was confined to an attic. Ryan's attorney, Hale, attempted to object. The absence of evidence does not support counselor's claim. Judge Holloway cut him off. I have seen enough. Continue, Miss Carter. Next, Evelyn presented the financial records. The credit card statements show extravagant spending. While Chloe went without basic necessities, she kept receipts for everything. Ryan's Tesla was purchased with funds from Chloe's account. Luxury vacations were charged to cards in his name. Vanessa made designer purchases from her favorite boutiques. Mr. Ryan Bennett was receiving $1,450 per month in child support, which was intended for Chloe's care. Our forensic accountant traced the funds through his various accounts. They were consistently diverted towards personal expenses. Over the course of 26 months, approximately $31,400 was misappropriated. Judge Holloway looked at Ryan. Mr. Bennett, do you dispute these findings? Hale whispered urgently to Ryan, who shook his head. No, Your Honor. Did you spend money designated for your daughter's care on personal expenses? A prolonged pause. Yes. Ryan's voice was barely audible from her attic closet. Yes. The courtroom remained silent. Even the reporters had stopped writing to watch the confession unfold. Evelyn took a breath. Your Honor, given the gravity of the abuse, the systematic nature of the neglect, and the financial exploitation, we are requesting 2 things. First, Walter Bennett be granted permanent guardianship over Chloe Bennett. Second, we ask that this court recommend the termination of Ryan Bennett's parental rights. Vanessa stood up abruptly, her chair scraping noisily. You cannot do that. He is her father. She needs her father. She needed her father when she was locked in your attic, I said, my voice echoing throughout the courtroom. I had not intended to speak, but the words came out anyway. She needed her father when she was hungry, lonely, and scared. Where were you then? On the beach in Maui. Judge Holloway addressed Mr. Bennett, but her tone was not reproachful. Please. I sat back down, but I noticed the slight nod she gave me. She understood. Judge Holloway went through her notes for what seemed like an eternity. Then she looked up. I am granting Walter Bennett permanent temporary guardianship pending the final resolution of custody. Furthermore, I have referred this case to the Multnomah County District Attorney's Office for criminal prosecution. The evidence presented today supports several charges, including child neglect, child endangerment, and financial exploitation of a minor. Ryan made a choked gasp. Vanessa grasped his arm. Criminal charges. Hale was on his feet. Your Honor, my clients have never been in trouble with the law. They kept a child in an attic closet and stole her money. The state of Oregon takes such matters extremely seriously. Judge Holloway's voice was like steel. The district attorney will determine which charges are appropriate. This court will reconvene after the criminal proceedings are completed to make a final decision on parental rights. She banged her gavel. The court adjourned. Ryan attempted to approach me in the hallway afterward, but we were now separated by reporters shouting questions. I noticed him say something, maybe Dad or, please, but I turned away. Evelyn guided me to the exit, placing her hand on my elbow. That went better than expected, she admitted quietly. Is it over? The custody battle is almost over. The criminal case is only beginning. The district attorney moved quickly. Ryan and Vanessa were formally charged 3 weeks after their hearing. Child neglect in the first degree is a Class A misdemeanor, while child endangerment is a Class C felony. Financial exploitation of a minor is also a Class C felony. Each charge carried significant penalties. They were arrested on Tuesday morning. Evelyn, who had been keeping an eye on the case, informed me about it. Ryan posted bail within hours, securing a $60,000 cash bond. Vanessa's bail remained the same. They both walked out of the Multnomah County Detention Center in the late afternoon, but the damage had already been done. The local news picked up on the story that evening. Local tech manager and Instagram influencer charged with child neglect. They showed Ryan's LinkedIn photo next to Vanessa's perfectly curated Instagram profile before cutting to footage of the courthouse. The contrast was stark, between their polished public images and the reality of what they had done. I watched the news from my living room, while Chloe colored at her new desk. I bought her an art table with storage for all of her supplies. She was drawing a picture of a house with flowers in the yard, as a normal child would, which she had most likely not been allowed to do in years. Can we plant real flowers, Grandpa? She inquired, not looking up from her crayons. We can plant a whole garden if you want, I said. The smiles were becoming more frequent and less tentative. Progress. Ryan and Vanessa's lives were turned upside down over the next few weeks, and I couldn't help but smile as I watched it all unfold. Ryan's employer, a major tech company in Portland, has placed him on administrative leave pending the outcome of the case. 4 days later, they announced his departure from the company. Fired. In other words, tech companies do not keep employees accused of child abuse on their payroll. Vanessa's Instagram empire dissolved even faster. Her followers began to drop by the thousands. Sponsors withdrew their contracts. A statement was issued by a clothing brand with which she had partnered. We don't associate with people who have been charged with crimes against children. Within 3 weeks, her follower count had dropped from 52,000 to approximately 3,600. And the majority of those were most likely people who hadn't heard the news yet or were watching the disaster unfold live. She attempted to fight back by posting a lengthy, tearful video explaining that everything was a misunderstanding, that her father-in-law was manipulating the legal system, and that she and Ryan were the victims of false accusations. The comments section destroyed her. People shared screenshots of news articles, links to court documents, and photos of the attic closet, which had somehow leaked online. One comment stuck with me. You kept a child in a closet while posting pictures of your ideal life. That is not a misunderstanding. That is evil. The video was deleted within a day. They tried different approaches. Ryan called me twice and blocked both calls. Vanessa sent emails through her lawyer suggesting that we work things out privately to avoid the criminal trial. Evelyn responded with one line. Our client is not interested in negotiating. See you in court. Then they announced their counterattack. Ryan claimed in an interview with a local news station that I kidnapped Chloe, poisoned the court against them, that they were planning to give Chloe her own room, and that I overreacted. He portrayed himself as a struggling father dealing with a difficult family situation, and I as an interfering old man holding a grudge. The interview aired on Friday evening. By Saturday morning, it had been thoroughly fact-checked and refuted by several journalists who had read the court documents. A reporter wrote, "Mr. Bennett's claims do not match the evidence. Medical reports show that his daughter is severely malnourished. Bank records show that he used her support money for personal luxuries. His own attorney admitted in court that Chloe lived in the attic. This is not a family dispute. It's a criminal case, so the evidence speaks for itself." Their lawyer, Hale, suggested a plea bargain. "I know because Evelyn informed me that she had been in contact with the prosecutor's office. They want to plead guilty to reduce their charges," she explained, "avoid a trial and receive lighter sentences." "What is the DA saying?" "She is willing to negotiate, but not by much. They committed serious offenses, Walter. The evidence is overwhelming. Even with a plea deal, they face jail time." Good. The plea negotiations lasted weeks. Throughout this time, Chloe's therapy continued. Dr. Lawson met with her twice a week, gradually guiding her through what had happened. I noticed small changes at first. She began sleeping through the night without nightmares. She laughed louder. She made a friend at the library during story time. One evening, she looked up from her coloring and asked, "Grandpa, will I live with you forever?" "As long as you want, sweetheart. I'm not leaving." "Promise?" "I promise." In mid-August, Ryan and Vanessa agreed to the plea deal. They would plead guilty to child neglect, a Class A misdemeanor, and financial exploitation of a minor, a Class C felony. In exchange, the child endangerment charge would be dismissed. The sentencing hearing was scheduled for 1 month later. I received Evelyn's notification via email. Short, professional, and to the point. They have accepted the plea agreement. The sentencing hearing is scheduled for September 18th. Both defendants will allocute, or formally admit guilt to the judge. I read it twice and then put my phone down. Chloe was in the kitchen, neatly arranging cookies on a plate. We baked them together that afternoon, using a recipe we found online. We had been talking and lost track of time, so the edges of the chocolate chip were slightly burnt. Perfect. They were going to stand in court and confess what they had done. Admit that they had neglected their daughter. Admit that they had stolen from her. No more excuses. No more stories of misunderstandings or renovations. The truth was finally spoken aloud in a court of law. I walked into the kitchen and hugged Chloe. She hugged me back, her small arms wrapped around my waist. "Are you okay, Grandpa?" she asked, muffled against my shirt. "I'm perfect," I replied. And for the first time in months, I meant it. The sentencing hearing was scheduled for mid-September, 8 weeks after they accepted the plea agreement. During those weeks, life with Chloe returned to something resembling normal. She began kindergarten at a nearby school, her first experience in a classroom with other students. The teacher called me after the first week to say Chloe was doing well but needed some time to catch up socially. I knew that already, but hearing someone else acknowledge it, someone who wanted to help her, felt like progress. Chloe met her first friend, a young boy named Noah, who shared his crayons with her during art class. She came home excited, talking about Noah's dinosaur backpack and how they had built a tower out of blocks. These were normal, 6-year-old activities, which Chloe should have been doing all along. Every small accomplishment felt like a victory over what Ryan and Vanessa had taken away from her. Evelyn called me the week before sentencing. "The prosecutor would like to know if you want to give a victim impact statement. You are Chloe's guardian, so you can speak on her behalf about how their actions impacted her." I thought about it. I considered standing in that courtroom, looking Ryan in the eye, and telling the judge exactly what his decisions had cost his daughter. Yes, I will do it. I spent 2 days writing that statement, revising it, removing unnecessary words, and ensuring that each sentence counted. I was not going to pass up the opportunity. The day of sentencing began with gray skies and threatening rain. Chloe stayed at home with the same neighbor who had watched her during previous hearings, Mrs. Brooks, a retired teacher who had become a grandmother figure in her own right. As I left, Chloe hugged me tightly. "Will Daddy be there?" she asked quietly. "Yes, but he can't hurt you anymore. I promise." The courtroom was packed, with more reporters than usual, filling the back rows. Ryan and Vanessa sat at the defense table with Hale, dressed conservatively and trying to appear remorseful. Vanessa's Instagram-ready makeup was gone, replaced by a bare face that appeared younger and more vulnerable, probably on their lawyer's advice. Judge Holloway entered, and we all stood. When we sat down again, the weight of what was about to happen hung over the room, like a physical presence. The prosecutor spoke first, outlining the charges they had pleaded guilty to, and the recommended sentences. Then it was time for impact statements. I stood, walked up to the podium, and looked at the judge. Then, I looked at Ryan. He could not meet my gaze. I began. "Your Honor." With a steady voice. I've worked as a social worker for 35 years, protecting children from abuse and neglect. I've seen terrible things, including homes where children were beaten, starved, and abandoned. But I never imagined that my own granddaughter would be living in the conditions that I had spent my entire career fighting against. I looked down at my written statement, but I didn't need it. These words were etched into my memory. Chloe Bennett is 6 years old. When I found her, she weighed 35 pounds, which was significantly underweight for her age. She was living in a closet in the attic, with a thin mattress, dirty dishes, and little food. She had been isolated from other children, education, and basic human interaction for months. Her father and stepmother kept her hidden like a shameful secret, spending her support money on vacations and luxury items. Vanessa was crying now, her shoulders trembling. I didn't care. The psychological damage may never be fully healed. Chloe has PTSD. She awakens screaming from nightmares. She is afraid of the dark, of being alone, and of being locked up again at any time. She attends therapy twice a week to learn how to be a normal child, which should come naturally but no longer does for her. Ryan's jaw was so clenched that I could see the muscles moving. Good. Feel it. Feel every word. But here is what I want the court to understand. Despite everything they've done to her, Chloe has survived. She's learning to trust again. She's making friends. She's laughing. And she's doing all of this because she's safe from the people who have hurt her. Being found was the best thing that could have happened to Chloe Bennett. And the best thing for her future is to ensure that those who neglected her face serious consequences. I gave Ryan a direct look. My son has made his choices. Now, he can live with them. I sat down. The only sound in the courtroom was Vanessa's muffled crying. Hale attempted to speak in their defense, claiming that Ryan and Vanessa were good people who made mistakes, that they were truly sorry, and that they had learned from the experience. Compared to the evidence, it rang hollow. Judge Holloway listened without expression. When Hale finished, she spent what seemed like an eternity going over her notes. She then looked up at Ryan and Vanessa. Mr. and Mrs. Bennett, please stand. They stood, Vanessa holding Ryan's arm for support. I reviewed all of the evidence in this case, including medical reports, financial records, and psychological evaluations. I've read the victim impact statement and considered your guilty pleas. Judge Holloway's voice was stern. What you did to this child was planned, deliberate, and cruel. You did not make a mistake. You made deliberate decisions over many months to neglect, isolate, and financially exploit a vulnerable child in your care. Ryan's face had turned chalky white. Mr. Ryan Bennett, for first-degree child neglect, I sentence you to 14 months in county jail, the maximum allowed. For financial exploitation of a minor, I sentence you to 16 months in state prison, to be served consecutively. Total sentence, 28 months in prison, with the possibility of early release after serving 16 months. After your release, you will serve 6 years of supervised probation. 28 months is just over 2 years. Ryan swayed slightly, and Hale grasped his elbow. Furthermore, the judge stated, I am terminating your parental rights to Chloe Bennett. You will no longer have custody, visitation, or any other form of contact. A permanent restraining order will be issued, preventing you from coming within 300 feet of the child. Ryan let out a choked gasp, which could have been a sob. Mrs. Vanessa Bennett, for first-degree child neglect, I sentence you to 14 months in county jail. For financial exploitation of a minor, I sentence you to an additional 14 months, consecutive, for a total of 26 months, with the possibility of early release after 14 months. After being released, you will serve 4 years of supervised probation. Vanessa was openly crying now, mascara running despite her minimal makeup. Both of you are barred from working with children in any capacity for the rest of your lives. You will return the misappropriated funds, totaling $31,400, to a trust account for Chloe Bennett, plus $15,600 in legal fees to Mr. Walter Bennett. Failure to repay may result in additional civil penalties. The judge's gavel landed with a crack that echoed throughout the courtroom. Bailiff, take them into custody. Ryan turned to face me, as the bailiffs approached. His expression was a jumble of emotions, rage, disbelief, and desperation. Dad, please stop this. Tell them. Tell them, what? My voice was soft, but it carried. Tell them you are a good father. You are not. Tell them that this is unfair. It is justice. Tell them that I should forgive you. I stood up and looked him in the eyes. Ryan, I've forgiven you for many things over the years, including being selfish, distant, and choosing Vanessa over family. But this, locking a child in an attic and stealing from her, is beyond forgiveness. I'm your son. His voice broke. You were my son. Now you are just the man who abused my granddaughter. There is a difference. The bailiffs guided him to the door, leading to the holding cells. Vanessa had already left, still crying. Ryan looked back one more time, his face a picture of defeat and disbelief, before disappearing through the door. The courtroom started to empty. Reporters rushed out to file their stories. Evelyn packed her briefcase, her shoulders set with professional satisfaction. I sat alone for a moment in the quiet courtroom, feeling the weight of what had just happened fall on me. My son was heading to prison. My granddaughter was safe. Justice had been served. It should have felt like a win, and it did. There was also something else. Not exactly sadness, but a realization of how much had been broken and could never be repaired. Ryan and I would never have a traditional father-son relationship again. Chloe would grow up knowing that her father had hurt her. Some things are forever shattered. But Chloe would grow up safe, loved, and free, which was worth everything else. The final custody hearing occurred 8 weeks later. In late October, the trees lining the courthouse were covered in gold and red leaves, indicating that autumn had arrived. Chloe and I had spent the morning at the park before the hearing, where she had collected leaves to press in a book, a project suggested by her kindergarten teacher. "Grandpa, will the judge lady be polite today?" she asked as we drove downtown. "Judge Holloway is always fair, sweetheart, and today she will ensure that you stay with me forever. Forever. Ever. Forever. Ever." Evelyn greeted us in the lobby. She kneeled down to Chloe's level. "Hello, Chloe. Remember me?" Chloe nodded shyly, and hid behind my leg. "You are under no obligation to enter the courtroom, but the judge may wish to greet you." "Okay," Chloe whispered. Ryan's parental rights had already been terminated as part of his sentence, so this hearing was simpler than the others. This was merely a formality, converting my temporary guardianship into permanent legal custody. But I wanted it done right, official, and with all of the paperwork filed correctly so that no one could ever question Chloe's place in my life. Judge Holloway reviewed the case file, DHS reports showing Chloe's progress in my care, and psychological evaluations indicating her improvement with therapy. Dr. Lawson had submitted an updated assessment, noting that, while Chloe continued to struggle with trauma, she thrived in a stable, loving environment with her grandfather. "Mr. Bennett," Judge Holloway said, looking at me through her reading glasses, "you've attended every required DHS check-in. Chloe's medical and therapeutic needs are being met. Her school reports are positive. By all accounts, you've provided her with a safe and nurturing environment. She deserves no less, Your Honor." "Indeed." The judge signed the document with a flourish, and then looked up. "Walter Bennett is hereby granted permanent guardianship over Chloe Bennett. Mr. Bennett, you are now her legal guardian, with all of the associated rights and responsibilities. Congratulations." The gavel was lowered, and the proceedings were concluded. Permanent, irreversible. Chloe was mine. I was hers. Evelyn shook my hand and smiled. "That is it. You are officially her guardian. Nobody can challenge this now." We left the courtroom, and I found Chloe and Mrs. Brooks in the hallway. I picked her up. She was already getting bigger, gaining weight, and becoming stronger, and I held her close. "This is official, sweetheart. You're stuck with me," she giggled, her voice pure and bright. "Good. I enjoy being stuck with you." Mrs. Brooks dabbed her eyes with a tissue. "I'm so happy for both of you." The next week, I listed the house on Cedar Hill Drive for sale. I had been planning this since the first hearing, waiting for the right time. The house sold in 4 days. Portland's real estate market was hot at $463,000. I bought it for $318,000 12 years ago. So, even after paying realtor fees and closing costs, I made a significant profit. Every penny went into a trust fund for Chloe's future, whether it was college, trade school, or whatever she wanted to do. It was her money, legally protected so that no one, including myself, could touch it without her benefit in mind. The irony was not lost on me. Ryan had stolen from his daughter's account to support his lifestyle. I was investing everything I could in her future. We'd both made decisions about what kind of men we wanted to be. We settled into a routine in November, nearly 8 months after discovering Chloe in the attic. Chloe attended school every weekday. I'd pack her lunch, she liked peanut butter and jelly with the crusts cut off, and walk her to the bus stop. After school, we'd do our homework at the kitchen table. Then I'd make dinner while she drew or played with the toys that had previously filled my living room. Dr. Lawson conducted therapy sessions twice a week. The nightmares were less common now. Chloe still had bad days, when something triggered a memory and she shut down, but they were becoming less frequent. She had made 3 friends at school. Noah, with the dinosaur backpack, Emma, who shared Chloe's passion for art, and Sadie, who was teaching Chloe how to jump rope. Normal childhood activities, the life she should have had all along. We went to the park near my apartment one evening in late October, where Chloe had been too afraid to play on the swings the previous week. Now she ran ahead of me, fearless, straight to the playground. "Watch, Grandpa," she called as she climbed to the top of the slide. I watched as she slid down, laughing, her hair flying behind her. She ran back around to repeat the process, tireless in the way that only young children can be. I sat on a bench and watched her play. Other families around us were doing the same thing. Parents with toddlers, older children playing tag, and teenagers on their phones, pretending to be too cool for parks but secretly enjoying the last warm day before winter arrived. An elderly woman on the next bench smiled at me. "Is that your granddaughter?" "Yes, she's 6. "Beautiful child, you're lucky." "I am," I agreed. And luck had nothing to do with it. This was not luck. This was about decision, action, and consequences. Chloe was safe because I fought for her, because I understood and applied the system, and because I refused to let Ryan and Vanessa continue their abuse. Chloe ran up to me, her breathing labored from playing. "Can we have ice cream? It's almost dinner time. Please, just a little one." I pretended to take it seriously. "I suppose you did all of your homework without complaining today." "Yes." She pumped her fist in victory as we walked to the ice cream shop 2 blocks away. She got a chocolate chip cone, ate most of it before it melted, and we walked home with sticky hands and full hearts. That night, after her bath and bedtime story, Chloe looked up at me from her bed, which was once my office but had been transformed into a proper little girl's room, complete with pink walls, butterfly decorations, and all of her drawings proudly taped up. "Grandpa, what happened with Daddy and Vanessa?" I had been waiting for this question. I knew it would come eventually. They're in a place where people go after they've done something wrong. They need to stay there for a while to process what they did. Will they be back? Not to us. They can't approach you anymore. The judge made certain of that. She absorbed this quietly. "Next, I'm glad I live with you. I'm glad you're living with me, sweetheart. Do you think?" She paused. "Do you think I am bad, because of what occurred?" I sat on the edge of her bed, holding her small hand in mine. "Pay close attention to what I say. Nothing that occurred was your fault. Nothing. You're good, brave, and strong. What your father and Vanessa did was incorrect. But you are perfect just as you are." She smiled, feeling sleepy now. "Love you, Grandpa." "I love you, Chloe." I turned off the lights and left her door cracked open. She still disliked complete darkness. In the living room, I sat down at my small desk and opened my laptop. Evelyn sent an email with the final documentation for the trust fund, which is now officially established and funded. Chloe's future was secured. I looked around my apartment. It was smaller than it used to be, crowded with Chloe's belongings, her backpack by the door, her shoes in a small row, and her artwork covering the refrigerator. It was chaotic and noisy, very different from the peaceful retirement I had envisioned. I wouldn't change one thing. Outside my window, Portland sparkled in the evening light. Vanessa served her sentence in a county jail. Ryan was learning what it meant to face real consequences for his actions while incarcerated. Their perfect Instagram life had vanished, replaced by the reality they had created. And here, in a one-bedroom apartment that had become a home, a little girl slept soundly in her bed, dreaming whatever dreams 6-year-olds have, safe and loved. I had spent 35 years fighting for children I didn't know. It turns out that the most important fight was the one I had. Justice was not always swift. It was not always loud. Sometimes it was quiet. A grandfather and granddaughter are rebuilding their lives after being betrayed. But it was justice all the same, which was sufficient.